Chapter 211. A series of good luck eased Wu Yan's bad mood after being confused in Leoric. After all, the Leoric people were still there, and they were just confused. As long as there was a solution, it would be a good thing. However, Wu Yan's impression of the Magic Guild was getting worse and worse. Not only did they target him, but they also targeted the NPCs around him. When I become the god of magic one day, I will destroy the Magic Guild first. When Wu Yan turned around and saw Kama, the other party had a silly smile that made people's scalps numb. This was the first time Kama lost her composure. She actually thought about why her master was favored by Pandora before. It turned out that her master had such a strong charm. It was just hidden deep enough. When she found it, it was like finding a treasure. Kama began to imitate Wu Yan and walked more seriously, which made Wu Yan feel a little lost. Soon, he found something wrong around him. The originally green forest began to be filled with pink gas, but it was not very thick. It was like a layer of mist, floating around them. Master, the illusionist's residence is in front, but he may need to conduct a small test on you, Kama said, holding his forehead, and he was a little unsteady. Wu Yan looked a little weird. Kama was a master of poison, but he was also confused by the illusion. Well, it didn't conflict. While he was thinking, he received a new task. Task name, Illusionist Lu's Test. Task content, Lu will only meet with those he wants to meet. If you want to see Lu, you need to pass the test. There is a clone of Lu in front of you. If you cause more than 100 HP damage to this clone, the test will be considered a success. What a proud tone, this task should be actively issued by Lu. Some special NPCs can actively issue small tasks. This should also be a matter of their authority. Wu Yan put Kama, who was about to faint, outside the pink gas, and then took out a new type of ultra-high magnification telescope to carefully look at the so-called clone. A woman wearing a classical red dance gown appeared in the center, but her face could not be seen clearly, and only the whole figure could be seen. Wu Yan had heard many rumors about illusionists many times. That is, a powerful illusionist will always let you see what you want to see. This is probably constructed to please his own aesthetics. Wu Yan silently estimated the distance based on the magnification of this telescope. The range of a skyfall blizzard should not be enough. If it is the range of the fire bomb, it may be enough to expand it by 10 times. Is this forcing himself to do the talent task first? Wu Yan still released the blizzard in disbelief, but there were too few monsters around, and it was difficult to activate it. Kama on the side was awakened by the cold, and looked at the master who was drinking medicine and releasing magic at a loss. Many behavior seemed outrageous to Kama. Because they were in a team, Wu Yan's magic damage did not have any real impact on Kama. When it was about to touch her, there was a thin layer of restriction that separated them. She could only feel the temperature of the surrounding air. After all, NPC's pain perception was 100%, unlike players, who could adjust it themselves. But the colder it got, the more stupid Kama's expression became. Finally, when Wu Yan was about to give up, he really triggered Blizzard. At that moment, he felt that his understanding of magic had deepened a little, but it did not show any sign of mastering magic. The layers of pink mist were directly covered by the snow, and he could see the appearance of the clone in front more clearly. It turned into an undead, a bit like Leoric, but the direction was clearer. Wu Yan did not dare to move forward rashly. He did not feel the magic fluctuations in front of him, but after releasing his snowstorm, he could feel the very chaotic magic fluctuations in front of him. There must be other illusions here. A resounding voice came from afar. Not bad. What a pity. These two words echoed in Wu Yan's mind for a long time. It was the voice of a young man, but Wu Yan had actually given up guessing the gender of Lu. A powerful illusionist would make everything feel fake, and he was such a famous illusionist. On the other hand, Wu Yan also asked Lena to look up Lu's information for him. The result surprised Wu Yan. It was not that there was no information about Lu, but that there was too much information about Lu. Even one of the reincarnations of the main god was made up. To put it another way, it was a child who came out of the slums without any magic foundation and transplanted a magic cord to become Lu. Anyway, there were too many statements about Lu. Wu Yan didn't want to read on after just reading the first dozen introductions. However, Lu's tone seemed quite gentle, and the regret sounded like a pity. Wu Yan waved his hand, and Kama came over immediately. Did you hear Lu's voice just now? Wu Yan kept a little distance from Kama. He was always a little uneasy to be so close to a villain NPC. Kama shook his head in confusion. I didn't hear any sound. Well, let's leave it at that for today. Wu Yan took out the scroll back to the city, and finally added, leave the monkeys to me. It was a torment to stay with Kama. I didn't know if the other party was under an illusion, and kept getting closer to him silently. Such unsolicited courtesy was definitely not good. Kama looked at the place where Wu Yin left, and pursed his lips seductively. Wu Yin actually had some clues about the upgrade of talent. Before he went to the Starry Sky continent, there was a side quest that pointed to a task that was very likely to point to the upgrade of talent. He had to go to the Apocalypse Force again, and he would definitely owe Xiangling a favor. He actually had to go to find a guy with a grudge. Wu Yin shook his head helplessly. In the game, it was always above interests. At the barrier of the Apocalypse Force, Xiangling looked at Wu Yin, who came with some surprise. He found that he still underestimated Wu Yin. He had designed it before, but he didn't take it seriously at all and greeted him with a smile. "Take me in quickly." Wu Yin spread his hands. Although it was a clue, the key was that the people of the Apocalypse Force wanted to open the trap for him. Xiangling took out a set of clothes with the Apocalypse Force logo from the inventory and handed it over. "Then the previous things are written off," Xiangling said with a headache. He felt that the other party didn't care about this matter at all. No problem. After Wu Yin put on his clothes, he could pass through the barrier. However, as soon as he came in, he met a familiar NPC, Tang Ming. The three of them were extremely embarrassed, mainly because Tang Ming himself was an assassin type, and he was also elusive when walking. If the two of them were not careful, there would be one more person. Tang Ming had a barely perceptible smile on his lips, and then he sneaked away again. Xiangling's eyebrows were shaking, as if he always encountered some strange things around Piaoling, which made him, who was always calm, unable to help. "Let's talk about the mission." Xiangling returned to the topic. "Do you remember the ruins you went to last time?" Xiangling also changed into another set of clothes of the Apocalypse Force and walked forward. On the level ranking list, Xiangling was already level 28, but he had been delayed in the Nebula continent for a long time, so he was not too far behind. Wu Yin nodded. How could he not remember the ruins he went to last time? He also got the Chaos Ring. Xiangling continued, "We cracked a small part of the secret, and then..." Before he finished speaking, Xiangling pointed to a faint purple light in the distance. "Can you see it?" Wu Yin looked in the direction Xiangling pointed. "It's obvious." Xiangling said because in his eyes, this purple light had just appeared and was still very weak. He did not continue to doubt, but continued, "That's the secret we found. The purple light is a thing called temple." The two of them continued to walk, and Wu Yin listened to Xiangling's explanation, as if the doorway here was like a small game. On the contrary, Wu Yin never looked down on the small game type. He used to play small games outside with a god's perspective, and now he put himself in the game, which must be more difficult than before. Wu Yin was eager to try. Before long, they had arrived in front of the temple. Only a few scattered players were sitting nearby, looking exhausted. When they saw Spirit Ascension, they also greeted him. They were no longer surprised that Spirit Ascension brought other players here. When they first discovered this temple a few days ago, they were all very excited. They were resistant to the fact that someone in the Apocalypse Force wanted to find other people to help. But in the past few days, they kept trying to find a way to pass through this temple day and night. But there were too many doors in this temple, and many kinds of mechanisms felt that they were not as easy to pass as they imagined. Even if someone passed through with great effort, the comprehensive score was only 70% of the completion, and the highest completion required was 100% to open the most tempting treasure chest, and that treasure chest was officially related to talent upgrades. In any case, after trying for so many days, many people have already given up, because the cost-effectiveness of the persistent efforts has been quite low. Wu Yin carefully observed the temple. From a distance, he could see a huge purple light emitting from the top of the temple. When he got closer, it disappeared, but he could see the purple light around the temple. Every part of the temple was meticulously carved, and it felt like a long time had passed. There were two small stone lions in front, with a shining bead in their mouths. The entire wall was made of bronze with monster patterns on it. Upon closer inspection, these monsters were somewhat similar to some of the wild monsters they had encountered. "You go in, I won't go in." Xiangling suddenly stopped when he reached the door of the temple. Wu Yin looked at the abnormal Xiangling with a strange look, and said casually, "Okay then." Wu Yin entered the entrance of the temple alone, until he disappeared in front of Xiangling. Xiangling let out a sigh of relief. He originally planned to go in, but Piaoling's rumors actually made this serious super seminary instructor believe it a little. What the title of the God of Death, what strange things that will inevitably bring bad luck to Piaoling, and Invincible Wind Knight's most classic ID, when everyone is unlucky, they often make fun of this player, it's impossible not to believe it. Xiangling looked around the temple in a trance. From the beginning, he found something wrong. He now saw that there was no color around the temple, and Piao Ling seemed to have seen the temple earlier than he did. Why was that? Sheng Ling just hesitated a little. He was actually an extreme utilitarian. Basically, he would not waste too much time on things that had no effect. Since there are no good opportunities, he might as well continue to practice with his NPC mentor. At least he has to complete the tasks assigned by his NPC mentor first. As soon as Wu Yan entered the temple, he felt that something was wrong. There was no sense of magic fluctuation around him, but he also felt that he was very suitable for releasing magic. He looked at the turbulent river in front of him and released an icicle. It was quite smooth. It turned out that not only in an environment with stable magic, but also in a situation where there was no magic interference at all, he could release magic smoothly just by himself. Wu Yan felt that he had some epiphany, but found that in this small river, there was a skinny and handsome boy in a swimming suit, looking at him angrily. I almost swam across in one breath. Do you know how many potions I have added and how many equipment I have borrowed? The handsome boy put his hands flat and let the turbulent river wash him back. Wu Yan found that the players were actually distributed very widely. There was only this player in a swimming suit at the intersection, and this player looked younger than himself. After watching for a while, Wu Yan roughly understood what was going on. Walking in this turbulent river was actually less than 20 meters away. It might be too far for ordinary players, but for Wu Yan, who had all kinds of special props, it was really nothing. Even a sprint burst bounce, he felt that he could jump across in one breath. Oh no, it should still be a little short. Wu Yan estimated and found that he had not updated the shoes that increased the bounce for too long. The handsome boy spread his hands and took off his wet swimming suit. Tell me, how are you going to compensate me? Wu Yan felt that this handsome boy was a bit like the little assassin who had challenged him in the early days. He was not willing to give in. Are you unable to get through? If you are, I will take you through, Wu Yan said indifferently. The handsome boy, with the wet clothes in his hands, didn't know what to do. What a joke this guy in front of him was. He just came in and saw that it was his own people who went to pull other players to try. It hasn't started yet, and the cow is already flying in the sky? Chapter 212. My name is Xiao Yuan. What about you? The handsome boy heard Wu Yan say that he would take him with him. No matter how he boasted, it was well-intentioned. Wu Yan said silently, Piao Ling. Strangely, after he finished speaking, the other party did not react at all, but just said oh faintly. Don't you often read the forum? Wu Yan asked while taking out his magic wand. Han Siyuan shook his head. Why look at that thing? It's a waste of my time. I only care about things that are related to me. It's just that I always feel like I've heard your name somewhere. Wu Yan shrugged. It's okay, let's go. Go? Han Xiaoyuan asked inexplicably. What a joke, there's a turbulent river there, how can I get there? As soon as he finished speaking, he found that the sound of the turbulent river became a little smaller. The originally horizontal turbulent river was cut in half, and the other side, where he wanted to go, was just built up with an ice bridge. It was clearly made of icicles. Wu Yan said lightly, hurry up, the ice will melt soon. After saying that, he had already walked over. He had this unpopular skill of Ice Pillar a long time ago, but his skill damage was too low, and too many monsters were resistant to this skill, resulting in a very low frequency of use. However, he did not expect that he could use it smoothly in this place, and it could just form an ice bridge. Han Xiaoyuan's eyes were full of shock, and he thought about what Piao Ling had just said, about going over there quickly. He had just arrived, and had already seen through the tricks here. Although this was the first level stuck at the door, many players first thought about whether they could swim over. However, the design of this turbulent river was quite clever, that is, when you were about to swim to the finish line, you would be just a little short of the special energy bar. This was when many players strengthened their special energy bars as much as possible. However, the strength of the players, who were selected to join the Apocalypse Force, was quite good. After this plan did not work, many players began to show their abilities. The effect was not bad. In the end, he was the only one who could not pass the first level. Han Siyuan felt very strange. He put away his swimsuit. It was embarrassing to see it this way. He was even more curious about which player brought this Piao Ling. He walked on this icicle, and could feel that the previous icicle was about to melt. He hurriedly walked forward. After going through another passage, the number of players increased significantly. There were about 4 or 5 players surrounded here. When they saw Han Xiaoyuan coming, they all greeted him in surprise. Han Xiaoyuan, did you actually swim over here? Han Xiaoyuan blushed immediately. Fortunately, the light here was relatively dark. He wanted to tell the truth, but Wu Yan shook his head. You mean you came over? I was invited by you, Wu Yin said in a low voice. The probability of running into a Han Xiaoyuan, who didn't recognize him, was already quite small. He couldn't expect so many players not to recognize him. That would be too outrageous. Han Xiaoyuan nodded very embarrassedly. The other players didn't care either. They were all worried and lowered their heads. The platform more than 40 meters away was a bottomless abyss. Next to them was an iron hammer and an iron ball that looked quite good. There are about 7 or 8 configurations like this, which should be for multiple players to pass the level at the same time. Wu Yin asked quietly, "Go ask them what the task is for this level. It's a bit hard to see on the platform. If you just rely on burst bounce, the distance may not be enough. Unless you use the glider, then you will be exposed in front of these players." He thought, when you pass the level in the end, you can give them a surprise. Han Xiaoyuan nodded and immediately ran to several players to consult about the situation. Although he didn't like to read forums and didn't pay much attention to things outside the game, he was focused on the game itself. Such a player would not let other players be on guard. After about a few minutes, Han Xiaoyuan came back happily. "I know. Stand in that circle and start swinging the hammer. You win if you swing the ball into the circle in the distance with the hammer." Wu Yin was a little surprised. "How many players have passed in front of you?" Han Xiaoyuan answered without hesitation. "There are still 24. Wu Yin looked at the remaining players' outfits, and it seemed that most of the players with higher strength passed. He also walked over, tried to find a hammer, and started swinging it. As a result, when the hammer touched the ball, he felt the force transmitted from the ball, and the ball fell down after flying only half the distance. The player who swung the most nearby had already swung the ball when he was still 1 or 2 meters away. He was still drinking potions and trying the angle. This time it was a little off, and he almost jumped for excitement. Han Xiaoyuan looked at the iron hammer and shook his head regretfully. "I definitely can't pass this task. I don't have that much strength." Wu Yin was still thinking about whether to use the glider. Looking at Han Xiaoyuan's current outfit and the iconic backpack behind him, he asked, "Are you a hunter?" Han Xiaoyuan nodded, and his eyes immediately brightened. "I know." He took out 4 iron hooks, which he bought at a high price. He usually didn't use his strength, so he wanted to use it at the critical moment, but he didn't think of it at the critical moment just now. He doesn't need any strength for this. As long as he aims accurately, this iron hook can reach a distance of more than 50 meters. This was the last time Wu Yin paid attention to when he encountered the floating gas. That is, most hunters would have such iron hooks. Obviously, Han Xiaoyuan, who can enter the Apocalypse Force, is stronger than the hunter player. The quality of these iron hooks looks quite good. "I help you hang them up first." Han Xiaoyuan counted and found that he had exactly 2, so he lowered his voice a little. After all, he had stayed with the players here for a few days, and he also sent another player, Piao Ling, who he had only met once. After they both set up the 2 lock hooks, they just put the ball on the track formed by the iron hooks, and the 2 balls rolled to the opposite platform synchronously. When the other players noticed it, they were surprised to find that the 2 people Han Xiaoyuan, who had just come over, were gone. Where are they? Already passed? Impossible, they don't look very strong. Wait, look over there. When they turned their eyes, they found that Piao Ling and Han Xiaoyuan had already reached the opposite platform. Piao Ling was now wearing a wizard robe, and they couldn't tell who he was, but they knew Han Xiaoyuan. How did they get there? Several people looked at each other, not knowing what to say. Han Xiaoyuan jumped up excitedly. He really felt the fun of the game. He felt that he was completely immersed in this temple. In the past, he just kept killing monsters and doing tasks, but he subconsciously chose the most efficient method, which led to him having many props and even some skills that he had never used. Han Xiaoyuan suddenly asked with a little curiosity, "How did you learn the skill of icicle? Isn't this a useless skill?" Wu Yin said, "It was given to me." Han Xiaoyuan, "Oh, I see." The 2 of them walked through the passage, and this level was stuck with nearly 20 players. Just now Han Xiaoyuan said that there were only more than 20 players left. This time, without Wu Yin's signal, Han Xiaoyuan ran over to consult the information. He ran over excitedly. "I have a chance to pass this level. This is a small level of passing fire, and the player must light all the extinguished oil lamps. Then," he said with a little regret, "maybe you will have some trouble. If I pass it, I will also tell you about the next level." After saying that, Han Xiaoyuan picked up the bow and arrow on the prop table, opened the bow and arrow, and shot at the extinguished oil lamp in front. As expected of a hunter, even with a little wind interference, he successfully hit the target. Then he was teleported to the next platform, where he had to shoot 5 arrows in total, and the difficulty of each arrow would increase in a different direction. When Han Xiaoyuan was teleported, he also looked at Wu Yan's position. He remembered that the other party should still be looking at the bow and arrow just now, so how come he disappeared? When teleporting to the next transfer platform, it is not counted as the next level, and the remaining 4 levels must be passed. Looking at this adverse wind direction, Han Xiaoyuan frowned. Could it be that it was increasing step by step? He casually shot an arrow, and the target was indeed far away. However, if he failed once here, he would not immediately judge that this level had failed. You have to try to get all the arrows on the prop table until you have no more arrows left. Only then will you be judged as a failure, but this is only the beginning of the teleportation stage, and you will not be teleported directly out of the temple. Han Xiaoyuan began to concentrate. He had fewer distracting thoughts, so he could concentrate more quickly. Immediately, he reached a state of rapid analysis. In this state, his calculations were quite fast, including calculations on wind direction, wind force, and the speed and force of his archery. These were actually the most basic. His greatest strength was actually designing suitable traps. He could scout the entire forest, remember all the locations, and place the most suitable traps. Therefore, he rarely used the iron hook, and never thought about escaping temporarily, nor did he encounter such a crisis. In Sol Xiaoyuan's opinion, when the hunter puts himself in danger, it is actually considered a failure. Finally, God will not let down those who work hard. He concentrated his brain power with high intensity. After about 10 minutes, he successfully passed this level. At the same time, he also understood why so many players were stuck in this level. After all, the players selected by the Apocalypse Force at the beginning all have their own specialties. He is also very confident in his ability. This is the most suitable level for him. He almost took out the props at the bottom of the box and barely passed the level. Sure enough, as he thought, when entering the next level, there were only a few players left in front. If he counted correctly, there should be only 5 players left, including himself. Hey, why is there another one? When Sol Xiaoyuan saw this familiar figure, he was very surprised. The joy of completing the previous level after going through so much hardship was like a bucket of cold water poured on him. Just now, he was the most confident archery level. He was sure that among the dozens of people selected by Tianqi this time, there should be no hunter better than himself. It was him? How could he come faster than himself? And who is this Piao Ling? Han Xiaoyuan was a little confused. He walked through the passage step by step, weakly. His confidence just now was really destroyed. He muttered, "It's impossible. He is just a mage? Mage, how did you pass it?" When passing the passage, his message bar popped up, "The last level, come on." Oh, so the remaining players are all here, and they are all stuck in the last level. He had a deep impression of the remaining players, all of whom were high-level players, who were not inferior to Spirit Ascension. Each of them had his own unique skills, and there was also a player who practiced both magic and martial arts, concentrating on shaking the joystick. Han Xiaoyuan looked at Wu Yan, who was concentrating, and finally walked over, saying incoherently, "How did you get here?" On the other side, Wu Yan was puzzled. Why did Han Xiaoyuan come so late? For him, the last level was really not stressful at all. Especially, he had the skill of Fire Bomb, which compressed the speed extremely fast. That little bit of wind had no effect on his skills at all, and he passed this simple level in less than a minute. On the contrary, the final level was really difficult. He just watched and thought that all the remaining players should be blocked here. Moreover, all the players who come here have a characteristic, that is, they all know how to control magic to some extent. It seems that other players should not be underestimated. With so many talents and so many players, there will always be some special players. In front of him is a very complicated maze, and it is a ready-made maze, suspended in the air, and constantly rotating counterclockwise. There is a small ball at the beginning of the maze. This small ball falls from the pipe connected to the ceiling above in a cycle. As long as the ball accidentally falls out, it will come back from the pipe downstairs. The maze itself is three-dimensional, and the ball is controlled by gravity. If there is no player's control, the ball will fall in less than 3 seconds. If you want the ball to come over normally, you must pass the maze with nearly 1,000 road options. After passing the maze, there will be a long passage, from which you can seamlessly connect to the last platform. There is a round hole on that platform, which is used to let the ball enter. In order to pass through this maze, and successfully send the ball in, you must prevent the ball from falling down when the three-dimensional maze rotates. This is simply as difficult as climbing to the sky, and Han Xiaoyuan was still immersed in what Wu Yan just said, that he came here in 1 minute, and said that he could get here by throwing a small fireball. Was he blind before? The small fireball would be easily blown away, and even extinguished. Hey, don't you think you are cheating in the game? How can there be such a fast small fireball? Wu Yin shrugged, and then released the fire bomb in the distance, and with a swish, the fire bomb flew away. Then, continue to study this maze, leaving Han Xiaoyuan in a trance. Chapter 213. The air around was so quiet that it was a little scary. In fact, at this stage, among the entire group of masters, the players with stronger strength and even better luck were revealed. The last 5 people left, including Wu Yin, should be 6. In front of them, there is a huge display, which represents the completion of each player. Next to the console, as long as the player stands, the completion of the player's entire temple will be displayed. Although he didn't know what specifically judged the temple, Han Xiaoyuan saw that the completion in front of Wu Yin was obviously the highest, which made him more interested in Wu Yin. It was just that the temple was naturally isolated from the outside world, otherwise, he would really be interested in a forum he had never been to. Understanding the opponent is also an important part of intelligence. Han Xiaoyuan comforted himself. He planned to check who Piaoling was as soon as he got out. After Wu Yin failed again, Han Xiaoyuan immediately walked over and asked, "Is this difficult?" Wu Yin was a little annoyed. "Go try another one, it's really difficult." For physical professions, you can also use fighting spirit to control the console, but usually when warrior professions use fighting spirit, they are all open and close, and it is even more difficult to control it in a refined way. Immediately, Han Xiaoyuan fell into a state of helplessness. The complex maze in front of him made him feel a little dizzy. Wu Yin carefully analyzed the maze, because only by standing on the console can he see his own maze clearly. He didn't know whether the mazes of other players were as abnormal as his. He had indeed played this kind of maze a lot before. But if you really inject your magic power through the control panel and guide it slowly, it is really a bit too much. This requires a lot of fine magic control. He just used it for about 10 minutes, and only went through 2% of the distance. It is impossible to spend a whole day here, and it is a big challenge to your energy. After a while, you will feel a strong sense of fatigue. Is this really how to play this little game? Wu Yin stopped finally controlling the control panel and controlled it randomly. The maze on the opposite side began to shake and rotate. It seems that it can not only rotate counterclockwise, but also reverse in the forward and reverse directions. He wanted to see what the reverse direction was, but no matter how he pulled with magic, he couldn't reverse it. Maybe there is nothing on the reverse side, but once he had this idea, the desire to see it became quite strong. He began to try to use the console from different angles. The players around him could not see what the maze in front of Wu Yin looked like, but they could see Wu Yin's behavior in front of the console, which was to study whether there were other possibilities for the console. After all, the console was too sensitive to power. No matter if you injected a trace of magic power or a trace of fighting spirit, the maze on the opposite side would rotate particularly obviously, which was probably the feeling of sensitivity. Gradually, several players around him wanted to give up, because players were a group of people who could weigh the pros and cons. They were already weighing whether it was worth it. According to the internal information of their Apocalypse Force, it was very likely related to their own talents. Many NPCs of the Apocalypse Force had received such a statement, so it was possible that the NPC's judgment was wrong. If you want to give up, you will naturally start to find all kinds of excuses to excuse yourself. On the other side, Han Xiaoyuan and this control panel are fighting each other. It has only been a short time since he came here, and the number of times the ball in his maze has fallen has exceeded 50 times. When Wu Yin turned his back to the maze, he felt a glimmer of possibility, but he couldn't see what the back of the maze looked like. Unfortunately, magic power can only be released, not absorbed. When he was thinking, he suddenly found that there was a virtual control panel behind the control panel, which could be directly clicked. Moreover, this virtual control panel seemed to release magic power to his body continuously. Wu Yin looked back in disbelief. The complicated maze with more than 1,000 lines just disappeared, and was replaced by its back, and his back was a very smooth plane without anything. The ball that had just fallen bounced off the ceiling again, and when it landed on the smooth panel, it started to bounce happily. Now, as long as it changed the angle at will, the ball could easily roll to the extended passage. Although it almost went in after a casual try. But it couldn't stop Wu Yin from laughing like crazy. It was outrageous. It was out of this world. Reversing the magic, the back was a smooth surface, and there was another set of control panels. It was a one-time thing. Could any normal player really think of this? Someone nearby saw Wu Yin laughing like a madman, and shook his head helplessly. They understood this feeling, that is, when they had almost exhausted all the methods they could use, and found that they had no way to retreat from this maze, they speculated that they were too naive. With such little ability, they wanted to pass this temple? Han Xiaoyuan was also a little emotional when he saw Wu Yan like that. The mysterious Piao Ling finally encountered a problem. According to the progress, they were at the same level. Although there was a slight difference in progress, it was not too much. Just when everyone was thinking like this, a panel prompt made all the players who had entered the temple feel something was wrong. The temple has been cracked. Players who have not completed the task should exit the temple. After 1 minute, all players who have not completed the task will be teleported back. Then, they saw Wu Yan being taken away by a floating stone slab in the air, and moved in front of the treasure chest in the iron cage on the opposite side. The eyes of the remaining few people instantly turned red. If no one could get it, it would be nothing, but if other players could get it, their mentality would instantly be unbalanced. Han Xiaoyuan murmured, he actually passed it again. His mind was filled with a complex maze that could not be more complex. Is it really a maze that a normal person can solve? This was a bit beyond his cognition, and the reaction he had before came up again. Could it be cheating? Wu Yan was a little unsatisfied. He actually had a little enlightenment on the control panel just now. He always released magic power, and never thought about absorbing magic power. Then again, he didn't seem to have seen other magicians talk about absorbing magic power. It seems that the skill of absorbing magic power has been banned by the Magic Guild? Anyway, Wu Yan has a very bad impression of the Magic Guild now. The decline of magicians is entirely their own fault. He shook off the thoughts in his mind, and then touched the treasure chest with excitement. Congratulations to the player for having a new understanding of talent. The types of attributes that can be plundered are increased by 1. And there is an additional opportunity to expand the attribute plunder, permanent. There has never been a moment when Wu Yan felt that the treasure chest was so dazzling. After entering God's Advent for so long, it was the first time that he saw something related to talent in the treasure chest. In the past, the treasure chests were mostly broken copper and iron, and some gold coins and materials. And all the players who were teleported out gathered together. Sheng Ling, who had just cleaned up the package and was about to go to the next copy, was also shocked. He thought that Piao Ling might be able to crack this temple, but it had only been a short time. The difficulty of this temple was quite large, and many players were stuck at each level. He hurried to the outside of the temple. After all, he brought Piao Ling here. If something happened, he would still have a headache. As soon as he ran over, he felt that the atmosphere was a little strange. He had heard the name Piao Ling from many players. Among them, Han Xiaoyuan asked everyone he caught, asking people as soon as they met, "Do you know Piao Ling?" When he saw Sheng Ling, he immediately grabbed Sheng Ling, who was about to turn around and leave. "Brother, do you know Piao Ling?" Sheng Ling wanted to turn around and give Han Xiaoyuan a hammer, but this guy also helped him a lot. At this time, Wu Yan came out of the temple leisurely. After looking at the newly expanded talent plunder column, he felt extremely happy. He wanted to fly to Demon City right now and chop all those apes to pieces. After getting the attribute looting column, the first thing he thought of was to go and loot quickly, so much so that he didn't care about other things now. But everyone around was looking at him, which made him feel a little uneasy. Wu Yan was quick-witted and said, "Well, Spirit Ascension, let's talk next time. I go back first." He immediately threw out a return scroll and sent it away. As an outsider, he had received so many benefits. Wu Yan was still worried that some of the players would lose their balance and directly challenge him. These players of the Apocalypse Force were all masters. If they really had to compete, Wu Yan felt that the possibility of his failure was quite high. Only Han Xiaoyuan, who was at a loss, and Sheng Ling, who looked helpless, were left beside the temple. Sheng Ling was thinking of saying hello and asking Wu Yan not to say that he brought him in. Han Xiaoyuan also searched the name Piao Ling on the forum. He was shocked to find out that Piao Ling was so popular and had various records of killing hundreds of people for players. It was so magical that Han Xiaoyuan was stunned. At the same time, the temple emitting purple light began to slowly draw away its own beams, which meant that the best things in this temple had been taken away. In fact, there would be a lot of experience value rewards for clearing the temple, so even if the best rewards were taken away, it was worth it for other players to brush at once. Wu Yan came to Yadu in a happy mood. When Kama saw Wu Yan coming, his eyes couldn't help but be charming. "Master, take me to kill the stone spear wild monkey." Wu Yan seemed extremely excited, because this monster species is really rare. If there were monsters with a long casting distance, he would have plundered this talent long ago. Who doesn't like long arms? Not long after, the two came to the area they had been to before. The stone spear wild monkey was blind, and threw a spear from a long distance. As long as you pay attention, this super long-range attack is actually very easy to dodge. Wu Yin slowly closed the distance between the group of stone spear wild monkey, occasionally letting the stone spear wild monkey shoot once, so that he could attract the monster's hatred. When Wu Yin passed through the nearest banana leaf, he finally saw the appearance of this group of stone spear wild monkey. Each monkey held a stone spear in his hand. They cheered and celebrated their hits again and again. But because Wu Yin had not attacked yet, the group of monkeys still took the initiative to test because they were already at close range. They no longer used the stone spears in their hands as projectile weapons. Wu Yin asked Kama to wait for him in the passage outside. If it took too long, he could do whatever he wanted. After all, when looting, the participation of other NPCs would lead to failure of looting. Wu Yin smiled knowingly. If he could get another spell with the same range as Blizzard, but with high explosion, then it would be first rate for clearing monsters. Now, he could only use his fire shotgun to make up for the damage. But when the blizzard came, Kama, who was far outside, felt waves of cold and kept retreating. She was directly frozen unconscious last time, and had no time to feel it. This time, standing outside, she could clearly see the release of Blizzard. She always felt that the magic of her master Blizzard was a little different from that of other people. Other people's Blizzard was really not that cold, but Wu Yin was standing alone in the center of the siege by all the monkeys. From in front of him, there were monkeys approaching him every 1 meter, and the characteristics of these monkeys were all frozen at the same time. Wu Yin himself didn't know why the probability of freezing in Blizzard was so high. A closer look revealed that the monkeys in the distance were frozen, but their eyes were still blinking. If they were not completely frozen, they would not suffer from rapid blood loss, but it seemed that it was difficult for these monkeys to be completely frozen. Their mobility allowed them to recycle the energy in their bodies at the moment of thawing, so they would not be easily frozen. Therefore, Wu Yin simply tried out the newly learned chain skills on a monkey in front of him. First fire shot, and then waited for the moment when the ice just melted, there would be wind skills. Although he did not learn it, the most basic tornado would be added to the chain skill column, but the power was normally very small. When he released fire shotgun and pointed his magic wand at the monkeys, a new tornado appeared in the chain skill column. It was still gray and unusable. Wu Yin concentrated to the extreme. He found that it was difficult to judge whether it was the moment of melting just by naked eyes. So, he simply closed his eyes. The amazing thing was that he could also feel a blurry mirror image. It was originally Snow White, and then the Snow White slowly fell off. Although he could not see the appearance of the monster, he could sense the magic elements, which seemed to help him a lot. Yes, very clearly, at this moment, Wu Yin felt the wind element at the same time, and directly activated it on the spot. The 3 apes with tens of thousands of blood left turned into a white light, and evaporated, and the huge fog around them made Wu Yin stunned. This last ordinary tornado, that was not conspicuous, actually exploded such high damage. Is this the power of chain skills? If his estimation just now is correct, these 3 chain skills are linked together, and the last tornado explodes 3 times the total damage of these 3 skills. Is this a stable explosion? Or is it like the magic explosion star, which depends on the probability? Wu Yan's heart became excited, and the prompt of the successful plundering attribute also popped up at this time. Chapter 214. Congratulations to the player for killing the stone spear wild ape. Please select the attribute you want to plunder. Optional attribute 1, agility plus 1%. Optional attribute 2, casting distance plus 2%. Optional attribute 3, speed plus 1 point. Wu Yan looked at the 3 selectable attributes in surprise. To be honest, the 3 plunderable attributes were really quite high, especially the 1% agility, which made him excited. It seems that there is no such thing as a high agility magician, right? Wu Yan thought about it for a while, and chose to increase the casting distance by 2%. In fact, at the beginning, the magician was really restricted by the casting distance. Usually, the monsters noticed it before they took the initiative. It was really a bit outrageous that a magician could not take the initiative. However, among these 3 attributes, the casting distance is 2%. The casting distance will not be increased to 200% in the end, right? Wu Yan looked around. The monsters in the previous wave were almost cleared. He had to go to the next place where there were more stone spear wild ape. The upgrade seemed normal this time. Basically, killing a few stone spear wild ape would increase the range by 2%. After about an hour or 2, he had successfully reached level 27. However, now the people of Tianqi were all working hard to level up, and he couldn't catch up for a while. Spirit Ascension was almost level 29. He thought about it, and returned to Kama, who was waiting for him on the path outside. A dignified NPC actually fell asleep. The sleeping Kama had her tail completely retracted. Normally, she looked like a girl next door. He doesn't look like a villain NPC at all. Wu Yin woke up Kama, you go back first, come find me tomorrow. He just roughly estimated that if he really relied on energy potions, it would take at least a whole day to fill the casting distance. And as the casting distance continued to increase, he also realized that his blizzard had more possibilities. Kama rubbed his eyes sleepily and asked puzzledly, Master, are you not well yet? Then I come back tomorrow, Kama said weakly, looking like he hadn't woken up yet. Wu Yin returned to the group of Stone Spear Wild Ape and began to cast magic like a ruthless robot. A group of monsters like this, coupled with the fact that they are easily frozen, is really a very good experimental subject for brushing talents. It just took too long. He watched the bottles of magic potions in the package decrease one by one, and lamented why he didn't have the skill of absorbing magic. An hour passed, a day passed, and Wu Yin laid down in the forest exhausted. He couldn't even feel that there were any Stone Spear wild monkeys here. There really were none. Because a prompt had just popped up, all Stone Spear wild monkeys have been eliminated and need to wait for a certain amount of time to recover. And his casting distance really rose to 200% as expected. This means that not only this talent, but also other attributes like anti-armor, chanting speed, and casting range, these attributes 100% are not the upper limit. So, when his casting distance just exceeded 100%, his whole body was like chicken blood. This also means that other attributes are not necessarily 100% capped, he just needs an opportunity. He really has drunk several bottles of energy potion in a row, and the game panel has begun to constantly remind him to pay attention to restoring energy. Wu Yin still stood up with difficulty, and then staggered to the forest path. After a day of rest, Kama was in good spirits, but even so, she had been standing here and watching the blizzard for a whole morning. I don't know if it's an illusion, she has even gotten used to this cold atmosphere. Being frozen, it seems that there is also a kind of pleasure of being frozen. She saw Wu Yin, who couldn't even lift his eyelids, and hurried over. At the same time, she was quite shocked in her heart. What happened in this day and night? Didn't the master go back to rest? As an NPC who can move around frequently, she has also seen many players' behavior. But I haven't seen new humans get so tired. After all, in the eyes of their NPCs, new humans are called tireless people. Let's go back to the city and rest for a while, Wu Yin said helplessly. The system has warned him too many times, and he has begun to lose blood continuously. Fortunately, the frequency of blood loss is not very high, but it is definitely impossible to continue exploring. After returning to Yaodu, after a day, there are fewer people in Yaodu, not only NPCs, but also players. The group that used to often hunt other players to gain experience points has also disappeared. However, Wu Yin really felt very tired and wanted to find a place to sleep, so he did not seriously observe the surrounding situation. Kama still has a certain amount of economic strength in Yaodu. In a main city, only those NPCs with names and backgrounds can have their own residences, and Kama is one of them. Kama put Wu Yin on his bed, and quickly cleaned up the spiders, bugs, cockroaches, ants and other insects around him. Then he checked everywhere to see if there were any unclean places around. After Wu Yin had a deep sleep, he felt full of energy. Looking at the time, it was just 4 hours, and his energy value was restored to full value. This may be the case of overdrawing energy value, and even the time required for recovery is longer. Thank you. Wu Yin actually had a slight change of mind about this Scorpion Beauty Kama, who would take out the heart of the player at any time. As long as he didn't think about that scene, Kama, as an NPC that he was not very familiar with, was doing quite considerate things now. Kama turned away, then, Master, are we going to leave now? Wu Yin nodded, and just as he was about to leave the main city, Wu Yin asked in confusion, Kama, what happened in the city? Many people are missing? Kama, perhaps because she often imitated Wu Yin's tone in secret, her voice became serious, and she replied, many people went to the Nebula continent. Indeed, since the Nebula continent was reconnected, all the main cities and players have been migrating there. This is understandable, but it is not necessary to send so many NPCs to each main city. Wu Yan's inexplicable sense of urgency made him want to speed up the progress. I spent a day and a night accumulating talents yesterday, which was indeed a waste of time. Not long after, the two of them appeared again in the middle of the pink gas. Without saying a word, Wu Yin began to cast Snowstorm, but after releasing Snowstorm for a long time, this snowstorm from the sky could not be cast at all, because he had killed all the stone spear wild monkeys today. There was not even a single creature that could freeze around, and the probability of triggering snowstorm from the sky was infinitely close to zero. Now this situation has completely exceeded his expectations, but Wu Yin made a decision very quickly. He immediately used his talent expansion reward. Originally, he wanted to consider where to use the talent expansion reward, but now there is no way. He can't wait for the stone spear wild monkey to recover, and it will take several days. When he was about to use this extended right, he became nervous. Your talent casting distance has been extended by 200% successfully. Casting distance extension, long-range guidance. While the casting distance is effective, the distance is expanded by 10 times, instead of the damage being reduced by 5 times. Wu Yan's eyes were red. Although the damage was reduced by 5 times, it was a bug to be able to stably deal 10 times the damage. Counting the original casting distance, it was equivalent to increasing the casting distance by 20 times. Doesn't this mean that he can kite people from a long distance at will, and kill people thousands of miles away? That's what it means. Congratulations, Master. Kama next to him came over to please him immediately. Wu Yan nodded and motioned Kama to move aside. The pink gas became thicker, as if trying to interfere with his sight. But at this moment, all he could see was the graceful figure. The 20-fold casting distance was ridiculous. He thought it was ridiculous. A very strong recoil came from his magic wand. He had never thought that a recoil could come from a magic wand. Originally, it was in the shape of a fire bomb, but now the shape of this fire bomb turned into a beam of fiery red laser, which passed directly through the figure. A huge sound spread throughout the forest. In an instant, all the pink gas was dissipated, and the task prompt also told him that it was completely successful. Come in, my guest. Lu's voice became a little more polite, and he no longer looked down on people like before. Kama next to him was even more stunned. She had never seen magic with such a long distance. Compared with this distance, the spear thrown by the monkey before was nothing. Master, I won't go in with you. On the face of this originally vicious scorpion NPC, there was actually some worry. Is this illusionist so scary? Why not accompany me? Wu Yan was a little helpless. Even Kama was afraid, so he was a little worried. He had no choice but to walk along the road in front of him. Before he took a few steps, he felt that the scenery he had seen before had changed again, and it became a scene of peach blossoms blooming all over the ground. Whether it was on the ground or in the air, peach blossoms were floating, and delicious peaches were hanging on the trees. It looked very appetizing, but Wu Yan's eyes were still on the graceful figure in front of him. After he came in, classical and thrilling music kept playing in front of him. He carefully explored forward step by step. It was okay when there was music around, but when the music stopped, he felt goosebumps all over his body. What do you want to talk to me about? A soft female voice sounded. Wu Yan suddenly turned around and saw that the graceful woman just now appeared behind him. To his surprise, the other party was really wearing a classical silk skirt, with a half-covered veil on her face, a hemorrhoid on her forehead, and her cheeks were full of oriental beauty. Are you a woman? Wu Yan couldn't help asking, and at the same time he felt his breathing was a little heavy, and he wanted to lie down forward. The woman supported Wu Yan's shoulders, and then her voice suddenly changed, becoming a rough man's voice. Who knows? Wu Yan was frightened and woke up instantly. Wu Yan felt that it was meaningless to discuss the topic of gender, because the other party was constantly changing his appearance, from young to young, from a little girl to an old woman, all kinds of men and women. I can change into whatever you like. She turned into the oriental classical beauty at the beginning. Let's just stick to this. Wu Yan had no choice but to stop his various disguises. Some of the disguises made him blush and his heart beat fast, which was also very uncomfortable. Wu Yan became respectful. My mentor Lioric has a problem. Can you please help him? Lu was neither arrogant nor impatient, and did not seem to be very interested in Wu Yan's topic. An NPC actually did not follow the plot of the task when the task was triggered. This was increasingly beyond Wu Yan's cognition. Lu circled around Wu Yan for a long time, and then slowly said, come on, come to my room and sit for a while. Don't be too polite. I want to get to know you better. Wu Yan felt a chill behind him, and found that Lu actually changed his tail and put it on his neck, and this furry tail actually wrapped around his neck, making Wu Yan feel that his life would disappear at any time. Is this true or false? Why did this illusion not feel any magic fluctuations? Wu Yan's expression began to become serious. No wonder so many NPCs dared not approach Lu when they mentioned Lu. This Lu is really as terrifying as the legend. Wu Yan walked forward following Lu's pace. Lu's hut did not look like a woman's room, but rather like a large-scale experimental site, just like Edie's room that Wu Yin had been to before. The difference was that in Lu's room, one felt light and airy as soon as one entered. Wu Yin felt his heartbeat quicken and his face flushed. "Did you cast an illusion on me?" Wu Yin stood unsteadily, and then held onto the door, and said with difficulty, "No." Lu's voice was a bit of a woman's naughty teasing. "Look if your life has become stronger." Wu Yin immediately checked his game panel, and each attribute had a slight improvement. This bonus was so powerful that Wu Yin was amazed, and then Lu asked, "Did you just use the power of chaos?" Wu Yin was secretly shocked. From Lu's tone, was it another big monster that was earlier than usual? However, Wu Yin hesitated for a moment and replied, "No, this is my own unique talent. Anyway, it's just an NPC, and he can't do anything to me, so it's okay to know the talent." Lu's eyes showed a more interesting look. Interesting, the new humans actually have such a powerful talent. Okay, since you have cracked my little test, I will agree to your request. Wu Yin showed a rare smile, and this plot finally came to an end. Afterwards, Lu changed the subject, but how could Leoric, this old immortal, fall for such a simple illusion? "What do you mean?" Wu Yin suddenly had a bad premonition. This matter might not be as simple as he thought. Chapter 215. "It means literally?" Lu said no more, then transformed into a gas and directly attached to Wu Yan's magic staff. Wu Yin gently called, "Then I'm talking now. Can you hear me?" "Yes." A voice sounded directly beside his ears, and Wu Yin was secretly shocked. The strength of the top NPC was quite beyond his expectations. According to the rules of God's Advent, whether it is NPC or player, they are all in a logical system that can justify themselves. Don't NPCs use the same system as players? Wu Yin put aside this thought and continued to ask, "Was Mentor Leoric very strong before?" "Not bad," Lu whispered in an uncertain tone. Did he still underestimate Mentor Leoric? On the way back, Wu Yin was a little uneasy. He did not use the return scroll on the way, but walked back to Yaodu on foot before reacting. Kama wanted to come over to say hello, but when she felt something was wrong, she just slipped away. Her sixth sense was still very strong, and she could feel that the illusionist was next to her master. At the same time, she was even more surprised that her master had invited such a powerful illusionist to come over. As soon as he returned to the main city, Wu Yin felt that something was wrong in this ordinary serial main city. The number of NPCs also decreased a lot, and many of the shops opened by NPCs on the road were also closed. Wu Yin quickened his pace, and the wind made him feel inexplicably irritated. Something happened. A faint voice came from Wu Yan's ears, and it was the voice of Lu. Wu Yin pushed open the door. Leoric's house was empty. There was no sign of Leoric at all. Then a figure came out from the door. Helena looked very sad. Her eyes were still red and swollen. There were traces of tears on her cheeks. No way. Wu Yan's heart sank to the bottom. He felt that the situation was gradually getting outrageous. His feet felt a little numb. He leaned on the table and stabilized his body. "Little guy, I leave then. I hate the smell of this girl. Come to me when you have time." Lu put down this sentence and left immediately. At the same time, in Wu Yan's message bar, there was a prompt that the task was terminated because the target died after the task was completed. Even the game prompt judged that it was a failure. Wu Yan's heart was like being put in an ice cellar. Originally, this was just a game. In theory, you shouldn't have emotions for an NPC. But Leoric has opened many permissions for himself. Could this be the reason? Wu Yan looked at the distance very hard. He felt that his mind was very messy. He kept thinking randomly, "Oh right, death can't be resurrection. Where is the new Leoric teacher?" But when he thought of resurrection, his heart was even more uncomfortable, because if the NPC was resurrected, all his relationships and favorability would be cleared, and he would become a new NPC again. At this moment, he faced Helena and didn't know which answer he should expect. As long as an NPC died, he was completely dead. Even if he was resurrected, he would not be the original NPC. Helena looked at Wu Yin like this, and her heart was inexplicably uncomfortable. In God's realm coming, it was rare for NPCs to be actively affected by the actions of players. Wu Yin was definitely a very special existence. Helena said heavily, "Teacher Leoric, he did not resurrect. He committed suicide." "Suicide?" Wu Yan's eyes widened. Why would he commit suicide? Wu Yin is a person who easily thinks things are bad. If he wants to commit suicide, the Magic Guild also has many ways to make people commit suicide. Could it be that he is controlled? Where is Mentor Leoric now? Wu Yin asked impatiently. "The Great Cemetery." Helena said firmly. Prepare for cremation in the wild of the great cemetery, Helena continued to add. Thank you. Wu Yin patted Helena on the shoulder and rushed out. Teleport. The great cemetery. Wu Yin said confidently as he stood at the teleportation port. The great cemetery. Because the cemetery was summoned, there are still many players. After all, this place is quite suitable for leveling. Because the number of players has increased significantly, those were warriors who look at the terrifying undead race no longer look so scary. Obviously, there were some other kinds of monsters, each with a terrifying atmosphere, but the surrounding players were like numb, mechanically killing these undead monsters. When the undead monsters touched the players' bodies with their hands or heads, most players were not panicked at all, but were a little excited. After all, there were fewer monsters than players now. Wu Yin squeezed in the crowd, and walked forward with a heavy heart. He had no interest in the lively monster spawning around him. If Leoric really died like this, and there was no more task relationship, and the favorability was used to contact, Wu Yin wanted to think about it, and suddenly, he didn't want to think about it anymore. At least now Leoric still had small tasks for people, which just turned gray and didn't disappear completely. The players around him just glanced at him. They didn't take Wu Yin, the uninvited guest, too seriously. Some players have gone to the Nebula continent to play new maps. It's just the right time for them to catch up in level. There are not many players inside the cemetery because it's difficult to climb to a high level. There is a Shatya blocking the entrance. If any player wants to rush up, they will almost certainly die. Shesha's challenge mission is still in progress. He has no confidence to fight with Shatya now. After walking for a few minutes, he saw a large group of NPCs gathered in front of him, and many players were eating melons next to them. The NPCs of the Magic Guild, who were lined up in black robes, were stopping the players. Judging from the decorations on these black robes, the level of these magicians would not be lower than level 30. No wonder the players were so honest, and did not rush up to see what was happening in front. When Wu Yin approached, he really felt something was wrong. There were wreaths all around, and there was a road paved with white flowers in front. Next to these guarding NPCs, there was a sign saying, non-related persons, please do not enter. Wu Yin frowned and stepped into the road surrounded by the magicians of the Magic Guild. Strangely, this group of magicians did not stop him. The magician players, who were eating melons behind him, were immediately unhappy. I am also a magician. Why can't I enter? Wu Yin slowed down his pace. He also wanted to hear what the NPCs would say. He is a member of the Magic Guild. One of the NPCs responded lightly. When the players heard that it was someone from the Magic Guild, they immediately started to discuss in a low voice. No way, this is the first time I've seen a player enter the Magic Guild. Didn't there say that there are quite a few players who have entered the Magic Guild? What's so surprising about this? But this is the first time I've seen it in real life. Do you think this player is Piaoling? Impossible, I've seen Piaoling. He's wearing a mechanical suit, and he moves very fast. Wu Yin suddenly realized that it was the thing that Leoric left for him that had worked. If he kept carrying this thing, could he still go in and out of the Magic Guild and even receive some rights? Wu Yin took out the token that Leoric had given him, looked at the appearance carefully, and found that there was no change, so he put it back into the inventory. After Helena explained it to him, he was quite sure in his heart who was holding the funeral in front. Leoric had mentioned that the cemetery was where he grew up, so it was perfect for him to be buried here. Wu Yin approached the central team of NPCs, and in front of them was preparing for the burial ceremony. There were many unfamiliar NPCs around the coffin, and the only familiar NPC was Edie. Although he and Edie had some direct connection, and were a little unfamiliar, after all, both of them were Leoric students. There was no sadness in Edie's eyes. He was dressed a little more formally today than before, and he even signaled to Wu Yin with his eyes. The coffin was not completely closed yet. Wu Yin took the opportunity to get closer to see, and the person lying in the coffin was indeed Leoric. His sunken eyes never opened again, including his bone-like hands, just like a bone master, and the color on his face was completely gone. Really dead? Wu Yin still couldn't accept it in his heart. And what did burial mean? Wouldn't he be resurrected in the future? After a while, Wu Yin found that something was wrong. Those unfamiliar faces, their magic wands touched each other, and magic like electricity continued to flow out, forming an octagonal figure. This is a magic circle. Wu Yin's heart trembled. He smelled something wrong with this plot. He didn't know if other NPCs were buried like this, and he had never heard that even burials needed to cast magic circles to suppress them. What are you doing? Wu Yin finally couldn't help but stop. Adventurers, get out of the way. This is a solemn ceremony. The sinful souls need to be redeemed. We are redeeming a sinful soul. A magician whose spellcasting was interrupted took off his hat, revealing his full appearance. He was a magician with a gray beard. Judging from his clothes and insignia, he should also be a high-level magician. Edie once told me in detail about the internal level of the Magic Guild. Another NPC who lowered his head completely, his face was a black mass, and nothing could be seen clearly. He was the strongest among all the NPCs, the Archbishop of Magic. The Archbishop's strength should be at the same level as Pandora, Wu Yan guessed, although he didn't know exactly how strong Pandora was. Seeing that he could start a conversation, Wu Yan immediately started talking. Did Mentor Leoric really commit suicide? The Archbishop of the Magician moved his fingers imperceptibly, and the senior magician with a white beard said confidently, he couldn't stand the restraint, so he chose to end his life on his own. We are also very sorry. There was no regret at all. He saw from the expression of the white-bearded old man that he was relieved. Can't stand it, end his life on his own? Wu Yan found it more and more funny. No wonder the Magic Guild always makes some strange decisions for him. It's all controlled by some unreasonable NPCs. Wu Yan looked at the dead Leoric, who was about to be trapped by the magic circle again. He made up his mind. It's just a game. The worst thing is death. It's not the first time that he has taken the initiative to attack NPCs. At this time, the icicle, a skill that usually seems useless, once again showed its importance. Wu Yan used the ice pillar to frantically lift him and the coffin up at the same time. He was not willing to be buried. Immediately, this action caused a commotion in the originally solemn funeral, and the players, who were ready to eat melons, and some who were bored eating melons, were stunned by the scene in front of them. Although they didn't know who the group of magician NPCs were, it didn't mean that they didn't know what kind of strength these NPCs had. They were no match for the magician NPCs guarding around, let alone the NPCs in front who looked powerful. Didn't enter the state of fighting? Wu Yan was delighted. Originally, he was very averse to flying at high altitudes, as he would be locked. But now he had a hang glider. He picked up the entire coffin and tied it to the line of the hang glider. This series of actions was quite fast. The distance that the icicle extended to the sky was already over 100 meters, which was quite suitable for hang glider flight. With the high mobility of the hang glider, he felt that it would be difficult for the NPC to stop him. When Wu Yan took out the hang glider, the sharp-eyed players had already recognized that it was Wu Yan. Many players had a bad premonition in their hearts. More than 100 players plus Piao Ling on the scene, and the large-scale plot basically meant the destruction of the players. This was a default rule, but it could not resist the curiosity of the players who had not experienced it. How could such a mysterious thing be believed? Wu Yan, who had already started gliding, had the idea of running away before he even entered the combat state. After all, Leoric was a necromancer. As long as he had not fallen at all, he might have a chance to revive. Just when Wu Yan thought he could run away this time, even a limited time task was triggered. Task name: Escape from the Great Cemetery. Task introduction: Your actions have completely angered the Magic Guild. Please escape from the Great Cemetery as soon as possible, otherwise you will face the danger of being imprisoned. Wu Yan had no time to look closely. He was adjusting the wind direction of the glider. Flying in the air, he could see the entrance and exit more clearly. Flying in the air, he could also see the actions of the players below clearly. Most of the players were also running in Wu Yan's direction, but they seemed to be running too anxiously. Boom! Boom! The huge noise shook the entire cemetery. At the same time, the dark cemetery was illuminated by a flash of lightning that suddenly flashed across the sky. Dark clouds also swarmed in. The scenery was like the end of the world, and changes were happening. No way, my goodness! The magic that can cause changes in the world is super-level magic, and this super-level magic is not going to be used on myself, right? Chapter 216. The sky-blocking scene stunned the players. They were deeply shocked. If they had used this as a promotion for the magician profession, there would not be so few players choosing the magician profession at the beginning. The magician players present were also excited when they saw the natural phenomenon. This scene was more than any huge plot they had seen. To have such magic, I think it's worth being a magician. At this moment, Wu Yan frowned. His message bar had received a warning from the Magic Guild, asking him to return to the original place immediately. What a joke, he was just a little bit away from the teleportation port. As long as he reached the teleportation port. Before he finished thinking, the lightning began to expand outward like crazy and turned into many lightnings. These lightnings were not flashing in the air, but thunderous forces that fell from the sky. Not only Wu Yan, but all the players in the cemetery and the monsters that had just crawled out and didn't understand the situation were all hit by the lightning and were directly submerged by the sea of lightning. Wu Yan felt his whole body go numb, and he couldn't use any strength. He began to fall down, like a kite with a broken string. Before he lost consciousness, he could see that thousands of players were attacked by lightning for no reason. They couldn't react at all, and turned into white light, and disappeared on the spot. Not to mention the undead monsters that were naturally restrained by lightning. Wu Yan could see their panic expressions clearly. In short, the damage caused by the players he could see was ridiculously high, and he could actually block it. Wu Yan's heart suddenly ignited the last hope, and Leoric, lying in the coffin, seemed to move. At the same time, a joyful prompt appeared in his message bar. You have received Leoric's gift. Please check the item you received. I have demonic vision, not dead. Leoric may not be dead. This was Wu Yan's last thought when he was electrocuted and unconscious. Then he felt his eyes were heavy, and he could no longer open them. When he woke up again, he didn't know how long it had been. Darkness, I couldn't even see my fingers clearly, let alone where this place was. Wu Yan's first reaction was to use a fire bomb to illuminate the surroundings, but it was a pity that it was useless. As soon as a flame appeared, it was directly submerged, and his health value dropped a lot, like a backlash. So, Wu Yan opened his game panel. Fortunately, the game panel could still be opened, otherwise, he would have doubted whether he was retreated to the real world. As soon as he thought of this, Wu Yan immediately tried to return to the real world to see, warning, unable to log off in the current state. As expected, he didn't care too much, because it was not the first time he encountered a situation where he couldn't log off. When he met Shatye in the cemetery and opened the coffin, he immediately thought of logging off, but it didn't work. Don't try, it's useless. Don't think about getting out of this place once you enter. A voice came from this dark place, and Wu Yan asked curiously, who are you? The player who entered the game, and was trapped here. A faint light flashed next to him. It was a candle flame. The flame was moving. Wu Yan gradually saw the face of the player. His hair was very messy, and he was still wearing the earliest novice clothes. No, it should be prison clothes. The light of the faint flame also illuminated the dim prison. The prison was quite different from what he remembered. On the surface, there was no obstacle. It was bare, and he felt that he could walk out at any time. In fact, as long as he touched the border, the empty prison would show its true appearance. There were layers of protective doors around the prison. It looked like various identity authentications, and it seemed a bit difficult to escape. The player in white prison uniform, who came over, made a disdainful voice. Every player who comes in wants to get out immediately. Too naive, you really don't know how difficult it is to get out here. His chin gradually raised, and continued, I have seen so many NPCs or players who came in, and none of them could escape from the prison on their own initiative. It was even difficult to open this door. This player must be panicking. Before he could say a few words, this player had already said so much. Give up. The player in white prison uniform said with lingering feelings, as long as you serve your sentence, you can get out naturally. By the way, how long is your sentence? You can see it in the column of your prison. Also, my name is Handrip Pants, and you can just call yourself Pants. Wu Yan was embarrassed. What kind of mentality did the other party have to be able to say such a shameful ID so freely? He checked his game panel and found a prison panel, which detailed the time he entered the prison, what he had done, the level of crime in the prison, and the term he was sentenced to. The term clearly said 10 years. Wu Yan said the term 10 years, and the other party fell silent. Hand-Torn Pants' voice sounded a little difficult. You said you were sentenced to 10 years? What did you do to be sentenced to 10 years? Look again. Did you see it wrong? Could it be 10 days? Hand-Torn Pants still didn't quite believe it. Wu Yan answered again affirmatively, yes, it's 10 years. To be honest, it doesn't seem strange to be sentenced to 10 years for openly fighting with the Magic Guild. Hand-Torn Pants remained silent again, and didn't make a sound for a long time. Brother Pants? Wu Yan asked tentatively. The other party was silent, but he didn't block the candle. This dark prison is simply outrageous, with no lights at all, making people extremely depressed. I want to escape every minute. Tearing Pants with Hands finally spoke after a silence. Brother, what did you do? How come you were sentenced to 10 years? Tearing Pants with Hands' voice became obviously respectful, and it was no longer the arrogant tone just now. Is 10 years a lot? Wu Yan still put it into the system of sentencing he knew. For his behavior, being sentenced to 10 years, he felt that it was a bit too little. Tearing Pants with Hands' voice immediately increased, and he swallowed a mouthful of water. A lot, quite a lot. The player I saw the most was sentenced to 3 days. His tone became heavier. Yesterday, a player killed several NPCs, and was sentenced to 1 day. His name was Invincible Romantic Knight. What a funny name, he added. Wu Yan listened to Han Torn Pants' description. In this way, his 10 years were indeed a bit exaggerated. Then is it appropriate for me to be placed in this prison? Wu Yan asked Han Torn Pants his question, and Han Torn Pants immediately replied, this prison is also a transit prison. Important prisoners like you, brother, will most likely be transferred to a higher level prison. However, you can stay here for at least 24 hours. This is a rule. Wu Yan said, oh, then why do you stay here? Is it fun here? Han Torn Pants continued, it's not fun. There are special compensations here. He smiled, the Blue Star Agency will take care of your 3 meals a day in the real world. Can you go offline? Wu Yan asked. Han Torn Pants continued to reply, of course, but you definitely can't do that while you're in prison. You have to go offline when you're free. However, you can't go offline for too long. Once you're done with your activities, you have to go online immediately. Otherwise, your character's experience points will drop. Wu Yan was amazed. God's Advent really figured out the game. It can even do this process. Then, one last question. Wu Yan finally asked, how do I escape from prison? As soon as he asked this question, Han Torn Pants fell silent again. This was very different from the usual attitude of Han Torn Pants. There are not many players who can easily silence Han Torn Pants. He hesitated. Originally, I don't recommend jailbreaking. The cost of jailbreaking is too high. But brother, you are really different. It's impossible to stay here for 10 years. If you really stay here for 10 years, maybe Blue Star will be gone. Han Torn Pants' words hit Wu Yan at once. He felt that he had grasped something, but this feeling flashed away again. Han Torn Pants continued to say, it's not that there is no way to escape from prison. He came in with a candle, so that the two people could see each other's faces clearly. Han Torn Pants was a young man in his 20s, but because of the situation in prison for many years, his clothes and his face were a little dead. Han Torn Pants was also surprised by Wu Yan's dress. He has always been very accurate in judging people, otherwise he would not be assigned to this prison and unable to get out. At first glance, the other party is an expert player. Hanrik Pants recalled that among all the players he had met in the game for so many days, this player named Piao Ling should be the strongest one. Hanrik Pants is a very special player. He has almost no way of speaking to other players. He can only communicate with players one-on-one. If he hadn't stayed here for a few days, he would even think that God's Advent is a standalone game. Hanrik Pants became serious. If you want to escape from the prison, you have to find a way to catch the guards at their weakest. In this prison, look around, do you rarely see guards? He took out his other flashlight and shone it around casually. The surroundings were full of electronic equipment, surveillance, and mechanisms. His voice became more confident. This group of people are extremely confident in their equipment. It can be said that as long as you dodge their equipment, you can get out. Can you dodge it? Wu Yan asked immediately. Han Torn Pants shook his head. It's impossible. I have died 999 times in this prison. He seemed to be talking about something quite ordinary. But I can't take risks anymore, brother. You can only rely on yourself. If you take risks again, I will be expelled from this prison. Wu Yan's eyes lit up. Just die 1,000 times? You can automatically get out of this prison? Smart. Han Torn Pants was waiting for Wu Yan to ask this, but you can't. You will be punished when you die, and the credit of Blue Star alone is enough for you to bear. It seems that the origin of Han Torn Pants is indeed special, but Wu Yan really didn't understand why the other party likes to stay in a prison so much. This prison doesn't look fun, and it's not popular. Wu Yan's idea just came up. Free time is up. A dark bear's voice sounded, and then the wall that Wu Yan touched opened directly. The two people looked at each other, and were speechless for a while. Tearing Pants with hands immediately continued, brother, I show you around. Remember, no matter how strange someone is, don't go over and talk to them. There are more NPCs here than players. And the NPCs here are all a bit weird. Wu Yan nodded, but felt that the other party might not hear him, so he said him again. During the free time, faint lights appeared in the corridors and activity rooms, which was much better than when he just came in and couldn't see the surrounding situation at all. Not all NPC prisoners are willing to come out. It can only be said that people who enter this prison are more or less strange. Many NPCs seem to be doing things, with their hands clasped together, looking up at the ceiling, smashing against the wall, holding the bed board and doing irregular movements. The most outrageous thing is that he saw a necromancer who was summoning the spirit of an NPC who had just died. If I remember correctly, it should be a forbidden technique. Do you know Leoric? Wu Yen looked at the skeleton-like hand of the necromancer, and finally couldn't help asking. The necromancer paused and let out a crazy roar. Then, Wu Yen was grabbed by a huge skeleton hand. Hand-torn pants next to him was still introducing to Wu Yen. The NPCs here are very strong, and many of them are over level 40. Remember not to take the initiative to provoke some NPCs that look strange, especially those. Hand-torn pants was walking, and suddenly felt something was wrong. He quickly looked back, and there was no trace of Wu Yen. "Brother, where have you been?" Hand-torn pants had a few black lines on his forehead, and he just said so many words, but it was useless. Wu Yen stared at the necromancer, and the other party's face was actually a bit similar to Leoric. The necromancer stepped on the corpse. "Boy, you ask me if I know that bastard Leoric?" The necromancer's face became even more ferocious. "Don't even mention knowing him. I want him dead every day. What kind of relationship do you have with Leoric?" Wu Yen was somewhat helpless. The other party was no longer like a mechanized NPC. He had strong personal feelings, and did not address Wu Yen as adventurer. "Leoric, the mentor, is dead." Although Wu Yen did not want to admit it, in his heart, Leoric left him a prop when they last met. "I don't know if it can be used." And the necromancer, who had just developed hatred for Leoric, his body was shaking like an electric shock, and even his voice changed. "What did you just say? Leoric is dead?" Chapter 217. Dead? Really dead? The necromancer lost control of his emotions. He began to walk around the prison, which had been stripped of its defenses, like a madman. The corpse lying on the ground had disgusting moths crawling on it. Who killed Leoric? The necromancer could not accept this. He grabbed Wu Yen's shoulder with his bone-covered hand. Wu Yen felt some pain from being grabbed, and shrank back a little. He replied, "Mentor Leoric committed suicide?" The necromancer's eyes popped out. "So that's how it is. How could anyone defeat someone who even defeated me?" "Suicide, I knew he couldn't wait until I got out." When he heard about suicide, the necromancer's mood became a little better. Wu Yen always felt that he could find some clues from this necromancer. He and Leoric should be quite familiar with each other, and both of them are necromancers, but this necromancer seems to be more evil. However, Wu Yen continued, "Teacher Leoric was under an illusion before his death, and his mind was a little abnormal. It is said that the strongest illusionist in the Magic Guild took action." Wu Yen processed it slightly according to the only information. The necromancer looked uncertain, and more information made this crazy necromancer a little more stable. "It can't be, Douglas." The necromancer's face became serious, and then he began to analyze it quietly. How could it be? Didn't he disappear a long time ago? If he took action, Leoric would really be unable to cope with it. Wu Yen quickly wrote down the name. He might go to Lu to ask for some clues later. The necromancer changed the topic. "Then kid, why were you locked up here? You were not locked up for research, were you?" When the necromancer said this, his expression was a little proud. "Only our school summoning of the dead is pure. If you want to continue your research, I can teach you. With the dead soul technique, you won't be trapped here forever. By the way, kid, how many days will you be locked up?" The necromancer had calmed down from his previous excited state. He began to cut the hair of the corpse with a knife as if nothing had happened, and then put the hair into a small transparent bottle. Wu Yen replied, 10 years. The necromancer stopped his movements. His face became a little distorted. "Little kid? Did you dig up Dante's grave?" He became quite serious. "We in the necromancer department are not allowed to summon famous magicians. Your behavior is absolutely unacceptable." Wu Yen had no choice but to run away with Leoric's coffin, and told him about the super-level magic. "Super-level magic, Archbishop?" The necromancer, who was just arrogant, changed his expression. This new human who was imprisoned casually had such great strength. He has been here for a full 6 months. In the history of this prison, he is the only one who has been imprisoned the longest, for 3 years. He had no intention of communicating with the new humans who came in before, because they were all adventurers with very poor strength. Killed a few useless NPCs, and was locked up, or there was some theft. He felt that it was a waste to be locked up here. The necromancer collected the corpse under his feet, and then his expression became serious. "Adventurer, learn the art of necromancy from me. I will find a way to help you get out." The necromancer showed a mysterious smile. "No matter what prison it is, only our necromancy department can get out safely. In fact, I could have gotten out a long time ago. I was just doing research here, waiting for the decisive battle with Leoric. Since he is dead, I have nothing to miss." Task name: Invitation of Necromancer York. Task content: Necromancer York is quite interesting to you, and hopes to accept you as a student. Are you willing to change your job? After the job change, you will lose the job of disorderly mage. Wu Yan looked at the task introduction and shook his head silently. What a joke to let him lose the job of disorderly mage. I'm really sorry. Wu Yan told the story of the chaos mage. The necromancer on the opposite side immediately sank in expression. When the necromancer heard about Yubel, his expression eased up, and then he muttered, no wonder, you are Yubel's student. Then, the necromancer asked hesitantly, have you mastered the power of chaos? Wu Yan nodded, I have mastered some. The necromancer nodded in appreciation. For some reason, he was only a little interested in this new human at the beginning. After all, this was originally related to Leoric, and he didn't want to get involved. He and Leoric had a natural hatred, and he hated Leoric. But when he knew that Wu Yan was actually Yuer's student, his expression immediately changed. Only by staying in this prison can you really know what kind of person Yuer is. He has lived for so long, and Yuer is the only magician he can't catch up with. He is a proud person, but when he first met Yuer, he knew that a person had so many guards, and even many archbishops were waiting beside him, just to prevent Yuer from running away. The necromancer was thinking, and in the corridor, there was an electronic screen showing the countdown of the free time. There were only 3 minutes left, he sighed. Since Leoric is gone, my skills are useless. I teach you this skill, but you have to agree to one condition. Wu Yan said immediately, I agree. You new humans always don't think much, and you will suffer sooner or later. The rebellious necromancer just now was a little uncomfortable with being lectured all of a sudden. Task name, Necromancer's request. Task content. He hopes that after inheriting this skill, you can complete this skill to 100%, and teach this skill to the real undead spellcasting NPC. Task reward, advanced skill, undead transformation. Skill introduction, undead transformation, using the existing environment and materials, emptying its own magic power, transforming an original object, not limited to all the characteristics that can be transformed. The better the raw materials used for transformation, the better the effect of the transformed undead. The undead can exist permanently, but they need to be charged with magic when summoned. 1. The skill strength and combat power of the undead depend on the player and the materials. 2. The effective time of the undead depends on the player's magic. 3. The characteristics of the undead depend on the materials. This is the first time Wu Yan has seen a high-level skill. Among the existing skills, no player has ever demonstrated a high-level skill. Wu Yan saw the vacant skill column and immediately learned this skill. You have learned the transformation of the undead. Wu Yan immediately activated this skill. When using this skill, he suddenly found a thin layer of mist on his eyes. He wanted to wipe his eyes clean. A reminder sounded, you have activated the Eye of Demonic Vision. Wu Yan was excited. The skill that Leoric left for him finally took effect. After he received this skill has been in gray, and there is no way to activate it. Now it is finally activated. The dim area before is like looking at a night vision goggles. Although it is still dim, it can be seen quite clearly, and does not need to be illuminated by lights. It's a pity that this skill has no introduction. It is just a skill that can be used to see things. While watching, the fallen corpses around him actually showed that they could be undead transformation. These two skills are actually linked. Wu Yan couldn't help but walk towards the corpse in front of him, but was suddenly stopped by the necromancer. His voice was a little stern, little kid. Can you see it? Wu Yan nodded. There was an obvious corpse there, who couldn't see it. When he looked at the necromancer again, there were some big bugs hanging on his body that were not there before. There were blue, red, and various shapes, and there were strange beast-like claws, scratching the necromancer's body. The necromancer frowned. Leoric is really daring. Remember. The necromancer continued to say sternly, when you see something you can't look at directly, don't force yourself to look, otherwise you will die. He added, real death, and his voice dragged out particularly long. Wu Yan's heart was violently shaken. It was the first time he heard an NPC talk about the so-called real death. He seemed to know the characteristics of the new humans, that is, the so-called immortality, which was a consensus among many NPCs. What exactly is the real death that the necromancer said? Consciousness is permanently dormant. From a theoretical perspective, Wu Yan thinks that the nutrient warehouse can do this, and God's Advent never mentioned what the most serious consequences are. The necromancer continued, the object with a green outline you just saw is likely to be transformed into a dead body. He walked closer, and then his voice became a little evil. Remember, the transformation of the dead body cannot be used casually, otherwise it will transform into a life that you cannot control. Remember. After he finished speaking, He waved his magic wand in the air, and Wu Yin flew out of his prison. At the same time, the free activity time was about to end. Hand-Torn Pants saw Wu Yin being ejected, grabbed Wu Yin's clothes, and said anxiously, "Go back quickly, or there will be trouble." Wu Yin inexplicably followed Hand-Torn Pants and ran. As soon as the two ran back to the original prison, countless magic attacks were released in the prison where they just ran, which surprised Wu Yin. It was a pity that they could think of putting magic attacks in these technologies. Hand-Torn Pants patted his chest, secretly rejoicing, and felt that he seemed very ignorant, then pretended to be calm and said, "Where did you run to just now? I told you that this place is very dangerous. What if a strange NPC appears? The meal is here, let's eat first." Wu Yin was just about to ask if there were any strange NPCs, but Hand-Torn Pants was actually looking forward to the prison's meal. In a virtual world, he was actually interested in the prison's meal. Wu Yin was a little speechless. When he saw the exquisitely arranged dish in front of him, which was made of unknown plants and animals, his eyes widened, and his sense of smell and taste were adjusted to the lowest, but he could still feel the fragrance of this dish. Wu Yin silently adjusted his sense of smell and taste to the highest level. There was a very obvious mechanical smell around, and some sour smells unique to the prison, but they could not block the fragrance of this dish. The fragrance of this dish actually covered all other flavors. On the other side, Hand-Torn Pants was already wolfing down the food. "Is it really so delicious?" When Wu Yin picked up a skewer of meat and put it in his mouth, "Your all attributes are increasing. Please finish eating as soon as possible, otherwise the effect will be reduced." Wu Yin's eyes lit up. No way, prison food can have such a good effect. At this time, there was a progress bar on his game panel, which showed the attributes that could be increased, and it was changing with the speed of his eating. He suddenly thought of a very old arcade game. Isn't this about eating to increase ability? So, he ate faster and faster, even faster than the Hand-Torn Pants next to him. After all, Hand-Torn Pants would pick out some condiments, while Wu Yin was not picky at all. As long as it was something, he would eat it. Congratulations on increasing all your attributes by 5 points. When Wu Yin finished eating, he wiped his mouth with satisfaction. He ate too fast and didn't taste anything. Hand-Torn Pants was still chewing the unfinished food in his mouth and said vaguely, "Brother, are you done?" Then he swallowed hard and continued, "How many attribute points have you increased?" Wu Yin replied, 5 points in all attributes." Hand-Torn Pants' expression was even more surprised. 5 points? Why do you have 5 points? Is it because I eat differently? Wu Yin couldn't help it. Do all attributes increase by 5 points after every meal? Hand-Torn Pants said speechlessly, "How is it possible? Then you will be invincible when you go out." Wu Yin nodded, he really thought so. Hand-Ripped Pants continued, "Only 1 meal a day will increase all attributes. If you want to increase them next time, you can only wait until tomorrow. My previous observation is that all attributes range from 1 to 4 points, and I usually have 3 points of all attributes. You are really a very strange person." Hand-Ripped Pants fell into deep thought. Since Wu Yin came, he often fell into deep thought. At this time, the voice of the mechanical bear sounded, "Prisoner number 111111, Piao Ling, will be transferred to the island of the dead." Hand-Ripped Pants' eyelids jumped suddenly. He thought that Piao Ling might be transferred to a higher level prison, but he never expected that he would be transferred to the island of the dead. Chapter 218. Trouble. Hand-Torn Pants muttered to himself, "Brother, the island of the dead is very dangerous, you must be careful." Hand-Torn Pants became quite cautious. "I will find a chance and find a way to save you. Remember, suicide is useless. The resurrection point is in the prison." Hand-Torn Pants began to mutter non-stop. Wu Yin sighed a little. No, he would become like this if he was locked up for a long time. The game has been running for more than a month now, and Hand-Torn Pants has been locked up for more than a month, and has been locked up here since the game was launched. No wonder he was locked up like this. After the voice report of the mechanical bear just now ended, a large number of magicians came from outside. These magicians all have a glowing hexagram on their foreheads, which makes Wu Yin very doubtful whether these magicians have the ability to think independently. However, he really has no way to escape. He only felt that his character fainted directly, and he also lost consciousness for a short time. When he woke up again, he had been moved to another place, and the chatterbox Hand-Torn Pants was gone. Although they only met for a few hours, Hand-Torn Pants was still a good person. "I don't know if there is any fixed food in this place. If I can increase all attributes by 5 points every day, I will feel more at ease being locked up." He looked around, and the atmosphere was not too weird. There were some rare monsters moving around, but these monsters did not have their own exclusive territory, and they were all wandering around. These monsters should all be neutral monsters. Only neutral monsters would not attack him when they were so close to him. He began to explore forward and could already find the shadows of other NPCs. He bet that there should be no other players who have fallen into the same place as him. Although it is called the Island of the Dead, there are no undead, only normal monsters. The behavior of other NPCs seems a bit strange, so he did not rush to go up. These monsters are not for him to level up. Wu Yin casually cast a detection spell. Monster name, Guardian Wolfhound of the Island of the Dead. Monster level, level 27. Monster health, 50,000. Monster magic, 10,000. Monster characteristics, living in groups. When the health is low, all attributes increase. Tearing claws can cause bleeding effects. It is a normal monster. Wu Yin is not panicked. He casually uses fire bomb. He can now freely control the release distance. This is an inexplicable feeling. Just feel that he suddenly knows it. The Guardian Wolfhound of the Island of the Dead was killed before he could roar and summon other companions. The message bar showed the increase of his experience points, and there was nothing strange about it. Just as Wu Yin was about to continue walking forward, he heard hurried footsteps behind him. It happened to be a strange NPC he had just seen. Just now, this NPC was facing the monsters and seemed to be talking. He looked neither like a magician nor a priest, but he spoke in a mysterious way. Adventurer, you are too reckless. The monsters here cannot be killed randomly. You have to save them to redeem this island. The NPC began to introduce himself. You can call me Taoist Zhong. Zhong Daoist let go of the fox he had just chatted with, and then said earnestly, this is the Island of the Dead. Feel it carefully. Is there the breath of the dead everywhere? Then, Zhong Daoist patted Wu Yin on the back, and Wu Yan's magic eyes lit up instantly. The Island of the Dead, which originally had only some monsters, suddenly changed to a cruel scene like purgatory. Various dead souls were fighting, and there were many kinds of dead souls, including humans, strange beasts, and walking plants, but they were surrounded by dark fog. This fog looked familiar. Hiss, a female devil, who looked very similar to Pandora, appeared in front of Wu Yin with a bang. Her expression was quite ferocious, and she almost pounced in front of Wu Yin. His heart tightened, and he took a few steps back before stopping. Zhong Daoist flicked Wu Yan's back with his feather duster, and the scene returned to normal. Wu Yin was quite surprised. He could see two scenes at the same time. It was a question whether Zhong Daoist was really chatting with the monster just now. Zhong Daoist said, as a matter of course, did you see the wolf dog you just killed? It has become an evil spirit. If the Island of the Dead is full of evil spirits, then this Island of the Dead will be finished. Zhong Daoist stopped talking halfway because Wu Yin had not replied to him. Is there a problem, adventurer? Wu Yin was still immersed in the scene just now, and the last woman who flashed by and looked like Pandora. He responded calmly, Master Zhong, I saw not only one undead, but many undead. Here, there, and in front of us. Wu Yin pointed around. Zhong Daoist's eyes were wide open, and he pointed around with a feather duster in surprise. You mean, you can see all the undead around you? Wu Yin nodded. The magic eye that Leoric left for him was indeed quite magical. Is he dead? Does Zhong Daoist know Leoric Mentor? Wu Yin couldn't help asking. Because Zhong Daoist is an NPC similar to the East, Zhong Daoist's face changed immediately after hearing Leoric's name. You call Leoric, the devil, your mentor? He looked at Wu Yin with great hatred. In addition, the system also issued a warning that Zhong Daoist's favorability towards you has dropped to 0. Please pay attention to your words and deeds. No, Wu Yin was a little helpless. It was the first time he encountered such a situation. Zhong Daoist obviously became a little colder, but he continued the conversation as usual. Leoric is the source of evil of the undead, and he has messed up the undead world. He should have died long ago, and I don't know where he is now. The Magic Guild is a bunch of losers who can't even handle internal affairs well. Wu Yin didn't say anything, and kept listening to Zhong Daoist's explanation of Leoric's past. On Zhong Daoist's side, he heard Leoric's past that seemed to be true. If what Zhong Daoist said was true, then Edie's behavior of summoning some ancient figures was nothing at all. Zhong Daoist said at the end, and then changed the subject, I heard that he was restrained in the end and wanted to reform. Unfortunately, what has been done is done, and it cannot be erased. Too many dead souls cannot rest in peace under his hands. After listening carefully, Wu Yin asked a question buried in his heart. What's the matter with the black mist around the dead soul? Zhong Daoist said coldly, that is the embodiment of resentment. The dead soul itself is neither good nor bad, but as long as there is resentment, the dead soul becomes an evil soul. He suddenly sighed. This island is more like an evil soul island than an island of dead souls. What were you just doing? Wu Yan changed his tone to be more respectful, because he found that Zhong Daoist's favorability began to rise again. It should be that he became a little angry at that moment, which caused the favorability to become 0. Zhong Daoist explained, "It is a way to get rid of resentment. This is a secret technique of our Taoist school. We will not pass it on to you. Give up." After that, Zhong Daoist no longer wanted to talk to Wu Yan, and just said, "Don't kill monsters easily anymore." But he couldn't not upgrade himself. Wu Yan continued to move forward. On the island of the dead, many NPCs even built their own houses. This place was not like the prison where they were imprisoned before. They could move freely. Not knowing where the exit was, Wu Yan tried to walk to the border. After walking for about 10 minutes, he came to a magical crossroads. The most bizarre thing was that he had just walked through this crossroads. What's going on? He tried several times again, made various marks at this intersection, but still walked back to the original place. Is the single place round? Wu Yan felt a little magical. Just as he was about to leave, there was something emitting a faint light in a pile of mud at the intersection. This thing looked a little familiar, and the shape was strange, a fragment. He touched it with his hand. "Congratulations on getting the disordered fragment +1. Please keep working hard." Wu Yan smiled. He really didn't expect to find the disordered fragment in this place. To be honest, he didn't have much hope for the task of synthesizing the disordered core, and he had already done this as the last task. It's not that there was no gain at all. Wu Yan gave up this place that he couldn't get through. He definitely couldn't really stay here. He didn't know when he would finish his 10-year service period, so he had to find a way to leave as early as possible. Wu Yan spent nearly half a day to visit the entire island of the dead. There is more than one crossroads that you can't get out of. And this crossroads is where outsiders come in. Just now, he saw other prison personnel coming to distribute supplies. Fortunately, after a round of walking, it was not completely fruitless. He had picked up several disordered fragments. These disordered fragments were placed on this island of the dead. The designer of the game really thought that this task could be completed normally. In addition, he also discovered a very important thing, that is, Yuer had stayed in this place before, and later, they thought Yuer made too much noise. In other words, this place couldn't hold Yuer, so Yuer was transferred again. It was a pity that he believed in Yuel's transfer of prison in the early days. The more he knew, the more he was sure that Yuel was definitely a very important figure in the entire God's land. And his profession of disordered mage was also closely related to the main line. However, the biggest problem facing him now was how to get out. "Zhong Daoist, have you ever thought about getting out?" After Wu Yan gave him a few small items bought from Chu Sun, Zhong Daoist's attitude became better again, but he was still a little weird. This was not because there were undead on this island, but the way he spoke. "Why should I go out? There are so many undead here. If I go out, who will save these undead? Also, you made a mistake again just now. I told you not to kill monsters. Why didn't you listen?" Wu Yan said, "It really has nothing to do with me. This guy killed it." Wu Yan pointed to the ice and snow spirit he summoned. After his ice and snow ancestral spirit is upgraded to the next level, it will release the simple ice cone skill. Wu Yan specifically lets the ice and snow ancestral spirit finish off the enemy, so that no evil spirits will be generated. He doesn't understand what this is, but it works anyway. However, his ice and snow ancestral spirit still has too many limitations. It can't be summoned all the time. It would be better if the summoned monsters were permanent like Leoric. When Wu Yan just thought about this, a prompt popped up in his message box. "You can use the undead transformation to upgrade your ice and snow ancestral spirit. Do you want to upgrade?" "Upgrade? Of course." Wu Yan was a little excited. The conditions for the undead transformation were still quite strict. If he insisted on doing the transformation, it would cause quite bad results. However, if the system prompts you to transform, the situation is different. When Wu Yan agreed to the transformation, Wu Yan's demon eye suddenly lit up automatically, and the smoky environment before returned instantly. Various evil spirits were roaring everywhere, and he also saw that many evil spirits were constantly casting spells on Master Zhong. It was really a pity that Master Zhong could do nothing but perform the so-called salvation. He felt that if Master Zhong stayed a little longer, he would be saved by these undead spirits. The undead, that was very similar to Pandora, rushed to Wu Yan again. Wu Yan did not hesitate this time, and directly caught the female undead, and let him start to merge with the ice and snow servant. Zhong Taoist on the side smelled something wrong and hurriedly stopped him. "Little kid, don't mess around." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yan's message prompt had already appeared. Your undead transformation is in progress. Please replenish your magic power in time. A huge suction force sucked the Pandora undead with its fangs and claws. She was about to pounce on Wu Yan, but she directly sucked the Pandora undead, and then merged into the body of the Ice and Snow servant. The undead around were originally fighting each other and harassing NPCs. After Wu Yan absorbed the Pandora undead, they all looked over here, and the eyes of those undead were not resentful, but full of fear. They began to run outside like crazy. A few minutes later, Wu Yan had used up all his magic power after 2 rounds of mana replenishment, and then he was prompted with a success message. Your undead transformation has ended. Please check your undead. Servant name, Undead Ice and Snow Servant. Summoning time, permanent, will continuously consume the master's magic value, and will also use a certain amount of the master's magic value during battle. Health value, 100,000. Magic value, 10,000. Servant skills, Ice Heart, Ice Cone, Frost Armor. Chapter 219. Wu Yan didn't care what happened to the other undead. He was stunned by the skill of this undead transformation. This attribute is like a bug. The most important thing is that this is a permanent summon. Doesn't it mean that he can often summon this to use as a restraint? Zhong Daoist's eyes lost their luster. He looked at the scattered undead in a somewhat powerless way. He couldn't see as many undead as Wu Yan. He could only see a small part of them. He knew that his skills were not yet up to par, so he always hoped that he could see more undead. Then, he could smoothly carry out the cause of salvation. Who knew that under Wu Yan's operation, these undead didn't care whether they would be exposed. Because this undead island also has a protection mechanism. While these undead were running around, the protection mechanism on the island began to automatically save some undead. However, there were too many undead on this island. Especially when Wu Yan absorbed this undead spirit that looked very much like Pandora into his Ice and Snow spirit, everything changed. Not long after, Zhong Daoist's face changed drastically, and he couldn't stop anymore. He grabbed Wu Yan's clothes and almost roared, "Boy, what did you do?" Wu Yan still looked at Zhong Daoist innocently. He just used an undead transformation. What went wrong? Beep beep beep. Tearing Pants was stunned when he saw the red lights flashing in the most critical state inside the prison. It had only been a short time since Wu Yan left his prison when the prison's highest level of alert was activated. God, what happened? Tearing Pants with hands gently pushed the originally restricted wall, and it was easily pushed open. The prison mechanism actually failed? Tearing Pants with hands could not contain his surprise. He walked out of the prison that originally held him. He found that many NPCs were already standing outside the prison. They all looked at each other, and were not in a hurry to escape. The security of the prison was clear to everyone. In the past few days, there had been more than one jailbreak, but all ended in the failure of the NPCs. The necromancer carried the bodies of several NPCs of the Magic Guild who had lost their lives, and then the bodies slowly disappeared in his hands. Everyone watched the necromancer kill several NPCs who were guarding, and they were shocked and scared. They had all witnessed the strength of the necromancer, and he was also indifferent to life, which made other NPCs a little nervous. The necromancer seemed to be in a surprisingly good mood. He smiled and said to the other NPCs present, "Everyone can run as much as you want, the world is going to change." Tearing Pants couldn't help it any longer. Although the necromancer's aura made him a little scared, he couldn't help his curiosity. "Excuse me, do you know what happened?" Tearing Pants asked. The necromancer laughed. "Are you also a new human?" The new human really gave me a big surprise. I never thought that Leoric students really have such talent. Go spread it, the undead will soon return to the world, and this world will become interesting. Hand-Torn Pants listened carefully to the words of the necromancer, and then contacted Wu Yan who just came today. Today, he was the only player who was imprisoned, and then something happened. It's not really possible to escape from prison. Hand-Torn Pants followed this group of NPCs, and started running outside together. It was quite smooth, and no other NPCs stopped him at all, and he ran out of the prison smoothly. Hand-Torn Pants looked at the big sun in the sky, still unable to accept that he had been in prison for so long, and then ran out so easily. There were also some law enforcement NPCs who saw the prisoners in their prison running out, but they ignored them directly, and walked to another place continuously from a special portal. This made Hand-Torn Pants feel a little frustrated. He ran out by himself. He was considered to have successfully escaped from prison, right? Why was no one watching him, and what happened outside? Hand-Torn Pants took the initiative to approach the NPC army that was in a hurry to enforce the law. They seemed to be talking about the island of the dead. And the island of the dead was where the guy named Piao Ling was staying? Hand-Torn Pants couldn't help it anymore. Who was Piao Ling? He couldn't find out in prison, but he could ask him outside. Hand-Torn Pants, who was not very good at talking to strangers, stopped one of the players, and this player seemed a little familiar. Dude, do you know Piao Ling? The stopped Invincible Romantic Knight stared at the player he had met in prison. The other party did not recognize him, and most importantly, he was asking about Piao Ling. Piao Ling was imprisoned, which was a well-known fact in the current player world. Every player talked about the video of the famous robbery funeral with great relish. They had seen all kinds of scenes of robbery before, and the robbery funeral really opened their eyes. They also witnessed the so-called super-level magic, which was beyond the scope of every player's current understanding. Even many physical professions hesitated. Although many of their skills were very cool, and their combos were also very handsome, could they really resist the super-level magic in the video? Most players believed that this time, Piao Ling caused the casualties of the players when he was doing the plot mission. This was the most casualties among the players in the incident related to Piao Ling. But the good thing is that this damn Piao Ling finally received justice, and was put in prison. From that moment on, players who occasionally went to prison kept popularizing how miserable it was in prison. If Wu Yin didn't have the eye of magic vision, it would be almost the same as what these players said. Just by his own words, he could hardly tell the east, south, west and north in the prison. Invincible Romantic Knight coughed to hint at the other party, but unfortunately Hand-Torn Pants still didn't understand it all. He could only take up the topic. Piao Ling is a magician, and his nickname is Death. He sighed. Fortunately, he was locked up in prison this time, so he avoided the tragedy of the cemetery. And he just happened to pass by Wu Yin. The other was in prison, he was out. Death, Tearing Pants sighed in his heart. He didn't expect that Piao Ling really had such strength. He asked a random player, and the other party knew Piao Ling. He didn't know what happened. Why did the prison suddenly relax, and everyone went to the island of the dead? He frowned tightly, and was seen by Invincible Romantic Knight. Invincible Romantic Knight asked curiously, "Did you meet Piao Ling?" Both of them were in prison. Maybe it was really possible. But at the beginning Invincible Romantic Knight subconsciously thought that Piao Ling would definitely be locked up in the most strict prison. Hand-Torn Pants nodded seriously. However, he was imprisoned on the island of the dead later, and now NPCs are starting to go to the island of the dead again. I don't know what happened. Invincible Romantic Knight's ears were like navigation, recording all of Hand-Torn Pants' words, and then he thought, is there a big plot? He has always been an adventurer, although when he meets Piao Ling, they are often wiped out together. But in fact, he has also gained a lot of benefits. As long as he follows Piao Ling, he can also trigger some special plot tasks, and the various rewards are quite rich. Thank you, then I will go too. Invincible Romantic Knight ignored Hand-Torn Pants, and took action immediately. Ordinary players can only go to the periphery of the island of the dead, when they are not committing crimes. Under normal circumstances, there is nothing wrong with the periphery of the island of the dead, and there are no other monsters. It is just an ordinary trail. Only people who are really in prison will be inside the island of the dead. Invincible Romantic Knight was shouting on the public channel as he went over the latest news. Piao Ling appeared on the island of the dead, and there is a new plot. Huh? Is this guy done yet? He is still not quiet after being locked up in prison? No more talking. I've already gone over there. Piao Ling had better not come out. I've died twice because of his plot mission. Don't mention it. My best equipment has all fallen. Are there undead on the island of the dead? Wu Yin didn't know that outside the island of the dead, there were already many players being teleported in continuously. In God's Realm Advent, the maps are not separated, but a complete continent. This means that even without using portals or the like, you can reach any area by walking. It's just a matter of time. After observing his modified ice and snow spirit, Wu Yin looked at the surrounding situation with a little surprise. The undead, who were originally miserable and filled with black mist, had already run away. With a high-power telescope, you can still see the scattered undead. There were many crossroads mazes on the island of the dead. Those mazes with obvious signs were broken. NPCs from the Magic Guild kept coming, but they all disappeared one by one. The fighting power of this group of undead was unexpectedly strong, but why did they still look so panicked? Zhong Daoist, what happened? Wu Yin shook the unconscious Zhong Daoist. In just a short time, the other party's condition became so bad, his eyes were dull, as if he had suffered a major blow. Zhong Daoist seemed not to hear Wu Yin's question, but kept saying, it's over. Wu Yin was too lazy to care about Zhong Daoist. His summoning skills had become so much stronger, and he was quite satisfied. The skill of undead transformation is indeed quite useful. These undead can run away, so can he run away with them? When Wu Yin had this idea, he suddenly had a very bad premonition. He felt a chill on his back, as if something bad was about to happen. He looked back and saw that in the center of the undead island in the distance, all the black fog had gathered into a group. A materialized black giant fog had really evolved into the appearance of a person. This body was too exaggerated. Wu Yin was stunned. He could clearly see the other party's existence even though they were several kilometers apart, and he could also feel that the other party seemed to be able to hit him with one hand. Emergency mission. Resurrection of the undead. Mission description. The ancient undead awakened their bodies that had been sleeping for hundreds of years due to unexpected intervention. The oldest undead has not yet obtained all the power. Please stop their further actions. Mission difficulty. Unable to be assessed. Mission time limit. None. Mission reward 1. Skill rebirth. Mission reward 2. Other extra rewards. Wu Yin stared at the mission that had just been triggered in amazement. The most terrifying thing was that he could detect the other party's basic information by just casting a detection spell at such a distance of several kilometers. Name, the oldest undead. Level, max. Health, max. Magic points, max. Defense, max. Attack, max. Introduction, none. Features, fatal, entangled, blinded, cursed. Wu Yin looked at the series of maxes and became numb. Do you still expect to complete this task? He immediately picked up the still slightly unconscious Zhong Taoist and ran away. He finally realized that these undead were not afraid of the undead he had just supped over, but of this oldest undead. Oldest undead was expanding at an incredible speed, swallowing up as many of the undead running around as possible. At the same time, more and more players rushed to the island of the dead from various places. At first, they were still hesitant about how to enter the gate of the island of the dead. Many players saw those NPCs entering the island of the dead, but in the end, these NPCs did not come out, and what came out was a group of undead. Why can they also see a group of undead? Because this group of undead has been materialized, and the players can fight with these undead normally, but they gave up after losing the detection spell. At the same time, they are more certain that there are definitely larger plot tasks inside. The idea of seeking wealth and honor in danger began to appear in everyone's mind uncontrollably. But when they saw Piao Ling wearing a mechanical messenger dragging an NPC among the many crowded players, the situation became wrong. Wu Yin simply threw 2 words run, and ran away first. The players who were still eager to try couldn't help but glance at the entrance, where the NPC just entered. It instantly turned into a white light, leaving only sporadic props at the door. Emergency notice. Red Moon mode is about to start. Players, please pay attention. One wave has not yet subsided, another wave has risen, when the players were shocked by this black monster as big as an island. God's World has started a new round of game updates. Chapter 220. A series of updates caught all the players off guard, especially those who were staying on the island of the dead. Originally, they were blocked by a huge wall, and could not see the details of the prison inside the island of the dead. But with the death of several players, the towering wall collapsed. Then a huge ancient undead appeared in front of all the players. Some players had used the detection technique to find the same result as Wu Yin. What does it mean to have all max? The screenshots of the strongest monsters that appeared in the forum before were just various question marks that could not be found. And this time, the ancient undead directly gave the max attribute, which made the players present confused. However, there are always many players who are not afraid of death. Since some players know how to improve their real credit, they don't care so much about the number of deaths. It's just a loss of experience. There are already many examples in front of them. Level is not the most important thing in God's Advent. But the reality is quite cruel. No matter what method the players use, they are sent back to the city when they are still far away from the ancient undead. The most outrageous thing is that this ancient undead is still expanding. Many players who are watching outside are inexplicably involved in the battle, and then turned into a white light. Wu Yin ran back to the main city, and woke up the unconscious Zhong Taoist. His clothes are somewhat out of place in this main city. Zhong Taoist is still a little confused. The scene just now gave him too much stimulation, so he checked everywhere to see if there were any undead as soon as he woke up. Zhong Taoist was immediately furious when he saw Wu Yin. Boy, you really caused a big mess this time. After saying that, Zhong Taoist took out a disc from his pocket. There was a direction pointer on the disc, like a prop for detecting things. Zhong Taoist saw Wu Yin looking at it curiously and explained, "This is a prop for detecting undead." It's really bad now. Zhong Daoist frowned. The main city can't stop these undead. Wu Yan asked tentatively, does the Taoist mean that these undead can also enter the main city? Zhong Daoist nodded and said casually, but I haven't seen any undead yet. I need to explore again. Wu Yan looked thoughtfully at an undead that was slowly approaching him. This Zhong Daoist was not as reliable as he imagined. Entering the state of battle, at the same time, the barrier that bound his skill release was also broken, and he could release skills in the streets of the main city. Wu Yan raised his magic wand, but when he was about to release the magic, the undead showed an expression of disbelief on its strange face, and then ran away quickly. It was Wu Yan's turn to be surprised. Are the monsters becoming more and more humane now? He could even predict the danger. Taoist Zhong asked faintly, little kid, did you see the undead again? As an excellent Taoist priest, he was not as sensitive to the undead as a magician. Although his face was burning, he immediately found fault again, but you summoned such powerful undead this time. This world is in trouble. I won't waste time with you, kid. I'm going to find a way to save this world. After saying that, Zhong Daoist left muttering something. Wu Yan didn't stay to ask about any tasks. The favorability between him was indeed low, so he probably couldn't inspire any tasks. He turned on the public channel to find out what happened to the island of the dead, and now he felt that the situation in the main city was not good. Something happened. Something happened. You can use skills in the streets of the main city. I'm the same. Is God's Advent crazy? The safe zone has been cancelled. Now you are completely safe only in the house. The streets will be attacked inexplicably. Be careful. It's the undead. I just died once. I was bitten to death by an undead fox. Here is a popular science for you. Now all the undead in the undead island where Piaoling is located have run out, so now the main city area is full of undead. You can go to the grocery store to buy evil-repelling talismans. If you can't buy it, you can buy it from me. No business is not treacherous smiled with satisfaction. Thanks to Piaoling, no business is not treacherous has made a lot of money. The previous few times were the same. Every time Piaoling had a large event, he would follow behind and stock up some goods appropriately. His motto is, an excellent businessman must have enough information. This time, as soon as he received the information from his NPC's informant that Piaoling had moved to the island of the dead, he had been paying attention, waiting for Piaoling to make a big event. This event really surprised him. He actually released all the undead on the island of the dead. The game mechanism of God's Advent was once again pushed by a player. This was simply outrageous. However, every time the game mechanism was pushed, it also meant that more opportunities would appear. For example, this time, when Evil Repelling Talisman was in stock, he immediately bought all the Evil Repelling Talisman in the NPC's grocery store. Except for a shopkeeper named Chusun, he didn't buy it. He bought all the others. He never thought that this Evil Repelling Talisman would really come in handy. Soon, many players kept buying Evil Repelling Talisman from him, because ordinary players can't see the undead. Except for some players with special psychic skills, or players who buy props, they can see it. So this Evil Repelling Talisman has become a prop that players must carry now. Wu Yan did receive the Evil Repelling Talisman said by Chusun, but he found that he didn't seem to need it. As long as his magic eye is activated, these undead will not attack him at all. After checking some chats on the public channel, Wu Yan checked the forum again. As expected, his name was on the hottest again. On the front page of the forum, the name of Piaoling was all over the screen. Wu Yan was not surprised by this. Whenever there was a major plot event, they would always put the blame on him for no reason. It was obvious that they just liked to join in the fun. While checking the forum, Wu Yan accidentally found a post that was gaining popularity very quickly. A brief analysis of the Red Moon mode, we need to curse Piaoling. He clicked on it out of curiosity. The update of the Red Moon mode had just come out, and there were already players who could analyze the situation. Wu Yan subconsciously looked at the player's ID nonsense. This name did not make Wu Yan let down his guard, but made him more serious. Because Nonsense is a very strong master of strategy analysis, his analysis is completely different from Lucky Value 99999. Lucky Value 99999 often needs some practice before analyzing strategies. However, due to his own strength, some seemingly reasonable analyses may not be so accurate because some players are too strong or have some special talents. However, the analysis of Lucky Value 99999 still benefits ordinary players a lot, but Nonsense is different. He combines all the information he can collect, including the information of Lucky Value 99999, to make a comprehensive analysis. The strategy he analyzes is more universally convincing. Wu Yin frowned and read on. It is also troublesome to be targeted by a very powerful strategy master. The first half of the post introduces the possible impact of the Red Moon mode, such as monsters will be stronger at night. There will be no safe areas from now on. Everyone needs to protect themselves at all times. It will be more convenient for some high-level players to level up. Wu Yin nodded as he read it. It's true that Nonsense's analysis is quite reasonable. But after reading the second half of the post, the analysis of the post became wrong. The post actually began to promote the theory that Piao Ling was harmful, and everyone needed to cast a curse to transfer the disadvantages of the Red Moon mode. Only in this way can the Red Moon mode be completely eliminated. Wu Yin was stunned. The updated content of the system was actually cracked by the method of curse. Does anyone really believe the content of such a post? But the more Wu Yin flipped back, the more wrong he saw. Nonsense really found a place where he could worship, and the statue there was a bad god. He also showed the results of the exploration technique. The introduction of this so-called bad god could transfer the curse. All you have to do is write down the name of the person you want to curse on a special piece of paper, and throw in 5 gold coins to curse the player. Wu Yin had a bad feeling and thought the other party was just making up a story, but now it seems more and more like a story. These players wouldn't be stupid enough to believe a statue, but when Wu Yin saw the reply to the post below, he was stunned. Someone had taken a real-time photo of the bad god. More than 1,000 players had already run over and completed the first curse on Wu Yin. The name Piao Ling was written on the curse, and there were still a steady stream of players rushing to the bad god. No way, Wu Yin felt bad. He had really regarded this as a joke and didn't care too much, but he really didn't expect it to happen like this. No, I have to go and see. Wu Yin couldn't hold back his curiosity. In God's coming, it's hard to believe that there is no God. After all, the name of this game refers to the coming of God. What if the game designer really arranges some NPCs similar to God to manipulate the rules at will? Before Wu Yin started to move, he felt a faint set of a woman behind him. His shoulder was gently patted, and the voice came crisply, "Piao Ling, you are in big trouble." Wu Yin looked at the blushing Helena. It was still a bit strange to be called by an NPC like this, especially after he knew that Helena was about the same age as him. It felt even weirder. When Helena saw Wu Yin looking over, she adjusted her manners, and then returned to a very worried expression. She said word by word, You are cursed." Wu Yin was shocked. "No way, you can curse by just writing a note like that." Helena complained, "How did you provoke so many new humans? Their wishes have already alarmed a true god." Wu Yan's heart moved slightly, and he asked involuntarily, "Helena, are there really gods in this world?" Helena stopped blinking her big eyes. "I don't know." Like a tampered conversation, Wu Yan struggled for a while, and still didn't plan to continue on this topic. It was quite acceptable that a good NPC was broken because of a topic beyond the authority. Then, how should I lift the curse? Wu Yan changed the topic. Helena returned to normal. "I can't lift it unless..." "Unless what?" Helena curled her hair. "Unless the new humans you provoked give up the curse on you." Wu Yan sighed, let alone giving up. What if these players knew that cursing a statue was really useful to them? The number of people cursing would only increase. Helena looked at Wu Yan's frustrated look, and showed an expression of reluctance on her face. She took out a jade pendant, and put it on Wu Yan's neck. Wu Yan looked over with some surprise. No task was triggered. What was going on? Helena explained, "This jade pendant can help you resist some deadly curses." Wu Yan had a headache. There were too many types of curses. I go see if the bad god should be okay. When talking about this topic, Helena frowned. The NPC itself cannot interfere with the behavior of the player, but Wu Yan's move made her a little angry. She just wanted to borrow some authority to speak, but found that Wu Yan's figure was gone. When he saw Helena's expression, Wu Yan knew that the other party would definitely disagree. However, he really wanted to see how the bad god transferred the curse to him. Ha ha ha, the wind blew on Wu Yan's face. Such a strong wind could not resist the enthusiasm of the players. In a shabby little temple, it was crowded with players, and their emotions were a little abnormal. Many players had flushed faces that did not belong to their own expressions. They all looked like they were drunk. Wu Yan squeezed through the crowd. He did not queue up, but saw the appearance of Bad God at the other end of the line. He was wearing modern clothes, and was incompatible with all the NPCs Wu Yan knew. Under the statue were engraved the words Bad God. He looked up, and the eye of demon vision suddenly activated. The statue moved. Chapter 221. A young man appeared from the statue, with a little disdain and a light hum. Wu Yan's face changed drastically. He felt a burning pain in his body. He had obviously reduced the pain to the lowest level, but he still couldn't resist the discomfort of his body being torn apart. He suddenly remembered what the necromancer said, saying that some things cannot be seen. These things must be what he was talking about. Then, he heard the player's exclamation, and then he was teleported to the resurrection point in the main city. This development was completely beyond his expectations. I was killed in seconds. Wu Yan looked at the surrounding situation in disbelief. Isn't this the resurrection point of the main city? In addition to death, what other ways are there to be automatically teleported to the resurrection point? He checked his panel and found that he had not dropped a level, but his health and magic points had all been cleared. Only a little bit of it was left to linger. The oppression of that scene really made people feel a little scared. It was just a game, but it made people feel a little bit of fear. What the hell was that direct gaze that could pierce the soul? Wu Yan felt a little cold on his neck. He didn't know when Helena stood beside him. She held the jade pendant on Wu Yan, with a worried look on her face. Wu Yan saw a little trembling on that white hand. Helena said in a trembling voice, "Your curse has taken effect." Her tone turned a little relaxed. "Fortunately, I resisted a curse." After hearing this, Wu Yan immediately looked at his panel. Message prompt. Because you are cursed by the bad god, there will be a curse every 3 days. Please pay attention to the player. Wu Yan looked at the countdown of the curse, and shook his head helplessly. This time, the curse really became something that would actually happen to him. Wu Yan asked Helena if there were any other ways to stop the curse, mainly because the curse was too outrageous, and would kill the player at any time. Helena hesitated. After you use the jade pendant to resist the curse once, you need to come here to recharge. However, the jade pendant can only be recharged once a week. Something is better than nothing. Wu Yan thought about it, and immediately agreed. Being cursed once a week is better than 3 days. According to Helena, the curse is not completely fatal. The reason why he almost died just now was because he did something disrespectful to the bad god. Helena seemed to know some of Leoric's secrets. Wu Yan even suspected that Helena also knew that he had the eye of demon vision. Although his speculation had no source, he felt that it was possible. The best thing now is that he has escaped from prison. The Magic Guild has not continued to pursue the matter. Their Magic Guild is urgently dealing with the matter of the Island of the Dead. Many high-level members of the Magic Guild have been alarmed. Wu Yan looked at the talkative Helena and felt a little emotional. He got all the information about NPCs from this girl. He was really embarrassed. Since the Magic Guild was busy with the matter of ancient undead, Wu Yan's mind became active again. He was still thinking about whether Leoric was really dead. Where is Leoric buried now? Wu Yan asked. Helena said, still in the cemetery. However, Helena frowned her willow leaf eyebrows tightly. It's hard to get in. There is a magic circle blocking it. Magic circle? How difficult is the magic circle? Wu Yan regretted asking. Helena is just a priest and probably doesn't know much about magic circles. He suddenly thought of someone, Ronan. Wu Yan blurted out, and Helena's eyes lit up. You can learn from Master Ronan. You are definitely qualified now. After saying that, Helena immediately covered her mouth and turned her head to the side. Wu Yan was not surprised. He knew that NPCs would have some special permissions, but many NPCs could not use permissions, and some NPCs who could use permissions generally did not dare to use permissions. So far, the NPC who gave Wu Yan the most permissions should be Leoric. Secondly, Helena also tasted the pleasure of using permissions. See you later. Wu Yan hurriedly said hello and ran to AZ City. As soon as he arrived in this city, the great swordsman, who had taken him into the sewers, reappeared in front of him and led him the way. Ronan was indeed mysterious, as if he had expected me to come. He was still blind, but he looked very good. He saw Wu Yan was very happy and kept saying, not bad, you are making great progress. He used his magic wand as a cane and entered the room by himself. This room should be Ronan's own research room, which was different from the secret room that Yubel had left for him. Ronan's research room was really full of the atmosphere of a scholar. He separated the place where he experimented with magic from the place where he placed books. Ronan is taking Wu Yan to a place that is obviously a place for practicing magic formations. As soon as Wu Yan entered, the system prompted him that he had entered a magic formation. What is this? Wu Yan found that there were a lot of magic elements on his body, and he felt happy all over. Ronan began to explain, this is the most commonly used magic enhancement formation, which can make you smoother when using magic. Child, come here. Ronan bent down with difficulty, and picked up a magic stone from the ground, and then threw it over. Wu Yan received the magic stone, which had detailed information on it. Item name: Array Stone. Item introduction: Array Stone is a common prop used to create arrays. Roning coughed, and then coughed several times in succession. Wu Yan's expression was a little worried. Roning was not quite the same as Leoric. Leoric just looked old. But in fact, he was a necromancer. Except for accidental death, it was difficult for him to have any natural aging problems. But Luo Ning was different. Luo Ning really looked a little unwell. Even so, Luo Ning still insisted on explaining the formation to Wu Yan. Wu Yan had never thought that learning the formation actually required using the brain to understand it. Was the so-called intellectual requirement just a stepping stone? Wu Yan miraculously discovered that he could still hear Luo Ning's explanation. The core of arranging the formation lies in two aspects. One is the placement of the magic stone after charging, and the other is the design of the eye of the formation. The placement of the magic stone is usually fixed, but the eye of the formation can be freely controlled by the magician. It's just that it's difficult for an early magician to control the eye of the formation. Only when the magician has a certain degree of proficiency in the magic formation can he move the eye of the formation. Fixing the position of the magic stone does not mean fixing the running state of the formation. An excellent formation master can control the deformation of the formation by pulling his own magic power. Wu Yan was surprised to find that he, who has never liked to learn pure theoretical knowledge, was fascinated by the analysis of the principle of the formation. Even when Luo Ning had finished speaking, Wu Yan was still immersed in the atmosphere of the explanation just now. Moreover, he couldn't help but take the magic stone to start experimenting with the most basic formation. The formation is simply divided into attack formation, defense formation, and auxiliary formation. According to the nature of the specific formation, it will be further subdivided. For some formations that have not been classified, they are classified as elementary formations. When Wu Yan followed the method he had just learned from Luo Ning and set up an attack formation at once, Luo Ning gave him an admiring look. It was indeed worthy of being the inheritance of the disordered mage. Luo Ning secretly thought that in fact, among many NPCs related to Wu Yan, they all knew that Wu Yan was the inheritor of the disordered mage, and they also had their own intelligence network. When Wu Yan successfully used his magic power and activated the attack formation in one breath, Luo Ning on the side couldn't help but applaud. Genius, really a genius in learning magic. Luo Ning sighed again. It's a pity that Yue is not here. No one can guide him on this road again, but Luo Ning is more certain in his heart that a true genius does not need the guidance of a teacher, and a cross-era magician like Yue also relies on his own thinking. If Wu Yan knew what Luo Ning was thinking now, he would definitely be in tears and laughter. After all, under the complete game logic of God's advent, he needed to learn skills. Without Yuval to teach him special disordered skills, if he had to study everything by himself, it would inevitably affect his progress of upgrading. Otherwise, he would have caught up with Hurricane and his group. Wu Yan didn't have time to sigh that he activated the magic circle in one go, because his game panel was bombarding him with messages crazily. Congratulations to the player for learning the Life Professional Skill Array Master. You can freely choose whether to join the Array Master Alliance. Do you join now? Congratulations to the player for successfully understanding the primary attack array. The array experience value will increase by 10,000, and the intelligence will increase by 5. The series of benefits shocked him. The magic potions and blacksmiths he learned before did not have such outrageous benefits. He often forged iron for 1 or 2 points of strength, but this time he understood the magic circle and directly increased his intelligence by 5 points. Luo Ning looked at Wu Yan, who was checking his status with satisfaction. He understood the magic array by himself at one time, which was really worthy of praise. Luo Ning took out a brand new book from his bookshelf. The surface of this book was quite smooth. It seemed that it should be a book that Luo Ning often read. Wu Yan also stopped studying the array. It was easy to get addicted to the array after studying it too much, because as long as he used his magic power to slightly guide the magic output of the magic stone, some properties of the entire attack array would begin to change, such as the range of the magic released by the magic array, the power of the attack magic in the magic array, etc. Every time he adjusted the magic stone to guide, there would be new changes. If possible, Wu Yan felt that he could spend a day studying this elementary magic circle in this small room, although his current approach seemed to be to mindlessly try parameters in a given formula, because he did not know the specific algorithm of this formula, and could not know which parameters to place in this formula to achieve the most perfect result. Child, this book is for you. Luo Ning handed over the brand new book, and Wu Yan took it flattered. From Luo Ning's expression, it can be seen that the other party really cherishes this book. Although Roning was blind, His actions really made Wu Yin respect him. He spent all his energy on the study of magic. At the same time, he did not get any benefits from the magic guild. He was hiding in this sewer and did not go out. It was ironic. After Wu Yin took the book, Ronin continued to say, "Take this book and see how much you can understand. With your talent." Ronin looked up at the sky. Although he could not see anything with his eyes, you can definitely break the formation that trapped Leoric right away. Also, remember, no matter what happens to Leoric, don't be surprised, he is always your mentor. Wu Yin held the book and had no time to open it, because Ronin seemed to have accidentally revealed a very important news, that is, Leoric was not dead. Really not dead. Wu Yin felt that his whole body relaxed. Although he himself had judged that Leoric might not be really dead, it was just his guess after all. But now Ronin's words were obviously confirming this guess. Why did Mentor Leoric choose such a method? What did he want to do? Wu Yin felt that he had already imagined many possibilities in his mind. Finally, he found that Ronin was smiling and pointing his magic wand at the brand new magic book in his hand, asking him to open it first. Wu Yin opened the magic book carelessly. The name of this magic book is Magic Circle from Beginner to Master. It must be another basic book. Such basic books usually teach some introductory skills. When Wu Yin flipped through the first page, his face immediately became wrong. In the most basic primary attack magic, it actually talks about how to match magic power to form different magic circles. Wu Yin's mood began to become excited. He thought that basic books were just a popular science. There are very few basic books that introduce the usage of real materials. This is also the experience Wu Yin summed up himself, because not long after the server was launched, a very early post that had been lost was about a threadbare post owner who actually learned a skill that his profession could not learn by self-study in a very dilapidated library. Later, such a situation never occurred again, and it must have been modified. So, in this way, Luo Ning also used some of his authority to give him such a good book. Wu Yin just changed his mind for a moment, and continued to study this formation master from beginner to master. At the same time, there was a more exciting tip for him, Formation Mastery +1. Chapter 222. Regarding the mastery of a certain type, after Wu Yin mastered magic last time, he had specially collected various intelligence, that is, there are very few players who have a certain mastery. Mastery means that you will rarely encounter bottlenecks in this direction, and you will never encounter obstacles in this direction. Could it be that he is really proficient in formations? Wu Yin took the formation book curiously, and couldn't put it down. He could really understand the meaning of the introduction in the formation book. He now has the kind of learning feeling like a fish in water, which makes him feel that learning a knowledge is not so boring, and he also wants to work overtime to do field experiments immediately. Luo Ning looked at Wu Yin, who had gained some insights, with satisfaction. His heart was filled with emotion. This young magician really gave him huge surprises again and again. After experimenting with some operations of the primary attack array, Wu Yin bowed to Luo Ning solemnly. In theory, it is natural for NPCs in the game to give things to players, but Wu Yin is sure that Luo Ning must have used some of his own authority to give him this precious array book. Luo Ning accepted Wu Yin's gift with a smile. He walked to the bookshelf, where he treasured his collection, and touched it with a nostalgic look. His face gradually became serious. Go and give it a try. With your current attainments in formations, you have a chance to break the formation that trapped Leoric. Wu Yin was delighted. Could the problem that had been bothering him for some time finally be solved? Wu Yin immediately teleported to the cemetery area. As the current leveling Holy Land, the players here are still in a very prosperous state. He looked up at the sky. The shocking super-level magic last time was still vivid in his mind. The weather was normal now. There were still few players going to the interior of the cemetery. Some players would stroll around on the first floor, but that was all. Leoric's tomb was still in the same place as last time, and the location had not changed. What was even more surprising was that there was not even an ordinary guard. There was only a simple sign in that area, no entry for unauthorized persons. Is it the same sign as last time? Wu Yin touched it gently with his hand, but he did not touch the sign at all. It directly displayed, "Do you want to crack this formation?" His hand touched a soft membrane. The structure of this formation was really strange. What was even more surprising was that, after touching this formation, the location of the magic stone of this formation began to appear in his mind. He can input his magic power into it. The key point, it is the eye of the formation. Finding the eye of the formation is the key to cracking this magic formation, and the eye of the formation is now sliding like a loach. Some players, who are swiping monsters around, are looking at Wu Yin, who is seriously preparing to find the eye of the formation, strangely, "Brother, what are you doing?" A curious question broke Wu Yan's extreme state. He almost caught the running track of the eye of the formation. But he was interrupted like this. Wu Yan raised his eyebrows. "Say it again, don't disturb me, I'm breaking the formation." After that, Wu Yan began to turn down his hearing and other things to the lowest level. Usually, his hearing is still kept at the highest level because he needs to judge some situations around him. But this time there is no other way, in order to make himself more clearly able to catch the track of the needle eye. The player who had just asked Wu Yan was inexplicably confronted and felt a little embarrassed. He pointed at Wu Yan and said to his companions, "Did you hear what he said just now? He said he wanted to break the formation. Didn't they say that there is no way to break the formation now? We can only use the formation to resist another formation." The companion next to him watched carefully, without saying a word. What he cared about was not whether the formation could be broken or not, but what this player, who looked a bit like Piao Ling, was going to do. The two of them just looked at Wu Yan, who had just said that he was going to break the formation, boredly. One wanted to see what he was going to do, and the other wanted to see if the other party could break the magic formation. After Wu Yan calmed down again, the feeling of being able to capture the eye of the formation came back. After reducing his hearing to the minimum, the interference from the outside world was indeed much smaller for him. This eye of the formation seemed to be doing irregular movements, but after 32 different regular movements, this eye of the formation repeated the movement. Wu Yan was delighted. I don't know if it was because his intelligence had increased. He could actually remember so many changes in his mind. Got it. Wu Yan predicted the trajectory of the next movement of this eye of the formation, and collided his input magic with this eye of the formation. He felt as if he had used magic to tear a thin layer of paper apart. The flat ground began to vibrate slightly. Not only the platform where Wu Yan was, but also the flat ground in the cemetery began to vibrate. The signboard that was originally standing there also fell down, because of the vibration. The two players who had been watching were stunned at the scene in front of them. Although the magic circle looked transparent from the outside, theoretically, they should not be able to see any changes. But the movement just now was telling them that the magic circle was really broken. Wu Yan's heart was in his throat. He felt that although he had broken the magic circle, he had a bad premonition that urged him to move forward quickly. He trotted all the way to Lioric's grave and opened the coffin with ease. After having the experience of opening a coffin once, he subconsciously took a few steps back as soon as he opened the coffin, and these few steps really saved him from a disaster. White smoke came out of Lioric's skeleton-like figure. Under the cover of these smoke, a huge figure emerged from the smoke. It was no longer the original skeleton-like body, but a pair of eyes with red light, arrogant, and a domineering king-like existence. Is this still Lioric's mentor? Wu Yan's face changed, and he quickly distanced himself. At this moment, he had a lot of plots in his mind, and he never expected that the situation would happen like this. Buzz buzz buzz. Lioric let out a howl that Wu Yan couldn't understand. At first, he didn't take it seriously, thinking that Lioric was still affected by the previous curse, and was still in an abnormal state. In less than 2 seconds, he saw the situation from the status of the surrounding players. The monsters in the entire cemetery seemed to be possessed by evil spirits. The movements of their hands, skill speeds, and strengths were all improved. Originally, the strength of the players was a little stronger than these undead monsters. Now the undead monsters suddenly became stronger. The players couldn't resist the enhanced monsters at all, especially the number of them increased. At this critical moment, the difference in the strength of the players was revealed. The players with good operation could still maintain normal output under the pressure of many undead monsters, and retreated to the area with fewer undead monsters. The players with almost no operation were sent back to the main city after a short time. The sky has changed, Wu Yan muttered. His mood was quite complicated. The flash of Lioric's eyes just now made Wu Yan know that the other party must still have retained his memory. What was going on? Lioric seemed to have completely changed into a demon from hell. Why did Lioric give him the eye of demon vision? Wu Yan finally couldn't help but said, "Lioric mentor." Lioric ignored it at all, but flew straight into the sky. Then, an even more shocking scene appeared. A huge bone dragon broke out from the ground and brought up some innocent players. Lioric was still wrapped in a red cloak, which was quite majestic and superior to the bone dragon. When Wu Yan cast a detection spell on Lioric again, the other party's introduction had changed. NPC name, Lioric. NPC faction, Necromancer. NPC introduction, the Supreme King of the Dead, possessing all the arts of the dead, and his combat power is difficult to estimate. Health value, ? The original introduction has been almost changed, and he is no longer a skilled learning instructor. The most important thing is that he is no longer a force belonging to humans, and is an opposing force to humans. In the past, there really was no independent undead force. After Leoric regained control of the Bone Dragon, the undead warriors underground also stopped their attacks. The players on the side wanted to take the opportunity to attack, but there were suddenly generated white bone chains around these undead warriors, wrapping them layer by layer. The players could not cause any damage to the undead warriors at all. So, they picked up the camera to take pictures of Leoric, who was riding the Bone Dragon in the air. Previously, there were also reports on the forum that there were players who changed their professions to the necromancer profession. At first, this player felt happy that he was a hidden profession. But not long after, the scarcity of necromancer NPCs restricted the development of the so-called necromancer, just like the route of the disordered method. The necromancer profession, which should be envied by many people, even became difficult to learn skills. There are also some profession-specific equipment that other professions have gathered early, but these scarce professions and profession-specific equipment are nowhere to be seen. And this time, Leoric appeared in front of the camera as a necromancer NPC so powerfully, which really gave other necromancer professions a shot in the arm. These necromancer professions looked at the amazingly large Bone Dragon without blinking, and even the Bone Dragon felt full of pride. Leoric was standing on top of the Bone Dragon, looking down on the surroundings, and ignoring Wu Yan's idea of conversation. He whispered softly, but Wu Yan heard it clearly. He said, "Shatya, come out." Then, under the attention of everyone, Shatya, the strongest NPC in the cemetery, walked out from the inside of the cemetery. Shatya had been in there for so long that the players had long thought that this NPC would never come out. Just staying in the cemetery, Shesha's reputation, as long as the players who leveled up in the cemetery knew that this was an NPC that players dared not easily provoke. Shatya jumped directly onto the Bone Dragon. The Bone Dragon was a little ferocious at first, but when Shatya gently patted the Bone Dragon's head, the Bone Dragon suddenly became quiet, and the domineering Bone Dragon actually came down obediently. "Shatya, guard the entrance of the cemetery, don't let anyone in, I'm going to do the final experiment." Shatya responded nonchalantly, "Old man, you just recovered some strength, and you're making trouble again?" Since Wu Yan happened to be standing right below, he could hear the conversation between the two people very clearly. The two people seemed to be in a superior-subordinate relationship, but Shatya was quite casual with Leoric. Then, the inside of the cemetery began to shake. Under the gaze of the players, NPCs dressed in strange clothes appeared one after another, and there were all kinds of appearances. Some looked like strange beasts, some looked like mummies, and some had no faces at all. It was unknown whether they all came out of coffins. NPCs, they all looked unruly, and didn't seem to be very respectful to Leoric, but they did what Leoric said, especially these NPCs were also fighting with each other. Are these all NPCs from the cemetery? This cemetery is much deeper than he imagined. Leoric suddenly looked up, and saw lightning and thunder in the distance. It was the super-level magic that shot Wu Yan down last time. The Magic Guild is here. Wu Yan's mood was inexplicably complicated. He didn't have a good impression of the Magic Guild, but it seemed that Leoric also had his own plan, and even deceived himself. He cracked the formation step by step. He even felt that Leoric had designed it a long time ago. As for why it needed to be so complicated, it might be because the player was a very important medium. Of course, this was just his inference. Anyway, his judgment of NPCs rose to a higher level again. The NPCs in God's Advent were not that simple. They actually had their own goals, and would use the players, which really surprised him. As for the Magic Guild and Leoric's Necromancer faction, it didn't matter who was good or bad. They were probably fighting for their own interests. There was no such thing as who was good or bad. The players also learned well. When they saw the superposition magic appear, they all held a return scroll in their hands. The price of the return scroll was much better than before, which was why civilian players were willing to use the return scroll. Boom! The lightning and thunder, when countless lightning bolts struck the side, Leoric let the Bone Dragon go forward alone. He just floated in the air without stepping on anything. Wu Yan frowned. The Magic Guild had said long ago that levitation was a forbidden spell. So, did the Magic Guild ban it, or did they actually have no way to use it? The countless lightning bolts seemed to be extremely powerful, but the Bone Dragon rushed into a large dark cloud. The lightning struck the Bone Dragon, and the latter did not react at all. Immunity to lightning. Wu Yan couldn't help but exclaimed. Because he had read magic books, he knew that magic damage also had a major flaw, that is, while the magic damage of the natural system was powerful, it would become useless when encountering creatures and props that were immune to the natural system. Wu Yan looked at the Archbishop of the Magic Guild from a distance. His face was extremely deep, and at the same time, Wu Yan's panel popped up a prompt, Bounty Mission. The Magic Guild offers a reward of 100,000 diamonds, Forbidden Spell Level, Skill/Martial God Skill Books, and kill the dead King Leoric. Chapter 223. Almost all players received this news at the same time. Their expressions were wonderful. This news spread quickly. This explosive reward attracted the attention of all players, especially the skills of the God of War. For a large number of physical players, these skills were only heard of in books. They appeared in the rewards, which made all players jealous. For a while, the popularity of the cemetery continued to rise. After the Magic Guild failed to hit the target, they chose to retreat without any hesitation. Leoric went into the cemetery without looking back. Wu Yan activated his magic eye. Leoric did not take back the magic eye. He could clearly see that there was a huge figure behind Leoric, and that huge figure seemed to be Leoric himself. Wu Yan fell into a little confusion. His rescue operation this time seemed to save a lonely person. Leoric's resurrection method was like that of a villain boss. He had been hiding in the human forces for several years, and finally successfully returned to become the king of the dead. Wu Yan couldn't help but smile. He looked at Shatia, who was walking back to the cemetery. Shatia was also released by him. There was also a task to defeat Shatia. This really dug a hole for himself. There were players coming from the portal, wanting to go to the interior of the cemetery to carry out bounty tasks. The situation was quite bad. Almost as many players as there were, they turned into a white light and disappeared. They didn't even see Leoric's action. Shatia was still the cold-blooded gothic killer girl. At the same time, a trace of black aura was extracted from the dead players and merged into the cemetery. After such an incident, he felt that he would not be surprised by what the NPCs did now. When he returned to the main city, he saw Helena with a worried look on her face. Her expression was also quite depressed. I didn't expect that Leoric was that kind of person. Helena fiddled with her fingers and finally apologized to Wu Yan. This made Wu Yan a little at a loss, but he was sure that Helena was indeed unaware of it. He smiled bitterly. It's okay, Leoric didn't do anything harmful to the world. He still had the experiment that Leoric mentioned in his mind, and he didn't know what experiment the other party was going to continue. Just when Helena wanted to continue speaking, an old man NPC in a red robe teleported in front of Wu Yan. This was the Archbishop. Wu Yan was quite surprised, but found that the other party used a binding spell to directly restrict his actions. At the critical moment, Wu Yan waved the magic wand in his hand to make a last gamble, and was directly targeted by the NPC of the Magic Guild. He didn't think he would have a good life. But this plot is a little different from what he imagined. Usually, wouldn't they send NPCs with similar strength to slowly come over and kill? They sent an Archbishop all of a sudden, which was quite difficult to deal with. Wu Yan raised his hand and Blizzard was about to light up, but the Archbishop waved his hand and isolated his skill. He did release Blizzard, but it was released into the wild. His message bar also prompted that he attacked a wild boar and gained how much experience, and what kind of skill this was. Wu Yan's eyes widened. The Magic Guild was not as useless as he had calculated. There was no way he could run away. He was bound by a prop and sent to the base camp of their Magic Guild. Along the way, other players witnessed this magical scene, that is, Wu Yan was tied up by an NPC. After several videos were spread, everyone also recognized this famous Archbishop. After all, the power of that super-level magic had ruined the lives of so many players. Finally, it's so satisfying. I've been taking photos and being tricked by Piao Ling every day. Finally, it's his turn to get his comeuppance. Was he caught by the Magic Guild? I'm a newcomer. Isn't he a magician? How could he be kidnapped by the Magic Guild? Fools follow him. Where there is Piao Ling, there will be a big plot. Invincible romantic night, it seems so, but the Magic Guild is a bit difficult to enter. Wu Yan didn't expect that he would come to the main city of Hog again in a way that he had been kidnapped all the time. As the main city of the birthplace of magic, the main city of Hog is always peaceful no matter what happens outside. In front of a house with a university-like design, the Archbishop stopped and took off his mask. He was a middle-aged man, a little strange, and his face was relatively gentle. Hello, you can call me Bishop Hobart. Bishop Hobart's gentle conversation made Wu Yan's hostility disappear a lot. A gentle and elegant person completely met Wu Yan's pursuit of the temperament of an excellent wizard. He untied the restraints on Wu Yan, and then explained slowly, I'm sorry that you were treated unfairly in some of the previous decisions. I apologize to you on behalf of the Magic Guild." After saying that, Bishop Hobart actually bowed, which made Wu Yin stunned. He recalled Edie's words, saying that there were struggles within the Magic Guild itself. Speaking of the current situation, Bishop Hobart seemed to see through Wu Yin's thoughts. He made a gesture of invitation and continued, "To show our sincerity, we will compensate you with 100,000 credit points, allowing you to pass the Magic Guild without taking the test, and enjoy the treatment of a skill learning instructor. There will be a diamond reward and a number of supplies every day." Bishop Hobart paused. "Of course, I know that you will have some grudges against us. If you don't want to, we won't force you." He paused, wanting to give Wu Yin some time to think about how to answer. Wu Yin answered quite quickly, "No problem, let the past be the past." Wu Yan's eyes gradually became sharper. Maximizing benefits is the most important thing to him now. What he is very unhappy about now is that there is an invisible hand behind him, pushing him to perform some large-scale plot tasks that should not be triggered. It is impossible that he always touches these plot tasks. Wu Yin thought that he would shine in this game with his unique talent and super gaming experience, but definitely not as brilliant as he is now. Bishop Hobart said "huh," and was a little surprised by Wu Yan's quick answer. He wanted to say something but stopped. Wu Yin immediately asked, "Archbishop, do you have anything else to say? In many conversations with NPCs, some intelligence is fleeting, so you must seize every opportunity to obtain intelligence." Bishop Hobart smiled. "Indeed, Leoric's resurrection has nothing to do with you." After that, he stopped talking about this topic and changed the topic. "Come here, I will give you the membership certificate of the Magic Guild." Wu Yin followed immediately. Since leaving the Super God Guild, he basically has no other extra income. Making potions and practicing formations require a lot of materials. When thinking about making potions, Wu Yin immediately remembered to check his life profession, because his life profession was originally the magic potion mentor of Leoric. Now Leoric has automatically left the human power. How could he continue to serve as his life skill mentor? Wu Yin thought of this and his breathing became rapid, but he was immediately disappointed. The magic potion life profession mentor has become vacant. He can continue to look for other magic potion mentors, or he can rely on his own understanding. For this reason, he also compensated himself with a life profession skill grid, which he did not expect. Then you can save a skill to select scrolls, although the benefits of scrolls have been infinitely compressed by this group of players, because ordinary scrolls are really not too difficult, especially return scrolls. After the previous masters have given a fixed production method, you just need to follow the gourd. Bishop Hobart is used to the unexplained fluctuations of the new humans. The more powerful the NPC is, the more thorough the understanding of the players is. Bishop Hobart handed over a certificate with a purple cover. Wu Yin opened the certificate, which clearly read, "Piaoling dear. Congratulations on passing the many tests and reaching the qualified standards of the Magic Guild. This certificate is awarded. If the various wanted notices in the previous experience are tests, then I have indeed experienced a lot." Bishop Hobart smiled as he watched Wu Yin take the certificate and said, "Do you have any other questions you want to know?" Wu Yan's eyes lit up. This was a good opportunity. To be honest, he had too many doubts in his mind that he wanted to solve. At first, he felt that he understood it almost, and that he had sorted out the main plot of the coming of the Divine Realm. It was nothing more than a question of development 300 years ago, 30 years ago, and now after the war. As the plot evolved, the ancient undead appeared, Leoric regained great power, and broke away from the human tribe. The development of this main line made him even more confused. Wu Yin hesitated and asked the question that was most closely related to him. Why is levitation listed as a forbidden technique? As soon as Wu Yin asked this question, the atmosphere instantly became cold. There were several magic NPCs guarding around, and their eyes changed quite a lot. Bishop Hobart found a chair and sat down. His eyes were fixed on the front. Even Wu Yin was nervous about the current atmosphere. Bishop Hobart waved his magic wand, and a book flew out of his study. Then, he sighed heavily. "Take a look." Wu Yan's curiosity was completely aroused. He asked a tentative question, but he didn't expect that the other party really gave him an answer. When he took the magic book, he was shocked, because the name of the magic book was floating. He looked at Bishop Hobart and asked, and the latter nodded, so Wu Yin flipped through it. Before he had flipped through 2 pages, "Your condition does not allow you to continue reading this book. Please stop immediately." Wu Yin felt a pain in his abdomen as if he was stabbed by a sword, but when he turned around, he found that there was no prop on his body. Strange? Wu Yin opened the book again, and the pain was even stronger. "What's going on?" He looked at Bishop Hobart with a questioning look. Bishop Hobart stopped Wu Yin from continuing to read the book, and then said seriously, Don't try to challenge something you can't continue, otherwise you will die. His expression shocked Wu Yan. He didn't emphasize what kind of death it was. Somehow, Wu Yan felt that Bishop Hobart seemed to fully understand the player mechanism. After Wu Yan stopped what he was doing, Bishop Hobart continued, "The reason why levitation is a forbidden skill is that under the current magic conditions, 90% of magicians cannot learn this skill normally. Similarly, other skills that are listed as forbidden skills are because current magicians cannot learn them." Wu Yan asked curiously, "Is it because of the magic core?" He noticed that the surrounding guarding magician NPCs seemed to be unable to hear their conversation. It should be because Bishop Hobart set up a magic barrier. Bishop Hobart showed a little surprise. "You know a lot." "It is indeed because of the magic core." Bishop Hobart nodded. "Then should we just take back the magic core? And how can Leoric float?" Leoric's name was mentioned by Wu Yan, and Bishop Hobart was not surprised at all. He continued to explain seriously, "In the current environment, magic cores are already difficult to appear. To construct a magic core requires an inhuman method." But Wu Yan wanted to continue asking, but was interrupted by Bishop Hobart. "Okay, I've revealed enough." Obviously, Bishop Hobart didn't want to reveal more information on this issue, but this little bit of information did reveal a lot of information. The decline of magicians, or the restriction of the magician profession, is one of the huge main lines in God's advent. As for why the magician profession is restricted, the final reason has not been figured out yet. However, Wu Yan is most concerned about one thing. "I have another question." "I won't say anything more about the magic core this time," Bishop Hobart said with certainty. Wu Yan's expression also became serious. "What I want to ask is, what happened to Minor Yuel?" Bishop Hobart's body shook, and then he waved his hand. Wu Yan felt as if the magic power in his body was scanned. Then, Bishop Hobart's expression revealed reluctance. "Yuel, he is gone." Every word of the conversation was engraved in Wu Yan's astonished expression. For the first time, he felt that he was fooled by the game. The Yuel incident that had been guiding him forward, and the motivation that supported him in wanting to rescue Yuel, all the tall buildings collapsed in an instant, and his face was still full of lingering surprise. How could it be? Chapter 224. Wu Yan had a lot of questions in his mind, because he was stunned by the news that Yuval was gone. To be honest, he still couldn't believe it, but Bishop Hobart also took out the last image of Yuval. Yuval in the image looked haggard, and was completely different from the image of the young magician Wu Yan had seen in the immortal tree. Yuval seemed to be stating his last words in the image. Wu Yan only remembered the last sentence, "Although people die, disorder remains." Because when he said the last sentence, Yuval took a breath at the end. Although Yuval's last face was very vicissitudes, Wu Yan still saw Yuval's temperament from the words. He was a real magician. Then can his disorder skill tree still be clicked? After a little sadness, Wu Yan immediately thought of the most realistic problem for himself. After all, he has changed his job to become the disorder mage and learn some disorder skills. Facts have proved that these skills are indeed more powerful than ordinary skills. Wu Yan was restless and didn't feel like continuing to chat with Bishop Hobart. He felt that he needed to think about it quietly and carefully, whether he should still stick to the path of the disorder mage. After all, there were several NPCs who were very interested in Wu Yan, and AIG was still open to him, waiting for him to change his job. Wu Yan walked out of the building of the Magic Guild in a trance. After walking about 100 steps, he was blocked by a player in front of him. He had seen this player before. When he first entered the Magic Guild, he had seen this player. He had an evil look on his face, and his strength was not bad. The other party took out the magic wand provocatively, and said unruly, "Try it?" Since the main city opened the PK restrictions, the number of players and NPCs who set up stalls outside has decreased. They will all concentrate on setting up stalls in safe trade markets, instead of setting up stalls anywhere. Before Wu Yan could answer, the opponent's attack magic had already arrived. It was a magic of the main Earth system, and it used Earthquake right away. Wu Yan was also quick-witted and immediately set up a magic barrier. The magic barrier completely absorbed the skill of Earthquake, and then Wu Yan used the rebound of the magic barrier, straight to, the huge damage caused by the opponent was reflected and was about to hit. The opponent suddenly disappeared, small range teleportation. Wu Yan's expression suddenly became gloomy. The opponent's strength was stronger than he thought, and the skill strength was not only more than 20 levels of skill strength, and the technical skills in all aspects were much stronger than ordinary players. Privileged players? No, his level is not low now. Except for the privileged players on the list of Spirit Ascension, there are not many who can suppress his level. Wu Yan is now confident that even if Spirit Ascension comes, he can easily. And the victory was easy. He teleported quickly, and Wu Yan's movements were also fast. Since he mastered the magic, he could completely capture the movement of magic. The opponent was like a huge power source moving. How could he not feel it? It's just that the movement speed was very fast. The opponent's player hadn't shown up yet. Wu Yan's skills were connected, and he also released Blizzard to assist. The range of his Blizzard was extremely large, but the opponent was not to be outdone, and even learned an Earth Shield to isolate his Blizzard skill. So what? Wu Yan made a few small jumps back to the limit of the distance. His speed was not fast among the players, but that was because he was a physical player. If he was a magician, his speed would be top-notch. After increasing the distance, Wu Yan, who had increased the casting distance, directly kited the opponent. When the two people were at the same level, the casting distance of skills could determine too many things, not to mention that Wu Yan's level was much higher. Players were dealing with some ordinary monsters, while Wu Yan was dealing with NPCs who had crossed countless levels. Under the powerful fire bomb and attack power of Wu Yan, the opponent's small-range teleportation was already stretched to its limits, and when Wu Yan released it at a distance, he also discovered a huge flaw in the opponent's small-range teleportation. This skill was said to be like a small-range teleportation, but in fact, it was not a teleportation that cut through time and space, but it sneaked underground and used visual deception to create the illusion of teleportation. When Wu Yan had an idea, when the opponent used a small-range teleportation, he directly put the target of the attack underground. The opponent immediately lost his composure and was hit hard, with his health reduced by more than half. Then the opponent raised the white flag and said A. After receiving the compensation for the settlement, Wu Yan took a look at the contents and temporarily put aside his thoughts of killing the other party. Otherwise, with this player provoking him at this critical moment, he really wanted to kill the other party directly. This player was so rich, 1,000 diamonds, 50 return scrolls, and a number of magic potions. This casual move was Wu Yan's consumption for 10 days. When the other party saw that Wu Yan agreed to the settlement compensation, he trotted over. His hair was very long, almost covering his eyes. Even if he lost, the other player with such temperament looked like a winner. Introduce yourself, Wen Ning, a professional player. When Wu Yan heard the title of a professional player, his heart was deeply touched. He had been in this world for almost 2 months, and it felt like time had passed very slowly. The title of a professional player made him feel like he had returned to the professional arena where he once dominated the world. At the same time, his guess was also confirmed. Sure enough, there were a group of players on Blue Star who had a very thorough understanding of the game. Wu Yan was so excited that he could not express it. When Ningxia's face showed a bit of surprise. After all, he lost. For Piao Ling, they had already gathered enough intelligence on Piao Ling and had been tracking his progress. After so many days of evaluation, they felt that it was time for Piao Ling to join their team. When Ning explained the situation of his team, but got a rejection reply from Wu Yan, no. When Ning was anxious like an ant on a hot pot, repeatedly walking around him, using his hands and feet to describe, "Are you sure you don't want to think about it again? We have all the privileges of privileged players, and we have the official sponsorship of the Blue Star Agency behind us, and..." Wu Yan continued to shake his head. "I am not interested in joining the so-called professional team." He began to say calmly, "As you just said, it's just a change of environment to compete for the quota of acting as the agent of Blue Star. Moreover, you just said an important piece of information, that is, the quota for the game is not selected by the Blue Star Agency, but by God's Advent itself. In that case, why can't I continue in my own way?" Wu Yan's bunch of reasons made Wen Ning stunned, and he took a deep breath. "You have to know that there is a world of difference between professional players and ordinary players. I still have a trump card just now." Wen Ning's tone was not so calm after being rejected by Wu Yan repeatedly. Wu Yan didn't want to continue the conversation. He thought he could get a lot of information from the professional team, but it seemed that they were just some talented players cultivated by the Blue Star Agency. These players' talents and understandings are indeed stronger than ordinary players, but this kind of understanding was just called playing well in their previous game era. Who doesn't have a trump card? Wu Yan said this and left. He has not used his maximum casting distance until now, which is nearly 20 times the casting improvement. This alone is enough to make Wen Ning drink a pot. Wen Ning was anxious. The plot did not develop as he imagined. When he was invited in, he agreed almost in a second. It was such a great honor to have the opportunity to represent Blue Star, and the quota was most likely to come from their professional team. And the game played by ordinary players, and them in God's Advent is not the same experience at all. Not only were they already far ahead in level, they were also quite proficient in mastering skills and some conscious positioning, which allowed them to constantly challenge those above them. You don't regret it. Wen Ning saw that no matter how he tried to persuade them, it was useless, so he could only let it go. Then, he returned to a room with some frustration. There were several team members sitting calmly in the room. They were all wearing the same uniform. Just from the appearance, it was even difficult to tell what their profession was. Didn't you invite them? Said a young man who took out a fan from nowhere. He should be the leader among the several people. Captain, Wen Ning said dissatisfiedly, that guy is really too arrogant. After defeating me by chance, he looks down on us. Wen Ning's voice was very long, for fear that the captain didn't hear what he said. The young male captain was gentle and elegant. He turned the fan and didn't rush to reply directly. How long did you fight? Wen Ning thought for a while and gave an answer, 1 minute and 23 seconds. Then you surrendered? A woman's sarcastic voice came from the table. Wen Ning glared at him. It's because he was afraid of hurting the harmony. When the young captain heard 1 minute and 23 seconds, he said he stood up, and it can be clearly seen that he had a revolver on his waist. If Wu Yin was there, he would be surprised, because among the known professions, except for mechanics, there is no pure profession using hot weapons. The young captain paced back and forth, then pondered, next time, let Lu Yun invite him. Captain, you're still inviting? He said he doesn't want to come. Lu Yun, who had just mocked Wen Ning, said, maybe your strength is too weak, and he doesn't want to come at all. Wen Ning frowned. I still have a trump card that I haven't used yet. Lu Yun said slowly, then Piaoling might also have a trump card. Didn't you say that the investigation was very clear? What trump cards could he have? The young captain stopped the two people from talking. Let's put Piaoling's matter aside for now. Let's level up quickly now. He helped us unlock the island of the dead and the cemetery. Why don't we seize the opportunity? It's not just our team that's watching. Yes, Captain. Wu Yin left the Magic Guild. Sure enough, Blue Star would have a group of people who specialized in playing games. In fact, after fighting with Wen Ning, Wu Yin lost interest in joining their team. Their so-called professional teams were all linked to Blue Star, and Wu Yin had not figured out what kind of organization the Blue Star Agency was, so Wu Yin did not act rashly. What he wanted to crack the most now was the secret of disorder. Since Yule was gone, he had to at least understand why he was so persistent in doing these things. Was it to create a magic core? Or to reshape an alternative magician? Wu Yin was a little confused and prepared to go to the undead tree. It had been a long time since he last saw Pandora. To be honest, he didn't want to talk about Leoric at all. The more he thought about it, the more he felt that he seemed to have been betrayed by Leoric. When he came to the place where Pandora was imprisoned under the immortal tree, he felt that he seemed to be able to see the magic circle where Pandora was trapped. A surprising magic circle. Wu Yin had seen a similar magic circle in the basic tree of magic mastery. This was not something he could break with only the elementary formation. It was just that this formation was too wonderful. Wu Yin couldn't help but touch Pandora's chain. His magic power could be input into it, and he could use magic power to find the eye of the formation. As long as he found the eye of the formation, he could break the formation that trapped Pandora. When Wu Yin thought of this, he was a little excited, because he heard Pandora say that this magic circle trapped her, causing her to lose some memories and many permissions. As long as Pandora was rescued in advance, the situation would be different. He followed the direction of the magic power, and then all the way to. Wu Yin looked at Pandora with a charming smile in surprise. The latter pursed her lips and said seductively, "What? Still want to check my body?" No way. Wu Yin looked at the immortal tree that seemed to have life. This formation was too amazing. The center of the formation was inside Pandora's body. In principle, this was an unsolvable formation. He took out the book of magic formations that Ronin gave him with some frustration, and began to read it frantically. Pandora looked like a little girl, tilting her head, not paying any attention at all. Wu Yin watched this performance quietly without getting bored. When he turned to the one with people as the core of the formation, there were really a few big words written on the book. If you encounter this kind of formation, please kill the caster. Wu Yin felt an inexplicable pain in his heart. This formation was extremely hurtful, and a tormenting formation. It could not only wear away people's will and ability, but also erase people's memory bit by bit. Little magician, why are you so depressed? Pandora's lazy voice came from a distance, and at this moment Pandora was actually outside this magic circle. Chapter 225. Wu Yin asked in surprise, "You cracked it?" Before he finished speaking, Pandora returned to the distance and pressed her slender fingers against Wu Yin's lips. Keep your voice down, don't alarm this old man." She pointed to the immortal tree behind her. "Have you recovered your memory?" Wu Yin asked immediately, and at the same time, he kept an eye on the huge immortal tree. This immortal tree seemed to have some origins. Pandora smiled and nodded, but I can't go out now. I'm not sure I can completely get rid of this old man. Wu Yin said, is there anything I can do to help? Such a difficult magic circle was actually cracked by Pandora. It is hard to imagine what level of NPC Pandora is, maybe even stronger than Leoric. Pandora smiled, you can't help now, but you really want to know something from me? Wu Yin nodded heavily, and said bluntly, what's the matter with Mentor Leoric? Pandora's expression also became serious. He got his power back. Yes, Pandora suddenly sighed, don't blame him. He put all his hopes on you. Wu Yin inexplicably felt that his original hurried state disappeared. Since the incident of Leoric, he has been forcing himself to move forward and want to understand the truth. It was a good leveling game, but he was immersed in this very real plot and couldn't extricate himself. He listened carefully to Pandora's explanation. Pandora's beautiful eyes gradually lit up, and then stared at Wu Yin's eyes. Pandora's eyes were like purple gems, really beautiful, and he could still see his own figure in her eyes. See, Pandora continued, my charming eyes have no effect on you. Wu Yin swallowed the word beautiful that almost came out of his mouth, and Pandora's next word surprised him even more. Your eye of demonic vision can control your rationality, and make people in a state where they will not be affected by other external things. Of course, if you use it properly, you can also make yourself calm. Wu Yin understood what Pandora said. In this case, Leoric himself cannot control his emotions at all, because he does not have the eye of demonic vision. Wu Yin looked over in confusion, but found that Pandora nodded quietly. Then why did he do this? Wu Yin even felt that he was the chosen one. Did such an important plot happen to him? Pandora continued, maybe she discovered your potential and felt that you can definitely restore the world to its original state? What was the original world like? Wu Yin said. Pandora looked back at the immortal tree. At that time, he was not here. Then, Pandora seemed to lose interest in talking, and her face was quite tired. I will tell you when I go out. Pandora finally smiled helplessly, closed her eyes, and stopped talking. Wu Yin had no choice but to return to the immortal tree. After that, he rushed to the cemetery without stopping. He took a look at the inner layer of the cemetery, and saw the figure of Shatya from a distance. It seemed that because Leoric returned to the inner layer of the cemetery, Shatya did not want to stay with Leoric. He counted his tasks, many of which were long-term tasks, and could not be continued. However, because he joined the Magic Guild, he had a new sweep task. Task name: Sweep of the Undead Warrior. Task content: because of the return of the Undead King, the strength of the Undead Warriors is growing stronger and stronger. Please eliminate 100 Undead Warriors. Task reward: experience value plus 10,000, a number of diamonds, and a number of materials. Number of tasks: unlimited, currently completed, 545 times. This task is very cost-effective. Wu Yin's current idea is to immediately reach level 30, and then try to challenge Shatya. At level 30, he can learn one more skill. His skill with the highest skill strength, Fire Bomb, has reached level 5, and the fastest upgraded Blizzard is also about to reach level 5. After level 5, the skill will have a qualitative change with each level upgrade. Although Leoric's return has enhanced the strength of the Undead Warriors, Wu Yin, who is level 27, can easily defeat these undead monsters of the same level. This immediately liberated the small group of players next to him, who were originally under great pressure to level up. After Wu Yin entered the leveling mode, his entire casting action became smooth, because his improved version of Fire Bomb has particularly high damage. After mastering the frequency of monster attacks, those undead warriors could not get close to Wu Yin. The most outrageous thing was that several of Wu Yin's skills attracted the hatred of monsters on other people's side due to the casting range. In the beginning, Wu Yin's leveling was normal, but slowly, something went wrong. The occasional Skyfall Blizzard and the non-stop fire shotgun released magic like a machine gun. Soon, the number of undead warriors born around him could not keep up with the number killed by Wu Yin. More and more players surrounded Wu Yin, and they did not dare to approach rashly. Although Wu Yin changed his killing mode to only target monsters, the effects of the skills, such as freezing and burning effects, are unavoidable, and because of these effects, death may not necessarily be counted as the opponent's kill, so other players are more cautious, and their discussions are getting more and more surprised. He is the legendary Piao Ling, right? This player didn't realize that because of Piao Ling's current performance, his tone of voice has become a little low-key. Isn't it? Apart from Piao Ling, which other mage has such a terrifying blizzard skill? Even though they were standing so far away, snowflakes would float over from time to time, and they could feel the biting cold. The cemetery was originally a relatively cold place, and with Wu Yan's snowstorm, the air temperature became even lower. My goodness! Piao Ling is so powerful. How can there be any stupid players who want to challenge him in a duel? Didn't we report Piao Ling for cheating last time? Everyone has forgotten it so quickly. So can we report it this time? This is even stronger than the big boss. You can report it at will. If the report is successful, I lose. Invincible Romantic Knight also participated in the conversation without knowing when. He stared at Wu Yan's performance from a distance. He always regarded Wu Yan as an object to catch up with. He was indeed improving his strength much faster than before. But Wu Yan's strength was improving even faster. Now he seemed to see a rather unfamiliar magician, who monopolized a large leveling area by himself, and was using a rather exaggerated scene, one person versus hundreds of monsters. This scene deeply shocked every player present, and refreshed their cognition again. Some players even opened the level list directly to predict when Piao Ling would top the list. Wu Yan was very satisfied with his current leveling status. He knew that many players were watching him, but it was not important. What was important was that he had a more thorough understanding of the attack mechanism of these monsters, as well as some coordination of his own spells, how to maximize the monster spawning. He set the sweeping task to be accepted repeatedly at a fixed time. In just half an hour, he had accepted this task 5 times, which meant that he had killed more than 500 undead warriors. More and more players began to rush to the cemetery to watch this unprecedented upgrade performance through the spread of some pictures, and even attracted Wen Ning and Lu Yun, who had recruited Wu Yan before. Wen Ning's hair covered half of his eyes, and his blue eyes stared at Wu Yan, who was leveling up. He looked at his level 32 game panel, and then looked at the level ranking list. Spirit Ascension's level 29 was still ranked first. At this time, Piao Ling's level has reached the 2nd place. This upgrade speed is simply too terrifying. If Piao Ling concentrates on upgrading, he thinks Piao Ling will soon be promoted to the 1st place in the level rankings, and then catch up with them. As a professional player, Wen Ning has long accepted that level is not the most important thing, and exploring the potential of one's own skills is the most important thing. Lu Yun also stared at Wu Yan, who was casting spells in the distance. Her expression was quite serious, and she said, "Wen Ning, he may have really let you go when fighting against you." Wen Ning's face was very ugly at first, and he wanted to refute, but he saw the frown in Lu Yun's expression, and his mood to refute disappeared immediately. In this team, in addition to the captain, the other person he was looking after was Lu Yun, because Lu Yun, as a female professional player, had strong comprehensive abilities in all aspects. Most importantly, Lu Yun had always been calm and composed, but this time she actually showed such a cautious expression. It was the first time he saw Lu Yun's expression showing a hint of worry. The upgrade was still going on, and more onlookers began to gather. Unknowingly, players from the Apocalypse Force also slowly appeared in the Great Cemetery dungeon, and there were still players who wanted to come in, because the number of players that this dungeon could bear had reached its limit and could not be teleported in. Those who did not come in asked the players inside the Great Cemetery to remember to take pictures, and so on. Xiongling even gave up his own task halfway, because the upgrade feast of Piao Ling that he saw was too terrifying, and it was simply not a level that a player could do. Last time, when he passed the temple, he felt that Piao Ling must be special in the game, and he was not a guy who relied on luck to get ahead. When he really saw Piao Ling's performance this time, he changed from being shocked at the beginning to worrying, and then to a helpless smile. Xiongling found that he still underestimated Piao Ling. The opponent was behind him in level, and was just lazy to upgrade. As for the current upgrade speed, before he could react, the onlookers suddenly burst into a group of enthusiastic voices. Super! Super! In just less than 3 hours, Piao Ling actually upgraded 2 levels in a row. Now he has surpassed Xiongling and topped the level ranking list, but Wu Yan's upgrade pace has not yet ended, and the players present do not want to leave at all. They watch Piao Ling spawning monsters. It seems that he is ridiculously strong, but in many operations, there are very detailed performances. If you look closely, Piao Ling has a very short pre-swing for casting. This is already known to all players, but Piao Ling will do a backward swing of the magic wand when casting. Whether it is a warrior or a magician, they are all experimenting with their weapons, and an amazing discovery was made in the experiment, that is, the slight backward swing of the weapon will really reduce the sense of pause. It seems to be just a small change, but during the release of the entire skill, it makes the whole set of actions much smoother. Laymen watched the excitement, while experts saw nothing. The expressions of the professional players headed by Lu Yun became more and more serious, especially when Ning, who had been laughing all the time. He opened his game panel very solemnly, and recorded some of Wu Yan's actions. This was also the instruction given to them by their captain, that is, when encountering players with higher levels than themselves, they must learn more about the unique features of other professional players. He had been memorizing it silently in his heart for the sake of his own face, but when he saw that even Lu Yun seemed to be pointing at the panel, when Ning could no longer bear it, and wrote down all the details he had secretly memorized in his heart on the game panel without missing a word. Awesome, really awesome. When Ning's mood suddenly changed for some reason. At first, he thought Piaoling would regret not joining their professional team. Now, he felt that players like Piaoling definitely have the strength of an ace. When Ning recorded and watched Lu Yun's expression. Lu Yun was also a genius-level player in his mind, with his own unique understanding of the game, but even such Lu Yun was recording and thinking at the same time, sometimes frowning, sometimes suddenly realizing. Isn't this exactly the same expression as when he was trying to understand some of the captain's operations before? And Lu Yun didn't have such an expression when he was understanding some of the captain's operations. When Ning didn't dare to think about it anymore. He felt like he was going crazy if he thought about it again. The players were silently waiting for the players to finish this upgrade feast, because the monsters here were only level 29 at most. Now Piaoling is also level 29. Without the experience bonus of leapfrogging and the huge experience pool from level 29 to level 30, the upgrade speed will be quite slow. After a while, the players found that Wu Yan stopped, thinking that Wu Yan realized the difficulty of upgrading, but found that Wu Yan's eyes were looking into the distance, and a faceless man slowly walked out from the interior of the cemetery. This NPC was one of the ones who came out to greet Leoric at that time. Chapter 226. Originally, many players were ready to leave because they were still watching the boring leveling. After all, there were still only a few high-level players. Not many players could understand some of Wu Yan's detailed operations. Most of them were attracted by Wu Yan's terrifying monster-killing speed. But after watching for a long time, there was also aesthetic fatigue. After several hours, the skills were all the same, and the same few skills were always released repeatedly. Many players knew that at this stage, players could use more than just a few skills, but Piaoling used a fixed few and had a completely mechanical playstyle. Some players, who could not fully understand it, saw the mechanical playstyle, while those who had discovered that detailed operations could improve skills knew that Piaoling was now in a fairly balanced state. When the faceless man came out, some players who were about to leave immediately stopped their steps, and someone immediately reported the information. Level 35 commander level. Boss. Oh my god. Who is better, this or Xiaotia? Don't compare with Xiaotia casually. Xiaotia is the ceiling of this version. I guess the white whale last time was not Xiaotia's opponent. Anyway, the giant in the death forest is also a commander level boss. Just convert the level. Can anyone tell me in detail, can a player beat this boss in a single duel? Under normal circumstances, it is impossible. But he is Piaoling. Wu Yan looked at the faceless man who slowly came out with a serious expression. In fact, after he had been killing monsters for several hours, his game panel kept reminding him that he might arouse the anger of the guardian of the cemetery. That was why he had not stopped killing monsters. Otherwise, judging from the cost-effectiveness of killing monsters, it would be a very unwise choice for him to stay here to kill monsters after reaching level 29. He just wanted to see which guardian would come out. If it was Xiaotia, he would have been ready to run away on the spot. The current faceless man seemed to be the weakest NPC in the cemetery, but this weakest NPC was also a level 35 commander level boss. The attributes in front of him were even more outrageous, but the faceless man seemed to have a flaw, that is, although he had a lot of blood, his magic defense was not high, which completely gave him an opportunity, so Wu Yan wanted to try it. All the players gathered their spirits, and most of them had the latest telescopes. The current style of telescopes is more advanced and bound to the character itself, which is equivalent to directly adding a double vision function to the character itself. As long as the double vision function in the game panel is turned on, an automatic lens will be installed in front of your eyes, and you can also focus accurately. The appearance of the faceless man is a completely humanoid appearance. For humanoid monsters or NPCs, players still have innate concerns. In many PKs, it is difficult for them to win when facing humanoid monsters. Just like the battle with NPCs in the arena, there is only a lonely named Piaoling hanging on the list of victories over NPCs, and the dwarf NPC that Piaoling defeated is said to be a level 45 character now. Even if the dwarf NPC that Piaoling defeated was only level 30, he still had to cross many levels to win. That has always been an unsolved mystery. After all, no player witnessed the scene. And this time, it is an opportunity to see how Piao Ling cheated in public. Fortunately, the warm-up just a few hours ago has further changed everyone's attitude towards Piao Ling. From thinking that Piao Ling is an ordinary master, to thinking that Piao Ling is really a top master. They watched Wu Yan move, and their hearts were lifted. You are about to enter combat. 10 seconds countdown. Please choose whether to leave the battle. Wu Yan calmly observed the surrounding situation. There were quite a lot of shelters around him, such as stone tablets, groceries, and corpses. This was beneficial for Wu Yan to hide. Otherwise, he would really be like a target, and could not avoid the opponent's attack. According to the opponent's introduction, it was a profession similar to the ghost swordsman, but there was no obvious introduction. When the countdown was about to end, the faceless man teleported directly to the bottom in a small range. This skill operation caused shock to the surrounding players. Displacement skills are almost necessary skills for all warriors. Some professions will learn to jump back, learn to dodge sideways, and learn to do somersaults. When releasing these evasion skills, there will be a timely acceleration and a certain dominance effect, but if injured, there will still be a certain amount of damage deduction. But such a small-range teleportation is a skill that you dare not even think about. When Ning, who was watching from the side, had a very green face. He always thought that his small-range movement was a unique skill, but he never expected that an NPC's small-range teleportation was much stronger than his. As a player who is proficient in small-range teleportation, he had already seen through the Faceless Man's method of using this skill the moment the Faceless Man released this skill. In fact, it was also a visual deception. When using this skill, the Faceless Man can make his body transparent for a short time, and then move artificially. When moving, it is at least 3 times faster than the normal movement speed. In other words, even if the Faceless Man does not make his body transparent, it is basically difficult to keep up with the speed of the Faceless Man. When Ning's eyes were about to pop out. Similarly, he was looking forward to Piao Ling's performance next. The last time he fought with Piao Ling, it ended too quickly, so he didn't understand how he was discovered. Now he finally took a good look. Small-range teleportation? Wu Yan was not panicked. What he was most grateful for now was that he got the skill of magic mastery. Of course, the Eye of Magic Vision was also an extremely powerful auxiliary equipment. It couldn't be considered equipment, but a function. Whether he used the Eye of Magic Vision or the fluctuations of magic mastery to perceive, he could clearly feel the movement trajectory of the Faceless Man. But sensing the movement of the Faceless Man, the moving trajectory is one thing, and attacking the opponent is another. When Wu Yan was calculating in his mind, the moving figure of the Faceless Man stopped. His face was really completely unclear. It was a black mass, and it was shaking like a black wave. Then, something even more amazing happened. The Faceless Man actually slowly raised a finger and slowly poked it backwards, naked provocation. Not only Wu Yan missed it, but the onlookers were also stunned. Just like normal human NPCs rarely leak some things that were too close to the players. Emotions, and the Faceless Man can only be regarded as a humanoid monster at best. This Faceless Man is actually provocative. I really can't help it. The players have already discussed the actions of the Faceless Man, but Wu Yan is still not in a hurry. He found that the Faceless Man is not that simple. There is a liquid wrapped around the Faceless Man. Maybe the reason why he can be transparent is because of this liquid. This liquid just helps Wu Yan to capture his trajectory more clearly. He still starts with blizzard, but the liquefied. The Faceless Man was not affected by his blizzard at all. Apart from slight damage, it did not even slow him down. Wu Yan immediately continued to release Fire Bomb. After his multiple attacks were upgraded to the next level, he could release 4 Fire Bombs. This skill really caught the Faceless Man off guard. He obviously dodged the first 3 Fire Bombs, but was still hit by the last attack. This was also what Wu Yan discovered on a whim, because it is almost impossible for 2 Fire Bombs to overlap in multiple attacks. If they overlap, it is not considered a multiple attack, but a critical hit. As long as they don't overlap, you can adjust the angle as much as possible by your own ability. Due to the high-speed movement of the Faceless Man, he can adjust the angle on the route of skill release. If he can hit it once, Wu Yan will be familiar with it. The Faceless Man obviously can't accept the opponent's easy attack and starts to attack Wu Yan. The Faceless Man took a skill of a Fire Bomb and rushed to Wu Yan. At this time, Wu Yan's physical barrier also supported it. Through observation, the attack method of the Faceless Man should be a pure physical skill. Wu Yan subconsciously glanced at it. I don't know why, the dragon bone armor given to him by the dwarf is actually effective, which means that his current health value is as high as 30,000. In addition to the damage resisted by the physical barrier, it can resist nearly 10,000 damage. In fact, it is equivalent to more than 40,000 damage. If you don't count it, you don't know. Once you count it, you will find that your health is much thicker than that of monsters of the same level. You should know that many players' HP is less than 10,000 now. Wu Yan did not dodge at all, but looked directly at the Faceless Man and took the attack head-on. The attack power of the Faceless Man is really terrifying. I don't know if it was because he was prepared to take the attack head-on, but when the Faceless Man was about to attack him, he suddenly changed his combat skills, and the initial power of this combat skill has caused some combat players to exclaim. Among them, the power of combat skills, if not deliberately hidden, can easily be passed through. The warriors all rely on their fighting spirit to perform combat skills, and the darker the color of the fighting spirit, the more powerful the power of this combat skill is. Obviously, the starting scale of this combat skill has exceeded the cognitive scope of their players. When the Faceless Man successfully swung his slender sword with dazzling speed, and chopped it countless times in a second, the Faceless Man's movements became stiff. He roared towards the sky with a trembling sound, and then took a few steps back, touching the other arm that was stained with yellow-green blood. The energy-concentrating beam of the barrier directly hit Wu Yan at such a close distance. And it was not only the damage of the energy-concentrating beam of the barrier, but also the damage of cutting through the barrier and directly hitting Wu Yan's body. After cutting through the barrier, Wu Yan was also killed by 15,000 HP. This skill is too abnormal. Wu Yan used all the methods that can replenish blood in a short rest time, but the gap of health value is too big. If the Faceless Man attacks again at this time, he will be dead. Wu Yan's body with thousands of holes is recovering visibly, and the blood at the corners of his mouth can also be recovered. He has adjusted the pain so low, but it still hurts so much. The sword light just now really couldn't react at all. The previous multiple kills had high damage, and the last sword burst out dozens of times the previous damage. This combat skill should be considered a unique skill. The Faceless Man was also in a very miserable state. He had a total of 200,000 HP, but with just this one attack, he lost more than 40,000 HP. On his arm, there seemed to be an additional effect of the energy beam. It might be because the Faceless Man was a dead spirit, so his arm was constantly suffering from the energy aura. In short, this attack shocked the surrounding players. Almost all players thought that Piao Ling was going to be killed instantly. Just now, some players had already estimated that the damage of the Faceless Man's skill reached 20,000 by judging by the scale and color of the fighting spirit. But in fact, the real damage of the Faceless Man had reached more than 30,000. Oh my god, what happened? The Faceless Man seemed to be breaking his own arm. The fight just now was too fast. Didn't Piao Ling get hit? So, is this monster a little afraid of Piao Ling? Although he has no face, why do I feel that his body is shaking? The white light just now is Piao Ling's talent. What kind of talent is this to have such high damage? Actually, I guess it's rebound damage. Invincible Romantic Knight interrupted the conversation at some point, attracting the attention of Lu Yun and Wen Ning, especially Lu Yun, who had a flash of surprise in his eyes. After all, for Piao Ling, his talent has always been a mystery, whether it is his outrageous magic. The range of the spells and his extremely fast casting speed are not something that ordinary players can easily obtain, but these can be explained by some adventures. As for the talent of rebound damage, someone has already analyzed the previous Piao Ling battle video. His talent is very likely to have rebound damage, but this rebound damage is really too outrageous. The damage that the Faceless Man just suffered should be over 20,000 according to their guess. This is also their speculation about the rebound. A skill damage of 20,000 is not something that even the strongest player among their professional players can hit, of course, except for their ace players other than their captain. The ace of the team among professional players is completely different from other professional players. Look, the Faceless Man seems to want to leave the battle, which surprised everyone. After the previous attack, the Faceless Man actually turned around and ran away. Chapter 227. The Faceless Man wanted to run away, but Wu Yan would never let him go. At this moment, a magical scene appeared. A level 35 commander level NPC, the Faceless Man was actually chased by Wu Yan. Logically speaking, with the speed of Faceless Man, he should be able to escape from the battle range quickly and get out of the battle. The players were confused for a while, and it turned out that it was the NPC who escaped. This surprised them. At this time, Wu Yan's textbook kite-flying performance appeared. Faceless Man could not get rid of Wu Yan's hatred at all, because Wu Yan could accurately send skills to Faceless Man every time. The damage of fire shotgun was not low. After being ground for several minutes, the health of Faceless Man was less than half. Seeing that Faceless Man was about to return to the inside of the cemetery, a huge bone dragon's head stretched out from the inside of the cemetery, swallowed it in one breath, and was killed by other monsters. When players and NPCs participated in the same monster killing judgment, it was much simpler. Whoever outputs more between the single player and the NPC will be the one who kills. This is equivalent to Piaoling picking up a big bargain at the end, however, based on the situation of the last battle. Faceless Man may not be a match for Piaoling. All the materials and equipment on the ground burst out. There were a lot of them. There were even purple equipment, and there were more than one. The players watching the game were excited and wanted to snatch them on the spot. However, the equipment had a protection period of 1 hour. If they wanted to snatch the equipment, they could only compete. Some thoughtful players had different expressions and were communicating rapidly. In the end, they chose to give up. After all, the methods used by Piaoling just now were far beyond the level of ordinary players. It can be said that Piaoling itself is a small boss and a humanoid boss, and it is a humanoid boss who can play tricks. I don't know which player's side. I went to level up. I think I know why it is easy to die when following Piaoling. This is not something I can participate in at all. The surrounding players also deeply agreed that they had overestimated their abilities in the past. Next time when targeting Piaoling, they should send some stronger players. At this moment, Wu Yan's message notifications have exploded. In addition to the news of killing, there are many rewards. Congratulations to player Piaoling for successfully killing the Faceless Man. Experience points increased by 50,000. Congratulations to player Piaoling for successfully obtaining the Faceless Man mask. Material. Congratulations to player Piaoling for successfully obtaining the Soul-Slaying Sword. Purple. Congratulations to player Piaoling for successfully obtaining the Sun and Moon 5 Elements Wheel. Purple. There is also a series of equipment information, but Wu Yan's mind is all focused on the purple gold equipment. He doesn't have any purple gold equipment yet, and 2 pieces came at once. However, the first piece is a warrior professional equipment, which makes him a little disappointed, but he has no plan to sell it for the time being. If he hadn't met the professional player before, he might have put it up for auction, but now it's different. With a group of players with good strength, if he explores ahead, there will definitely be a lot of good things. Wen Ning looked at the purple equipment from afar and felt a little jealous. He only had 2 pieces of purple gold equipment now, and Piaoling got 2 at once. Fortunately, there was a sword that Piaoling could not use, otherwise he would really be a little jealous. Wu Yan was a little disappointed after checking the introduction of Soul-Slaying Sword, and then immediately continued to check the Sun Moon 5 Elements Wheel. This purple gold equipment is not very big, but small, and he has never seen the Faceless Man use it. I am afraid that the other party cannot use it at all. He checked it, and found that it was indeed the case. Equipment name, Sun Moon 5 Elements Wheel. Equipment level, above level 28. Equipment class, purple gold. Is it a set? No. Is it one-handed? Yes. Equipment introduction, offhand equipment, can be equipped at the same time when using one-handed equipment. It is a peerless weapon from the bottom of Sun Moon Lake that has been immersed for 500 years. Equipment usage, limited to magic system. Equipment effect, increases magic attack by 50%, can drive the Sun Moon 5 Elements Wheel to cause a physical attack effect twice the total magic attack damage. Equipment additional effect, additional bleeding slowdown. After seeing the introduction of this equipment, Wu Yan immediately liked it. He equipped it, but other attributes did not improve significantly. This is also a feature of secondary equipment. Few secondary equipment can add basic attributes, but secondary equipment can enrich the choice of battle. After all, attacks are carried out with weapons. Wu Yan tried to use this weapon. There were no other monsters around, making it difficult for him to lock it, but he still started to drive the Sun and Moon 5 Elements Wheel. When Wu Yan picked up the Sun and Moon 5 Elements Wheel, he felt that his magic power was constantly flowing into the Sun and Moon 5 Elements Wheel, which seemed to be in the process of establishing a connection. An indicator was covered on his eyes, and a wonderful connection was formed between his eyes and his Sun Moon 5 Elements Wheel. Wisps of magic power were connected to the Sun Moon 5 Elements Wheel from his eyes. He could see the progress bar on the Sun Moon 5 Elements Wheel, which was an energy that could control the movement of the Sun Moon 5 Elements Wheel. He controlled the Sun Moon 5 Elements Wheel, and it flew in front of the onlookers with a swish. Even Wu Yan himself was stunned. The control distance was so long. It's just that the Sun Moon 5 Elements Wheel was too small, and flew too far. He had to recall it because of his vision problem, otherwise it would be stuck in that corner, which would be a bit troublesome. Those players who were just watching the show were even more shocked by this purple gold weapon. They had never seen a weapon that could cast the sun, moon, and 5 elements wheel so far. They could accept that Piao Ling's magic release distance was very long, but this was obviously a physical attack weapon. It just looked like it was driven by spells. The fact that this physical attack weapon could be released so far had already made many players uneasy. Some forum users, who often hang out on the forum, had already begun to analyze the changes that the purple gold weapon would bring back. Purple gold weapons may bring more choices to our battles. Will Piao Ling's other purple gold sword trigger an auction frenzy? Wu Yin put away this secondary weapon with great satisfaction. This weapon solved a big problem for him, that is, long-range aggro for monsters. After all, his fire bomb could not adjust the direction at any time, and he had not yet reached the level of magic proficiency. This sun, moon, and 5 elements wheel was different. It could adjust the direction at any time, and its attack power was not low. It could not only take the initiative to attack, but also attract the hatred of monsters. Wu Yin collected all the remaining materials. He planned to put some unused gold-level equipment on the market to exchange for diamonds. Now the trading market is very mature. It is divided into 2 modes. One mode is through the AI mode of the market. The official Divine Realm Advent will evaluate your props. The price is what is evaluated. There is another market where players set the price themselves. All responsibilities are borne by the players themselves. Of course, some props will not fully display all the attributes. There is a minimum limit of 90% of the attributes to be displayed. Usually, some cheap goods have fatal flaws in the other 10%. So more and more players are willing to pay the handling fee and sell them on the AI market. Wu Yin is even simpler. He directly throws them to the recycling mechanism of the AI market, which is only 10% cheaper than normal trading. However, Wu Yin is too lazy to waste time. With so much time to mess around, he feels that he can get some more equipment. In particular, he just killed so many monsters that his inventory is almost full. After dealing with all the equipment, he noticed a new prompt. Congratulations to player Piao Ling for defeating the Graveyard Guardian Faceless Man, serial number 9. The cemetery asks if you are willing to replace the Faceless Man and become number 9? Wu Yin was immediately in trouble after reading this prompt. He was not sure what the impact of becoming the guardian of the cemetery would be. Would he become an NPC like Chu Sun? That would be a mess for him. Now Chu Sun cannot enter and leave the main city freely. He does not want to be trapped in the cemetery. Just as he was thinking, a capable woman's voice came from the side. Agree, it will be good for you. Lu Yun came to Wu Yin with Wen Ning from the side. Wu Yin recognized Wen Ning at a glance. After all, a player who can teleport in a small range is still quite rare. The important thing is that he also wants this skill. This woman does not look simple. She has short hair and a good appearance, but she does not care about her image at all. The equipment on her body is carefully coordinated. And the other party did not take out her own weapon, so it is also difficult to tell what profession she is. Just from her body, it is initially judged that she should be a physical profession. Wu Yin looked at the two of them and replied, I won't join your team. I don't have the intention to do so for now. Sorry. Lu Yun was stunned, then patted Wen Ning, and then walked over with a smile. It's not about this matter. If I invited you, I wouldn't come empty-handed. Lu Yun shook his head. I mean, you take over the NPC position. Wu Yan's vigilance suddenly became clear. It was obvious that Lu Yun was more powerful than Wen Ning before. When Wu Yan was still thinking about whether to tell this matter, Lu Yun continued, Look at the door behind you. Wu Yan looked back and saw that the door leading to the inner layer of the cemetery had been opened at some point. Standing in the distance was Shatia. Wu Yan thought quickly. Just from these, he could judge that he had received news of accepting the NPC position. There was only one possibility. The other party had also encountered such a situation. Have you also taken over the NPC? Wu Yan finally couldn't help asking. Unexpectedly, Lu Yun nodded honestly and pointed out, there are only benefits, no disadvantages. Wu Yan was relieved. In the current God's Realm Advent, you can no longer simply trust NPCs. High-end NPCs will only become more and more humane. Some NPCs are even more cunning than humans. This is simply outrageous. Okay, that's all I have to say. I hope we can meet again next time. Lu Yun said this very straightforwardly and left without any nostalgia. This made Wu Yan feel a little better. He appreciated such players who didn't drag their feet. He received the information from the Cemetery Guardian number 9, and Shatia in the distance suddenly moved. In just a flash, he saw Shatia coming to him. Since you agree, come in and let everyone know you, The coffin thief. Shatia also had a bit of fierceness in her voice, which made Wu Yin a little helpless. This little guy is really strong. Although she looks quite cute, she is also bloodthirsty. On the forum, many players have shared various famous scenes of Shatia killing players. Players in other places were killed, at most they were pierced, but Shatia didn't even have a normal corpse before death. Wu Yin followed him in reluctantly. What he was most curious about was whether he would see Lioric. When he walked a distance ahead, strange NPCs began to appear from the side. The mummy who had recovered his strength before also saw it. Because he became number 9, he could see number 7 on the head of the mummy. A minotaur, who could speak human language, came from the side. His whole body was extremely strong, and his calves were bigger than Wu Yan's face. He greeted him in a simple way. Finally, that shameless guy is dead. I admire you very much. As he said that, the minotaur was about to hug Wu Yan's neck. Wu Yan dodged immediately, but as a mage, how could he be a minotaur opponent when he was so close? The minotaur's speed was ridiculous. He came over and grabbed Wu Yan's neck immediately. Fortunately, he didn't use too much force, otherwise Wu Yan felt that he would be killed on the spot. He was about to die. Wu Yan subconsciously looked at Shatia, who had been humming a little song in front of him. Sheisha's number was 2. It was 2. He was shocked. Shatia, a character who could step on the bone dragon and challenge Lioric directly, was actually number 2. Then number 1, could it be Lioric? Where are we going? Wu Yan couldn't help asking. This was already beyond the map he had explored before. He kept exploring further, and the atmosphere around him became more and more weird. In many corners around him, he felt that there were eyes with bad intentions staring at them. He didn't know if it was because Wu Yan had become the guardian of the cemetery. The monsters who were secretly peeking did not act rashly. Shatia had been in a very happy mood since Wu Yan came in, and her whole body language showed that she was in a very good mood. We know when we get there. Haven't you always wanted to meet this stinky old man? Lioric? Wu Yan's heart became active. He still had deep feelings for this NPC who had been with him the longest. Judging from Pandora's words, Lioric should have another secret. As they stepped into the last floor, a huge body was placed in the middle of a bunch of experimental halls, doing human experiments, and the body in the middle was Lioric. Chapter 228. Wu Yan couldn't help but glance at the side, and didn't find that Lioric had the same serial number as Shatia, but he did have the title of Dead King. This was the first time he saw a title in an NPC. Lioric Mentor? Wu Yan hesitated for a long time, and asked tentatively. Shatia interrupted Wu Yan's words. He can no longer reply to your words normally. He has entered the experimental stage. She seemed to be talking about something that had nothing to do with her. Wu Yan couldn't help but say, what experiment is he going to do? Shatia looked indifferent. Who knows? She didn't continue to talk, but walked forward, and then from the pile of test tubes in front of her, she found a sticky ball, green in appearance, and looked extremely disgusting. Here. Shatia handed the sticky ball over. Wu Yan almost turned away. This thing was really disgusting. When he pinched his nose and touched this sticky mass, tip, you have obtained the basic NPC task release authority, and you have obtained the NPC intelligence authority. A steady stream of information rushed to him. He didn't need to know the situation of other cemetery guardians. All the information had automatically entered his mind. However, this was limited to the information that the faceless man knew before. In this large cemetery, the so-called serial number 1 was actually vacant. There was no such person at all. So Shatia was still the strongest one in this large cemetery. As soon as he looked up, he found that Shatia had a smile on her lips. She touched Wu Yan's face with a black umbrella handle that she had picked up from nowhere. There was an envelope on the umbrella handle. Shatia said, this old man left it for you before doing the experiment. Take a look. When Wu Yan passed the envelope, the whole scene in the laboratory changed, and the body that was supposed to be conducting the experiment began to move. Wu Yan was secretly shocked. This real scene was actually an illusion. After all, Shatia next to him didn't move at all. When he looked at Shatia, she was concentrating on fiddling with her jet black umbrella. Suddenly, Shatia turned her head and looked over, almost scaring Wu Yan. Did she know this was an illusion? At this time, in the illusion, Lioric, who had never communicated with Wu Yan before, spoke up, Child, you did a great job. When you see this letter, it means you did a great thing, and pulled me out of the coffin. I really didn't misjudge you. You are indeed a magician who can change this system. In that case, I also want to try. I have never succeeded in all these years, but you have given me hope. So, I also have a shameless request. Task name, Lioric's Will. Task content, Leoric decided to use his life and body as an experimental subject, and needs your help to complete this experiment. Task deadline: 30 days. Wu Yin sighed. Is it too late after all? However, this task did not give any specific content, but just said a simple experiment. Why? Are they afraid that he would not accept it? Wu Yin thought about asking back, but realized that the other party was just an illusion and could not hear his response at all. He could only accept it helplessly. His intuition told him that this task was very important. Since he had joined the Great Cemetery, the tasks in this process must continue. When he just accepted this task, a new subtask appeared. Task name: for experiment I. Task content: go to the Nebula continent to obtain the tail fin of the white whale, quantity 1. Task time: unlimited. After reading the introduction of this task, Wu Yan's face turned green. What is the meaning of the subsequent time limit or no time limit? This is a white whale. The huge figure appeared in front of him again. To be honest, he was still a little worried. The shock of this monster was too great. However, his casting distance became longer, and he did have a chance to touch the white whale. He just didn't know if he could withstand it for a few times. Just the huge impact, Wu Yan felt that he would be GG in one shot. While Wu Yan was still thinking, the illusion had disappeared, and the huge underground laboratory became deserted again. In the middle was still the huge body of Leoric, cold and almost motionless. If it weren't for the heart in the middle showing signs of beating, Wu Yan would really suspect that Leoric had really died. He thought carefully. This eye of demon vision was given to him, which might be the key to unblocking Leoric. Judging from the previous unblocking state, Leoric was already so strong, and he still had to conduct experiments. Doesn't that mean that there must be a stronger existence? Wait, if you continue to think about it, it will be worth pondering. Suddenly, Shatya poked at him again with the umbrella handle. Are you going out or not? My schedule is very full. Wu Yan's pupils slowly dilated. Task prompt: do you want to enter the team task mode to complete the experiment? 1. Tip: after entering the team task mode, you will not gain experience by killing other monsters. In addition to the joint task reward, there is no reward for other tasks. Tip: whether to let Shatya join the team, please be cautious in seeking help from Shatya. Favorability is linked to the number of times you can seek help. Wu Yan hesitated for a while, but still took this task. He had already thoroughly felt the rich rewards given by the plot tasks, just like the ranking competition with the faceless man that was triggered this time, which was essentially caused by spawning too many monsters. After Wu Yan accepted the task, Shaisha's attitude improved significantly. She was no longer completely indifferent to Wu Yan. Let's go! I haven't been out for a long time. Let me make it clear in advance that I won't do anything that is too troublesome. After that, Shatya stood there straight, waiting for Wu Yan's next move. Wu Yan nodded helplessly. Although Shatya was very beautiful, there was still a little less blood on her face, just like a zombie. Her fair skin was a little weird. Can you change your outfit? Wu Yan asked. He also wanted to communicate with the dwarf forces. The problem of the white whale was also related to the hundreds of unconscious dwarf warriors. If the white whale was killed and these dwarf warriors still couldn't wake up, it would be a big deal. Change clothes? Shatya smiled. I have a lot of clothes I want to wear. After saying that, she conjured up a bunch of clothes from her belongings. After about an hour, they finally reached a consensus on the choice of clothes. A relatively low-key plush dress with 3/4 sleeves, which looked like something a neighbor girl would wear, and it was also quite compatible with the clothes of the women of the NPCs in the main city. He didn't expect that a player and an NPC would waste so much time on a piece of clothing. Wu Yan took Shatya back to the main city. It seemed that because of the cooperation with his team, Shaisha's own skills became richer, such as the use of special energy bars. He just saw Shatya do a rather complicated action, which seemed to use the power of the special energy bar to make the running speed faster. Wu Yan was careful about this. After all, he didn't have any displacement skills. Even if he learned ordinary backward jump skills, they wouldn't be very useful. However, the movement of special energy of Shatya seemed to be a special action after compressing special energy. Fortunately, Shatya didn't talk to other NPCs casually. On the road, the players were also busy with their own things. On the road, he could still hear many players' discussions about Piao Ling's battle with the faceless man. What made Wu Yan more relieved was that now on the street, people were no longer discussing Piao Ling cheating and the like, but some people were seriously analyzing his skills in casting and moving. Many actions looked simple, but in fact, they were not the same thing at all. He could also hear some players trying to modify their own skills, and some of them were successful. Wu Yan brought Shatya all the way to the Nebula continent. As soon as they arrived at the Nebula continent, Shaysha's expression showed a relaxed and happy mood. I don't think I have been back here for a long time. She took a few steps forward, opened her arms, and embraced the cool breeze. It feels familiar. I go for a walk first and come back to find you. Before Wu Yan could reply, Shatia took a few steps and ran away. The speed was simply beyond reach. Would he really be able to challenge this guy in the future? Wu Yan looked at his task of challenging Shatia. He didn't quite understand why this task was still here. He thought that after he entered the Guardian of the Cemetery, this task would disappear. He thought that after something happened to Lioric, this task would also disappear. Before this, there were really many related tasks. As long as the task of another clue was completed, the task of the original clue would be completed. Could it be that there are other quests in Shatia? Wu Yan looked into the distance, and now he couldn't find any trace of Shatia at all. The situation suddenly became a little passive. This is a disadvantage of entering the team mode. Now he gave up the task and couldn't even find Shatia. Wu Yan sighed and immediately cheered up. He planned to see how the dwarves' station there was. It hadn't been too long since the last incident of the dwarves knocking hundreds of people unconscious. Wu Yan walked down the mountain road. When he entered the dwarves' station, he still found that many NPCs were worried. Anyway, the overall mood was not very high. The number of players here was not too many or too few. More players had already explored other places in the Nebula continent. It was just that the Nebula continent was not as good as the original one. In the continent, you can never encounter those very powerful monsters in the original continent, but in the Nebula continent, it is very likely that you will die without knowing how. Even so, it still cannot resist the player's desire to explore the map, especially there is a player who learned a profession from Master Luban, which is also quite rare. He developed a flying prop by himself, but now only he can use it. With this flying prop, he has explored many maps, and he also used the camera to record many rare and exotic plants, as well as other more powerful monsters. Only under his lens can players see the monsters that killed him. Wu Yan plans to take some time to read the posts of this player, who learned from Master Luban. Since Wu Yan is well known in the dwarf tribe, when he came in, some ordinary dwarf NPCs would greet Wu Yan, which made the players look at him sideways, but after a while, they started to busy themselves again. After about a few minutes, the dwarf baron ran over in a hurry from a distance. He looked around and said, I have good news to tell you. His face was dusty, and he didn't know if he was waiting for him to come over to take this task. Judging from his walking pace, the dwarf baron did not lie to him. He was in an extremely excited state. He took Wu Yan into a fairly large tent. This tent has a high-tech feel. It is not made of ordinary cloth. It is made of alloy in all directions. It is also pierced into the ground for a distance. It is very solid. They are probably really prepared to stay here permanently. When Wu Yan came here, he saw some dwarves moving some of their high-tech infrastructure here. However, in the dwarf tribe, the core is the sculpture of their Wildhammer King. This sculpture also provides them with incredible power. Wu Yan was brought into the tent by the dwarf baron and was shocked by the scene. The fully armed dwarves were full of fighting spirit and full of fighting consciousness. Even the scholar Webster put on his battle armor. On the big screen in front, there were several attack plans. 1, 2, 3. The army commander Howard was also very excited. Our benefactor has arrived. Howard introduced Wu Yan again. Although they had met once before, the dwarf leader seemed to have replaced a group of people. They still nodded to Wu Yan. After he finished speaking, he recounted the so-called attack route on the screen. Just this morning, we found the figure of the white whale in Yajingwen snowfield. Every night at 10 o'clock, he will definitely go out and stay in the air about 30 meters above the snow. He will stay there for about 10 minutes. That's when we will have a good time to hunt. Speaking of this, Howard took out a book from his inventory. All the information about the white whale is here. Brother Piaoling, you can take a look first. After he handed over the information about the white whale, Wu Yan displayed in his game bar new information about the white whale. As long as the white whale is killed, the trapped residents will regain consciousness. The Legion leader said firmly, Isn't this a coincidence? Chapter 229. Wu Yan pulled the Legion leader Howard over and asked in a low voice, How strong is the white whale? Howard looked ahead and said firmly, No matter how strong the white whale is, our dwarf tribe will not retreat twice. As he said this, his emotions came up, his eyes were red, and he was almost ready to rush up to fight. When will we set off? Wu Yan asked, and Howard asked in confusion, Are you willing to fight for us? Wu Yan nodded, and Howard smiled faintly, and then the task was issued. Task name, Dwarf Tribe's Counterattack Plan. Task content. From now on, You cannot be too far away from the overall dwarf tribe, and assist the dwarf tribe in killing the white whale. Task time, none. Task start time, 9 o'clock tonight. Wu Yan accepted the task without hesitation. He was already in this team task. Finally, he got a related task, so of course he had to take it. The most enjoyable thing about doing a task is that you can complete several tasks by doing one thing. Wu Yan looked around. Except for the scholar Webster, everyone was excited and wanted to fight immediately. Wu Yan couldn't help but find the scholar Webster. Scholar, Wu Yan still respected this scholar, who only had half of his body now. Are you sure about this battle? Even if Webster was wearing armor, it was very concealing. In just these few days, he looked like he had aged a dozen years. When they first met in the border city, Webster was an NPC who had everything under control and was always very calm. He smiled bitterly and said, "No, I'm not sure." As he spoke, Webster let out a breath. He was an NPC who had never smoked tobacco before, and he didn't know where he got a pack of tobacco. He continued to say with embarrassment, "I need to calm down," and then he walked forward with some unsteady steps, "Come with me." After that, Webster walked out alone. It was hard to imagine that in such a camp, the dwarf tribe specially arranged a study for Webster. There were some books on production, and some small research, including a hang glider that Webster gave himself. It was also here. Looking at the hang glider placed on the ground, it seemed that he was studying the second version of the hang glider. He was really a scholar. Wu Yan couldn't help but be in awe. Not only did he learn, but he also knew how to use it. This was beyond most people. Webster walked to his door curtain, and then opened the door curtain. A shocking scene appeared. Behind the door curtain was a huge screen, and on this screen was the real appearance of the white whale. The size, 190 meters long and 80 meters wide. Wu Yan carefully read some information about the white whale. The information marked on the white whale was particularly detailed, including possible skills, as well as his physical defense and magic defense, all described through thickness or some language that seemed to be covered. How did you do this? Wu Yan was deeply surprised by this research system. These data were much more accurate than the detection technique. Even the current detection technique only knew the general information. It was rare that even the work and rest of this monster could be investigated so clearly. Webster forced a smile. It's just some useless research, but... He hesitated. The probability of our winning is very low. Wu Yan's heart was also raised. How low? Webster continued. 1%. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Yan was speechless. 1% winning rate? He was almost shocked by the brains of this group of dwarves. With a 1% winning rate, wouldn't it be a death sentence? Webster continued, "It's not that Captain Howard is not strong enough, but the attack caused by Captain Howard did not cause any substantial damage to the white whale." "Then how can it cause substantial damage to the white whale?" Wu Yan asked seriously. Webster slowly turned his head and was about to answer Wu Yan when he looked at Wu Yan with his other eye. After that, he took several steps back, even suspecting that he was seeing things. When he looked at Wu Yan again, there was nothing different. Webster was relieved and said, "It takes a real attack on the soul. If you don't attack the soul of the white whale, but only attack its body, it will heal itself no matter what." At that time, Captain Howard may be exhausted to death. As he said this, Webster also straightened his chest. What if he is exhausted to death? None of the warriors in our dwarf tribe are afraid of death. We can still persist and grind on. There are still many warriors. When he said these words, Webster's voice was a little trembling. Wu Yan looked at this somewhat unfamiliar scholar, who had always been calm. He must be worried about the problem of the white whale in these days. He asked tentatively, "Do scholars know about the Great Cemetery?" When the scholar Webster heard about the Great Cemetery, his expression changed drastically, and he became very cautious. "You can't go there. There is the most terrifying dead king. The dead king is much more terrifying than the white whale, and they have a guardian, who is said to be very powerful." For the next 10 minutes, Webster was describing how terrifying the interior of the Great Cemetery was. Wu Yan asked curiously, "Scholar, have you seen them do some cruel things with your own eyes?" Webster shook his head, "No. But they deal with souls, which is quite scary. You must reduce your contact with them." Wu Yan felt helpless. This was no longer a matter of reducing contact. He was already considered a member of the Great Cemetery. The most important thing was that he really didn't feel that the Great Cemetery was as scary as they said. The dead warriors in the Great Cemetery were all buried voluntarily by NPCs. In addition, the Great Cemetery had an unwritten rule that unless there was a special mission, the General Guardians would not let them leave the Great Cemetery. That was why Shatya was so happy when she came out this time. What's wrong, kid? Webster said a little worriedly. You haven't had any contact with those undead people, have you? Wu Yin proposed a conjecture. What if it's the people from the cemetery who come to help attack the white whale? Webster was still anxious at first, but when he heard Wu Yin's question, his expression suddenly changed, because he seemed to find that this plan seemed feasible. Such an old scholar, like crazy, started to calculate on the big screen a model of the white whale, and a formula for the final damage calculation, which stunned Wu Yin. If there is a player who is engaged in such a profession in the future and has a certain combat power, he will find such an opponent quite difficult to deal with, because when the opponent finds you, he basically has the confidence to win. Webster's face is getting more and more flushed. If we can really find someone from the Great Cemetery, our chance of winning against the white whale will be over 70%. After all, Howard is still very powerful. Although he cannot cause substantial damage, he can attract hatred. Scholar, which guardian are you using to calculate? Wu Yin asked. Webster's expression flashed a trace of solemnity. It is a faceless man. Don't look at him. His strength does not seem to be as good as that of Captain Howard, but his transparent body is quite difficult to deal with. As long as Baron and Howard cooperate well beside him. If there is a powerful faceless man to help, we will have a great chance of winning. Webster became more and more excited as he spoke, and even wanted to go to the Great Cemetery to invite him himself. Before Wu Yin could answer, Webster continued, even if they have been evil before, so what? Even if I encounter and treat you inhumanely, I can bear it, he said carefully. He closed the door outside with his wings. Don't tell anyone about this, including the Legion Commander Howard. After he thought of this feasible plan, Webster was really excited and younger, and his previous fatigue was almost gone. Even if they want my soul, I will give it to them. When the time comes, please bury my body in. Before he finished speaking, Wu Yin finally couldn't help but interrupt Scholar Webster. Do you have to find the faceless man? He felt a little guilty. Where is the faceless man now? He didn't know where he disappeared. Did he become part of the stomach acid or excrement? Anyway, the faceless man can no longer be found. Wu Yin awkwardly grasped the magic wand in his hand. I have a friend who also knows some tricks on soul attack. And she is a little stronger than the faceless man. She should be willing to help us. Wu Yin thought of Shatia, who was now unknown where she went, and thought silently in his heart that she should come. When he heard that it was Wu Yin's friend, Webster looked a little disappointed. A magician as good as you. Is it possible that your friend can use soul magic? Webster was unwilling to give up. He felt that it was quite worthwhile to exchange his life for this almost certain win. When he was thinking about it, he suddenly looked up and saw a pair of deep, magical eyes that looked straight into his heart, impacting his whole body and soul. Wu Yin didn't know how he opened this magic eye when he was not in combat mode. This magic eye, as expected, not only was it very helpful in battle, when the plot just now was triggered, Webster completely believed that he had a friend who could help with soul attacks when he looked into his eyes. After a few minutes, Webster was completely sure of one thing, that is, Piao Ling would have a friend who would come to help in the final battle, and there would be soul attacks. Immediately, Webster rushed back to the original meeting room and changed the battle plan. This additional battle plan made some of the dwarf leaders, who knew the situation well, happy from the bottom of their hearts. They looked at Wu Yin with different expressions. In the column of Wu Yin's favorability, it showed that the dwarf's favorability towards him had been increasing, and his popularity in the dwarf tribe had also been increasing. If this final plan could be successfully implemented, his popularity in the dwarf tribe might even exceed that in the human tribe. At the end of the question, the scholar Webster suddenly asked, when will your friend meet us? Wu Yin was really embarrassed at this time, because the scholar Webster had already described his friend, who could attack souls, in a very convincing way, which made him almost believe that Shatia would definitely come. Wu Yin had to bite the bullet at this time. She will appear when the battle begins. He hesitated for a while, and still said that she would come at the last moment. If he postponed it now, he would inevitably be suspected by Webster. If it wasn't for the effect of the eye of demonic vision just now, with Webster it is impossible for a person who is not good at calculation to believe that he is a friend who is as powerful as the faceless man. However, in Wu Yin's heart, the faceless man does not seem to be that powerful. Webster's boasting about the faceless man just now made him inexplicably happy. Wu Yin coughed twice. My friend is not used to dealing with places with too many people. I hope I can take care of my friend alone. Originally, according to the restrictions of the task, he had to stay within the scope of the dwarf tribe. Because of his words, one of the restrictions of the task was changed. Even Wu Yin was a little surprised. He just wanted them not to disturb him. Webster nodded in agreement. I believe in you. You rescued Howard and the others last time, and you have demonstrated your excellent strategic ability. Wu Yen was a little confused. Since Webster was seen by the eye of evil vision, he has been extremely confident in himself, which made him feel a little uncomfortable. The meeting in the tent began the final cleanup work. Of course, his friends have been arranged with various ending movements and actions. Wu Yen nodded repeatedly beside him, and ran out of the tent alone to get some fresh air. He ran to the open space alone, but found the dwarf baron in an open space, looking up at the sky with lifeless eyes. Wu Yen walked over involuntarily. The dwarf baron. This was not the first dwarf he had contacted, but he had fought with him. He walked over to the dwarf baron, who looked confused. He subconsciously asked, Master Mage, do you think it makes sense for us to fight like this? Just for the sake of a few hundred unconscious dwarves, we might have to launch a disaster that could wipe out our dwarf tribe. Wu Yen picked up the hammer that the dwarf baron had placed on the ground. This hammer was even more honed than the one he had seen last time. It was obvious that he had been practicing crazily during this period. Wu Yen threw the hammer over, his eyes sparkling with a fanatical fighting spirit, and said firmly, it makes sense. Chapter 230. The sky of the Nebula continent always gives players and NPCs a faint sense of oppression. There is no color. Standing there, holding the weapon in his hand, the dwarf baron is motionless. He was deeply touched. He was not touched by Wu Yen's answer, but by the other party's momentum. That momentum seemed to be something he had lost for a long time, or perhaps it was something he had never had. This rescue operation has always been insisted on by their leader Howard. When their Guardian Corps comes back, God knows how happy the entire dwarf tribe will be. He hopes that this happiness will continue. With the power of protection, why should we keep fighting? Fighting will only bring misfortune, just like their Wildhammer King, who fought for so many years, but in the end, didn't their dwarf tribe become so fragmented? But, from the look in Wu Yen's eyes just now, he saw the momentum of never giving in. It's his own thing, and he can't let the other party snatch a single cent. On such a matter concerning the lives of the dwarves, he is quite principled, just like when Howard talked to him. But Piaoling is just a magician after all. Can even a magician be so domineering? The dwarf baron felt that his fighting spirit was gradually restored. Wu Yen didn't know how much impact his words would have on the dwarf baron. He just answered truthfully, even if it didn't really happen. But just a simulation game, hundreds of his people were killed by the other party for no reason. And if he didn't give back this place, God knows whether the other party will mess around next time. After all, their previous actions were just to get back the ashes of the dwarf martyrs. And what's the problem with that? Wu Yen was looking around with a high-power lens, looking a little worried. The biggest problem that bothered him now was to find Shatia. He changed to Mechanical Messenger. As the map became wider and wider, he felt that Mechanical Messenger was not enough. He had not walked for long when he unexpectedly found traces of Shatia. On the ground where monsters should be, there were corpses of monsters lying all over the place. After he came, these corpses disappeared and monsters began to spawn again. This was one of the differences between NPCs and players. It meant that Shatia should be not far away. Wu Yen exploded and bounced, and saw the figure of a girl on a hillside. He ran over in a hurry. It was getting dark. The figure of the girl was her. Shatia, I found the clue of the white whale. Wu Yen didn't waste any words, and went straight to the point. Shatia had a faint sadness on her face. She was looking at an eagle flying in the distance. After hearing what Wu Yen said, she said softly and stopped talking. Wu Yen tried to walk back and found that the other party would still follow him, which made him feel relieved. Before 10 o'clock, you must follow me closely. Fearing that the other party had no sense of time, he simply told Shatia not to run around. A few hours passed very quickly. When Shatia followed Wu Yen back, all the dwarves would subconsciously avoid her. However, they also heard from Howard that this was his friend, so they didn't stay too far away from her. They just gave her some pointers. After all, Shatia was just a small girl, and she couldn't compare with the strong dwarves like them. In the dwarf tribe, the arms of female dwarves were quite strong, which was also the unique advantage of the dwarves. Scholar Webster had no doubts that Wu Yen had really brought his friend here, which made Wu Yen ready. He omitted all the words describing Shatia and wrote several drafts in his mind. He was a little worried that they would kill each other in the dwarf tribe before they set out. Not many players knew about this action. Players are only interested in the movement of large-scale NPCs. For example, this time, the dwarf tribe sent all elite NPCs, and there were not many NPCs below level 35. The actions of this small group of NPCs are not uncommon in God's Advent, so players did not pay too much attention to it. They would guess that this might be a large-scale plot mission, which also reduced a lot of pressure on Wu Yin. Players are always an X factor. God knows what kind of situation will be encountered if there are too many players. Just like the outrageous place like the Island of the Dead, some players have found a suitable leveling point and are wandering on the edge of danger every day. You know, if you don't pay attention, you will go to increase the experience of ancient undead. Wu Yin and Howard, the army commander, walked in the front. Howard was very nervous from the start, and had no time to care about Satya beside him. He kept his eyes fixed on the front until they were almost there. He slowly said, "We have arrived at the destination. The other soldiers are in place. Baron and I will go over to contain them soon. I leave it to you," Howard said solemnly. Everyone in the group began to hold their breath and concentrate. The countdown was 10 minutes. The sky was getting darker. Wu Yin still had some questions in his mind. Can he really see the white whale in such a dark place? It turned out that he had overthought again. Before he saw the white whale, his land was already illuminated. It turned out that white whales glow at night. Satya hummed softly beside him, but did not move, as if waiting for Wu Yin's order. Wu Yin slowly concentrated his mind and watched the white whale's actions. When the time came, Howard and his team immediately rushed up. The first round was to test that the white whale was not immune to all damage. Even though this had been tested before, it was still carried out in an orderly manner this time. No matter how the white whale was bombed, its body, or how it was divided, it would recover quickly. The most outrageous thing was that some of the whale meat that fell from the white whale turned into a crawling monster with 4 legs, which was much more beautiful than the white whale. The shiny appearance of these 4 crawling monsters is much uglier. Monster name, Blackstone Whale. Monster introduction, a mutated whale separated from a white whale, quite brutal, indiscriminate attack, a violent species among the attacking types. Monster level, 30. Monster health, 100,000. Monster magic value, D. Monster fighting spirit value, 1,000. Monster defense, 3,000. Monster characteristics. Once split, it will not die immediately after being killed, but will continue to split into 2 identical monsters. This white whale is indeed difficult to deal with. Fortunately, the level of this batch of NPCs is above level 35. Wu Yin noticed that Webster was also excited at this time, waiting for him to let Satya take action. "Satya, are you sure you can kill him?" Wu Yin asked Satya. Satya touched her umbrella and found that she seemed absent-minded since she met Wu Yin again, which made Wu Yin a little worried. Satya recovered and her eyes became cold again. "No problem. Do you want to take action now? Or should we wait for that clumsy muscle man to play around again?" Satya speaking in this tone obviously made Wu Yin feel relieved. This kind of Satya was considered normal Satya. No need, now, go all out. Satya nodded, then opened her umbrella handle and began to fly straight up to the sky. Woo, woo, breaks of wailing came from the sky, from all corners, and echoed. In this brief moment, the groups of blackstone whales that had originally launched the attack all stopped there, and allowed all the dwarf NPCs to kill them. Wu Yin tried hard to see Shesha's appearance clearly, but unexpectedly found that the Eye of Demon Vision was activated again. He had not yet been able to activate the Eye of Demon Vision casually in the non-combat state, but in the combat state, he could activate the Eye of Demon Vision at any time. After activating the Eye of Demon Vision this time, he found that the Eye of Demon Vision could actually automatically adjust the distance and perspective, as if he had opened his eyes in the sky, and Satya could be seen more clearly in the distance. This was the first time he saw Shesha's expression clearly during the battle. Her eyes were cold and lifeless, as if they were a pool of stagnant water. Looking at the white whale was like looking at a fish to be slaughtered. Is this the real battle moment of Satya? Even Howard and the dwarf baron who were fighting the white whale on the side looked at Satya nervously, and they unconsciously stepped back a little, showing the involuntary fear in their hearts. Satya was more terrifying than they imagined. She slowly raised her umbrella in the distance, and aimed the umbrella at the white whale with one hand. A huge beam of light emerged from the tip of the umbrella. It was originally quite thick, and when it reached the white whale, it became bigger and bigger. Both Howard and Baron's faces changed drastically, and they hurriedly asked other warriors to retreat urgently. The white whale was thumping, as if it was rapidly climbing up to the sky, but it was useless. The beam seemed to have locked onto it, leaving the white whale no way to escape. Just one shot, the white whale was shot down directly, and fell heavily from the sky to the ground. At the same time, the sky in this area gradually became brighter, no longer pitch black. The dark clouds dispersed, and the bright sky reappeared in the field of vision, with stars and the moon, and no depressing atmosphere. The demon black stone whale that had just been stunned on the ground also broke into pieces. Was it over? At this moment, everyone had this thought in their minds. The body of the white whale had not dissipated yet. If it was killed by an NPC, it would indeed take some time for it to dissipate, unless a player approached, and now there was only one player in this place. Shakya showed a hint of fatigue in the sky. She turned around and smiled at Wu Yan, who had been paying attention to her. Then she said a few words softly, "I leave the rest to you. I'm going to go back to sleep first." Wu Yan was stunned and wanted to reply, but found that the other party was too far away, and he couldn't hear what he was saying. What did he mean by leave the rest to me? Why did she go back first? Wu Yan had a bad feeling in his heart. Has the task of killing the white whale been completed? He immediately flipped through Lioric's will, which showed that the killing part had been completed, and he still had to get the fins. There shouldn't be a big problem. Wu Yan was a little uneasy in his heart. He always felt that Shatya had something to say. There was no figure of Shatya in the sky. This guy really deserves to be the top character in the version. Even if Lioric won all the games, he might not be the opponent of Shatya. Wu Yan walked forward, and Webster on the side grabbed Wu Yan's hand fiercely, almost scaring him. Webster seemed quite excited. "I did it. I really did it. Your friend is indeed a genius who can attack souls. I misunderstood him before." After Webster finished speaking, Wu Yan was also stunned. Just a few simple words made him a little dizzy. Did Webster know that Shatya was from the cemetery? He wanted to ask, but found that this scholar, who should have been full of energy, had gradually turned into an old man who looked like he was in his twilight years during this period of time, or in other words, since Wu Yan first entered the dwarf tribe. At this time, whether the identity of Shatya as his friend was reasonable or not was probably not important. He could see that on the faces of all the dwarf warriors, there was a sense of pride and joy of victory. Howard, the commander of the army, began to wave to Wu Yan from a distance. The face of the dwarf baron was also filled with the joy of victory. He had never felt that this moment was so glorious. The dwarf baron instantly understood the firmness of Wu Yan's eyes at the time. He felt very at ease. In this way, those unconscious dwarves will wake up, right? Information is being transmitted. Webster gathered everyone together to wait for the final result from the camp to see if the unconscious dwarves have woken up. Wu Yan was almost approaching the huge body of the white whale. Wu Yan had already aimed at its fins from a distance. He was waiting to harvest it. He was a little worried that if he went over, what would happen if the white whale didn't drop materials? This white whale's body is really big. Wu Yan approached and sighed. The moonlight shone on the white whale, making it more like a luminous body, making Wu Yan more eye-catching. Webster's face froze when he heard the words from the other side, when he received the message. The news from the dwarf camp was clearly the unconscious people have not woken up, and there was only one possibility. The huge white whale, under the illumination of the night light, should have had its eyes closed. When Wu Yan's fingertips touched the body of the white whale, which should have been killed, slowly opened its eyes and stared at Wu Yan. Chapter 231. Master Mage, almost howling, almost tearing the throat, the voice came from the mouth of the dwarf baron in the distance. Although he has now recovered his strength of level 45, he still respects Wu Yan very much, not only because the other party has defeated him, who has sealed his strength, but also because Wu Yan is different from the magicians he knows. This is a very courageous and powerful magician. In Baron's mind, he unconsciously recalled the scene of Wu Yan's conversation with him before departure. As a dwarf warrior who guards a city alone in the border city, he knows too well what it feels like to lose a comrade. He really doesn't want to lose any companions anymore. When Webster received the news, he knew that something was wrong. He reacted quickly, and Howard reacted even faster. He kept an eye on Wu Yan's behavior at all times. The new humans have a certain ability to collect corpses, which is also a well-known fact among NPCs. Howard would not have cared, but he was too uneasy. He had never met an opponent like the white whale, and there was also the helper that Piaoling invited. He still couldn't figure out what the little girl was doing. However, his heart told him that he was probably not the opponent of the little girl. When Howard started to run over quickly, a heavy body was smashed directly. Bang! Block! It hit the ground hard, smashing the land down, and the dust was also rolled up. The dwarves stared at Wu Yan, who appeared from the dust pile in amazement, and they were all speechless with surprise. Wu Yan, who was left with little blood, was even more surprised. The white whale's tail threw him so far away. At the moment he was thrown, he directly exploded with minus 50,000 damage, and he didn't die. He checked his battle information panel with some doubts. Aura name, Shesha's Blessing. Aura effect, When receiving more than 50% damage, you will not die, but will retain 1% of your blood. Wu Yin breathed a sigh of relief. He checked the time limit of this blessing. It lasted until 4 in the morning. At least before dawn, he could fight. However, there was one thing that concerned him. That was that this white whale was surprisingly not affected by the rebound damage. Right, there were also some automatically released focus beams that should have hit the white whale, but the white whale was not injured at all. Wu Yin cast a detection spell from a distance. Monster name, White Whale. Monster level, level 45. Monster health, 10,000/1 million. Monster spiritual power, 1/100,000. Monster current state, weak. Monster characteristics, unknown. Monster introduction, a creature left over from the ancient battlefield. Wu Yan's scalp was really tingling after reading this monster introduction, especially the most important characteristic column was unknown. The current information can guess that the white whale may be a fake death characteristic, because this characteristic has been announced by other bosses encountered by other players. This fake death characteristic is actually difficult to deceive players, and the most cunning thing about it is that it can deceive NPCs or monsters. Wu Yin thought of the last smile Xia gave him. Did she see it, and she had no way to intervene? Before he could finish thinking, a worse situation appeared. The black stone whale that was originally destroyed because of the serious injury of the white whale appeared again. Perhaps because the white whale could not move below, the number of black stone whale became more. The remaining dwarf warriors immediately started fighting. Fortunately, the dwarf warriors did not suffer too many losses in this battle, so they could cope with it for the time being. Howard looked at the situation and made a quick decision immediately: mobilize troops, transfer all the remaining soldiers. Baron, you go to meet them and prevent them from getting lost. Howard looked at the fog that was slowly floating up again with worry. The vitality of the white whale seemed to be linked to the weather conditions. Perhaps after the white whale fully recovered, the weather would return to the original gloomy weather, which would be very troublesome. Howard had beads of sweat on his forehead. At this moment, the arrow was on the string. Reason told him that retreating now was the best option. The little girl who could cause damage to the white whale was gone. No matter how hard he fought with the white whale, he could not win. However, he was the head of the Legion, so everyone could retreat, but he could not retreat. The fog had spread quite a lot in such a short time. Howard head. A voice came over. Howard was about to say that he was still busy, but he found that it was Wu Yin who had recovered and came over. Benefactor, are you already well? He knew that the new humans could heal themselves in a short time. Without using healing skills, they also had dwarves who learned healing skills, but the effect of using healing skills was average. Wu Yin nodded. He had recovered from the lingering fear of the previous slam. He carefully analyzed the current situation. That is, there must be a way. Xia is in the same camp as him after all, and she even gave him a blessing. That means that the key to breaking the situation lies in him. When he knew that Lien's anti-injury had no effect on the white whale, his heart sank. But if he analyzed it comprehensively, he definitely had a weapon that could cause damage. Two choices emerged in his mind. I need you to keep fighting with the white whale, and you can't die, Wu Yin said solemnly. Although the recovery was very slow, the white whale was indeed recovering its health little by little. As long as he kept fighting with the white whale, and kept it in a fighting state, he could avoid the white whale's life from being restored all the time. In this dwarf camp, except for the dwarf baron and Howard who could fight the white whale, the other NPCs were basically sent there. Wu Yin was also deeply surprised by the huge difference in strength between level 45 and level 30. However, now the white whale can only use its tail, and can no longer move. This is indeed an opportunity. Howard nodded heavily. He now has absolute trust in Wu Yin. A man who can find such a strong helper may not be helpless. Webster listened to Howard's report with an uncertain expression. He didn't need to report to Webster, but Webster would also have some unique insights of his own, which might help him. Webster, even at this dangerous moment, his mind was still quite flexible. Webster began to make serious arrangements. If you go to fight, leave the command to me. I won't let these monsters get close to you. In addition, our priest camp will focus on treating you. Before Wu Yin spoke, Webster guessed his thoughts. Indeed, if he wanted to experiment and attack the white whale, he would also face the risk of being killed instantly. He hoped that the so-called blessing would not have a so-called cooling period. At the same time, he had to grasp his own health and the damage value of the white whale. If he was killed at 49%, it would be a complete loss. Now that he was teleported back to the resurrection point, it would be too late to find the teleportation point that had not been discovered yet. After everything was ready, Wu Yin and Howard started to act respectively. This was also the first time he saw Howard's fighting power at such a close distance. As expected, the strength of each profession at level 45 should not be underestimated. If Howard gave up on causing some damage to the white whale, then the white whale would not be able to touch Howard at all. In this case, he felt more confident. The first thing he wanted to experiment was, he guessed that the sun, moon and 5 elements wheel he had just obtained from the faceless man came from a large cemetery, so there would be some soul attacks, not just physical attacks. When Wu Yin hit his sun, moon and 5 elements wheel on his white whale, and it really showed immunity, he showed a bitter smile on his face, and then, he was thrown out like a cannonball. The outrageous thing was that the damage caused by the white whale this time was higher than the last time. Minus 60,000. Wu Yin, who crawled out of the dust again, could only be glad that he was not dead. This matter could not be rushed. Wu Yin was in the tent that had just been propped up, waiting for the priest to treat him. He died too quickly, and the cooling time of his props had not yet passed. Fortunately, Webster had foresight and brought several priests over. I continue. Wu Yin continued to fight under the worried expression of Webster. He looked at the situation around him. The black stone whales were still increasing. The more they were, plus the split property, even the most powerful warriors could not withstand the group fight. It was indeed safer to transfer troops. Wu Yin put aside these distractions and prepared to do what he thought was the most likely move. Starting, Snowstorm. This battlefield was too easy to trigger Snowstorm, and there were many dwarves around to help him hold the hatred, so he didn't have to worry about being beaten up by these black stone whales. The large amount of goose feather snow fell on the white whale, showing immunity again. Wu Yin looked firm. He was not panicking. If the magic principle of this world, everything can be operated according to the logic, then the next, this power that only he has, will definitely be effective. Although Snowstorm did not cause any damage to the white whale, it was caught in a short cold buff. The white whale was a level 45 boss, and was not controlled by force, but it was affected by the buff. Judging from its health, it did not lose any blood, but from the look and movements of the white whale, it felt cold. Wu Yin then fired the fire bomb and triggered it. Tornado. Chain skill. Even though Wu Yin felt that there was a lot of hope this time, his heart was still lifted. Howard, who was dodging on the side, was also shocked when he saw this tornado with high damage. The damage of this skill was not something that he could recognize that a magician at this stage could release. The tornado rolled more and more fiercely, rolling up and down the white whale, and even moved a little distance slightly. Immune? Howard's heart sank as he watched. He could tell that this skill was carefully prepared by Wu Yin. He also tried his best. Howard smiled and felt that he was too cowardly and handed his fate to Wu Yin, who was not a dwarf. He actually had a way to defeat the white whale. Only he and Webster knew this method. Webster would not allow it to be used until the last critical moment. Sacrificing his own life and pulling out his soul body for a short time can cause soul damage. Howard gave up dodging and was about to start sacrificing his body, but he found that the beluga whale's hitting action stopped, and the white whale began to make a mournful cry that resounded through the sky. Everyone looked at the white whale in disbelief. When the white whale made a mournful cry, it meant that it was effective. Wu Yin looked at the 300 damage points that popped up, and finally breathed a sigh of relief. He made the right bet. At the moment when his chain skills were activated, the disordered fragments in his inventory would add damage to this chain skill. This was discovered by Wu Yin when he forgot the disordered fragments in his laboratory. When carrying this disordered fragment, the damage of the chain skills was different from when not carrying the disordered fragments. When Aggie almost dodged his rebound damage, now thinking about it, maybe she could have dodged it at that time. He understood that rebound damage does not necessarily cause damage. Later, he thought of the power of disorder, or the power of chaos, which are also powers passed down from ancient times. If it is the power of chaos, Wu Yin thinks it is very likely to cause damage to the white whale. Facts have proved that this is the case. It's feasible. He gave Webster an okay gesture from a distance, and Webster just smiled from a distance. He almost reached a consensus with Howard knowledge to sacrifice Howard. This young magician has surprised me so many times. Then Wu Yin was thrown over by the white whale, who was already cornered before he finished his pose. Wu Yin was in a very good mood after receiving treatment from several priests again. Scholar, it's feasible. Scholar Webster nodded heavily, and his eyebrows were stretched again. In this short period of time from joy to surprise, and then to joy, the mood of this old scholar was really a roller coaster. Next, things became simple. It must be said that the combat quality of these dwarves is really not to be underestimated. When the reinforcements came, They could completely avoid releasing Snowstorm and attracting hatred. This shows that these NPCs fully understand how to fight in a team. Otherwise, with his current damage value, those NPCs around level 35 would be unable to resist. As Wu Yin was glowing with the light of upgrading, the white whale also fell to the ground. Killed successfully, the level 45 white whale finally fell. A bunch of system prompts came in. At this moment, the most shocking thing was that all the players' panels popped up again. Chapter 232. Level 30 stunt route is open in advance. Please check your profession stunts. Wu Yin opened the so-called professional stunts with trepidation. In his professional stunt column, it showed none alone. His heart sank to the bottom. Wu Yin had a bad feeling in his heart. He immediately went to the most popular magician forum section. There were many magicians here who were his die-hard fans, because he had just turned into a magician. There was indeed a stunt route in this magician section, but it was obvious that the magician's stunt route was too perfunctory. The final damage of this stunt was only more than twice the original total damage. According to feedback from other professions, the burst damage of the stunt route finally practiced by other professions could reach 10 times the original total damage. The official explanation was that the magician's stunts could be used frequently and had a high probability of being triggered. If that was the case, then what was the difference between this and ordinary skills? Even his magic explosion star had several times the damage. Then, all the players were already enthusiastic, and the voices of some magician players' complaints were immediately drowned out. Not many players could notice the abnormality of the magician players. Wu Yan's face was very bad, so much so that he could not hear the dwarf baron next to him calling several times. Master Mage, I have collected your materials for you. The dwarf baron collected all the materials and equipment that the white whale exploded. Since he only ended the white whale, and he only consumed 1% of the total health of the white whale, most of what he got were some white whale materials. As for equipment, there was still a purple gold equipment. In this way, he had 3 purple gold equipment on hand. I hope this purple gold equipment can bring some good luck to him. Wu Yin took this bracelet ornament and looked at its introduction. Equipment name, Spirit Punishment Bracelet. Equipment level, above level 30. Equipment grade, purple gold. Equipment introduction, an ornament left by a magician in the ancient battlefield. When used, the opponent's spirit will be disturbed to a certain extent. Equipment effect, soul attack conversion 50%. Equipment task clue, find the original owner of the equipment, and there is a certain probability of obtaining a skill book about soul attack. Wu Yin rarely showed a smile on his face. He had just fought with the white whale for so long, and suddenly, he felt that there was a behind-the-scenes pusher who made his path as a magician more difficult. Therefore, he is not sure whether he is being targeted at the magician profession or the disordered mage profession. This is very intriguing. Although the newly added skills of those mages are not as high as the damage of other professions, they still enhance their strength. For him, it is really a lonely nothing standing there. The acquisition of this purple gold equipment has made him walk out of the haze just now. With this spirit punishment bracelet, he doesn't have to rely on chain skills to trigger damage every time he encounters monsters like white whales. The battle just now was completely a matter of time, place and people. If he were to change the environment, it would be impossible to release chain skills continuously. The difficulty of triggering Blizzard alone would increase linearly. And this spirit punishment bracelet also comes with a special task. The probability of this equipment task is quite low, and it can be regarded as a rare task. According to his intelligence, once a player has such a task, the subsequent rewards are quite rich. The difficulty is that this task is not that easy to complete. Wu Yin put on the bracelet, and the dwarves surrounded him, congratulating and cheering him. In his system bar, it showed that his reputation among the dwarves was constantly improving. Message prompt. Since your influence in the dwarf tribe has reached 90%, you will get a 20% discount on all related expenses such as purchasing items and location transmission. Yes, influence finally showed its benefits. He looked carefully and found that it was not only in buying and selling things, but also in triggering some tasks. There were many benefits in various aspects, and his influence in the human tribe also declined a lot. It might be because Leoric finally returned to the cemetery, and he also joined the Magic Guild, so there was no negative impact. Wu Yin said goodbye to the dwarf. He had to take the fin back to complete the task. The dwarf tribe was also very busy. The dwarves who had been trapped for a long time woke up one after another. They were all busy visiting them. By the way, the dwarf Dura had also woken up. Wu Yin looked at the sky where the sun was shining and felt a little warm. In the entire nebula continent, only their area could be bathed in the sun. As soon as Wu Yin returned to the main city, he found that the players were discussing the level 30 stunt crazily. The route of this stunt alone made countless players excited. Now he has changed to the first place in the level list, but it doesn't matter. Joe. The players next to him were imagining how to beat him up. Wait, Wu Yin heard his name being talked about by several players, but it seemed that they were not talking about how to beat him up, but that a player had spotted him from afar, standing on the hillside, watching the video of Shatya challenging the white whale, and recorded the video of Shatya delivering a fatal blow, and added, Piao Ling has triggered another large-scale plot mission. Wu Yin subconsciously looked at the author's name, the Snitch Explorer, another new face. Wu Yin had a headache. There were always different players following up on the reports about his deeds. Wu Yin clicked on the post to read it. In just a short moment after he came back, the post had been overwhelmed with replies. The most important thing is that it is 2 a.m. now. Most players still prefer to go offline to resupply at the usual time. However, the Blue Star Agency has recently launched a machine that does not require offline resupply. Players ranked in the top 100,000 on the ranking list will receive a free replacement. Wu Yin had naturally made a reservation early. After all, he was still ranked first in the level list, and he felt it was a bit troublesome to log off now. Now he would only go offline to sleep or to change places to play games. Wu Yin silently scanned the comments, almost all of which were in the same tone. Spread. As long as Piao Ling opens a large-scale plot, other players don't gather around. It will bring us good luck. Wu Yin was a little speechless. Would anyone really believe in such a metaphysical thing? But the surprising thing is that many players are actually discussing this matter, and they all agree with it, right? Wu Yin pulled all the comments, and no one else stood up to oppose this statement, which made him sigh, and then silently pulled down the new wizard hat that Lena bought for him. Now he doesn't have to worry about being recognized by players on the street, because Lena recently went to Aunt Lu to take a tutorial on clothing, and learned how to match the best clothes to cover himself. He now has more than a dozen inventory slots, all of which are filled with those special clothes. From the current status, the effect is good. Wu Yin walked through this group of enthusiastic players, and it can be seen that this special skill update has given many players a wave of chicken blood, and the motivation to level up has become a little stronger. You know, after he triggered the Red Moon mode last time, many players even started to play badly, and the monsters have been strengthened, making the game experience quite bad. This wave of a complete special skill bonus has made many players feel like leveling up again. In addition, he has also reached level 30, which has also stimulated many players, and they feel that the level 30 threshold is not so difficult. Wu Yin was speechless. He seemed to be better than Spirit Ascension in every aspect. He was also a talented player. Why did many players always think that he could do what he could do? Wu Yin passed through the crowd and finally found the portal. He came to the cemetery, which surprised him. There were so many people. There was no cemetery at all. The sky of the cemetery had always been gloomy. With so many players crowded in this place, it felt that the cemetery had become brighter. Wu Yin was stunned, watching several players squatting on a monster together. These players were crazy, right? Would the speed of upgrading really be high if they gathered together to fight monsters like this? Or did they all believe that they were the chosen ones, who could grab monster experience? Brother, how did you get in? My other friends can't enter this place anymore. Before Wu Yin took 2 steps, a druid player came over to say hello. The druid player continued, My friend said that when he came in, the cemetery had already reached its maximum capacity. So, do you have no place to upgrade? Wu Yin pulled his hat. Maybe when I came in, a player was accidentally squeezed out of the teleport point? Wu Yin pointed behind him, and the players were really squeezed to the teleport point. The druid player nodded in sudden realization, and made a gesture of thanks. It seemed that he started to contact his friends to come in and reserve a spot. Wu Yin finally couldn't help complaining. Isn't there a place like the Forest of Death where you can upgrade? The druid player looked at him with a strange look. There are still 3 hours left. I have to hurry up. Now the experience of swiping monsters in the Great Cemetery is doubled within a limited time, don't you know? Wu Yin was stunned, because he had too many messages, and he usually didn't pay much attention to the tips of the area. However, the monsters have become stronger. Fortunately, this time the distribution of monster experience is based on damage. On the other side, the bear monsters and wolf monsters summoned by the druid player were fighting hard. A dead were-warrior who had just resurrected had bloodshot eyes, and was indeed much stronger than before. This should be the impact of the Red Moon mode. Wu Yin suddenly thought of the pseudo-death feature of the white whale, and a trace of worry flashed through his heart, hoping that he would not think too much. 2 times the experience? Wu Yin muttered to himself, Can I try it too? It's just one monster. He really couldn't help it. Even if he was level 30 now, the experience of swiping these monsters was indeed not ideal, but the monsters in the Great Cemetery had the feature of double experience, plus the double limit that would be 4 times the experience. The druid player was a little embarrassed, and went to communicate with his other friends. No problem, he answered readily, but my summons will also attack automatically, and I will deduct the experience I get at that time. Your experience? Wu Yan replied puzzled. From this moment on, the druid player could not forget the tone of this Piao Ling in his daily monster hunting. When the undead warrior appeared again, the druid player only felt a flash of heat around him, and then the undead warrior disappeared. If it weren't for the claws of his bear monster, which made a swinging gesture in the air, he wouldn't even dare to believe that the undead monster just refreshed. When he looked back again, Wu Yan was no longer there. His friends also had difficulty controlling their facial expressions. They gently touched the druid's shoulder. Hey, did you see it just now? The undead monster was killed by a fireball. Wu Yan looked at the 400 experience points that had increased. It was only this much experience points after quadrupling it, and now he had reached an outrageous 100,000 experience points after upgrading from level 30 to level 31. Wait, it seems that it is not impossible. Just kill 2,500 monsters. Wu Yan looked around. He had killed hundreds or thousands of monsters before, especially now that so many players were next to him, who could help pull the monster's hatred. Suddenly, his heart warmed up, and the magic wand in his hand was ready to move. Come in! A cold voice interrupted Wu Yan's thinking. Xiaotia was standing at the door, with a dissatisfied face. She was holding a music box in her hand, playing peaceful music, which calmed people's hearts. Xiaotia still had a sleepy expression on her face. She should have just rested. Wu Yan looked at the dead monsters outside reluctantly, feeling that a large number of experienced treasures were getting farther and farther away from him. Before Wu Yan spoke, the fish fin in his inventory automatically went to Shaisha's hand. Xiaotia walked in front, holding the fish fin, and slowly said, "You're pretty good." Wu Yan was absent-minded, and his mind was full of what he should do in the next mission. It was not until they came to the laboratory at the bottom that his first mission was displayed as over. At the same time, the new second stage mission was lit up. Task name: Find Netherworld Treasure Bone. Task content: Congratulations on successfully completing the first stage mission. Next, continue to find the Netherworld Treasure Bone in the Nebula continent. This will become the most important part of the experiment. Note: the monsters in this mission are extremely powerful. Please go there after you have been promoted to a higher level. Wu Yan frowned. A high-level mage must be at least level 35 to apply, and there is no news about God's advent yet. In addition, the main task is limited to 30 days. When Wu Yan just had an idea, Xiaotia beside him suddenly said, "The 2 perverts guarding the Netherworld Bone are quite strong. You can't beat them now." Chapter 233. Do you know them? The 2 monsters guarding the Netherworld Bone? How strong are they? Wu Yan turned around to ask Xiaotia, and found that the little girl looked at him coldly, but Xiaotia still answered truthfully, "I know, but I haven't seen them for a long time. Anyway, one black and one white, their individual strength is average, but together they are a bit difficult to deal with." Xiaotia casually threw the fin in her hand into the laboratory of Lioric's body. The direction of this experimental body was a bit wrong. Wouldn't it turn into an ultimate boss in the end? Wu Yan imagined the shape of a black and a white monster in his mind, plus the material of the Netherworld Bone. The image of the monster has already jumped into his mind, and it can't be shaken off. Since this stage, the mission was over, so the next 2 directions were, one was to quickly reach level 35, which was still a bit difficult, and the other was to directly challenge the 2 monsters, which was even more dangerous. He unknowingly walked to the door of the cemetery, not noticing the cold eyes of Xiaotia behind him. Then, he greeted Xiaotia skillfully, and prepared to go back to arrange some follow-up plans. Before he took 2 steps in the cemetery, he was stopped by a familiar player. She had a red ribbon tied in her hair, boxing gloves in her hands, and her figure was perfectly outlined by the combat uniform. She was a professional player, Lu Yun. Wu Yan silently read the other party's name. The feeling this player gave him was not much different from Hurricane, and she did not easily show her strength. Looking at this outfit, could she be a fighter? The professional status of fighters is not much better than that of magicians. Their weapons have a great impact on their performance. In the case of dense monsters, the efficiency of killing monsters is not very high. Lu Yun said calmly, "Even in the game, don't keep staring at a girl's body." She found a quiet place as if nothing had happened, and her expression slowly turned serious, You don't have a special skill route? Lu Yun's words were earth-shattering, and Wu Yan's heart, which had just been relieved, immediately became alert. Lu Yun, this woman would inadvertently give him a surprise. He was just guessing her profession, and the next second she mentioned the issue of his special skill route. However, Wu Yan did not show too much panic. After all, some of the comments circulating on the internet have already shown some clues. Yes. Wu Yan answered without any hesitation, and at the same time looked at Lu Yun's expression. In that moment, Lu Yun's eyes still flashed a trace of surprise, which showed that she was just guessing. Lu Yun and the woman before he crossed over behaved very similarly. She paused, but continued, "We have just guessed this possibility." Wu Yan began to concentrate highly. Since he mastered magic, he found that his attention was also easily focused. This feeling of feedback to the real nerves easily made him forget about reality and the game. Lu Yun's heart was in turmoil. She found that she was a little distracted. She couldn't stop what she wanted to say. The secrets of some professional players, and the internal information they knew about the game were all revealed unconsciously. After Wu Yan heard it, his eyes became colder and colder. The two things he hated most were an unbalanced game and being targeted. He was definitely targeted by others, but who were the others behind this? He didn't quite believe that it was done by the Blue Star Agency. After all, the Blue Star Agency had helped him dispel rumors about cheating. Even if some things were handled unfairly, they would not target their own players. After all, Blue Star is now in a weak position in all aspects. Another possibility is that spies from other star regions have invaded, or used some means. Anyway, according to Lu Yun's description, the closure of his abnormal functional permissions was definitely interfered with. You said, you can find the switch to open the special skill permissions by yourself? When Lu Yun talked about this most important question, Wu Yan couldn't help asking. Lu Yun came back to her senses. She was completely immersed in the other person's conversation. There was a little bit of unconfidence in her eyes. She was always quite strong, but she turned her face away. She still made up her mind and said, "Yes, it takes a certain opportunity. Many places in God's Advent can be touched as long as you have the appropriate permissions. The so-called version update is just opening up some permissions. This game has a long life," Lu Yun said slowly, and her eyes were still a little worried when she was talking about these things. He had already guessed about this aspect, and knowing this information was just a stone falling from the ground. However, he could make some more novel attempts. Wu Yan finally stared at the dashing woman and asked seriously, "Why are you telling me this?" Lu Yun blurted out, "I hope you will give priority to us when you consider joining a professional team later." "I have no plans to join the team for the time being," Wu Yan answered firmly. At least, from the current situation, his attribute Plunder is still the strongest talent he knows, and he still hopes to keep this talent secret. Compared to a guild, a small team, fighting side by side every day, has a high probability of discovering the secret of the final talent. Fortunately, his talent has a strong growth potential, and it is unknown how far it will grow in the future. Lu Yun was not surprised by Wu Yan's answer. In her mind, a player like him, even like her captain, is an ace player. Lu Yun is not in a hurry. According to the intelligence they know, once you pass level 45, the dungeons and tasks of teamwork will increase significantly. At that time, even ace players will find it difficult to carry out some dungeons alone. Lu Yun's mind emerged with her captain's evaluation of Piao Ling, Order Maker. It is hard to imagine that her captain would give such a high evaluation to a player. Just she knows that there are still some secret teams on Blue Star that still hide rare ace cards, but her captain still asks them to focus all their energy on making friends with Piao Ling. Lu Yun pulled her thoughts back, her chest rising and falling calmly. "If you have any doubts in the future, you can ask me for help." Wu Yan nodded. "By the way, don't I have a purple gold weapon? If you can help me ask if anyone is willing to exchange purple gold magician equipment, please notify me." "Okay, I help you keep an eye out." Lu Yun's expression didn't change much when she heard about the purple gold equipment, but I make it clear in advance that there are almost no magicians in our professional team. If there are common equipment, I will also tell you. After saying that, Lu Yun no longer lingered, leaving Wu Yan with a graceful figure and left. Wu Yan took a deep breath. He was never afraid of challenges, but the information this time made him feel angry. "Permission?" he murmured. This word kept popping up in the mouths of those important NPCs. If someone wants to influence him, don't let him find out. He thought it was a brief conversation. When he came to his senses, the players were gradually dispersing. A trace of white belly was revealed above the cemetery. The double experience bonus should be over. Wu Yan temporarily gave up the matter of robbing so many players' monsters. He teleported to the main city and returned to his home. As usual, he replenished some drinks. Lena changed into a new set of clothes. Since he raised Lena's salary, she has been happier every day, often busier than himself. As one of the housekeepers of this house, sometimes he can't even see her figure when he comes back. By the way, Master Mage, someone came to see you these 2 days, saying that there is something urgent. After she finished speaking, she changed into a new style of clothes and turned around beautifully. Does this dress look good? Lena's expression was full of expectation. It was clothes from Chusun grocery store again. This dress had the trademark of Chusun store on it. This guy is really outrageous. It's fine to open a chain store, but he has done business on the heads of NPCs. Moreover, the codes are all relatively novel things, which are deeply loved by local NPCs. Yeah, it looks good. Wu Yin walked over and patted Lena on the head. Lena protected her forehead in grievance. It hurts, Master Mage. Why did you hit me? Wu Yin said unhappily. What did I tell you last time? If someone comes to your door, you must report to me immediately. Lena stuck out her tongue, a little embarrassed. She shared the information with Wu Yin, who was too lazy to care about her. He began to look at the specific information. Yesterday, Tang Ming, a member of the Apocalypse Force, came to my house and insisted on finding me, saying that he had an important request. Wu Yin read the information helplessly. This Lena was too insensitive. She didn't report such important information to me in the first place. Don't do it again next time. Wu Yin replenished some necessary supplies from the warehouse at home. As his level increased, Lena could help more and more, and he could also contact some higher-level NPCs. He didn't need to do many things himself. At least, he hadn't been to Chusun's grocery store for a long time. Wu Yin packed up his things and immediately rushed to a luxurious reception outside the city. In God's advent, in addition to some huge version updates, the actions of NPCs also began to affect the operation of the game itself. At least, at the beginning, there was no such a towering reception. Excuse me, is Tang Ming here? Wu Yin looked at the lady at the front desk strangely. If this creature with a fox face, but a woman's body could be considered a lady, this is Beatrice, brave adventurer, how can I help you? Presumably, Beatrice should be the name of this fox receptionist. Looking for Tang Ming, he repeated his words concisely. Beatrice kept smiling and said very politely, please follow me. There were many NPCs working around, making some modifications to the building, and there were more and more NPCs of other races on the human side. This is the room. This is the room card he left for you. After saying that, Beatrice handed over a card prop. After Wu Yin took the card prop, the door opened automatically. Standing at the door was Tang Ming, who looked anxious. This was inconsistent with his original calm image. He hesitated for a moment, but let Wu Yin come in first. On the table, there were many bottles of empty drinks and some medicines. On the sofa, some weapons of the Tang sect were randomly placed. When Wu Yin sat down and drank the drinking water from the reception desk, he was ready to feel the change in properties. Message prompt. The drinking water you drank was too heavily mixed, and the health value was reduced by 1 point, and the thirst degree was reduced by 10. This water sells very well. I hope I will never see it again. Wu Yin reported that the drinking water in the reception desk was substandard. Tang Ming was about to speak, but he seemed to sense Wu Yin's dissatisfaction with the water he had just drunk, and he suddenly felt a little embarrassed. At the same time, he also felt a little uncomfortable after drinking it. Because he was too anxious to remind him, Tang Ming silently pretended not to know, and then began to talk about his troubles. Do you remember that ruins? The one you went into the mural, the 4 horsemen of the apocalypse. Tang Ming's words stopped abruptly, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes, and then he calmed down in an instant. Wu Yin had long been accustomed to it. Usually, such situations are mostly when the information shared by NPCs exceeds their authority, and such situations will occur. Wu Yin nodded. I remember. Tang Ming pretended that what happened just now had not happened. Behind that mural, there are many paintings behind it. We may have discovered the secrets of our ancestors in the mural? He spoke in a hurried voice, and then continued to say with great emotional fluctuations, we have investigated in many places that our Tang sect does not belong to this continent, but we have never been able to find the past history. We have found the history of our Tang sect in the Nebula continent, but it does not match the logic. But? Tang Ming's tone changed. We found a prop of our Tang sect in the last stroke. A very old prop. Tang Ming tried to calm himself down, because his excited voice almost broke, and he shared a sketch, the Reign of Pear Blossom Needles. Wu Yin instantly felt that he had traveled back in time. In such a high-tech game, he could still see such an ancient weapon. He tried hard to recall the scene when he saw the painting last, as if to remind himself that he couldn't read, so he had no impression of it now. Please help us. Tang Ming's tone changed again, and then he took out a skill book from his package, and he continued to explain, this book is the mental method of our Tang sect's special research in Xinjiang. We usually use it to help calm our emotions, and make us more focused during battles. Wu Yan looked closely at the introduction of Xinjiang. Skill book name, Xinjiang. Skill book introduction. A heart sutra passed down by the Tang sect, of extremely high quality, effectively improves the success rate of life skills, and effectively makes the mastery of the class work better. Wu Yan's heart was moved. This book must be amazing. Just improving the success rate of life skills is already quite abnormal. It can even improve your magic mastery. The benefits of magic mastery, he has not yet fully explored, and he has always felt that the later the magic mastery, the greater the probability of using it. Hurry up and release the task. Wu Yan couldn't wait. Chapter 234. Tang Ming had not yet explained how dangerous the mural was. Before Wu Yan, there were NPCs around them, who had also entered the mural, but none of them came back. Originally, Tang Ming did not want to invite Piao Ling directly, because he was afraid that he would not be able to come back, but the miraculous performance of Piao Ling last time was also passed to him, so he naturally had some ideas in his mind, and there was always a thought in his mind telling him, the other party is a new human, it's okay. This idea was something he used to dislike, and he did not expect that this idea would grow like a devil and linger, and now he would use this idea as the last straw to save his life. Then let's go, Tang Ming said loudly. You are about to accept a superversion task. Please choose carefully. Tip: there may be force majeure factors that lead to death. Task name: find clues to the past of the Tang sect. Task content: find the base of the Tang sect 300 years ago, take photos, and hand them back. Task reward: a nerve-calming Wu Yanbin followed Tang Ming's steps and stopped. After a little thought, he accepted it. Now, some X factors are needed to break the situation. Wu Yan couldn't accept it. There was a big hand behind him fiddling with it casually. Since he liked to fiddle with it, he would accompany him to the end. Along the way, Tang Ming was happy and worried. After finally arriving at the ruins, Tang Ming almost wavered because he had witnessed someone from his clan enter the mural and never come back. There was still a shadow in his heart. It's okay. Wu Yan tried to comfort Tang Ming. I'm a new human. I won't die anyway. Then I go first. When Wu Yan walked over, he found another familiar figure waiting in front. Isn't this Sheng Ling? Has a professional player contacted you? Sheng Ling is still at level 29. Judging from his equipment, he should have done some special tasks. Sheng Ling is a very calm player. Just by judging Wu Yan's strength, he can choose not to fight quite simply. In a sense, it is still very scary. Wu Yan nodded. The strength is quite good. The appearance of Lu Yun appeared in his mind again. Sheng Ling smiled bitterly. Even the professional player, who he couldn't deal with, only got Wu Yan's words of not bad strength. However, he adjusted his mentality immediately. If possible, try not to join the team. No matter whose team it is, no matter how much benefit there is, don't join. Sheng Ling said quite seriously. Wu Yan did not comment or respond. In this God's coming, he did not completely trust anyone. Everyone was a profit seeker. Until the end, it was unclear who was the right choice. Wu Yan finally said, I will pay attention. Let's go! Wu Yan said hello, looking at the mural that he did not have enough intelligence to read last time. This time, when Wu Yan touched the mural, a prompt popped up successfully. You are about to enter the superversion area. Please choose carefully whether to enter. After Wu Yan clicked to agree, another prompt popped up. Please make the final confirmation. Could it be that there is really some shameful secret behind this mural? After Wu Yan chose to agree, the scene turned upside down in an instant. This is the feeling of the portal, and the feeling of tearing the body. For the first time, Wu Yan saw his body clearly while teleporting, yes. His head and several parts of his body have been separated, and he still has consciousness. He knows that these parts of his body have been separated, without any headache, as if it is a world of pure data, that shuts off pain. Is this the teleportation space? Wu Yan began to look around, and particles began to pass by him at high speed. In the entire teleportation space, the operation of these particles is so similar to the operation of the magic elements in his laboratory. He felt a hint of enlightenment in his heart. When he was about to study how the particles in this teleportation space were combined, this teleportation space slowly collapsed, and another world reappeared in front of him. Plenty of magic floated around him. Wu Yan casually released a magic, which was exactly the same as the magic released in his laboratory. Doesn't that mean that the previous world really had no restrictions on magicians? Although this is a reality he guessed, he still needs to constantly verify this fact. He began to observe the surroundings. This was somewhat similar to the transformation of the continent by humans before. Lakes and forests can be seen everywhere. However, the color of this world is a little dim, just like the moment before the sun sets, giving people infinite tranquility and making people feel that the whole world seems to be coming to an end. Besides, the surroundings were quite quiet. He only found a few monsters sporadically when he just glanced around. You have triggered the mission, the end of Ash Inheritance. Do you accept it? Before Wu Yin took 2 steps, a mission was automatically triggered. What was strange was that he had always thought that the mission of Ash Inheritance had come to an end. As long as Medusa was killed, the mission of the Ash Inheritor would end. But now it seems that this so-called Ash Inheritor is not as simple as he imagined. Wu Yin clicked to accept. You have accepted the mission. Please continue to look for clues about the Ash Inheritor. An indication began to appear on his small map, and the indication on this map was very similar to the route indicated by Tang Ming's ancient family. Wu Yin simply walked westward. He found that he was walking towards the sun. He walked for a distance and found that something was wrong. The time around him seemed to be not flowing. The clouds just now were still there motionless. He walked for so long, but the light did not change. The whole mural revealed a weirdness. Wu Yin began to concentrate. The magic power on the weekend was abundant, but it was moving irregularly, unlike the orderly movement of the magic elements in his laboratory. He then walked for a while, and a barrier blocked him. It was a 2nd-level magic circle, which was specially used to confuse people's actions. It was a magic circle with a roadblock. He had a deep impression of this magic circle, so it became easy to crack it. He easily found the center of the magic circle. When he stepped into the barrier, the surroundings were still the surrounding scenery, but the difference was that he felt that the whole world began to move. In addition to the sun that never sets, the clouds, trees, lakes in the distance, and flowers can all feel alive. Bang! 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 There were loud noises, and at the same time, he felt the whole ground was shaking. Then slowly, a head popped up in the distance. That silly and ugly big face appeared above the forest. Originally, this forest was very tall. The walking giant was even bigger than the sleeping giant with a stick. Wu Yin was secretly shocked. He cast a detection spell, and silently prayed to the other party not to discover him. Monster name, Gentle-Tempered Sports Giant. Monster class, Commander level. Monster level, level 40. Monster health, 400,000. Monster magic, 100,000. Physical defense, 5,000. Magic defense, 2,000. Monster introduction. One of the creatures from the ancient Nebula continent. With a gentle temper, it is the protector of the forest and resists the attacks of other monsters. Monster skill, Hammer Swing, causes a lot of damage, with a certain paralysis effect. Monster features, Enhanced Defense, Hardening, Enhanced Movement. Note: the boss has a certain resistance to freezing, blowing, and other effects except for the name change. It is basically a fully enhanced version of the sleeping giant with a stick. Before he could react, he heard a series of roars from the mild-tempered sports giant. What about the mild temper? Just when he was about to complain, from the other side, a giant figure appeared, skeletal goat. Wu Yin had an impression. This was also an ancient creature. When he saw it in the library before, it was just said that this dead bones goat was huge, but it didn't need to be so outrageously big. Wu Yin felt that he was the same size as 1 foot of this dead bones goat. But this dead bones goat rushed over, and was even smaller than the mild-tempered sports giant. The mild-tempered sports giant roared and hit the dead bones goat in the abdomen with a sledgehammer. The dead bones goat howled in pain, and was thrown out by the mild-tempered sports giant. The dead bones goat fled. Looking at the fleeing dead bones goat, the mild-tempered sports giant nodded with satisfaction, and continued to patrol. Wu Yin began to pay careful attention to the surroundings. If there were really monsters of this size, he would lose half of his blood even if he didn't die if he was stepped on. At this time, his dragon armor vest no longer doubled his health as before, but only increased by 50%, which was considered a gift for completing the dwarf plot, but the 50% increase also made his health almost 30,000. Wait, he flipped back to the introduction of the gentle sports giant, which clearly stated that it was from the ancient Nebula continent. Theoretically, there is no such thing as the ancient Nebula continent. It should have ceased to exist long ago, so there is only one possibility. Wu Yin looked around excitedly. This copy might be the former Nebula continent. No wonder he kept reminding himself not to come in. Does God's coming want to let me in, or not? If so, Wu Yin is more interested in this place. Although it is suggested, Wu Yin is still not sure whether this is real, whether he has traveled back through the portal, or just a leftover image. He walked to a huge willow tree, and gently touched the willow branches with his hand. You have fallen into a bleeding state, which scared Wu Yin to take medicine quickly. Just by touching it lightly, he scratched his hand. At the same time, he discovered a benefit, that is, no matter what giant monster he passed by, the other party would not actively attack him, which made his next task much easier. He walked along this wide road, and kept going forward. After walking for more than 10 minutes, he began to see signs of houses, but the houses were all dilapidated. Wu Yin pushed open a small flat building. The building of this building was very similar to ancient buildings. There were some paper paintings inside the house. As soon as he entered the room, he knew he had found the right place. On this dusty table, there was a sign of Tang Min lying quietly. After he took out the camera to take pictures, his task prompted that he had made new progress. The number of photos required changed from no to January 9th. Do I need more than one photo? Wu Yin muttered to himself. He continued to walk forward. Almost every photo taken inside a house would increase the number of photos in his task by 1. Finally, he came to a well-preserved 2-story attic. This was the largest attic in the tribe. The space inside was as big as a football field. There were various studies on hidden weapons, and a long row of books, such as the basics of hidden weapons, how to select the materials of hidden weapons, the quick method of hidden weapons, and when Wu Yin touched the books, they seemed to be transparent, and Wu Yan's hand went through them directly. Are these props images? His hands can directly touch the wall behind him. Only this house is real. These things should be generated by images. He took a photo at the last location, but the task did not prompt him to complete it immediately. The number of updates remained at 8, and there was still one picture missing. Is there something wrong? Wu Yin walked back and forth in this attic. The props here were all images, and there was no practical place to use them. Until he found an ancient note on a desk. This note was not a prop. It said, "We must protect it. Even if we risk the lives of all our tribesmen, we must keep the last hope." The note was written in blood and was quite messy. He could already imagine how difficult the scene was at the beginning. He felt inexplicably uncomfortable. Wu Yin walked to the attic. Outside, on the second floor, looking into the distance, there is a small hill in the distance, and there is a figure there. Wu Yin was excited. Theoretically, in this kind of game script, there are very few living NPCs. Basically all are images. Only monsters, like dead skeleton goat, can live continuously. Wu Yin put the note in his hand, changed into mechanical messenger, and ran all the way over. As he ran over, his mood gradually became heavy. 1 hill, 2 hills, 1 tombstone, 2 tombstones, thousands of tombstones, almost no end. At the same time, a handsome figure appeared in front of Wu Yin. His long hair spread naturally, and countless sleeve arrows were hidden in his sleeves. Are you the creator of order? The eyes that should have experienced countless battles became cautious at this time. Chapter 235. Wu Yin looked at this handsome man in confusion. He knew he was a man from hundreds of years ago, with his clothes and manners. The creator of order? Wu Yin asked repeatedly. The man said regretfully, "Isn't it? Then I have to wait. Since you are here, you can look around." Wu Yin always felt a little strange, but this huge cemetery really shocked him. Each tombstone had some deeds done by each person in his lifetime. He, only 21 years old, the 454th disciple of the 3rd generation of Tang sect, killed 3 strange beasts. Zuolajong, only 17 years old, the 1946th disciple of the 4th generation of Tang sect, killed 1 strange beast. Wu Yin looked all the way, and saw the history of fighting with strange beasts. Not all the people in Tang sect were surnamed Tang. Wu Yin thought about it. He checked the surroundings and found no other clues. The wind rustled the leaves. He turned around and saw the man right behind him. "You are the creator of order." The man took off his hairpin, letting his hair fall down. He looked serious. "My name is Tang Ling, the eldest disciple of the Tang sect." Tang Ling spoke neither servilely nor arrogantly. Wu Yin almost wanted to follow suit. He did not rush to ask about Tang Ming, but asked, "What exactly is the creator of order you mentioned? And are you still alive?" A hint of surprise appeared in Tang Ling's eyes. "Sure enough, you can find it. My entity is gone. This is just a trace of my consciousness here." Tang Ling continued, "The creator of order is the person who reestablishes the order of this world. He is cold and ruthless, and his methods are violent." The more Wu Yin listened, the more he felt something was wrong. At first, He thought the creator of order was a powerful savior, but the image of the character that Tang Ling described now is a destroyer. After listing a series of crimes committed by the creators of order, Tang Ling changed the subject. However, our descendants were not destroyed because of the creators of order. If possible, I hope you can accept my thanks. Tang Ling was about to kneel on one knee, but Wu Yan shook his head. The other party was just a consciousness, and he couldn't help him up at all. He said, your descendants survived by their own efforts. Also, I shouldn't be the creator of order in your mouth, Wu Yan sighed. He had been thinking about this title. Perhaps it was because he succeeded Yuwile that Tang Ling mistakenly thought he was the creator of order, but Yuwile's timeline did not match Tang Ling's, and it might even be about disorder, not just a name for one person, but the research of many people on this road, and no matter how many people there were, it was enough to prove the difficulty of this road. Tang Ling did not dwell on the discussion with Wu Yan on Order Maker. In his heart, he had already confirmed, you carry the breath of my descendants. Tang Ling said after a moment's hesitation. Wu Yan answered truthfully, yes, your descendants have always wanted to find out where their ancestors were. When he finished speaking, Wu Yan was hurt by the scene in front of him. There were thousands of graves, and under each grave were these young names. In God's Advent, NPCs are generally very old, and ordinary NPCs, who don't know any combat skills, can live to hundreds of years old. This can better reflect the preciousness of these young Tang sect warriors. When Tang Ling saw the scene released by Wu Yan, his nose was sour. He saw the rainstorm pear blossom needle that had been passed down for hundreds of years, which was one of their unique hidden weapons. He also saw some of the latest hidden weapon techniques in Wu Yan's image. Tang Ling's mood fluctuated greatly, but he was trying his best to restrain himself. In the scene released by Wu Yan, the Tang sect did not disappear, and it developed very well. His heart was full of shock. In this ancient war, his Tang sect was shattered, and only a few people survived, and their situation was quite bad. It was hard to imagine that they still had such vitality. Thank you. Even though Tang Ling was just a shadow now, Wu Yan couldn't control his emotions and replied, this is their own effort. I just came here to pass on the message. Tang Ling grabbed the air, and a flying knife flew over from the attic where Wu Yan had just stayed. Wu Yan stared at the flying knife. He had noticed it when he first entered the attic. It was hanging on the wall so openly that it was hard not to notice it. He originally thought that this was an important prop. He had tried to take it down before, but there was no way. At this moment, the flying knife was in Tang Ling's hand, which changed his whole aura. This aura was quite like that of a martial arts master in the past. Unfortunately, he was now a magician. His sun, moon and 5 elements wheel might be able to operate in this way after he mastered the magic power. Tang Ling looked at the flying knife with some cherishment, and then said solemnly, I leave this to you. When they see this, they will naturally understand. Then this place, Wu Yan pointed around, and Tang Ling became casual. Sooner or later they will find these places by themselves. Wu Yan finally asked the question he wanted to ask the most. What are you fighting for? Tang Ling's eyes froze, and he turned his back. For redemption. Zizizi. The sound of a strong electric current sounded, and Wu Yan felt that his world began to freeze, and Tang Ling's mind. The situation became urgent. He tried to speak, his expression became ferocious, and his mouth opened, but Wu Yan could not hear what was being said. In such an urgent situation, Wu Yan shouted. It's okay. The shaking of the screen stopped abruptly, leaving only a dazed Tang Ling, his eyes full of exaggeration. Order was passive? The order that originally belonged to this world was forcibly changed. Tang Ling became excited. He used to be a person who strongly opposed the creator of order. After hundreds of years of time, looking at this full tomb, he also realized it. Every era does need its own order. The order that does not conform to the current era must be cancelled. Just when Tang Ling was about to speak, Wu Yan immediately waved his hand to signal that he had finally withdrawn from the state of almost being teleported back. He still had a task of Ash inheritance to complete. If he was teleported back like this, it would be a blood loss. Wu Yan said goodbye to Tang Ling, who wanted to continue talking quickly. He stayed, and was easily sent away by Tang Ling with a few words. He greeted Tang Ling from a distance, and then set off again. Tang Ling wanted to continue communicating with Wu Yan, but Wu Yan did not turn his head. In his heart, he had already remembered the word order creator. He still did not believe that his player could bear the title of this role. He was not an NPC. If his player was such an important role, then if he was not there, how should the main line be advanced? So, this is Wu Yan still believes that there should be someone else about the order creator, and he needs to find it. And now Tang Ling's words have already triggered the authority, so it is indeed not advisable to stay for a long time. Wu Yan went in the direction that Tang Ling just said. The place he wanted to find was an underground palace. Fortunately, Tang Ling reminded him, otherwise, the bare place would be quite difficult to find. In this always dim environment, there is no night at all, it always feels like dusk, which makes people feel vicissitudes. Wu Yan walked all the way to the west, and suddenly there was a mirror reflection, shining strongly on him. He subconsciously looked at his small map, and the instructions for the end of the Ash heritage were here. The reason why he cared so much about this task was that Medusa might be more difficult to deal with than he thought. With the strength of White Whale and Shatya, based on his current understanding, if he just upgraded to level 45 normally, he would not be able to find any way to defeat Medusa. Even if the dwarves have developed props to prevent petrification, Medusa is a big demon left over from ancient times. Just seeing the monsters nearby now, he felt it was quite tricky. Wu Yan slowly approached the reflected light source, which was a mirror, and just stuck it in this crack. On the ground, Wu Yan gently touched the mirror, and his own face appeared on the mirror. Then, the ground around him began to sink. Wu Yan was well prepared. At the moment when the ground broke, he had already prepared his hang glider. He flew down in the pitch black for about dozens of meters before a faint light began to appear. Wu Yan landed lightly. The ground was fluffy, but it was able to support him to stand. From the dim scene just now to the underground, he still needed some time to adapt to the changes in light here, etc. As soon as Wu Yan calmed down, he discovered that the magic elements underground were running in a very regular pattern. This pattern was completely different from the pattern in his laboratory. Almost every magic element in this magic was running in a straight line without intersecting, flowing like a river. In this environment, he felt comfortable with his whole body and mind. Is the Ash Inheritor also a mage? Wu Yan thought silently. He was not sure whether this was the main plot of the game God's Advent or his own main plot. Anyway, he began to explore forward. A huge magic gate blocked his way, and the rest of the walls were solid walls, and there was also a thick magic shield on the walls. For example, the flowing straight lines of magic would turn in place when they hit the magic shield. If you look closely, these lines of magic elements are space lines, and they still maintain a terrifying degree of rigor that will not intersect. At this time, Wu Yan looked at the magic gate seriously. He stood in front of the magic gate, which was obviously abnormal. The huge height was at least equivalent to 100 of his own height. He tried to push the magic door hard, but it didn't move at all. Wu Yan came up with a plan. He took out the sun, moon and 5 elements wheel and tried to use physical attack to see if he could cut the door open. When his sun, moon and 5 elements wheel touched the door, the strong rotation hit the magic door, making a sound, but it still had no effect on the magic door. Not only that, all kinds of hidden weapons were ejected from all directions around the magic shield. Wu Yan's face changed, the physical barrier was activated, and he was injured and lost half of his blood before he could withstand this wave of attacks. This attack is obviously a weapon of Tang sect. Are there any other mechanisms around? Wu Yan silently approached and carefully observed the wall hidden on the right side of the magic shield. It looked like there were special mechanisms. He felt something strange under his feet, a creaking sound. Wu Yan turned his head and looked at the things at his feet. They were actually scattered human bones. There were some at his feet and around him. There were not many, and there were signs of being moved. Combined with what Tang Ling said to him at the end, these bones that were not moved were probably the dead disciples of Tang sect, and this underground was one of their battlefields. In this case, these mechanisms were made to protect this magic gate. Is there anything important behind this huge gate? Is there a connection between Tang sect and the Ash Inheritor? Adding the creator of order and disorder, Wu Yan had a headache. The sphere of influence of the main line involved in God's Advent is much larger than he imagined. He turned around and wanted to continue studying the magic gate, but before he took a few steps, the scene of the sky full of graves appeared in front of him. Just standing here hundreds of years later, he could imagine what kind of fighting had happened here, and what kind of tragic situation it was in the end. He sighed and silently picked up all the corpses of the Tang sect and put them in the inventory. He seemed to have become like Leoric, collecting some bones. The more he collected, the heavier his mood became. From the injuries on the bones, it can be seen that they should have suffered great damage. He thought this was nonsense until he saw the bones pierced by various objects. His heart was also tightened. Looking at the introduction on the previous tombstone, they should have fought against strange beasts. Is this strange beast a huge one? Why is there no trace of it around? When he collected all the bones, the magic door actually shook for a while, and then the huge magic door opened with a rumble. Just like that, after searching everywhere for it, it was nowhere to be found, Wu Yin hurriedly ran to the magic door, thinking that he could go in directly, but unexpectedly, a huge chessboard appeared in front of him. This chessboard did not look like the chessboard he was familiar with before, but looked like an international chessboard with about 65,536 squares. There were 256 queen chess pieces on it. Wu Yan's heart sank. The chessboard seemed to be performing an in-queen algorithm problem that he had seen before. Chapter 236. He had the honor of hearing such a question. Now there are 256 chess pieces on this huge chessboard, and they must be placed in such a way that they will not attack each other. If it were just 8 simple chess pieces, Wu Yin would still have some confidence and could just put them there. But the 10-minute time limit obviously did not give him the opportunity to keep trying. When Wu Yin continued to touch the chessboard with his hands, a magical feeling began to flow through his body. In an instant, he felt that he could control the movement of all the chess pieces at will. As expected, he felt like he had an extra magic hand that could control the chess pieces. At the same time, he could send magic power to the entire chessboard, and the magic power would be sent to the opposite direction of the chessboard through various chess pieces. After a casual attempt, Wu Yin stopped his actions. It was almost impossible to break the chessboard by just trying like this. He took a few steps back, touched the chessboard, and began to release attack magic to the chessboard continuously. It was not completely ineffective. The chessboard would shake a little, but it would immediately return to stability. If there is an effect, it means that releasing magic is feasible. Wu Yin thought about it, and began to release his fire bombs on individual chess pieces. At the same time, he observed the performance of the chessboard. It seemed that the movement was a little bigger. Wu Yan's heart was lifted. He looked at the time. There were more than 7 minutes left. When he saw the time limit and the huge chessboard, he was ready to fail. And this slightly different movement gave him new hope. In this way, the in-queen problem is very likely just a cover. If this is true, it's terrible. This is very likely to be confusing oneself with one's own inertial thinking. Is this the advanced form of the magic circle? There are usually 2 ways to crack the array. One is from the inside to the outside, that is, to find the center of the array and crack the array at the same time. The other is from the outside to the inside, directly using violence to push down the magic circle with overwhelming force. No matter which method is used, if it is only for him, it requires strong magic support. In that case, the chess piece might be an amplifier that can amplify his magic damage and cause higher damage to the chessboard. It might work. Wu Yin put several chess pieces in a straight line so that he could release his multiple attacks more easily. Fire blast. After several fireballs hit the chess piece, this time, not only did the chessboard shake more violently, but also flames appeared on the chessboard. No longer absorbing all his magic. Wu Yin was a little excited. His guess was confirmed. Step by step. But troubles also came. His multiple attacks were limited to this. He tried to use Blizzard. The effect was not as good as the single use of Fire Bomb, which means that range and damage are equally important. Wu Yin calmed down. Originally, when he reached level 30, he could have chosen 2 more magic skills. He should have learned a combination of 2 more skills. He just used a chain skill, and the damage of the chain skill was the greatest damage to the chessboard. If he had learned other skills, he could have used other combinations of chain skills. At present, using wind skills as the end of chain skills is still not good enough. There were 3 minutes left. Basically, he had used all the methods he could use. He even used the chessboard healing spell, but it didn't work. When Wu Yin put down the chess pieces in other areas, he suddenly had a bold idea in his mind, because when he released magic, the other chess pieces would also glow. He touched the chessboard again, and then placed a chess piece in the center of the chessboard, and then he began to stack the other chess pieces around it on top of this chess piece. He thought it would slide down, but when he moved it over, the front and back of the 2 chess pieces were like a magnet, firmly sticking together. However, the premise is that he cannot let go, and must continuously inject magic elements into the chessboard to move. Wu Yin began to quickly stack up the chess pieces one by one. Under the pressure of time, he was originally moving the chess pieces one by one, but there were only 3 minutes left, so it would definitely be too late to move like this. He himself did not notice that at this critical moment, he began to move more and more chess pieces together, and his message bar began to ring with reminders. You have a new understanding of magic mastery. You have a new understanding of magic mastery. He began to continuously increase his magic mastery. Finally, when there were about 30 seconds left, he put all the chess pieces in a pile and placed them all. Now, all he had to do was release magic attacks. Wu Yin took a deep breath. If he failed, this mission would be declared over. He began to stack his chain skills. Maybe it was because he was becoming more proficient in magic, but his chain skills became more proficient. He was going to do it in one fell swoop. When the steam exploded, the chess pieces turned into a spear, which pierced the chessboard. He didn't even have time to trigger his next tornado. After the chessboard was broken, the huge magic circle also cracked instantly, and the entrance was completely opened. Success! It was indeed like this. After his magic idea was verified, he had a faint joy on his lips. At the same time, he breathed a sigh of relief. He could now see clearly what was inside. It was a very simple palace of an ancient wizard, like the medieval architectural style of his former world. The inner layer of the house was filled with ancient magic lamps. These magic lamps were all supplied by magic crystals, but in theory, magic crystals had to be charged. These magic lamps would not go out for so long, which meant that there was a permanent formation in this building that could continuously charge these magic lamps. Wu Yin began to carefully explore the surroundings. Perhaps because of the magic formation that isolated outsiders, no one had been to the palace for at least decades. There were traces of dust on the tables and corners, and there were many bookcases. This was Wu Yan's overall understanding of the entire palace. Not only every corner of the palace, but also the ceiling was filled with books. Seeing the thousands of books on the ceiling, he had an idea. The original owner of this room would definitely not have built a ladder to get the books. He couldn't help but have an idea. His hands began to establish connections with the magic in the air, just like connecting several threads. He was using the thread to pass through the thin hole of a needle. After passing it through, when he wanted to continue to connect new threads, it stopped abruptly. Wu Yin shrugged in frustration. He would experiment with the idea of controlling objects through magic whenever he had the chance, so he would fail again. Frustration was inevitable. After all, the magic environment around him was brand new this time. Wu Yin gave up controlling objects and began to check room by room. There were indeed many rooms in this palace, but most of them were experimental rooms. The experiments were all obscure magic formulas. He was not curious to comprehend them. After he lost one intelligence point for comprehending magic formulas last time, he never wanted to comprehend magic formulas again. Magic formulas involve the roots of magic, which are the most basic but also the most difficult part of knowledge. Only after becoming a high-level magician and having improved in all aspects can he comprehend magic formulas again. Finally, he found some information in the second to last room. You have come to the room of the Ash Inheritor. Please pay attention to collecting relevant information. This task was still somewhat humane in the end. If he didn't remind himself, he might be too lazy to investigate this room under such a large number of magic formulas. Since he had been told, he started to act, not leaving out any corner of the room. He even checked every crack in the wall, and as a result, a useful task prop was quietly lying on the table. Ash's need to be inherited. Wu Yan opened an envelope on the table, and had prepared a long speech, but he did not expect that the other party would summarize his life in just a few simple sentences. In short, this self-proclaimed Ash Inheritor was once a magic crystal thief. One day, when he was stealing magic crystals, he discovered a shocking secret. Some people began to want to put him to death, but a great magician saved him and began to teach him how to learn magic. Later, the great magician was killed. He inherited the great magician's will and wanted to pass on the ashes. This short letter ended here. When he finished reading the letter, the message reminded him that his mission had made new progress and asked him to return to the Magic Guild to find Archbishop Adolf to continue investigating the inheritance of the ashes. Wu Yin frowned. If he traveled thousands of miles just to read this letter, he felt it was too uneconomical. So, he began to look for clues about other places. Strangely, after the progress of this mission was updated, other study rooms also began to have some information about the Ash's Inheritor. Slowly, the information about the Ash's Inheritor became more and more comprehensive. It turned out that the Ash's Inheritor was not one person, but someone from generation to generation passed on the Ashes. And the so-called Ashes, judging from the current information, is quite likely to be the same as the power of chaos, that is, disorder. Wu Yin was deeply immersed in the story of Ashes. In this study room, from 300 years ago to the last 30 years, each person was not a very rule-abiding and kind person before becoming an Ash Inheritor. After becoming an Ash Inheritor, he had his own thoughts and concerns about the entire magic environment and the civilization of the entire continent. The changes were so great that he was surprised. However, just from the perspective of the profession of disorder, it can be seen that there are so many tricks. From the perspective of Ash Inheritors, it is also possible that what they inherited is a very important thing. It took him about half a day to get out of the slow book. He gained a lot of previous knowledge, but also found the common rules of all the information in this game. That is, there are very few things about the great changes 30 years ago. Almost all libraries, as long as they mention 30 years ago, it is as if they are broken. 30 years ago is like disappearing in the history of the entire continent. This is quite intriguing. Wu Yin finally put away the last piece of information. He looked at this large palace again. I have to say that he likes this kind of building. If there are more Lena S in this palace, it feels like he can live a leisurely life. When he was about to leave the palace, a cross mark from the bookcase he entered at the beginning was directly printed on Wu Yan's neck, and then disappeared. There was no prompt. The Ash's inheritance quest was probably finished. When he walked to the gate, he remembered that he hadn't taken any photos yet. He was still missing one last photo. When he checked his Tang Sec quest, he found that the last photos seemed to be automatically captured by the system. It was still the full tomb. In the photo, there was no figure of Tang Ling, which made people feel depressed. At the same time, an option popped up from the message bar, and the countdown was telling him whether to choose to return to the outside of the mural immediately. Wu Yan sensed the surrounding situation again. This kind of abundant magic power would not be experienced after he returned. Until now, he was not sure whether this place really existed. At the moment the countdown ended, he was bounced back to the outside of the mural. Tang Ming, who had been waiting for him outside the mural, looked at him in surprise and answered incoherently, You're back? Wu Yan slapped his thigh. What a pity. He shouldn't have rushed to complete the task too early. He should have noticed that there were many other information waiting for him to explore in the time and space in the mural. He completely neglected it. It was a pity. Tang Ming looked at Wu Yan with a somewhat surprised expression. He had been looking forward to it in his heart. Someone could really come back from this mural. Did you find the residence of our ancestors? The calm Tang Ming could no longer control his emotions. The information about their Tang sect was fragmented. They had no idea what the Tang sect was like before. Wu Yan looked at the excited Tang Ming and recalled the handsome Tang Ling. Their Tang sect always had a temperament. This is what I collected. Wu Yan handed over the task and turned his head away. Tang Ming was flipping through the pictures one by one, from the ordinary rooms at the beginning, where he could see the appearance of ancient hidden weapons that could only be seen in the information, to the piled up graves at the end. The most heartbreaking thing was that the last one was a screenshot of the game, which could be infinitely enlarged to see every detail of the burial. Wu Yan didn't even have the heart to look at Tang Ming's eyes again, but surprisingly, Tang Ming only carefully identified one of the tombstones, and a relieved expression appeared on his face. He did not continue to reminisce, but walked over and handed over the task reward and nerve. At this time, Wu Yan discovered that his magic proficiency had risen to a higher level without him realizing it. Chapter 237. The rise in the level of magic mastery surprised Wu Yan. It was very difficult to upgrade the mastery skills. He had only obtained the magic mastery for a short time, and now he had reached the level 3. Some lucky people had already obtained a certain mastery when they first entered the game, but after so long, they were still standing still at level 1. However, even if the mastery was only level 1, the experience for the players was comprehensive. Moreover, his magic mastery had reached level 3. Wu Yan didn't think of trying to move the surrounding objects through magic until he said goodbye to Tang Ming. This skill of manipulating objects should be the most basic in magic in principle, but in this game, this kind of object manipulation with magic has become the most difficult one. Of course, he had already made up his mind that once he could learn this kind of magic mastery of manipulating objects, the number of magic he could try would increase incredibly. When Wu Yan came out of the barrier of the Apocalypse Force, he felt that his body was different from the feeling he had when he traveled through it before. The picture he saw in the teleportation space appeared in his mind again. His eyes could look directly at his entire body. This was the feeling he had for a moment when he traveled through the barrier just now. Wu Yan did not think much about it. His top priority now was to go to the magic instructor to learn new skills. In his original Serial City, changes have been taking place. After Leoric's death, a new magic skill instructor has appeared. However, this batch of new magic skill instructors need to be level 30 to ask for information. If those players who are not at a high enough level go to ask, they can only get a sentence in return, adventurer, you still have a long way to go. After Wu Yan returned to the main city, he went home and replenished the nutritional potion for the day as usual. Now, Lena actually learned to leave him a message. I don't know which branch of Chu Sun she got an answering machine from, and this answering machine has many functions. Master Mage, Lena is going on a long trip to make purchases. It is said that there are magic stones of very good quality for sale there. Wu Yan was speechless. He had just told Lena to help him buy some magic stones when he was free, but she disappeared not long after. To be honest, after he had this basic array book, he rarely needed to go to Luo Ning to ask. This array book was too comprehensive. Although it was just a basic magic array book, he had been training according to this book and his magic array had risen to level 2. Otherwise, he would not have been able to find the array eyes so easily in the previous copy. But Lena's long journey always made him vaguely worried. If even Chusun couldn't get the goods, could he get them from other places? Anyway, Lena would ask for help when she was in danger, so he didn't have to worry too much. He looked around his house. If he had listened to Chusun at the beginning, he would have done it all at once. Now his diamonds are growing very fast, and there is basically no shortage of diamonds. In addition, he is now leading the ranking of the level list, and the reward is also quite generous. After taking a short rest at home, Wu Yin started to rush towards the residence of the new magic skill instructor. When he was about to arrive, he clearly noticed that the architectural style in front was different. This main city seemed to be expanding silently, and if you didn't pay attention, there were many more buildings than before. In front, instead of using the electronic signboards in the city, there are magic lights. Many small magic lights simply form a few words. Magic Skill Learning Center. It is much better than before. Thinking back to the first time I met Leoric, the flat was so shabby. From here, I can see some players still hanging around. In the Magic Skill Learning Center, there are many laboratories and magic puppets everywhere, which are used to detect the damage intensity of skills. Wu Yin walked in and immediately felt that the magic element was much stronger than other blocks, but the operation of this magic element made him very uncomfortable. The composition of the magic element is a very simple superimposed circular surrounding method. He felt like his whole body was tied up by ropes, which was quite uncomfortable. It seems that he has to finish learning the skills quickly and get out quickly. There are quite a few NPCs learning magic skills here, and they are also divided into many categories. Department, Thunder Department, Light Department, Water Department, Fire Department, etc. He came here this time just to learn a Thunder Department skill as the final finishing skill. After all, his current probability of activating chain skills is surprisingly high, which is completely different from the description of other players on the forum. It's just that now other players' minds are full of special skills that are about to come out. Some players have already filmed the scene of professional player Hurricane using special skills. A person fought back and forth with a commander-level monster above level 35, and finally eliminated it. Wu Yin naturally also watched the video. If he had certain geographical conditions, he would have a chance to completely defeat the commander-level monster of level 35, but he was not sure whether Hurricane would have a backup plan. From an intuitive feeling alone, he felt that Hurricane was one level stronger than Lu Yun. According to what Lu Yun said, Hurricane was very likely to be an ace. The NPC standing there, with no one passing by, should be the new high-level NPC. He looked like an old-school magician, which was quite consistent with Wu Yan's understanding of the role of a magician. He walked over. The old-school magician was wearing an old-fashioned magic robe and a pair of glasses, reading a parchment book. When he saw a player coming over, he was about to speak, but he unexpectedly raised his head. His wrinkled face finally showed a smile. Finally, there is a decent new human. The old-school magician introduced himself before Wu Yan spoke. Martin, one of the archbishops. Proficient in 3 types of magic, you can learn any magic you want to learn from me. As he said, Martin took out a box, which was completely filled with water. It was made of crystal, and there was a strong flow of magic elements inside. New human, your talent is quite good. If you are willing, here is a free instrument to test your magic compatibility. Wu Yan nodded without saying anything. He put his hand into the box, and felt a suffocating discomfort. He endured the test, and took his hand out. Martin's face was already quite ugly. A young magician in apprentice clothes beside Martin pointed at the box excitedly and said, "Teacher, he is suitable for the dark system." The apprentice magician just opened his mouth, and was glared back by Martin. "Keep your voice down. Don't make a sound." Then, Martin's expression became serious. "New human, although your magic is suitable for the dark system, I strongly do not recommend you to learn the dark system. The dark magic requires a very high mentality, and you will fall into the abyss if you are not careful." Martin sighed. "In our magic guild, many excellent magicians have fallen into the abyss." Wu Yan shook his head. "I want to learn thunder magic. As for what kind of magic he is suitable for, he just wants to know the result. Besides, as a disordered magician like him, it is difficult for him to practice magic according to the system like other players." Before Martin opened his mouth, the apprentice magician next to him said righteously, "If you are suitable for dark magic, the most unsuitable thing is to learn thunder magic. According to the theory in the book, it should be more appropriate to learn wind magic or water magic. This apprentice magician seems to have a special relationship with Martin. Martin also let this apprentice magician finish talking about this applicable situation. Wu Yan believed that most NPCs did not remember the basic magic theories as well as he did, but they still could not resist him from learning lightning magic. I still want to learn lightning magic. Hearing Wu Yan's insistence, Martin's face darkened again. He was relieved that Wu Yan did not insist on learning dark magic, although lightning magic was one of his strengths. However, the talented magician in front of him was so stupid to learn a magic that was not compatible with him, which gradually made him speak badly. New human, do you know what consequences will result from forcibly learning incompatible magic? I know that every magician covets the powerful damage of lightning magic. But do you know that to release such magic, you need to have a fairly stable grasp of magic? In the current magic environment, I don't know if Martin got too excited and almost revealed some important information unconsciously. Wu Yan has been listening carefully. If he said that, there must be some secrets hidden in the magic guild, in short. Martin also realized that he almost let it slip. If you can't output magic power stably, don't you recommend learning lightning magic? Martin's words were already a bit absolute. In fact, he was quite optimistic that this new human could learn his skills. It was indeed because of the compatibility issue that he had to say this matter more seriously. What he said was absolute, and Wu Yan's answer was even more absolute. Although NPCs have certain rights of suggestion, as a functional NPC, they still cannot interfere with the player's final choice. The young magician apprentice next to him had a red face. According to the theory he learned, Wu Yan was walking on a rather unsuccessful path. The young magician apprentice was so anxious that he pulled Wu Yan's clothes and tried to change Wu Yan's behavior. Okay. You learn. I let you learn. Martin was already shaking, and he took out a magic book in anger. This magic book was the strongest thunder skill that could be learned at level 30, Thunder Strike. Skill book name. Title, Thunder. Skill book introduction. A powerful thunder skill, originally developed to break through a tough wall, and one of the extremely lethal magic skills. Skill requirements. Level 30 or above. Skill book rarity, quite rare. Skill effect. 1. Summon powerful thunder and lightning power. Concentrate on one point to burst out the current intelligence *20 plus basic magic attack plus casting speed *5 plus charging *10 damage. Skill attachment. Breakthrough. Targets in a straight line will be affected by the current damage. Skill attachment. Paralysis. There is a small probability that the target will fall into a paralyzed state. When Wu Yan finished reading this skill introduction, his eyes were red. What happened? Wasn't this stubborn old man very dissatisfied with himself just now? Why did he give me such a powerful magic skill book in a blink of an eye? Martin beside him has shown an expression of waiting for you to make a fool of yourself later. This is Thunderstrike. There are not many books of this skill in their magic guild. Of course, he needs permission to take this book, but the other party's super high talent exempts him from using his own permission. This is also because he can easily judge whether the other party has talent from his own state. According to normal theory, when a dark mage releases such a powerful thunder magic, he will be backfired. In other words, before destroying the target, he may destroy himself. However, Martin has also made preparations. With his strength as an archbishop, he can still let this new human in front of him survive. Wu Yan's mind was still filled with the damage calculation formulas in the skill book. Just the intelligence *20 was enough to surprise him, not to mention the 2 subsequent bonus attributes. Judging from the 2 subsequent bonus attributes, it is very likely that this skill has 2 modes. One is an instantaneous magic skill that pursues speed, and the other is a charging killing skill that pursues greater power. In addition, he already has a charging damage bonus. If these 2 are added together, the damage will reach an unimaginable bottom. Wu Yan couldn't help smiling. The old man, and the child next to him, just looked at him coldly. This skill learning that completely violates magic theory is impossible to succeed. Come on, after you finish learning, come with me to test the strength of your skills. As he walked, he introduced, these test magic dolls are all high-quality dolls of the guild, and have been further improved. Unless the damage released is equivalent to that of a high-level magician, the doll will not be damaged. And standing on this protective platform will be an important self-protection. Of course. Martin adjusted his glasses, and he seemed to be more and more cheerful as he spoke. In an emergency, I will also protect you under necessary conditions. Wu Yan has been eager to try it out. There are other magicians who are practicing skills scattered around. Now this revised doll can also improve skill proficiency. Therefore, Some players will continue to train their skills in the main city when they have exhausted their energy. I don't know if it is because his fire bombs are quite famous. The number of fire mages around him occupies the mainstream. Wu Yin stood on the protection platform and began to try to release the newly learned Thunder Strike. Although he was not very comfortable staying in this street as a whole, it was easier to extract the thunder element than outside. When he began to chant, it was just a short 0 seconds. The magic elements that were originally flowing in a circle around him stagnated for a short time. The lightning light that was thicker than Martin expected had appeared, and his face changed drastically. The situation seemed to be different from what he imagined. Chapter 238. The strong gathering of magic power made Martin no longer a spectator. He was in a very complicated mood. Should he intervene? This thought flashed through his mind. The creation and birth of magic required great talent. We couldn't kill a possible genius completely because of an uncommon phenomenon. Even such an old-fashioned magician still maintained his original intention of exploring magic. At the moment, when the magic elements around him stopped, Wu Yin finally felt that the uncomfortable feeling disappeared. At this moment, he released Thunderbolt, and this Thunderbolt was a charged version. Because his magic release speed was much faster than that of ordinary magicians, it was impossible to tell that this was a charged version. This was also the reason why Martin had not interrupted. However, this huge gathering of magic power made Martin's heart rise to his throat. What he was going to release now was no longer a protective shield, but a large healing spell. He was going to raise Wu Yan's health when he was hit by the skill. In other words, he himself did not have the confidence to use the protective shield to. The attack was completely blocked. Zzz. With the sound of electricity, the shapes of the lightning began to distort, and the other players present also looked over. They guessed from the beginning that this player might be Piao Ling, so some players had stopped to prepare for recording. Now the topic of Piao Ling is very popular. If you can get Piao Ling materials, many unknown forces will buy it, and you can get a lot of money at that time. However, the zzz sound is too noisy. Then, the players who were preparing to record felt as if their eyes were blind. Nothing could be seen. The strong light of lightning made the entire magic field as bright as day. Even Wu Yin himself was stunned. His magic eye had already started to work automatically. That was why he could barely see the puppet in the distance. He almost aimed his skill at the ground and released it. Zzz. Zzz. The puppet used for testing only lasted for 0.5 seconds. Every part of its body was separated and fell to the ground like disassembled parts. What was even more terrifying was that because these test puppets were connected together, the test puppets in other areas also had different degrees of failure. The magician apprentice, who was protected by Martin's protective magic, looked at the scene in front of him in disbelief. This scene beyond his cognition appeared in front of him just like that. The magic theory system in his mind suffered a huge blow in an instant. The young magician apprentice turned his head blankly and looked at Martin, his mentor. He tried to find the answer from his mentor, but Martin's expression was even more exaggerated than his. Compared with a magic apprentice, who had just accepted the magic theory system, Martin had been in this field for so many years. This young magician, who should be suitable for the dark system, but not the thunder system, slapped himself hard. He needed an answer, urgently needed an answer. After Wu Yan directly destroyed the puppet, the remaining magicians who were training there were already crazy. They couldn't help but come over to ask, but they were directly isolated by Martin. They could only huddle together to discuss. That person is Piao Ling, right? There is no doubt that it is the hope of us magicians. I originally thought that magicians would rise. Looking at the special skills of other professions, I am a little desperate. Do you think Piao Ling has any special skills? If so, is it the same as us, and can only deal twice the damage? I don't think so. The special skills start with a red light. Isn't there an introduction in the video of Hurricane? So, it doesn't matter if we magicians don't have special skills, as long as we can learn powerful magic. Wu Yan glanced around curiously. This Martin's barrier skills are good, and it directly isolates the surrounding sounds. At this time, it is quite quiet, and only their conversation can be heard. How did you do it? Martin's tone trembled a little. He wanted to know, but he was afraid that the answer would shock him too much. Now he realized that this new human who even gave him the authority of the game system, his talent is much higher than he imagined. Wu Yan hesitated, and then he changed to the terminology that the Magic Guild could accept, and then described the sudden stop of the magic element when he cast the spell. After hearing this, Martin's pupils became larger and larger, and he held Wu Yan's shoulders tightly with both hands. That is, magic field. When Martin uttered this word, even his teeth began to fight. His face was unusually red, and he began to walk around non-stop, muttering to himself, it's terrible, the order is going to change. Martin forcefully cast a few calming spells to calm his emotions. This skill is similar to a nerve, but unfortunately his skill bar is limited, and it is impossible to learn these additional auxiliary skills. Martin came over seriously after his emotions were completely stable, and said, you are one of the most talented magicians I have ever seen. Remember, don't tell anyone in our magic guild about the scene you just described to me. Including, you new humans can't tell it to yourselves. Wu Yan's face also became serious. This magician, who looked like an old antique, was not as stubborn as he imagined. Wu Yan nodded heavily. Martin was still stroking his chest to make himself accept this. He continued, what other skills do you want to learn? I can try my best to find you some better magic books. Wu Yan was quite satisfied with the performance of Thunder just now. If Thunder can be used as the end of a chain skill, it will be even more abnormal than some warrior's special skills. I want to learn Earth magic. Wu Yan had prepared his words long ago. He now wanted to make his system as rich as possible, so that the choice of chain skills would be more extensive. Earth? Martin frowned. Thunder skills are very strong. If you can control them well, I have other Thunder skills. You have learned too many different skills. It would be better to focus on a few skills. Martin stopped his theoretical explanation. This young magician had overturned some of his theoretical knowledge. It was not surprising what would happen next. Wu Yan smiled. I mainly want to make my chain skills richer so that I can have more choices when releasing them. Upon hearing this, Martin was about to refute, but he thought of something very scary. Can you use chain skills freely? His eager eyes made Wu Yan quite uncomfortable. Wu Yan said uncertainly, there is about a 50% chance that you can use it. In fact, he was still conservative. With his current level of use, there is at least an 80% chance that he can use the chain skills. Martin received this unbelievable thing again and again, and he actually felt that he was not so surprised. He immediately found an Earth magic book. In terms of nobility, this Earth magic book is as precious as the Thunder book. Quicksand Whirlpool. Wu Yan read this skill book. It is a group skill. The damage is continuous damage, similar to Blizzard. The damage is not high at first, but if you are trapped by his Quicksand Whirlpool, it will unconditionally kill 20% of your health. If you are in a completely bound state, and your health is just below 20%, you will be killed directly. Good skills. Wu Yan carefully studied the introduction of this skill book. The level 30 skills have made a qualitative leap. This wave is really worthwhile. The young magician apprentice on the side is still in a trance. He pulled the corner of Martin's clothes. Teacher, didn't you say that when a person is learning magic, he should not bite off more than he can chew? You need to strive for excellence in one or several departments according to your actual situation. Martin also looked at this apprentice with some heartache. This young apprentice believed in his theory without reservation, but Wu Yan's appearance subverted his theoretical system again and again. The old archbishop said softly, some people are no longer human. Martin was also somewhat helpless, but at the same time, he was actually somewhat relieved in his heart. It had been so many years. Finally, there appeared another magician with such outstanding talent. After all, he had his own unique understanding of magic, and was willing to stick to his own path. He might be able to change the order of this world. When thinking of this, Martin looked at Wu Yan, who was about to leave, and called him back. His eyes became sharp. Be sure to be careful of the Magic Guild, no matter how much benefit they give you. Wu Yan nodded. Even though he had already joined the Magic Guild, he still kept a watchful eye. The Magic Guild was obviously divided into 2 factions, or even more factions, but it did not prevent him from obtaining the resource advantages that should have belonged to him from the Magic Guild. After he mastered 2 skills, his skill learning video has been spread. However, his Thunder skill is too overbearing. In addition, the sky is full of daylight, and the specific picture is not clear at all. It is like a white screen. This makes the audience doubt the authenticity of this video. Can someone really smash the test doll directly? This is too exaggerated. In addition, Wu Yan has the Archbishop beside him. Many players still maintain a skeptical attitude. Of course, there are still firm supporters. For example, Invincible Romantic Knight has climbed to level 28, and is about to enter the top 100 of the level list. Although he died several times when he followed Wu Yan, he got a lot of benefits. It is precisely because he often stands at the forefront of the audience that he can truly experience the strength of Piao Ling. In his mind, Piao Ling is the top 1 player. At the beginning, he would argue with others, but later he stopped arguing and directly put forward this conclusion. In his opinion, there is no need to argue about this established fact. It is better to improve himself. This time, He still gave his opinion on the forum without hesitation. You mortals, please try to open your imagination. Can you find another player who killed the white whale? The players subconsciously attributed the killing of the white whale to Shatia. Until the end, a player found out that Piao Ling was responsible for the last time. After the battle, the players would deliberately avoid this topic, because no player could break the defense of the white whale. After reading some comments on the public channel, Wu Yan also smiled knowingly. At least in the minds of the players, he is no longer the image of the god of death before, which is a considerable improvement. After getting the skills, he has more confidence. As for upgrading now, upgrading in the known dungeons is no longer meaningful. He must promote it through tasks, and find new dungeon upgrades. As for the upgrade treasure land of the cemetery, no better alternative has been found so far. Many players are still counting on him to explore new places. The experience after level 30 is indeed a bit of a headache. After a little thought, Wu Yan decided to go to the Magic Guild to find Adol first. Although Martin suggested that he should not frequently contact the high level of the Magic Guild, he really cared too much about this mission of the Ashes Legacy. He felt that this mission might be of equal use to this order. If that was the case, the improvement in strength would be huge. He came to a teleportation point in the wild. Before he stepped into the teleportation point, there was a prompt in his message bar, and he entered the combat mode. Player? Wu Yan was stunned when he saw the message prompt. He was actually intercepted by a player. He was now wandering outside in the clothes of Mechanical Messenger. When he was wandering outside in this clothes, other players would not be able to avoid him in time, and there would be players who would intercept him. Wu Yan was not in a hurry to leave. He also wanted to see which player would continue to intercept him. You have entered the state of being ridiculed, and the target of the attack is the player Arrogant Mo. Goodness, at such a distance, he has not seen the player's figure, and he has already fallen into the state of being ridiculed, and the direction of his attack is even 30 meters away. If Wu Yan only looks with his own eyes, he can only vaguely confirm that his magic eye is activated. During the battle, his magic eye is indeed easier to activate, and the image of the opponent also appeared in front of him from a distance, with a very tall figure. From the appearance alone, it looks like a small giant. The upper body muscles are strong. This method of sacrificing the upper body's protection can increase the overall defense value. He has also seen other players introduce it on the forum. When Wu Yan raised his magic wand, Arrogant Mo frowned in the distance. He could see his movements clearly from such a distance. At the same time, a shadow swept over from the edge of the ground. There is more than one player. Chapter 239. The shadow was fast, but Wu Yan also reacted quickly. He directly pulled up the physical barrier. However, as soon as the shadow assassin appeared, the dagger in his hand directly penetrated his physical barrier, which surprised Wu Yan. This attack was definitely physical, but it penetrated his physical barrier. Ignore? It should be a talent. Even though Wu Yan was infinitely close to the shadow assassin, he was not panicked at all. He had his health and rebound as a backup, so he wanted to see what kind of attack the opponent was. When the shadow assassin's dagger was about to hit Wu Yan's body, the shadow assassin moved in a very anti-human way, supporting the ground with his left hand, forcibly pulling the center of gravity back, stopping the attack. And at the same time, sprinkled a pile of powder. Message prompt: you have entered the state of poisoning, health value -100, -100, -100. They didn't attack him, but used poison. Wu Yan took an antidote slowly. However, the cooling time of the antidote was quite long. If he was poisoned again, it would be a bit troublesome. The opponent did not continue to attack, still hiding in the shadows, and the burly tank in the distance walked in. Arrogant Mo approached and began to applaud. The anti-injury talent is indeed the nemesis of our current physical department. Are you interested in joining our team? Arrogant Mo got straight to the point. Wu Yan shook his head. I won't join the team. If I want to join, someone has made an appointment directly. Lu Yun, that woman? A player slowly materialized from the shadows. This player's name was Lonely Mo. He could actually blend his whole body into the shadows. He just appeared from the shadow under a tree. I don't know if this is a professional characteristic or a talent characteristic. This kind of concealment is really amazing. Lonely Mo seemed to know Lu Yun, and he talked about Lu Yun non-stop. That woman only overboasted about their captain's strength, and their overall team strength is very average. Except for this woman and his captain, the strength of the others is really not good enough. Then Arrogant Mo stopped Lonely Mo from continuing, and said, if you want to get a place in the God's Trial in the future, it's best to join a team. The God's Trial is not something that can be passed by one person. Wu Yan asked again, what exactly is the God's Trial? He had heard it several times, but no player could give him a correct answer. Arrogant Mo shook his head. We have limited information, and we can only say this much. Since, if you don't want to, don't blame us for stopping you for the mission. Your Ash's Legacy mission has been disturbed. Please find Adolf as soon as possible within 20 minutes. Otherwise, your Ash's Legacy mission will be judged as failed. Wu Yin frowned. You accept this mission. Is the reward very rich? He was indeed a bit troubled. He didn't expect that his mission would be intercepted by other players. Before Arrogant Mo could answer, Lonely Mo couldn't help but explain, of course. This is the richest reward I have ever seen among all the missions. To be honest, I was really a little worried that you would agree to join our team, otherwise, our reward would be lost. Lonely Mo wiped his dagger with sandpaper. To outsiders, Lonely Mo's action was useless. Only he knew that when he was in a combat state, each wipe could temporarily increase his attack power a little. Wu Yin smiled bitterly. 2 against 1? The opponent had no intention of a fair PK. Arrogant Mo said, No way, your counterattack is too fatal to me. I believe I can bear your damage. If you want to attack, let him go. Wu Yan's face also fell, because when Arrogant Mo was talking, Lonely Mo had already started to act. It must be said that the tacit understanding between the two was really good. They launched attacks almost at the same time. The main reason was that Arrogant Mo's taunt was too domineering. The route of his magic release could only be aimed at this Arrogant Mo. Then, this should be the power of the rules of the game. Wu Yin did not say arrogantly that he could break the current rules of the game by himself. He started with Blizzard, which could slow down the assassin's movement speed, but Lonely Foam hiding under the shadow was too buggy, and was not affected by Blizzard. Wu Yin then released the skill Quicksand Vortex he had just learned. After this skill was released, Arrogant Foam shook his head obviously. This kind of continuous damage was the most annoying skill for a tank player like him. It would interrupt his own super strong recovery ability. Because the terrain changed slightly due to Quicksand Vortex, Lonely Foam in the shadow was finally delayed a little. But he still found an opportunity. This time, Lonely Foam was no longer a normal powder, but a special prop. It was equivalent to using a poisonous dagger at close range. The damage thrown over was exactly the same as the close-range cutting. The other party has been studying his battle video for a long time. Wu Yin was multitasking, and his hands kept releasing magic to Arrogant Mo, but the other party really had too much magic resistance, and he was sure that the other party had also taken a potion that increased magic resistance for a short time. As for the equipment, it was also anti-magic equipment. Arrogant Mo had no intention of attacking, and was fully defensive. Their goal was very clear, that is, before Arrogant Mo died, even before Arrogant Mo's death was acceptable, they had to kill themselves. The execution of the battle was quite resolute, and Wu Yin felt for the first time that the other party was at the level of a professional fighter. This was decent, the burning fighting spirit in Wu Yin's eyes. It had been a long time since he had a hearty fight with a player. Looking at Arrogant Mo's warlike will, he was a little overwhelmed. He was sure that the other party was the same kind of person as him, and he couldn't help but have the idea of pulling Piao Ling to his team again. But Lonely Mo is like a ruthless killer. He is now executing the plan in an orderly manner. Judging from the current situation, Piao Ling's magic damage is beyond their expectations. They have already gathered all the best anti-magician equipment of the team, but it is still beyond their expectations. If it continues like this, Arrogant Mo will definitely die. He must give Wu Yin a finishing blow before Arrogant Mo dies. However, when he was preparing for the next attack, the extremely strong golden light gave them a bad premonition. After several rounds of magic attacks, Wu Yin finally found the pattern. I didn't expect that the chain skills ending with Thunder Strike would be so complicated. I had to release 2 Earth skills first, and then release 3 Fire skills to bring out the chain skills of Thunder Strike. And the timing of this chain skill was much more important than the tornado that was triggered before. After finally seizing the opportunity, Wu Yin directly used the slowest charging Thunder Strike. After all, he was now ridiculed by Arrogant Mo, and could not change his attack direction at all, so he simply released the most powerful Thunder Strike. When Wu Yin was accumulating strength, the other two's eyes completely changed. They had been partners for many years. Almost at the same time, they prepared for the worst, and were going to use their ultimate moves. This was a thought that they both had in common. Lonely Mo could no longer care about the so-called counterattack. He still had a life-saving attack. However, when using this attack, with Piao Ling's terrifying physique, it is estimated that there will be some blood left at the end. Lonely Mo can't care so much. With the last few blood points, he hopes that Arrogant Mo will find a way to end it. If Arrogant Mo's special skill is used, there is still a chance. Sacrificial Strike. A special skill with red light. Did he master the special skill so quickly? Wu Yan was thinking in his heart that with his current health and the help of treatment, he should be able to barely withstand it. The moment he released Thunder Strike, because of the bonus of the chain skill, this time Thunder Strike was more powerful than the last time he was testing the doll. At the moment of release, everything within a 10-meter radius was so white that Lonely Mo felt like his eyes were going blind, but he still completed his attack after his special skill was added. Sacrifice actually responded to the attack power of his normal attack by 15 times. When he saw the attack value above Piao Ling's head, Lonely Mo finally smiled with satisfaction. What he could do was really extreme. He couldn't hold on to the opponent's counterattack. However, before he was killed by the counterattack, he received a message from his companion. Your teammate Arrogant Mo has died. Lonely Mo's emotions turned cold in an instant. Could he not resist it at all? How terrible is the killing power of this magic attack? Then, his counterattack. The injury came as expected, and he was taken away directly. This counter-injury is really a bug, Lonely Mo silently thought, but what shocked him more was Piao Ling's skill Thunder. This is not a special skill, because there is no sign of the special skill starting. Lonely Mo and Arrogant Mo both appeared in their own main city. They looked at each other, and Lonely Mo lowered his head in frustration. What a pity, we were just a little bit away from winning. The captain said that he has the strength of an ace, and it seems to be true. Arrogant Mo was recalling, and he said something that he couldn't accept. He might have deliberately let you succeed in the end. When he released the skill, when the damage was close to me, he was about to remove the taunt. Lonely Mo couldn't believe it at all. Are you sure you didn't see it wrong? Taunt can also be removed. Arrogant Mo still looked thoughtful. You're right. Taunt can't be removed. This is the rule of the game. Then he might have predicted and changed the order of his skills. Do you remember that Piao Ling has a multicasting skill? Lonely Mo thought of something that was almost impossible. Are you saying that he modified his skills? Arrogant Mo sighed. Anyway, I think he has a chance to release his lightning on us at the same time. It's really amazing, Arrogant Mo exhaled. Although he resisted the damage for so long, he actually had a huge pressure every time he resisted the damage. Some of the magic attacks that he saw as understated by the opponent were particularly high in damage to him. You know, he moved all the resources of their team to deal with magicians. Let's go back to the captain first, Arrogant Mo said. Lonely Mo nodded. By the way, do you think Piao Ling can still complete his mission? I think it's difficult. That's the strongest Ghost Swordsman army. I don't think so. It only took about 3 minutes to resolve the battle. Wu Yan was quite satisfied. He first carefully restored his health to full, and waited for the cooldown of various skills, and the cooldown of his potions to end before he started to move forward. The countdown continued. Wu Yan's heart was always in his chest. Although the teleportation point was now open, he always felt that there were unknown movements around him, and the sound of various leaves being blown was trying to disturb his mood. Sure enough, before he walked in, a human NPC with a sword on his back instantly appeared in front of him. He held the sword in one hand and blocked Wu Yan's way. Give up this action, you can't get through. Wu Yan's heart was extremely cold. What on earth was involved in this mission that actually made the Ghost Swordsman Legion leader personally come out and stop him? Lan Shi, a level 45 version character, was much stronger than the ordinary level 45 NPC characters. Even Howard had mentioned it to him many times when chatting with him. So far, Lan Shi's strength is most likely to reach the standard of the general level. He had asked what the strength of the general level was, but Howard looked yearning and forgot to explain it to him. He really didn't expect that he, a human player, would be stopped by such a strong human NPC. Wu Yan put away the magic wand, and Lan Shi's expression eased slightly. He had also heard about the record of this new human. He had killed the white whale, which was a big monster that he couldn't deal with. Why don't you let me find Adolf? Did Adolf make any mistakes? Lan Shi was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to stop and continue to ask for his information. He hesitated. Every word he said next might involve the issue of authority. Of course, he also knew that this time the problem was a bit difficult. He had no way to violate the order issued by the top. When he was about to find an excuse to prevaricate, he was surprised to find that the magician on the opposite side actually took the initiative to cast magic. Wu Yan was not an impulsive person, but he was stopped again and again. The clay Buddha still had some temper. He started with the strongest thunder strike. At such a close distance, plus the opponent was not prepared, it was very likely to hit. Chapter 240. Minus 5,140. An astonishing damage floated up. Wu Yan continued to distance himself. This time, he deliberately chose the fast action mode for Thunder Strike, so Lan Shi was hit before he could dodge in a small range. With the increase in blood volume, Wu Yan could find out how terrible the opponent's blood volume could be. At least 500,000, plus such strong flexibility and high defense, it was not easy to cause so much damage. Launcher's face fell instantly. Do you know what you are doing? You are provoking the Ghost Swordsman Legion leader. Or do you think you have a chance to defeat me? Launcher pulled out his sword again. At this time, a faint black gas began to spread on his sword. He said, "Okay, I give you another chance. If you can hit me, I let you come this time, otherwise." Before he finished speaking, Wu Yan used the fire bomb and released the two skills of Quicksand Vortex this time. And this time, Launcher was well prepared. He dodged Wu Yan's two attacks. Wu Yan smiled helplessly. It seems that he is only level 30 now, and he is far behind these top NPCs. What is this? A plot kill? He simply sat down and stopped attacking. Launcher, who was gradually getting angry, was a little overwhelmed by Wu Yan's operation. Keep going, don't stop. If I can't beat him, why should I waste my energy? Wu Yan still sat there slumped, without any intention of getting up. Launcher felt even more unhappy. He originally thought that when he was fighting with this kid, he would accidentally kill this new human. But now, the other party's non-combat attitude really made him feel a little bit reluctant. Is this really the guy who killed the white whale? And this new human is the focus of the top management. Not only himself, but also people from many other departments have received some action plans about Wu Yan. If Wu Yan knew that not only he was on a mission to find NPCs, but also NPCs were on a mission to pay attention to him. Wu Yan was a little anxious. Time passed by, and his intuition told him that this mission was very important. There was such a powerful NPC stopping him, so he had to find a way to get rid of it. Now Launcher simply didn't make a move. He drew a circle in front of him, just blocking the teleportation point to the Magic Guild. The teleportation gates leading directly to the Magic Guild were basically in the wild. If he wanted to go to the next wild place now, it would definitely be too late. He had designed more than 10 plans in his mind to find a way to bypass Launcher, but the ending of each plan was a tragic death under Launcher's sword, which made him very depressed. Wu Yan felt. He was anxious. Just when he was about to risk his life to rush forward, a magician in a magic robe and in combat mode actually walked out of the current portal they were in. As soon as he came out, he trapped Launcher with a binding spell. Then, Wu Yan felt that he was lifted up by an object. He didn't know when a magic carpet appeared under his feet. It slowly rose up and flew forward quickly. The magician who just came out also sat on it in time. The two flew forward rapidly in midair. In Wu Yan's message prompt, the magician who could fly appeared in front of him, and it turned out to be Adolf. Flying is a forbidden spell. It is a rule in the Magic Guild that anyone who uses it will be expelled. Now, it is not applicable to Adolf. Adolf is so young that he is a little surprised. He looks only a few years older than himself, but his deep eyes show that he has read a lot of knowledge. The other party's tone is also quite calm. Be careful not to be hurt by the other party's sword energy. That sword energy can pierce my defense. Wu Yan only realized now that Adolf did not use the magic wand to activate the magic, and his gestures to control the magic carpet seemed to be the way he wanted to practice to control objects with magic elements. Launcher, who was chasing behind, let Wu Yan see Launcher's real speed and dodge ability. Compared with the moment when he fought with himself, it was already a world of difference. Now Adolf not only controls the flight of the magic carpet, but also controls the repair of the protection on their magic carpet. At the same time, he can actually release magic attacks to the opponent. Different from his own multiple spellcasting, he really saw Adolf use multiple magics to attack a target this time. This is the real multiple magic. Unfortunately, due to the protection on the magic carpet, he can't feel the specific operation of the magic elements. Wu Yan has been watching Launcher's actions. He only now realized why Launcher was so angry because of being attacked by him. Launcher was chasing so fast and releasing sword energy in the air, but he was not hit by Adolf once. Adolf was introduced by the Magic Guild as a powerful archbishop. However, Wu Yan was also a little surprised that Adolf could become an archbishop at such a young age. This is completely different from those other old magicians. Launcher's strength was indeed strong. He had already hit their defenses several times with his sword energy released from such a distance. At the moment when the defense was torn, he could instantly feel the operation of Adolf's magic elements. Under normal circumstances, it would be difficult for him to activate the magic eye on his own when he was not in combat. Now that he activated the magic eye, he could sense the operation of the magic elements outside for only a moment. How did this magic element operate? Although it was only a momentary impression, It made Wu Yin quite impressed. Unlike the magic element composition of the assembly line he saw in the ancient nebula continent, Adolf's magic element was a rather complex three-dimensional structure, but this three-dimensional structure was quite regular, without any staggered phenomenon. "There's trouble," Adolf said softly. At this time, Wu Yin also found that there were more dark clouds in the sky, and the magicians chased by the Magic Guild were also going to take action. No way, he had a bad feeling in his heart, and he asked, "Does the Archbishop's strength mean that he can release forbidden spells at will?" "Not really, although it was a critical moment." Adolf answered every question Wu Yin asked. "They are using forbidden spell scrolls, but forbidden spell scrolls can only be used by archbishops of this level." Wu Yin looked at the signs of the forbidden spell about to be released in the sky helplessly. Is there any good way? In this situation, with the two high schools on the opposite side blocking him, he can still help in this situation. The only benefit is that his mission will be completed at some point. Does this count as the NPC actively looking for him to complete the task? In the past, he would have been very happy, but now, the scene in front of him made him unable to laugh at all. When he turned around to look at Adolf, he happened to be holding a magic scroll in his mouth and said, "I also have a forbidden spell scroll, but it can only block this time. If we can escape from here, maybe there is still a chance." Before he finished speaking, the familiar thunder power emerged from the sky continuously. The power of the forbidden spell this time seemed to be an enhanced version of the last time. The density of the thunder and lightning was much more terrifying than the last time, which was equivalent to narrowing the range a bit, but strengthening the intensity of the central area. Fortunately, Adolf's forbidden spell protection scroll was also quite powerful. It turned out that his own magic barrier was just a transparent membrane, and the forbidden spell protection scroll used by Adolf released a full streamline, a bit like the feeling of the Aurora Falls. When this forbidden spell level of protection was propped up, he felt that the air around him was different, and the whole person felt much more at ease, with an unprecedented sense of security. When the rumbling forbidden spell hit him, it seemed to have no effect and dissipated directly. Wu Yin was amazed in his heart. This level of magic displayed in front of him really gave him infinite yearning. The archbishop on the opposite side seemed to have expected this situation. Wu Yin did see an archbishop in a red robe approaching Lan Shi and said something, and then Lan Shi's whole body began to emit golden light, enhancing magic. Wu Yin had a headache. The combination of magicians and warriors was really more than the sum of their parts. Their current situation had become very troublesome. When Wu Yin looked at Adolf, the latter's face was already quite pale, and he was very weak. Seeing that Wu Yin had seen him, Adolf said calmly, "This mission may fail." Wu Yin was anxious. He hadn't figured out the ins and outs of the mission yet, so how could he say that it had failed? He looked solemnly at Adolf, who had become an archbishop at such a young age. "How can I help?" Adolf glanced at Wu Yin. His current condition was quite bad, and he looked like he would faint at any time. "It may be a little difficult, but you can try it." Adolf bit his lip hard to make himself clear. "My magic is almost exhausted. You touch this stone with your hand. Then find a way to mobilize your magic power." Adolf might think he was crazy. He was saying something that was in the hole. In the history of God's advent, no one has ever successfully operated a new human to release his magic power into the magic stone. You should know that the fighting mechanism of the new human seems similar, but there are still very essential differences. For example, if he wants to restore his magic power now, he can't use the so-called potion like the new human. He must use the magic stone or other stored magic energy to increase his magic power. Wu Yin doesn't care so much. The reason he can accept it is that it is to activate this prop by touching it. When Wu Yin touched the magic stone with his hand, a familiar feeling came back. He felt that he could mobilize his own magic elements. This was a very exciting thing before he picked up the magic wand, because only in this way could he have the opportunity to control objects like Adolf. The magic stone in Wu Yan's hand gradually lit up, and Adolf's tired face could hardly hide the joy in his heart. "It's really worthy of being the new human that Yuville has chosen. You are indeed quite talented." Being praised by an NPC who didn't look much older than him, Wu Yin felt like he was several generations younger. Immediately, he was attracted by another prompt. His message bar was constantly reminding him, "You have a new understanding of magic mastery." This kind of magic mastery, which is the most difficult to upgrade, seems to be upgraded very quickly when you don't use the magic wand. Bang, bang, bang. A stabbing pain came from his abdomen. The pain almost made him faint. Looking down, he saw a large wound on his abdomen. He seemed to see his intestines being pulled out. He stuffed them in silently, and then started to take drugs frantically. Without a doubt, he was killed instantly by Lan Shi's sword energy just now. It should be the protection attached to the forbidden spell that prevented him from being killed instantly. It didn't hurt so much even when his 30,000 health points were directly emptied. The damage just now was higher than this damage. This is really dancing on the edge of a knife. Adolf's expression changed from good to bad again. He smiled bitterly on his pale face. It seems that we are really reaching our limit. This launcher has gone crazy. When he said that launcher was about to go crazy, a strong wind blew, and other strange beasts in the forest also began to move. This abnormal situation only occurs when particularly powerful NPCs or monsters appear, like before Gu. The same situation happened when the old undead appeared. Trouble, Wu Yan muttered. Launcher was no longer the human swordsman he had just seen. He also understood why the ghost swordsman had to bring a ghost with him. He could no longer see any human appearance on Launcher. Launcher's whole body was emitting black air. At the same time, his sword was not like an ordinary sword. It changed its appearance from a sword that was only 1 person long to a large sword that was nearly 10 meters long and constantly emitted black mist. The shrouded black mist was like a person crying for someone who was about to die. He could even hear these crying sounds from a distance. Launcher's own body was even more terrifying. It seemed like he had a pair of wings on his back. A pair of wings like the devil's palms. Launcher's movements were originally very fast, and with these large wings, it was as if he was flying. In fact, it was because of this that Launcher, who had always been unable to catch up, was like a demon, and his speed and agility were further improved. Adolf smiled bitterly. Launcher is using skills that consume vitality. I'm afraid it's over this time. Wu Yan was a little helpless, and he finally asked, where were we supposed to escape to? From the beginning, Adolf felt very familiar with the direction of the magic carpet's flight, but there were too many similar terrains in the game, so he couldn't tell where to go for a while. Adolf looked relieved at this time, and he pointed to the huge tree in the distance, the immortal tree. Wu Yan's eyes gradually lit up, because he could see the immortal tree very clearly at this distance. Adolf. One last bet. Wu Yan made up his mind, and he bet that Pandora would come out to help him. Chapter 241. Adolf was a little confused. It doesn't make much sense now. In Launcher's current state, we are no match for him. Wu Yan pointed to the immortal tree in front of him. What about her? Adolf looked at the immortal tree that was getting closer and closer. The reason why he wanted to go to the immortal tree was because that is a restricted area for all human forces. If you go there, you will be expelled from the professional guild for life. This applies to all NPCs. He doesn't care anymore. He is taking a gamble since he took the initiative to escape this time. Even Yubel dares to bet his hope on a new human. Why can't he give it a try? Okay, Adolf's handsome and pale face also became ferocious. The magic power he recovered from the magic stone was not enough to use. He activated the magic power from his body to the limit. Launcher's consciousness was almost out of control at this time. This was also a state where he entered the ghost state. His eyes were only locked on the 2 people in the magic carpet. In his eyes, these 2 people had no way to escape. Now it was just a meaningless struggle. Launcher's speed was getting faster and faster, and the black mist on his body was getting thicker and thicker. The whole person is on the verge of going crazy. If players can see how powerful the ghost swordsman is at this time, it is estimated that there will be another climax of job transfer, because the ghost swordsman's job is no longer a secret job, but the difficulty of job transfer is too great. Most players think that the cost of job transfer is too high. But if the ghost swordsman is so strong, the situation may be different. I know Leoric is your mentor. Adolf looked ahead with a firm gaze, and paused. He is an excellent magician. Don't blame him. The order of this world is already in chaos, and many people will inevitably make decisions that are inconsistent with themselves. Wu Yan did not respond. Even though he had received so much information, he did not know whether to completely believe their one-sided words. He also had some of his own judgments. Adolf seemed to be revealing information to him unilaterally. Perhaps, he was also worried that this escape operation would fail. The demonized blue time was getting closer and closer. Here! At the moment when blue time was about to approach, Wu Yan shouted loudly, Pandora name. Adolf was also a little frustrated, because he didn't feel the existence of huge magic power. Pandora's peak strength might be much stronger than Leoric. Adolf put on his combat gloves, which was one of his combat principles. Black gloves were a must-have item before a battle. Hiss! A strong sword energy split the magic carpet's protection and knocked the magic carpet to the ground. The magic carpet broke into many pieces. Adolf barely avoided the 2 people. Adolf was ready to start fighting with a firm look. Wu Yan looked at the immortal tree in the distance. There were colorful clouds above it, The immortal tree that should have been dying seemed to come alive. Its branches were expanding wildly outside. The strange movement attracted everyone's attention. The ghost-like launcher just paused for a moment, and was ready to attack immediately. He had a bad feeling in his heart. Adolf cast spells like stray bullets, the intensity of which was so exaggerated that Wu Yin felt it was quite exaggerated. But what was even more exaggerated was that he was also dodged by Lan Shi. Just as Lan Shi's final sword was about to chop down, a blue-purple phantom-like light shone directly from the undead tree in the distance, forming a huge barrier directly in front of Wu Yin and Adolf. Lan Shi's sword stopped abruptly, and could no longer be chopped down. Pandora's figure slowly appeared in front of the few people. She was covered in floating silk, and many small 8-pointed dragons were floating around her. The sound box was still playing faint music. Little mage, Pandora's charming voice sounded. Wu Yin subconsciously looked at Adolf. It seemed that only he could hear this music. When Pandora appeared, the ghostly Lan Shi's expression showed hesitation. When he encountered a strong opponent, his rationality also returned a little, but he immediately made up his mind and used his strongest move, the ghostly 8 moves. Wu Yin heard Lan Shi's low roar, and then Lan Shi's movement frequency increased further. His muscles exploded. 1, 2. 8 figures of Lan Shi appeared in front of them at the same time, attacking them from different places. When they were about to get close, the 8 figures of Lan Shi seemed to gather into a huge devil shape above their heads. This devil was baring its fangs and claws, and opened its mouth wide, ready to swallow them all. The damage of this skill was definitely very high. Wu Yin and Adolf were obviously out of options. Pandora raised her eyebrows slightly, and a small music box in front of her cracked. An extremely fast ray of light passed through the mouth of the large devil, just like that. At least, that was how Wu Yin saw it. In an instant, the big, bearing fangs and claws devil disappeared, and the overwhelming pressure just now seemed to be non-existent. The chest of Lan Shi was pierced by the light, and he flew backwards for dozens of meters, and then the ghost state on his body was disappearing rapidly. Lan Shi showed an unwilling expression. He struggled to get up, but was held down by the Archbishop, who caught up with him. The plan has been abandoned. Pandora is out, and the world is going to change, the Archbishop whispered. Lan Shi grabbed a handful of grass next to him, dug out the grass and soil, and threw it on the ground angrily. 30 years ago, he had witnessed the battle between the masters of human forces and Pandora. In the end, Pandora was trapped by sacrificing the immortal tree. Even if Pandora was trapped, human forces did not dare to set foot here easily. For this reason, Lan Shi has been practicing hard for so many years. He has always been called the leader of the Ghost Swordsmen. He has mastered the strongest trick of the Ghost Swordsman, but he was still defeated by Pandora so easily. He doesn't even know what the strongest Pandora's mentality is. Lan Shi used all his strength to grab the Archbishop's collar and said viciously, "Tell me, what level of magician is Pandora?" The Archbishop's face turned pale, but the corner of his mouth revealed a bitter smile. "Pandora. She is not a normal magician, she is." Before he finished speaking, Lan Shi was stunned by a loud noise, and the Archbishop's eyes turned white. Then he regained consciousness, and took Lan Shi away. Finally, his mission was finally completed. Wu Yin looked at the updated mission information. Mission name: Ashes need to be passed on. Mission content: you have found the last Ash inheritor Adolf. Talk to him and confirm whether to take over. Wu Yin was a little confused. Adolf is fine now. Why does he need to take over? On the other side, the music box around Pandora slowly dissipated, and her clothes gradually returned to the way they met. The Pandora they usually talked to looked like a charming witch, but when they were fighting just now, he really felt the Queen's domineering power from Pandora. "Little magician, you are the first guy who threatened my life." Wu Yin laughed for the first time in a long time. "It's okay, I am a new human, and I will never really die." Pandora came in suddenly. "Little mage, in some situations, even you can't die casually." "I'm right, Ash inheritor." She looked at Adolf. Adolf nodded heavily, and said to Wu Yin seriously, "You are now Yule student. If some difficulties cannot be overcome, perhaps no one can ever break through." Adolf said it very implicitly, but Wu Yin understood it. It probably refers to a one-time task. If there is a one-time task for the disordered profession, if it is interrupted, it may be a bit troublesome. Adolf walked in front of Pandora and bowed gently. "Master Magician, please let me talk to him alone for a few words." Pandora nodded, and she disappeared from the sight of the two people with a phantom. "Little mage, come to me later," and left this sentence in the distance. Wu Yin was somewhat helpless. Pandora always made some very normal things unclear. Adolf was worried. His expression had not improved at all since he escaped from danger. Or he was even more worried than before. After pacing for a long time, he finally said, "Do you really want to become the heir of ashes?" Wu Yin was also asked a little strangely, "Is there anything wrong with becoming the heir of ashes?" Adolf said with an ugly expression, "You will be hunted by bounty hunters." "Who is wanted?" Wu Yin asked. Adolf said word by word, "God." Wu Yin felt a chill on his forehead. The god of the human tribe? His mind flashed through several ancient gods recorded in the library, but he still regarded these records as a story background. It is normal to put some background in the game. If gods are really put in, then the production of this game is a bit too big. Wu Yan's imagination is getting farther and farther, and he even thinks if gods release skills, will it cause the whole game to freeze? Are bounty hunters powerful? Adolf did not feel any awe of gods from Wu Yan's eyes. This is not too strange for him, as the new humans have no feelings for their gods. Bounty hunters are strong and weak, but if it is you new humans, there will always be bounty hunters stronger than you to arrest you. Wu Yan frowned, which is much smarter than ordinary NPCs. "But what kind of strength do you mean?" he asked. Adolf finally managed to say 2 words, "Level?" It was quite strange for an NPC to say something like level. At the same time, Wu Yan was relieved. He was not too worried about the NPC, who was just higher than him. Adolf saw that the latter looked fine, and was about to continue to emphasize, but Wu Yan suddenly said, "Does the bad god really exist? Is he on this continent?" Wu Yan asked. Although he was cursed by the bad god, he temporarily believed that the bad god should be a super version, and should not be encountered. Adolf answered in confusion, "Of course, the bad god is one of them, but he does not participate in the battles between other gods." Wu Yan asked tentatively, "What if I have a friend who is cursed by the bad god? Is there any good way?" Adolf's face fell instantly. His tone was full of urgency. You are cursed by the bad god? How did you get into trouble with him?" Adolf, who had always been a steady magician, was no longer the same after a short conversation with Wu Yan. "What is his curse like?" Adolf asked urgently. When he heard that Helena was helping him, Adolf's expression eased a lot. Fortunately, Helena is here. With her around, everything should be fine. Adolf began to return to the topic of Ash's inheritors. "You've been to the ancient Nebula continent, right? Every one of us, the Ash's inheritors, will have such an experience once." He looked a little nostalgic. "That door was quite difficult to crack. It took me a day and a night to crack it." Wu Yan silently complained that he only had a few dozen minutes. Adolf returned to the topic. "Once you become an Ash's inheritor, successor, you must take action when encountering certain situations. Just like this time, if I don't take action, I will lose my identity as the inheritor of the Ash, and this identity will also disappear from me." Although Adolf is not very old, he seems to have experienced many things. "Before me, is there anyone else who wants to take over the Ash inheritor?" A mysterious smile appeared on Adolf's face. He patted Wu Yan on the shoulder. "Congratulations, only you succeeded." Wu Yan's heart was touched. There really is someone. Is it an NPC or a player? He knew that he would not get anything out of asking, so he could only think frantically in his mind. "So," Adolf's voice suddenly rose, "do you want to take over the Ash inheritor? In the long dark night, you will walk alone and take out the eternal flame. Even if you turn into ashes, you must pass on the flame." Adolf looked solemn and read carefully. I don't know how many times he has read this sentence in his mind. The Ash inheritor Adolf has requested you to grant him a second profession. Do you agree? Second profession. You can switch professions to learn different skills and trigger tasks. Profession name, Tianxian. Profession introduction. All things in the world are subject to certain laws. When magic operates like the laws of the world, it will exert its greatest power. A mage who can use magic based on the laws of the surrounding environment under certain conditions. Background recognition. When you accept this profession, you will have to personally complete all the unfinished things of the Ash inheritors of previous generations. Wu Yan's expression also became serious. Infected by Adolf's emotions, he accepted the granting of this profession. A large number of memories and experiences of the Ash inheritors of previous generations came to him like a tide. Chapter 242. Wu Yan felt that his mind had many more memories about the successive Ash inheritors. Even though he had read all the information about these NPCs in the ancient Nebula continent, he felt a wave of sadness after receiving so much information. This road, it's so difficult. With so much information pouring into his mind, he didn't even know what he was facing or what he was fighting against. But he knew that the Ash Inheritors' road was to prevent the night from falling. If the seeds of fire that needed to be protected were not found, then when the night fell, the situation would become quite bad. The great changes 30 years ago were a major disaster when the night fell. Among all the information he received, Yule also appeared in this list of successive Ash inheritors. To be precise, it was the previous several of Adolf. Did they change several times in such a short time? Wu Yin sighed a little. In addition, the most important thing was that there was indeed an additional Tianxian in the information column of his professional role. Although it was a dual profession, however, he could not use Tianxuan's professional skills at will. He had to switch his own professional status before he could use Tianxuan's professional skills. However, the switching time was very fast, almost in an instant, and the switch was complete. He didn't know why such a mechanism was designed. Moreover, Tianxuan's professional skills were completely copied from his own disordered professional skills. The only difference was that the disordered factor originally contained in his professional skills was eliminated. This was probably the biggest difference. Wu Yin checked his status bar and made an apologetic gesture to Adolf. The other party seemed to be waiting to explain to him what it felt like to be the Ash Herald. Wu Yin did have a lot of information to inquire about at this moment, but his extra Tianxian profession was too mysterious. After removing the disorder factor, there was an additional fusion factor, which means that each skill can be fused and released. The higher the fusion, the more likely it is that the two skills will be fused and released. After Wu Yin was sure that he understood this fusion factor, he was already excited. If this was true, this fusion casting might be much more powerful than his multiple casting, and the activation of the chain skill would be much stronger than before. Wu Yin was already nervous before he started the experiment. Although Adolf only glanced at him, Wu Yin thought that Adolf was anxiously waiting for him, so he ran over and said, "I may need some time to adapt to the identity of the heir of ashes." Adolf concealed his surprise. "A little time?" Wu Yin thought that the other party thought he had too much time, and continued to add, "Very soon, wait for me." After saying that, Wu Yin didn't care about anything else. He immediately started to find a piece of open space to experiment. Due to the appearance of Pandora, he felt quite comfortable in this environment, and he was also very comfortable when releasing skills. The battle just now was too intense, so he didn't notice this situation at all. At present, the two skills with the highest fusion factor are of course the two skills of the same series, Ice Pillar and Blizzard. He tried to release the Ice Pillar towards an empty space, and then at the moment of releasing the Ice Pillar, the Blizzard skill would also be activated, but when activated, it seemed that it was not 100% released. Wu Yin was not discouraged. The process of testing magic is always boring, but as long as the final result can be successful, everything is worth it. Sure enough, even the two skills with the highest fusion factor could not be successfully released at the same time. Wu Yin was puzzled. In a fit of anger, he tried to release the two skills of ice and fire in rotation. This time, he was greatly surprised. After the Ice Pillar was released, the Fire Bomb was actually released, but the effect was not satisfactory. The Fire Bomb that was originally as fast as lightning seemed to have become a dumb egg and fell directly on the spot. But no matter what, it was released. Wu Yin began to think quickly in his mind. He was thinking carefully. The difference between releasing skills so many times was that when he released the Fire Bomb, he would actively drive his magic power. Although, according to the original rules of the game, when using skills, he could not really feel whether it would be effective if he gave a push, but he could really feel his magic element, as if it could be controlled, and let the magic be the main pusher. He also read some speeches of other magicians on the forum, but some of the speeches were true, and some were false, so he was not sure which one to believe. There was even someone who directly said that as long as he closed his eyes, he could feel the way the magic of others worked. As long as you are willing to pay him 1 diamond for testing, he will tell you what type of magic skill you should choose. He thought, isn't this kind of person a liar? But there is a real player magician who speaks very truthfully. He is a magician called Only Seeking Principles. He said that he used magic to create a magic vortex in his body. When the skills he used could trigger the push of the magic vortex in his body, all the skills he used would gain a small increase. Wu Yin combined this player's theory with some of his own tests. He felt that there was some effect, but he was not completely sure because the damage of the skills themselves was not evenly distributed. Maybe this would work. After thinking for a while, he decided to use his own skills to push the 2 ice skills. This time, the icicle skill he released was not released immediately, but stayed in his body for a while. At this time, his blizzard skill was also successfully released, and there was no shadow of the icicle underground. He suddenly looked up at the sky and saw a huge icicle shadow under his feet. What was falling from the sky was not a blizzard, but an icicle falling from the sky. Wu Yin dodged the damage of an icicle with lingering fear. Although the skill was immune to damage to himself, It would be really painful to be hit by such a huge icicle. He didn't even need to try. The huge deep pit underground did not even require him to actually test the damage of this skill. The original blizzard's damage was not enough, which has always been criticized by magicians, but this skill slows down the speed on a large scale, so many magician players cannot just find a skill to replace it. Even some better Earth skills are not as good as this blizzard, because once the blizzard triggers the freezing effect, the benefit is quite large. Wu Yen was already excited at this moment. The fusion of two simple ice skills was so powerful. If his thunder and fire bomb were fused, the scene would be unimaginable. He suddenly felt his breathing a little breathless, thinking that he was too excited, but he didn't know it was Adolf. He completely lost his demeanor and stared at him with his big eyes. Have you mastered the power of fusion? That's one of the Tianxin laws. Adolf repeated it several times in a row. Wu Yen didn't expect that such a handsome magician could actually hurt his hand. Wu Yen asked back uncertainly, "Do you mean the fusion of the two magics just now?" "Yes." Adolf's throat was hoarse. "How did you do it?" Wu Yen was a little strange now. If his memory was not confused, he saw that Adolf should be able to release fusion skills. Just looking at the skills he just used when fighting Lon, based on his current knowledge, there are several fusion skills. Adolf saw Wu Yen hesitate. He paused for a moment, then said with great difficulty, "You are doubting that I can also use the power of fusion." His expression was a little sad, then he drew his hand in the air, and a mirror appeared in the middle of the two people. What appeared in this mirror was actually a reflection of the situation inside Adolf's body. Wu Yan's magic eye was activated again. Originally Adolf wanted to explain, but when he saw Wu Yan's eyes full of magic light, he was stunned. So, he did not explain, but used the mirror to scan every part of his body one by one until he scanned a small blue ball. Wu Yan had already guessed it in his heart. Isn't this the magic core? Adolf, after Wu Yan took the initiative to say this, he let out a long breath. Yes, it is indeed the magic core. He stretched out his voice. Only the magic core can use the fusion power. The theory is like this. He smiled bitterly. Obviously, you don't conform to this theory. His expression was both happy and sad. Only our Ashes inheritors can keep the most original magic core. Nowadays, many places, even many secret experiments and research on magic cores, are counterfeit. The counterfeit magic core will never play the effect of the real magic core. Even the initial stage of fusion power is difficult to use. Wu Yan listened with some sadness. He still didn't know why the magician profession had come to this point. According to his understanding, the magic core should be the most important thing for a magician. He felt a little too cruel to wipe out the magic cores of all magicians so easily. As a result, he was surprised by what was still to come. Adolf, taking a deep breath, he bowed to Wu Yan and said, "Thank you for saving my useless life." He smiled bitterly. "Then it's time for me to do something useful with my life." "Why?" Wu Yan asked anxiously. Adolf sounded like he was going to die. To be honest, he has been alone in this game. There are very few people who can help and share the pressure of tasks. Pandora is one, Aggie is half, Shatia is also, and Adolf is the first young NPC he can communicate with about the collision between magic and magic. He just thought that they still have a lot to discuss in this aspect of fusion skills. Adolf looked at the sky and tried hard not to look at Wu Yan. "Do you know why there can only be one heir of Ashes at the same time?" Wu Yan just heard this question and thought about it for a while, and his face became very ugly. Originally, he felt that the mission of the Ashes inheritor was already quite cruel. Everyone was walking alone. If it was really as he imagined, he suddenly felt extremely depressed. He even found it difficult to understand why he had to pass on this legacy. "How many years older are you than me?" Wu Yan said with difficulty. "Then why did you take the initiative to find me to inherit it?" Adolf turned his head to one side, and he spoke with a sob. "If the Ashes inheritance is not passed on at the stipulated time, this identity will never exist." And Adolf said with effort, "I absolutely cannot let my efforts to take office go to waste. Do you know?" Adolf looked over again. His lips were bitten and bleeding. He forced himself to restrain his emotions. His facial expression became even more difficult to control. The last Ash inheritor. He is a great magician. He lost his precious life for a waste like me. Adolf walked closer to Wu Yan step by step. In order to pass on this identity, he gave the magic core to me. He died. Adolf almost roared, spitting out these people, and then knelt on the ground powerlessly. Their successors of the past generations have sacrificed their lives, and only I survived. What's the point? Adolf began to use the surrounding stones frantically to cut his skin, and after a while, his body was full of scars. Wu Yan took a deep breath. He thought the story of the Ashes inheritor would be very tragic, But the real situation was far more tragic than he imagined. Generation after generation of Ash's inheritor, what exactly did they want to pass on? From the previous announcement, it can be heard that it is the so-called fire of hope. It shouldn't be as simple as a magic core. Just relying on a magic core can change the world. His predecessor should have changed the world long ago. The magician should be a super version character. At least you can't see it within level 45. Adolf, who abused his body to the point of being covered with bruises, stopped. He looked ahead with lifeless eyes. Wu Yin in the distance walked over step by step. He used the small healing technique that he hadn't used for a long time. The healing technique and his icicle skill were integrated. Small pieces of ice appeared on Adolf's body. Adolf's skin and his blood volume were rising crazily. Adolf suddenly jumped up, and he stared at Wu Yin. What is the compatibility of your two magics? Wu Yin looked at it, and found that the fusion factors of the two skills were both 0, and the compatibility standards corresponding to the fusion factors were no compatibility, slight compatibility, severe compatibility, and perfect compatibility. He said calmly, these two magics are incompatible. Adolf, who was extremely sad, laughed crazily again. Finally found it. So that's it. Chapter 243. Adolf was very emotional, and it took him a long time to calm down from his frenzy. His expression showed relief and hope. He looked up at the sky and exhaled. We have gone in a big circle. It's very far and very tiring. We thought that as long as we found the most compatible magic, we would be able to research the strongest magic. Maybe we took the wrong path from the beginning. After Adolf calmed down completely, he handed over a broken tile in his hand and said, this contains the clues of the inheritance of the ash. When you pass by the real destination, it will tell you. Wu Yan's heart was inexplicably throbbing when he saw this broken tile. He had seen this broken tile before. Wasn't it in the ancient Nebula continent? He must have seen it somewhere. Adolf Bishop, have you seen the real destination? Adolf smiled bitterly. Yes, before I took over as the inheritor of the ash. I felt the danger even before I went in. I originally thought that I would go there alone this time. As he said this, he felt powerless. I may have thought too simply. I was just trying to escape death. The monsters there are as powerful as those in Blue Time. Adolf took out a notebook from his pocket, since you had proposed new magical possibilities. I decided to continue my research. Road of Ashes, I will support you from behind. He seemed to have realized the loneliness and helplessness of walking alone, so he would rather be a coward and decided to survive. After Adolf transferred his identity to him, he returned to his residence alone. Wu Yin looked at Adolf's back and sighed a little. The other party had no other props to give him except the broken tile. And this made him feel the difficulty of this road even more. Adolf might really have nothing, but if he had a new profession, it would provide him with more ways to fight. He looked at the immortal tree in the distance. Since Pandora was born, the immortal tree seemed quite restless, as if it was going to evolve. Wu Yin returned to the place where Pandora was imprisoned. The latter took a cup from somewhere, and was drinking a drink. Pandora opened her eyes, and showed a charming smile on her face. Would you like a cup? He walked closer. The cup was made of stone, and the juice inside seemed like dark food. Just looking at it made people feel disgusted. When he was about to refuse, Pandora stepped on his heel, and pulled Wu Yan's body over, placed her legs on his abdomen, opened his mouth, and poured some juice into it. That color, that taste, he almost wanted to vomit at the first moment. If it wasn't because this was what Pandora had just drunk, he wanted to save face for the other party. Congratulations on drinking the treasure juice of the immortal tree. All attributes increased by 5%, health increased by 5%, magic points increased by 5%, magic base damage permanently increased by 5%, resistance increased by 5%. A series of prompts directly stunned Wu Yin. He even suspected that he was hallucinating. Just a sip of the drink can increase so many attributes. He quickly called up his attribute panel, repeatedly checked. Indeed, all increased by percentage. He remembered all aspects of his attributes very clearly. Such attribute bonus is equivalent to upgrading several levels. On the other side, Pandora was still leisurely drinking the drink that Wu Yin had just drunk. She pursed her lips, and there was a teasing meaning in her eyes. Wu Yin didn't say anything and drank the unfinished drink directly from Pandora's hand. What a pity! It only works once. Pandora looked at Wu Yan's actions in a bit of astonishment, and couldn't help laughing. You are really brave. I have recovered my strength now. Aren't you afraid of me? After Pandora finished speaking, a powerful magic was emanating from her back, as if there was a bigger witch standing behind her. He felt that Pandora might not be as old as he thought, and was a little bit second year. Wu Yin shook his head and continued, Have you completely gotten rid of the immortal tree now? Pandora said lightly, little wizard. Do you still doubt my strength? Even the old man Leoric is not my opponent. After she finished speaking, she paused. Oh, this old man is looking for death. Wu Yan looked at Pandora like this. After all, the latter was also Leoric's student. It can be seen that her heart is not completely without emotion. He is now entangled, why his mission to save Pandora has not been completed. That is the reward for Pandora's box. He is not sure whether the reward is something like a music box, but the strength of the music box shown by Pandora is already quite powerful. After Pandora recovered from her short thoughts, she suddenly laughed. So you are thinking about my magic box? She went from Wu Yan's front to his back, pressed against his back, and then asked in his ear, there will be a certain price for my magic box. Do you really want my magic box? Wu Yan pushed Pandora's head to other places. He thought, there were no other additional conditions before. Why are there additional conditions when it comes to completing the task? Pandora was pushed away in confusion. She felt that she, a magic messenger, was being treated with great disrespect, but she was not too angry, but felt a little novel. Wu Yan looked at Pandora's magic box. The magic box seemed to have a powerful mysterious temptation, which kept urging him to get it. In addition, the music box that only he could hear made him feel quite concerned. Open it, I still have to complete the task. Wu Yan spread his hands. This chain task that he encountered since he came out finally had this result. Okay. Pandora's voice changed, showing the demeanor of a queen. Her aura also changed, and the immortal tree began to shake uneasily. It was strange to say that the immortal tree had not completely lost consciousness, so how could it judge that it could not continue to bind Pandora? The number of music boxes around Pandora began to increase, and they began to rotate around her in a counterclockwise direction. More and more music boxes appeared, and the weather in the sky also changed. The branches and leaves of the immortal tree seemed to feel a huge threat, and completely shrank. A purple light as thick as the immortal tree shone down from the sky, and completely shone on Pandora. At the same time, after the light shone, it began to spread out layer by layer like ripples hitting a lake. It was all real magic. Wu Yan's mood could no longer be calmed down. His magic eyes had already started to work automatically. He could clearly see that the thick purple light just now, like an ignition line, ignited Pandora's magic core crystal. Now Pandora's magic power is completely overflowing. This kind of full bloom of strength can't be defeated even if there are more blue time. This is really a character in this version. Even Wu Yan himself has doubts. At the same time, his redemption of the undead tree mission was finally completed. Pandora, who was wrapped in magic power, chose one from the many music boxes and passed it to Wu Yan. This is a reward for you, thank me well. Pandora's tone was still the same as before, without much change, which made Wu Yan feel relieved. Unlike Blue Time's ghost transformation, Pandora's demonization can completely control her consciousness. When Wu Yan took over the magic box, Pandora's body began to return to normal, the surrounding environment also became stable, and the undead tree stopped swaying anxiously. Wu Yan quickly opened the item's acceptance. Item name, Pandora's magic box. Item level, used above level 30. Item level, epic. Item description, one of Pandora's unique items, not easily given to others. Item effect, blind box. Note, blind box introduction, you have a chance to open different items from this blind box, from magic potions to forbidden scrolls. Note, can only be used 3 times a day. Wu Yan carefully looked at the introduction of this blind box. The gameplay and advancement of this blind box are more complicated than he imagined. Not only can you extract items, but you can also briefly possess skills or status for a day. Moreover, the effect of this blind box is not necessarily completely random, but has its own set of theoretical rules to change the probability. In short, this magic box gives me more chance when I fight. Pandora sat on the branch of the immortal tree with a smile. Do you like it? Her voice was very light, but it was completely transmitted to Wu Yan's ears. Wu Yan nodded. Who doesn't like such a prop? Moreover, this prop should be the only epic level prop known so far. When communicating with him, Lu Yun, the other party, also accidentally revealed how difficult it is to get an epic prop. Pandora was just sitting on the branch of the immortal tree, but she flashed down in the blink of an eye. Then we will be in trouble next. Pandora was in an anti-witch state. She playfully tapped Wu Yan's eyebrows. You are in trouble. And I am used to trouble. Anyway, when you encounter trouble, I may not have time to take care of you, you have to solve it yourself. Wait until you can grow stronger than me. I am looking forward to it. After saying that, Pandora's shadow slowly disappeared in front of Wu Yan's eyes. The immortal tree seemed to be crazy and began to shake its branches and leaves constantly. He also felt a white light in front of his eyes. He had been teleported to the bottom of the mountain of the immortal tree. Next, the large-scale natural destruction site. It happened right in front of him. The branches of the crazy immortal tree could almost shake the mountain. Some high-level monsters hovering in the sky were beaten down by the immortal tree. The whole mountain was destroyed. The high-level monsters that were beaten down fell on the land and started fighting each other. This was not their territory. Of course, the first thing they wanted to do was to fight for the territory. Wu Yan could see the fight between the two giants from a distance. At the same time, his game panel popped up the most wanted order. The demon Pandora was born and was listed as an S-level monster. Once the trace of Pandora is found, a rare skill book will be rewarded. This notice immediately triggered a heated discussion in the public channel. Is it another big plot? The last big plot allowed me to successfully upgrade to the intermediate level by taking advantage of the situation. I was so happy. This time, I will definitely participate. As long as I find it, there will be a rare skill book. By the way, why don't we players participate in this wanted order? Yes, I don't understand it either. Can't we players contribute? Invincible and Romantic Knight, you haven't seen Xiaotia, right? Look carefully at Pandora's introduction. The strongest NPC that has appeared now. Do you think players can still beat it? You can't say that. What if? A weak statement. Don't you realize that there is more than one person wanted? Really? There is also a Piao Ling. Wait, why didn't we players participate in the wanted mission for Piao Ling? Wu Yan's face darkened. Because the intelligence mission introducing the wanted Pandora was too long, he finally found out that he was wanted. However, his wanted mission had nothing to do with the players, and there was no need to find traces or anything like that. It just allowed more levels of bounty hunters to want him. However, he couldn't die at will this time. It was clearly written on it that if he died during the wanted mission, he would be put in prison again. The current prison has been strengthened a lot due to the last accident. It may not be so easy to escape from prison next time. Wu Yan was still a little depressed. At present, the only safe place was the cemetery, which was a lawless place. The wanted order was ineffective there, and bounty hunters were too lazy to go there. But the cemetery is no longer suitable for him to upgrade. Should he go and fight the black and white twins next? Just when he was struggling with where to upgrade next, another topic that was slowly getting heated up caught his attention. The level requirements for players' special skills have been raised, and this topic completely overshadowed Pandora's topic as soon as it came out. Sure enough, topics that are beneficial to players are heated up faster. Wu Yan also paid attention to this topic. It seems that since Pandora was born, the level limit of this special skill has been lifted, and just now, a player finally defeated the NPC in the arena after him. He used the newly developed special skill. Chapter 244. Just when Wu Yan returned home, the discussion about the special skill became more and more intense. Originally, when there was the threshold of level 30, many players were still too far away from this matter. The special skill was only discussed when it was just launched. The later it was, the more difficult it was to upgrade, so the popularity of the special skill dropped a lot. In addition, except for Hurricane, a player who used it in public, no other player used it. From Hurricane, it was difficult to tell how strong the special skill was. But the situation is different now. There is really an ordinary player who used a special skill in the competitive fighting arena and defeated the almost impossible to beat NPC. You should know that before this, except for Wu Yan who beat the Dwarf Baron in the arena, no other player has successfully won a game. Dueling with NPCs in the arena has almost become an insurmountable threshold for every player. In the later period, when players talk about PK, they all default to PK with other players. This is very different from any previous game. And this time, as the players' special skills were practiced in advance, many players stood up. In this short period of time, many players began to successfully learn special skills in different places. Wu Yan simply went back to the residential area first, took the drink that Lena was deceived into buying, and pretended to drink it happily. Lena stood by like a child who had made a mistake, waiting for Wu Yan's criticism. He was carefully observing the unique skills of each profession that had been released. The most concerning one was the priest's all-around resuscitation skill. This unique skill added by the priest not only could replenish the health of all players when they were about to die, but also could temporarily increase the health limit by 1/3 more than the original health. At the most exaggerated time, the range of his casting was also quite large. Judging from all the changes in the professions, each profession has had a qualitative improvement due to the upper limit of this special skill. It can be said that they can now kill monsters at higher levels, and there is hope for a comeback. The activity of the public channel is rising straight up, just like a completely different game. The game has been running for so long that many people have become accustomed to the dull game life. Many people have also realized the weakness of their profession, and know that it will be difficult to become an elite player in the future. The early change this time has actually brought about the effect, giving everyone a solid shot in the arm. More and more people have found that as long as they use special skills, the dungeons that were once difficult to pass, and the bosses that were once very difficult to beat have become simple. After the first player after Wu Yan defeated the NPC in the arena, more and more players have also achieved results. As long as they defeat the NPC, they will have the opportunity to enter the arena ladder rankings. This list is no longer Wu Yan's alone, which makes him a little depressed. He has been leading the rewards of this list for a long time. Although the rewards are not as much as those in the level list, every little bit counts. Wu Yan didn't think there was anything wrong with this situation at first. He always felt that all the players on Blue Star should be a whole. The true face of God's advent would be revealed only after passing the trial of God. This was the little information that Ludiyun had revealed to him. On the contrary, he felt a little relieved that these players had become stronger, otherwise he would have been playing the game like a standalone player. But the good times didn't last long. As the news of the special skills being released in advance spread, many players began to point their fingers at him. They began to think that even Piao Ling was no better than him. Maybe he was so strong because he had special skills early on. Occasionally, there were a few voices of opposition, but they immediately disappeared in the doubts of a group of inflated players. Wu Yan didn't want to care about so much. After all, there were really no players coming to him now. Even professional players, who already had special skills, were not his opponents. It was 2 versus 1. He really didn't have to worry about the players, who were inflated just by having a special skill. Wu Yan thought about it, and decided to go to the cemetery to ask Shatia if he could go to look for the Netherworld bone now. The cemetery was still the same as before. With the appearance of the special skills in advance, there were fewer players. The players with special skills began to look for more difficult tasks. After all, mindless leveling is a bad strategy for leveling up. Except for him, no other player can level up as crazy as Wu Yan, who can level up like hundreds of players. Wu Yan just pushed open the door of the inner layer of the cemetery, and found Shatia standing coldly at the door. Before he opened his mouth, Shatia scolded him, "Do you know what stupid thing you did? You let that crazy woman out." Shaisha's voice was a little broken, and she sounded more like a little girl. Wu Yan let Shatia finish what she wanted to say, and then he asked, "Shatia, do you think I can get the Netherworld bone with my current strength?" Shatia rolled her eyes in displeasure. "You don't have the strength now." She was just halfway through her words when suddenly her eyes started to work like Wu Yan's magic eyes, but her eyes were not as deep as Wu Yan's. Her angry expression gradually disappeared, and her eyebrows slowly wrinkled up. It can be seen that she was still a little worried. "You didn't take over Ashes." Her tone was very heavy, and her eyes were fixed on Wu Yan. He was a little scared by being stared at. He didn't know why Shatia suddenly changed her attitude. Although Shatia was very angry just now, it was obviously a joke, and she didn't really blame him too much. And judging from her tone, she also knew Pandora, which was normal. After all, she was related to Leoric, and the relationship between Pandora and Leoric was not too bad. Wu Yan hesitated for a while, but still nodded and said truthfully, "I took over from Adolf. The Ash Inheritor is really..." Wu Yan was interrupted by Shatia. The other party's expression made him unforgettable, as if he was about to say goodbye, which made Wu Yan feel a little uneasy. At this moment, he really felt that he could see the true emotions of a person in Shaisha's eyes. Shatia said coldly, "No one who inherits the Ash lives past the age of 30. They don't tell this secret." Shatia closed her eyes, and when Wu Yan wanted to speak, he was patted by the Minotaur, who came over from nowhere. "Don't say anything, let her be quiet." As soon as the Minotaur finished speaking, Shatia collapsed and ran away. What's going on? Wu Yan was also a little confused. He felt that his relationship with Shatia was indeed okay. But the current situation, isn't it progressing too fast? Has the other party's favorability towards him reached such a high level? The Minotaur took him to an empty hall, where there were corpses everywhere, and Wu Yan had long been immune to such corpses, and was not surprised. The Minotaur suddenly bowed to Wu Yan solemnly, then knelt on one knee. "Thank you for taking over the Ash Inheritor." Wu Yan was a little confused. It was the same cemetery. Why were the two people's attitudes so different? The Minotaur then began to speak. "Miss Shatia, her father was the last inheritor of Ashes." Wu Yan's heart was touched. He should have thought of it earlier. Because he was too involved in the game, such a simple plot would be ignored. In other words, Shatya originally planned to take over the Inheritor of Ashes, but was stopped by Adolf halfway? The Minotaur nodded. Miss Shatya has never let go of her obsession. She said she must continue the Inheritor of Ashes. She must avenge her father, but Miss Shasha's father has not completed the task. If Miss Shatya goes, it will be dangerous. The Minotaur realized that what he said was not quite right, but you are a magician I respect. You let me see a different magician. Also, you are the student of Master Yuval, who is also a miracle. Hearing the Minotaur talk so much today, Wu Yan couldn't help but ask, what kind of person is Yuval? The Minotaur scratched his head in embarrassment. I just saw it from a distance. At that time, I was not a human yet. Wu Yan was speechless for a moment. Minotaur, did it evolve from a cow? He continued the information he had not finished asking. Do you think I can defeat the white and black monsters and get the nether bone? The Minotaur nodded without hesitation, of course. Well, I asked a lonely person who could answer, but now he is gone. Wu Yan carefully recalled the look in Shasha's eyes just now. It seemed that he thought he could give it a try. The reason why he could go to that place was that in addition to the cemetery, it was a place where bounty hunters could be avoided. It was said that even the curse of the bad god could be alleviated. He still needed to ask Helena for confirmation. He said goodbye to the Minotaur and left some magic stones that Shatya liked there. He didn't know why Shatya liked magic stones, which looked strange. Back to the serial number main city, Helena still stayed in the church and didn't come out. The last time he met her, she was talking about accepting a new round of inheritance. Every time he accepted a round of inheritance, he felt that the first Helena he met had disappeared. The little priest who was guarding the door to help players clean up the killing value had already known Wu Yan. When Wu Yan came, he hurried to help open the door. Walking into the church, the bright white light did not make people feel warm, but rather a bit cold. The cold white did not seem like a new life, but rather like salvation. Helena stood straight in front of the statue. She clasped her hands together devoutly, closed her eyes, and chanted a spell. Helena, I have a question. Wu Yan interrupted. Helena's shoulders trembled, and then she turned around. She still kept smiling, but the smile was not as sincere as before. She seemed to be trying to restrain her emotions, but still maintain the image of a holy priest. I will do my best. Didn't you give me a talisman that can avoid the curse of the bad god? Wu Yan didn't notice that while he was narrating, Helena was trying her best to control her emotions. So, I was thinking, if I go to the Red Moon City, can I alleviate the curse of the bad god? He was still a little worried about this curse. Just when he came back, Pandora told him that if he hadn't avoided the curse next to the immortal tree, he would have died directly. Helena was silent. Her fingers kept interlacing, showing her complex emotions. Finally, Helena finally spoke. Have you really become the Inheritor of Ashes? Wu Yan was shocked. Helena cried. Her tears slid down from the corners of her eyes and stayed on her white neck. She didn't even notice it. He seemed to have a heavy premonition in his heart. As the Inheritor of Ashes, he had made quite difficult preparations, and these NPCs performed much more difficult than he imagined. Isn't it tragic enough that every time it ends in death? Wu Yan himself was a little uncertain. He could only nod silently and try to comfort this. At this moment, it seemed like the original Helena. Inheritor of Ashes, is it really that difficult? Helena turned away, not even wanting to answer. She handed over a new amulet, her back to Wu Yan, as if she didn't want Wu Yan to see her situation. This amulet can completely avoid the curse of the bad god, and it will also provide some additional help. Anyway, don't mess with him again. Otherwise, it will be very difficult for me. After saying that, Helena pushed Wu Yan out with a white light. This made Wu Yan himself a little confused, but with an extra amulet, he felt much safer. At least, he didn't have to worry about the curse of the bad god. Helena's strength is really much stronger than before. Players are slowly upgrading, and NPCs feel like they have regained their original strength. The Red Moon City is even more dangerous than the Demon City. Because in the Red Moon City, it is always in the situation of the Red Moon. The closer the monsters are to the Red Moon, the more terrifying they become. At the same time, the Red Moon City will also make players fall into a state of chaos after staying for a long time, and after the players fall into chaos, they will start to kill each other. Therefore, even if players have the opportunity to enter, they will not choose this place first. As soon as Wu Yan walked out of the church, he was stopped by a dwarf NPC. Wu Yan was a little surprised. Dulu? Are you okay? He passed by several times, but the unconscious dwarves needed a certain amount of time to recover gradually, so he never saw the dwarf Dulu whom he met for the first time. Dulu scratched his head. Thank you, Master Mage, for helping me again. I came here this time because I have something else to ask Master Mage for help. He went straight to the point, and it seemed that the matter was quite difficult. The souls of several companions were taken away. They were two monsters, one black and one white. Chapter 245. Actually accomplished the same task. After so long, there is finally good news. A series of suppressed NPC emotions made him a little breathless. Let's go and take a look, Wu Yin said. Dula showed a happy expression and nodded repeatedly. In his mind, the name Piao Ling was a life-saving straw. He was saved by Wu Yin twice in a row. Whenever someone questioned Wu Yin, he would be the first to rush over. When he came to the dwarf tribe again, Wu Yin felt that his influence had expanded again. When he just passed by, he actually saw a merchant who made a figurine with his model, and this figurine could also release magic. If he hadn't walked too fast just now, he would definitely turn back and buy the figurine. In Border City, the statue of the Wild Hammer King is still guarding the city as before. As long as the statue of the Wild Hammer King is still there, Border Hammer City makes people feel at ease. Compared to the temporary camp in the Nebula continent, the hospital in the dwarf tribe is much more advanced, with high-quality equipment neatly arranged, which makes people sigh again at the advanced technology of the dwarf tribe. How many people are still not awake? 5, Dulu answered quickly. I'm here, I wait for you outside. Wu Yin pushed the door of the ward. He rarely saw the women among the dwarves before, but now he saw them. They were not short and strong with muscles as he imagined, but except for their height, they were not much different from normal human women. Master Mage. Several nurses and dwarves said respectfully. Another dwarf sitting on a chair with a sad face should be the attending doctor. Can I see the situation? Wu Yin felt a little guilty. He was worried that the doctor would kick him out. In fact, he thought too much. His reputation was much higher than he knew. The attending doctor stood up immediately when he saw Wu Yin coming. He excitedly shook hands with him with his gloved hands. Then he explained the whole story to him very enthusiastically. After listening, Wu Yin was amazed. This time it was not a simple coma. The soul was really taken away, and it was unknown where the soul was taken. As a result, the dwarf hospital could still maintain their body functions. This was unheard of. Let me see. After saying that, Wu Yin began to try to drive the Eye of Demon Vision on his own. Now that he was not in combat, he had a certain probability of driving the Eye of Demon Vision, but the success rate was not high. After about 5 attempts, he barely succeeded. As soon as the magic eye opened, the attending doctor looked at Wu Yin curiously with a scalpel. The magician's eyes were so beautiful that he wanted to dig them out for research. This was the attending doctor's current idea. Wu Yin looked at one of the unconscious dwarves, and only a little blue liquid was left flowing in the body. That might be the key to their equipment staying alive. At the same time, a task also popped up appropriately. Task name: Find the stolen soul. Task content: When the dwarves were about to wake up, Hei Wei and Bai Wei took away the dwarves' souls and started soul experiments. Task completion conditions: Stop their soul experiments or kill Hei Wei and Bai Wei. Task reward: Unknown. There was no time limit, and he took the task without thinking. At the same time, the attending doctor also cheered. Their heart rate has stabilized. They must have known that the Master Mage was going to save them, and now they feel relieved. Okay, I've made myself sound so mysterious. Since he has already taken on this task, he is ready to rush to the Red Moon City without stopping. But before he has taken a few steps, an official email suddenly popped up. Is it going to be updated again? Wu Yin had a bad feeling in his heart. The official will only send an email when there is an advance update. Another time, the Blue Star Agency also sent an email to refute the rumor for him. Wu Yin just opened the email and was a little confused. A letter to all magicians. Dear magicians, we have received your report of unfairness. God's advent strives to put all professions in the same fair environment. Some professions are strong in the early stage, and some professions will also be strong in the later stage. This time the special skills are updated. There may be some minor glitches. So, this time a new magician profession, on Myoji, is open. As long as certain conditions are met, you can change your profession. The original skills can be retained or replaced. For more details, please see more. You can have a short experience opportunity. If you are not satisfied with the job change, you can change back for free. Are you so kind? Wu Yin curiously checked the detailed introduction of this profession. It seems to be a profession that summons power with spells. From the introduction, this profession is far superior to some ordinary magicians in terms of self-protection ability and attack flexibility. But he is not an ordinary magician, and the one with the strongest survivability is the necromancer. As long as you hide far enough, it is difficult to threaten him. As he imagined, the magician players did not accept this explanation because of the birth of a new profession. Because after the appearance of one skill after another, the gap between the magician's skills and the skills of other professions is too big. The skills of other professions are all exponentially increasing damage. The public screen is still full of excitement, and those players of other professions who are watching the excitement are already instigating other magicians to change their professions. It is estimated that this excitement will take a long time to calm down. Wu Yin silently closed the public screen. He decided to go to the Red Moon City first. As many players began to become stronger, some players have already expanded and went to the Red Moon City to challenge. Do you want to teleport to the Red Moon City? Yes, the blood-red moon hung in the sky, and the ground, lakes, and plants all had red eyes. The environment was bloody everywhere. A primitive desire was spreading from his heart. He couldn't help but want to burn a broken table and stool that was not neatly arranged and had been there for who knows how many years. Looking from afar, there were indeed players fighting monsters. The size of the monsters here was not much different from that of the monsters in other copies, but the movements of the monsters here were more flexible and more brutal. For the players, who now had a life-saving skill, the current situation was that, after being beaten unilaterally, the players would suddenly have an outburst and kill the monsters. All of them are physical players, and most of them are high-burst players. Wu Yin walked forward and looked around. He also saw a ghost swordsman player. The ghost swordsman profession was not particularly outstanding, but after coming to the Red Moon City, it was like a fish in water. The ghost swordsman's own unique skill is continuous burst, plus his professional characteristics. He is like a killing god in the Red Moon City. Wu Yin also avoided it silently. He had to find a town here first to see if he could ask an NPC for some specific information. Because as soon as he arrived at the Red Moon City, his reminders about the black power and white power tasks were gone. It seemed that he had to rely on himself to find the task location. Before he reached the location, the ghost swordsman player he had just checked suddenly blocked his way. "Brother, do you want to team up?" The ghost swordsman player asked unruly, with a giant sword on his back. Although this player had an arrogant expression, his tone was indeed quite gentle, a very contradictory player. Not for the time being. Wu Yin thought about it and added, "I have a task to do." "Ghost boss, team me up." After hearing Wu Yin's refusal, other players around him immediately stepped forward. The ghost swordsman player was quite regretful. Shaking his head, "I feel that you should be quite strong, and I don't think highly of others." This guy's temperament seemed to be like this. He said whatever he thought, and after this episode, Wu Yin continued to move forward, and gradually began to see some NPCs passing by. These NPCs had one thing in common, that is, their eyes were all red. He asked several NPCs along the way, but they didn't know black way or white way at all. Wu Yin adjusted his magnification mirror, and walked a little further forward, and came to a place where there were more NPCs. He felt that he urgently needed to change into a special costume, as his mechanical messenger suit was too obvious. After completing the mission of the dwarf tribe this time, he would go and talk to the scholar about it. Wu Yin had already thought about asking for rewards. "Adventurer, I heard you are looking for black and white power." An NPC came out of nowhere and spoke to Wu Yin. He had seen too many NPCs like this. They were basically scammers who tricked you into killing players to get equipment. This type of NPC had a bonus when killing players, so players began to be more and more careful of this type of NPC. Wu Yin ignored the NPC who was preparing to sell, and walked into the bloody town. There were merchants doing business in the bloody town. Looking all the way, it looked like a town. "Excuse me," Wu Yin walked to an old woman who was fiddling with a crystal ball. This old woman was the only one whose eyes were not red, as she had been closing her eyes, and he could not see the real appearance of her eyes. Maybe he is a blind man, Wu Yin guessed in his heart. "Do you know black way and white way?" The blind old woman stopped fiddling with the crystal ball in her hand. She looked up and said, "I know." After that, she started playing with her crystal ball again. Wu Yin was a little anxious. He finally met someone who knew, but he didn't continue to talk. At this time, an NPC next to him, who had been selling to him before, came over and said, "Adventurer, don't listen to this person. If you want to know their information, just come to me. I will provide it for free." Wu Yin began to look at the NPC who was selling seriously. He was wearing clothes that didn't fit in with this bloody town. He looked like a human vendor, and his speaking style was similar. If he hadn't considered the sales style at the beginning, he would still believe what the vendor said. "Can you wait a moment?" I consult her first and come back to you later. Wu Yan gave the other party 100 gold coins, but found that the other party didn't even reach out to take it, which surprised him a little. The blind woman in front of him immediately raised a finger. The other party asked you for 1 diamond. Do you agree? Wu Yan hesitated for a moment, but still clicked agree. 1 diamond was not a lot of money for him. After the blind woman got 1 diamond, a smile appeared on the corner of her mouth, and then she began to drive the crystal ball. Originally, there was a picture on the crystal ball, which was exactly the same as what he imagined. Black and white impermanence. Can this game still be the same as the monster he imagined? After the display, the blind woman pointed to the right. Just keep going that way, and you arrive. Wu Yan thanked her repeatedly. He didn't expect there was such a strange person in this place. When Wu Yan was about to leave, the blind woman's bag of diamonds was exposed. Not only her diamonds, but also some other organs were exposed. Wu Yan was shocked. The vendor NPC beside him shouted, "She is a liar!" Seeing that she was exposed, the blind woman immediately ran away. The whole person turned into a shadow and disappeared directly. The only diamond left was rolling back. This happened so quickly that Wu Yan was a little shocked. It seemed that this vendor NPC was not the kind of liar who sold sales before. So Wu Yan began to ask, "Do you really know where Black Way and White Way are?" The vendor NPC smiled bitterly. "Master Mage, how dare I lie to you? You are the most powerful necromancer." "How do you know I am a necromancer?" Wu Yan asked in confusion. Although he is not a necromancer, he knows the magic of the dead, so he can be considered half a necromancer. The vendor NPC's eyes slowly showed surprise. "Don't you realize that I am actually a soul?" Wu Yan was speechless. How could he suddenly discover such a thing? Wait, his eye of demon vision has been in an activated state since who knows when. Is it? Is it because of this reason that I can see the appearance of the soul body clearly? The vendor NPC continued to explain, "I am really not a liar. I am a vendor in AZ City. As a result, one night, a black monster and a white monster trampled our house to the ground. When I woke up, I was wandering here. Unfortunately, no one has been able to see me for so many days. Fortunately you came, Master Mage." Yes, the necromancer and other magicians are still arguing about the report outside, and they have no time to continue to do the dungeon here. "I hope Master Mage can save my wife." The vendor NPC knelt down. Wu Yan pondered for a while. But what can you give me in return?" The vendor NPC continued, "I still have a few properties in AZ City." Chapter 246. Wu Yan laughed. "Let me pick a place when the time comes." The merchant NPC nodded hard. He also hid something, that is, if he could kill Bai Wei and Hei Wei, he would have a chance to return to the main city. He was captured a long time ago. Otherwise, with Wu Yan's current influence in the human tribe, there would still be quite a lot of human NPCs who would know him. "Then let's go, you lead the way." The merchant NPC nodded heavily. He also had other props in his hand, which were weapons specially used to deal with ghosts. "Are you sure it's here?" The two walked for a while, and began to feel something was wrong. The merchant NPC clearly described that there was a long Naiha bridge here. As long as it was midnight, Hei Wei and Bai Wei would appear, but they had been waiting here until the early morning, but still did not see the shadow of Hei Wei and Bai Wei. The merchant NPC was also confused. "No, I remember they would appear at night. And not only Bai Wei and Hei Wei, but also many ghosts will appear at the same time." Wu Yan's heart moved. "Will it be the night parade of 100 ghosts?" The merchant NPC nodded repeatedly. "There are indeed hundreds of monsters, but why don't they appear?" Wu Yan waited leisurely for the information from Lena at home. He just asked Lena to check the conditions for the night parade of 100 ghosts. After a while, Lena sent the information. Night parade of 100 ghosts. When there are too many dead and injured ghosts in a certain area, the Ghost King will organize ghosts of all sizes to carry out the night parade of 100 ghosts. Wu Yan looked around the small place. There were indeed many ghosts wandering around, but the number of players here was very small. Most of the players were still concentrated in the front, killing some monsters of the exotic beasts. When a broomstick monk came in front of Wu Yan used an instant thunder to take the broomstick monk away without leaving any dust. The merchant NPC next to him was stunned. He stayed here, and saw some other new humans, and the battles of the NPCs in the bloody town. But for someone like Wu Yan, who couldn't even see his skills clearly and killed a little ghost, he just grabbed a life-saving straw and actually grabbed a thigh. The merchant NPC's eyes began to turn very fast. He had originally made up his mind whether to rely on himself to fight Bai Wei and Hei Wei. Now it seems that if the magician he relies on can't be defeated, how can he have a chance? Wu Yin doesn't care what the other party is thinking. What he is struggling with now is how to clear all the ghosts in this area. When he just killed, the prompt appeared, "You have killed the broom monk, gained experience points of 1500, and obtained a low-quality broom *1, and you are still 99.99 away from the night parade of 100 demons." Not only that, it takes a certain amount of time to activate the night parade of 100 demons, which is a bit difficult. However, judging from the experience of these ghosts seems to be twice that of ordinary monsters. That is a good place to upgrade. Wu Yin suddenly remembered the ghost swordsman who had just found him. He is a ghost swordsman himself, so it is definitely not a problem to cut this kind of monster. Let's go find some help. Wu Yin continued, the mission is now more difficult. One property alone is not enough. You need to give me the entire property. The merchant NPC nodded repeatedly. He was just looking for an opportunity to curry favor with the new mage. With the strength of this new mage, it was only a matter of time before he was rescued. Fortunately, his wife's body was still at home. He almost had a dream where he asked his friends to help with the cremation. Wu Yin returned to the place where he had just come in. The special skills of the ghost swordsman player were really powerful. He was the only one in this area, and the nearly level 30 monster was killed again, just after it was resurrected. The ghost swordsman player saw Wu Yin coming back, and raised the giant sword again. He now felt that his strength was incomparably strong. Although he was not one of the so-called privileged players, he had defeated many privileged players. In addition, after the emergence of professional players on the market, ordinary players also seemed to have opened their potentials, and some talents that burst out in the later stage were gradually revealed as the plot developed. Brother, do you still want to form a team? Did you encounter any difficulties ahead? My name is Guisha. As you can see, I am a professional ghost swordsman. Seeing that the other party was so straightforward, Wu Yin also got straight to the point. As mentioned above, it is indeed a bit difficult for me. I may need to rely on your influence to call some players over. Guisha looked at some players, who were killing monsters around him with disdain. Rely on them? I am enough by myself. Wu Yin pointed a finger. 1 hour, 10,000 monsters. If Guisha did not particularly appreciate Wu Yin, he would definitely think that the other party was a lunatic. The reason why he always wanted to team up with Wu Yin was that he always felt that he saw the shadow of a professional player when he was with Wu Yin. He had fought side by side with a professional player before. His technical ability in all aspects was a dimensionality reduction attack. At that time, he had not learned any special skills. Unfortunately, his current special skills can last for 30 seconds and hit more than 5 times the normal attack. Compared with other players' special skills, one skill can double the damage by about 10 times. His fighting style is more sustainable, and his special skills have a fast cooling time. He will definitely upgrade his special skills in the later stage to keep himself in a special skill state. You are not kidding, are you? 10,000, maybe it will be a little difficult. Guisha wanted to say it was impossible, but he was so arrogant in front of Wu Yin. If he said it was impossible at this time, it would be too embarrassing. Wu Yin continued to add, the monsters over there are 2 times the experience, you can call more people over. He also gave Guisha a way out. Guisha nodded thoughtfully. If there are enough players, it is indeed possible. Then, how many monsters can you kill in an hour? After going down a step, Guisha began to test Wu Yin's true level without leaving a trace. Wu Yin shrugged, it depends on the density of the monsters. Guisha hesitated for a while, but still didn't ask. He was a proud person. Testing once was indeed his bottom line. At the same time, a player next to them heard their conversation and began to promote that they were going to a place with 2 times the experience. Who doesn't want to go to a higher leveling place? This is why the cemetery is so popular. Soon, the news spread from 1 person to 10, and from 10 to 100, and most of the players who came here knew about it. Because of the influence of the red moon, the players' eyes also had some red bloodshot. As long as they talked about killing monsters, they would feel a temporary loss of rationality. Not long after, they gathered a mighty team. Wu Yin couldn't help but be amazed. He didn't expect that the influence of the ghost demon was so great. It seems that the improvement of the special skills has a lot of influence on him. However, from the conversation just now, Wu Yin also knew that the other party was an ordinary player, which made Wu Yin feel a little familiar. After all, the players with some strength he met now were basically monopolized by the colleges of several universities. After they arrived at the destination, they didn't let other players start to kill monsters, and they started it themselves. Although the efficiency of killing monsters is not comparable to that of the ghost demon, they can't stand the fact that there are more people. The temptation of double experience is also quite large for them, especially now that they are almost all over the level of killing monsters. The lowest monsters in the Red Moon City seem to be level 29. After a while, a player shouted, "It's really 2x experience. I be level 29 soon." When one player shouted, the second one followed. It was like a chain bomb. The players' hearts were all lit up. Before, the players went to the cemetery and could only brush monsters with 2x experience at the same level. But near the Naiha Bridge, each of them brushed monsters twice as much, and felt the fun of Wu Yan's upgrade. Watching other players brushing, Wu Yan paid attention to the progress bar of his night parade of 100 ghosts, which seemed to be barely okay. He and Guisha were standing in a place where ghosts were most densely populated. Although other players had not recognized Wu Yan wearing different clothes, Guisha's reputation was there, and other players actually gave up this place. Guisha looked at the players, who had already taken action with satisfaction, and was quite satisfied with his prestige. "Brother, how do we divide the work next?" the ghost swordsman asked openly. After the division of labor, he could probably guess the true strength of the other party. Wu Yan thought about it, and pointed at an area of about 50 meters. The ghost swordsman was shocked. The area of 50 meters was too exaggerated. He felt that the other party had overestimated his strength. He was still hesitating whether to explain that he might not be as strong as the other party thought. Who knew that the other party continued, "Beyond the 50-meter radius, I still have some monsters that I can't cover and need your help. Also, if other players' monsters are attracted by my hatred, I hope you can help solve them." The ghost demon seemed to be listening to the other party's words, as if it was a fairy tale. One person is responsible for a 50-meter radius. Who does he think he is? Even if Piao Ling comes, his pupils suddenly dilate. At the same time, he thought of a very likely thing in his mind, but the words could not come out of his mouth. As an ordinary player and a grassroots player, he has watched Piao Ling's battle video many times. When he realized his special skills, he felt that the opponent's skills were too fantastic, and when he now has this special skill of continuous ghostization, he realized that some skills can make a player become particularly powerful. His special skill of ghostization, coupled with his ordinary physical attack speed talent that he did not have, the effect immediately far exceeded 1 + 1 greater than 2. Could it really be Piao Ling? He wanted to ask, but couldn't. In the end, he just listened to Wu Yan's words silently, and walked to the outer circle. He had seen Wu Yan's snowstorm before. If he really attracted the hatred of so many monsters, then his words would be very important. It's not that he didn't have experience as a tank. When he was in the dungeon, he was originally a pure tank, and there were also half tank and half tank. In his bloodthirsty state, he could be a tank for a short time. "Brother Gui, why did you go outside?" When other players found that Guisha had actually walked out, they asked in confusion. Guisha explained silently, "He may be stronger than me." In normal times, Guisha is a player who is not afraid of heaven or earth. No matter how badly he loses, he will come again next time. He rarely admits that the opponent is strong. This is also one of the reasons why other players don't particularly hate Guisha. But the other players were not happy. One reason was that the experience in this place was doubled, and another reason was that everyone was looking at Guisha's face. How strong can he be? I don't believe he is stronger than our brother Gui. Yes, that's right. There are no more than 2 players stronger than brother Gui. What are you talking about? Which 2? What's your mind? Well, just as they were discussing, a blizzard fell from the sky, and it was obvious that the temperature around them had dropped. It's not strange to have a blizzard in the wild, because many magicians like to use this skill when they are spawning monsters in the wild. When fighting alone, this is not a good choice, but when it comes to team spawning monsters, a blizzard is almost a must. But a blizzard appeared in this place, and the range of this blizzard is so large. When the blizzard of this range appeared, the ghost swordsman was relieved. That's Piao Ling, which can kill a bunch of players, a bunch of NPCs, and a bunch of monsters almost every time. It's almost like a bug. As for the other players, they only thought for a little while before looking at each other, and subconsciously felt like running away. I don't know when, the gathering of players, coupled with the existence of Piao Ling, is a combination of quite bad things, and silently, it has almost become a consensus of all players. When they continued to save face, something more surprising appeared in the sky. It turned out that the blizzard would only float snowflakes, and then make all the players feel cold, but this blizzard, it was actually raining icicles that were nearly 1 meter long and half a meter wide. Not only other players, but also Guisha was stunned. He had never seen this skill before. He had watched all the battle videos of Piao Ling, and had never seen such a skill. The appearance of this skill once again broke his cognition. Is it really just an ordinary skill? In front of these players, the icicles fell down and shattered when they hit the ghosts. The damage was ridiculously high. Normally, a blizzard that takes 1% of a monster's health in 1 second is pretty good, but Piaoling's ice pillars that fell from the sky took 10% of the monster's health in 1 second, for a full 10 seconds, which was just enough to kill their monsters in 1 round. So, what else do they need them for? Chapter 247. But they found a benefit, that is, the monsters they pulled first can at least get 50% of the experience. This is a guaranteed value, and the rest depends on their own output. They can't kill a monster every 10 seconds, because their special skills still have a cooling time. So after a while, these players who were originally a little worried actually felt that the effect of killing monsters was much higher than killing them one by one. The most tired but second most profitable player was Guisha. He had to be responsible for all the parts of the surrounding fish that slipped through the net and finish them off. After a period of time, he also found that among so many players, he was the only one who could do such a finisher. Almost no ghosts slipped through his hands. He felt quite satisfied, because Wu Yin shared the progress of the night parade of 100 demons with him, so he could also observe the progress of the night parade of 100 demons. In just half an hour, they had killed nearly 7,000 demons. Although they were not a small number of people, they were really able to do such a high-intensity monster killing. Even he himself was exhausted. Wait, Guisha suddenly thought of something. Just now, he had successfully upgraded from level 29 to level 30. You know, the most difficult progress is from level 29 to level 30. He originally planned to spend a day and a night to complete it, but he didn't expect to complete it so quickly. He began to subconsciously open the level ranking list. At this time, Piaoling had reached a shocking level of 32, leveled up 2 times in such a short time. He felt that his cognition was overturned. Doesn't that mean that leveling up is just a matter of convenience for Piaoling? What did he do the rest of the time? What also surprised him was that he was not the only one on the level ranking list. Some familiar faces here all came in. Brother Gui, are you tired? Do you want me to help you? I'm already level 30. Yes, Brother Gui, if you are tired, I can help you. I'm also level 30. Gui Sha looked at this group of players helplessly. He almost wrote his level 30 on his face. These players were like taking stimulants. Each one was more energetic than the other, and there was sweat on his forehead. This was really a high-intensity monster spawning. Is this how Piaoling spawns monsters? The ghost demon finally got curious. You guys can do whatever you want. Just don't miss any monsters. If he had already reached level 30, he was not in a hurry to upgrade, because at level 30, there would be a huge attribute improvement, and he could learn 2 more skills at the same time, and then the attributes would start to crawl at a snail's pace. After he instructed the players, he slowly approached Wu Yin. He wanted to see how Piaoling controlled the magician profession, whether there was no technical content, and whether he just needed to stand still and cast spells. The closer he got, the more he felt something was wrong, because the closer he got to the inner circle, the fewer monsters there were in the inner circle. When he saw Piaoling, a little ghost who had just resurrected beside him, he only heard the sound of electricity, and then the little ghost disappeared on the spot. Such high skill damage, Guisha took a breath of cold air. If he hadn't seen it wrong just now, the monster was killed in 1 second. His skills couldn't kill the monster directly, and the fastest attack would take about 5 seconds. Guisha's heart began to rise. He had originally thought that after this monster-killing activity, he would go to Piaoling to fight him, but the strength shown by the other party really subverted his cognition bit by bit. Is this really just a level 32 magician? If Piaoling was not on the level list, he would even suspect that the other party had risen to more than 40 levels. Finally, he slowly approached Wu Yin. When he was about 3 meters away, Wu Yin opened his eyes. It was the first time that Guisha saw such eyes. They were blue-black eyes, and the pupils seemed to be a bottomless pit. There were blue threads of magic around the eyes. Wait! How could he see magic? Guisha was shocked by himself, and even thought he was hallucinating. Then he suddenly thought of a statement he had seen. If you can see magic as a physical profession, it is not that you suddenly awaken the magic attribute, but that the opponent's magic is too strong and can no longer control his magic overflow. This kind of miraculous thing happened in front of him. Guisha was a little bit unbelievable. At the same time, he also saw that there seemed to be a formation on the ground. This time, he did not see the shape of the formation, but saw a lot of magic stones. He knew the price of the magic stones. There were a lot of magic stones on the ground, which might be worth hundreds of diamonds. Wu Yin was also somewhat helpless. Replenishing magic power through the magic array was the last method he could imagine. Moreover, the conditions for replenishing magic power were quite harsh. It was difficult to set up successfully. In addition, as long as someone disturbed it, the magic array would definitely fail. So he told Guisha not to let the monsters in. He didn't have time to talk to Guisha for the time being. He just signaled with his eyes, not knowing whether the other party could understand. Guisha was completely shocked by Wu Yan's action of releasing skills. The magician was also standing there, and releasing skills. Piao Ling released skills in this way. Almost no skill was wasted, but he only understood some of the skills before the swing and the accelerated switching cooling method. In addition, he was still confused and didn't understand the operation of releasing two skills at the same time. But it didn't prevent him from appreciating such extreme casting, high efficiency, no waste of any action, and each action had its meaning. Guisha began to reflect on some of his actions in killing monsters. He also showed off his cool moves in the middle of killing monsters. He was now seriously thinking about whether these cool moves were meaningful. If he could use some of the cool moves to pull another monster, he could fight 3 monsters at the same time instead of 2. It really works. Guisha has been watching Piao Ling's actions in a trance. His mind is already frantically thinking about what would happen if he improved these actions and killed monsters. He could also use all the props. This method also subverted his concept. He could tell from such a close contact with Piao Ling that Piao Ling was definitely a more technical player than him. Even such a player who pursues technology to the extreme does not reject the use of peripheral props. If he also pays attention to the use of some props, some of the previous PKs can be played better. When Guisha came back to his senses, all the battles were over. Wu Yan was relieved. In less than an hour, he had consumed nearly 100 diamonds. This magic charging array was too expensive. Ordinary players could not afford it. However, if all the materials and gold coins of so many monsters were sold, they should be able to recover them. Thank you. Wu Yan patted Guisha on the shoulder. The other party recognized him, and was willing to help him. It was quite rare recently. The players around him also slowly gathered. There were nearly 1,000 players at a glance. Many of them were players who came later. All of them had guessed that the player who led them to swipe monsters was Piao Ling. At this time, they were embarrassed to speak up. After all, other players had participated in insulting Piao Ling and teasing Piao Ling. Wu Yan felt that the atmosphere was slowly becoming awkward, so he simply changed into the clothes of the mechanical messenger. The players around him immediately exclaimed in amazement. Wu Yan thanked them, thanks to everyone's help this time. In my personal capacity, if you have any difficult dungeons in the future, you can come to the cemetery to find me. I will help you as an NPC. They were not surprised by the identity of the NPC mentioned by Wu Yan. Many players have shared their daily lives as NPCs. There are even cases where a player secretly gave benefits to another player while being an NPC and was wanted. The other players nodded silently, and then finally one player said, "You can call us next time if there are any monsters to spawn." After one player said it, many players followed suit. Such a good thing, if possible, please trouble them to come often. Among the thousands of players, although there were some victims of Wu Yan's previous large-scale plot events, they only lost some experience each time they were victimized. But this time, in less than an hour, they were brought to the most difficult level 30. The reason why there are so many level 29 players in the current level ranking list is because it is difficult to upgrade to level 30. Wu Yan smiled and nodded, then changed the subject. There will be a large-scale plot task at 12 o'clock today. Are you interested? When the term large-scale plot task came out, the hearts of the players were cold. They looked at each other, and saw the worry in each other's eyes. It was indeed fun to kill monsters just now, but the spell of the large-scale plot task was dead. Guisha came out to help and said, "If you need help, let me come. Their strength may not be able to match you." At this time, Guisha was still confident, but in fact he was also quite worried. The other party directly rejected him. Wu Yan nodded and said, "This story mission is indeed difficult. I am not sure about it." When the players around him heard Wu Yan say that he was not sure, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Even Piao Ling was not sure about it. If they went on again, they would indeed be giving up their lives. Fortunately, they did not get carried away, and agreed directly after receiving a little benefit. At this time, some players began to whisper among themselves, and everyone's expressions became unhappy. Guisha immediately said, "What happened? Let's share it together." Then one of the players said, "There is an Yin-Yang Hades near here. There are many Yin-Yang masters who have just successfully changed their jobs. They have become very strong after going there. They are shouting that they want to abuse us all. They also said that the magician is dead, and the Yin-Yang master is the king. When he heard that the magician was dead, Wu Yan clenched his fists tightly. Few people know how much he has done for the survival of the magician. Many of his videos that make noises are also to let many magicians not give up this profession casually. In most of the games he has played, the magician is the main output, and there are few situations where he cannot play in the field. There is definitely more to this than meets the eye. Wu Yan said, "Let's go see how powerful the Onmyoji is." He didn't even need to say anything. The group of physical players, who had just reached level 30, were already rubbing their hands, and couldn't help but want to have a big fight. Master Mage, the voice of the vendor NPC called out from behind Wu Yan. Wu Yan looked around and found a corner. After all, it was a bit strange to be seen by other players talking to the soul. "What's going on?" Wu Yan said. The vendor NPC said, "Can I not go? The Onmyoji can see us, and they can create monsters that swallow our souls." Wu Yan thought carefully. It should be Shikigami, but Shikigami is also the nemesis of the soul system. Wu Yan nodded. He suddenly thought of something that is very likely to happen. That is, if the Shikigami of the Onmyoji profession is also a soul body, other physical players will have no way to compete with the Onmyoji players, because he and the vendor NPC wasted some time. When he arrived, a large-scale PK scene had already formed. Please select the team you want to join. Please select the team you are immune to damage. He had never participated in a large-scale team PK before, but he actually encountered it among Onmyoji players and other players. Among them, he also saw a few solitary magician players muttering something, which seemed familiar. Wu Yan always felt that several of the female mages seemed to be players from the former Super God Guild. He didn't recognize them, but one of the female mages immediately pointed at Wu Yan, "Piaoling, great god." Her surprised voice attracted her two companions. "Miju?" Wu Yan replied tentatively. He had no impression of the other party, but the other party's chattering tones suddenly reminded him of the woman's name. Mizu was very happy to be remembered, and she showed off to her two companions. Then she ran to Wu Yan and said with a serious face, "Master Piaoling, I suspect there are bad guys playing tricks. Those Onmyoji players were not very powerful originally, but they drank some water in this Yin-Yang Hades, and then they became powerful for a short time. I think that water is poisonous." Wu Yan looked at the ghost demon who had just been upgraded to level 30, and was ready to show his power, but was directly harvested on the ground by a sickle weasel Shikigami. Can this Shikigami really be summoned by the current player? Wu Yan looked at this Yin-Yang Hades full of gloom and doubted it. Chapter 248. The ghost fell heavily to the ground, and the hearts of other players sank. In the Red Moon City, once the killing started, there was no turning back. The players of both forces were bloodthirsty. Those monks swinging brooms and lanterns were silently avoiding the fight between these players. They were completely crazy. Although the number of players on the Onmyoji side was less, they relied on the Yin-Yang Hades, and their strength was much stronger than normal. And the most important problem was that the players on their side could see the real movements of the Shikigami. When those Shikigami were released, they turned around like a skill that would not disappear. As the battle became more and more intense, some magicians who were not Yin-Yang masters began to stir. For many years, the magician profession has not been so strong among other professional players. The Yin-Yang master profession only opened the magician profession to change jobs. Of course, the power is desirable. Wu Yan looked at the situation getting more and more intense, and his feeling of badness became bigger and bigger. He even had a very bold guess. That is God's advent itself. He just didn't want to see magicians prosper too much. Since Wu Yan kept showing off his power, and made some magician players come back, an invisible big hand began to stop him. His magic vision was suddenly stimulated. He chose the physical profession camp, and the name of their camp formed by the players themselves was called Challenger. Your camp is joined by the new player Piaoling. A small piece of news made the Challenger camp, which was in a weak position, excited. The Onmyoji players on the opposite side didn't quite understand. The craziest Onmyoji player should be called Purgatory Demon Slayer. Looking at his level, he should be the highest among the Onmyoji players, already level 30. He should be a privileged player, Wu Yan guessed. After all, there are too few magicians who can reach level 30. The few that he was familiar with in the level list were basically privileged players, and professional players had not yet encountered a magician. Purgatory Demon Slayer was getting more and more lively, mainly because the Shikigami he summoned was a black boy, whose strength was quite terrifying, and he was madly slaughtering the surrounding warrior players. Although, the warriors have all kinds of special skills, but many of them can only be used in close combat. The attacks of long-range physical professions will be blocked by the yin-yang underworld itself. Wu Yin found that although these Shikigami look very powerful, if they are really hit by the damage of some players' special skills, the impact is very large. In other words, these summoned Shikigami are all high attack and low defense. In this case, it will be easy to deal with. Wu Yan's magic eyes are fully opened, and the appearance of the opposite Shikigami all appeared in front of him. There is a summoning symbol on the forehead of each Shikigami, which is the place where the summoning energy is provided. From all parts of the yin-yang underworld, a steady stream of black energy began to be injected into the Shikigami. In other words, the players did not provide so much energy to the Shikigami at all. It was all caused by this yin-yang underworld. The Purgatory Demon Slayer was still shouting, "What if Piaoling is here? Don't think I don't know, Piaoling is no longer a pure magician. He is a different profession, otherwise how can he counterattack?" Purgatory Demon Slayer was slashing at other players while shouting arrogantly. Other players really couldn't do anything with the summoned black boy. Many players also guessed that the defense of the Shikigami was not that strong. When Purgatory Demon Slayer wanted to continue to speak arrogantly, the sound of rapid electric current sounded. The black boy, who was in the mood to kill, suddenly felt a huge threat and was taken away with the huge sound of electric current. At this time, Wu Yan switched to Tianxian mode. The skill just now was a combination of fire bomb and thunder, which directly released a more powerful force, and the speed was quite fast. Black Boy had no time to react, and the summoning symbol on his brow was directly destroyed. After fighting with other players for so long, the Onmyoji players only occasionally had 1 or 2 Shikigami die, and the dead Shikigami were all low-level Shikigami, while Black Boy was a very powerful high-level Shikigami, directly. It disappeared in a second. Your summoning symbol also turned into fragments and dissipated in the air. The arrogant Purgatory Demon Slayer just stopped abruptly. The situation in front of him was completely unexpected. When he found out that the other party was Piaoling, he directly accused Piaoling of his behavior like crazy, saying that he hindered the future of the magician and made it impossible for the magician to continue to develop. The players who were originally fighting fiercely also stopped because of this fight. The name Piaoling has always been a controversial existence in the game, but his identity as a magician is undisputed, because he is indeed the first to publicly share some of the keys to magician casting on the forum, such as reducing the pre-swing, how to maximize the cooling of some purely theoretical methods, and many magician players entered the pit by watching Piaoling's videos, and also by watching Piaoling show his great power. The blizzard all over the sky and the unbelievably fast fire bombs are a state that every magician wants to pursue. Even the players who have changed their profession to Onmyoji have received guidance from Piaoling on the post. So when Purgatory Demon Slayer pointed at Piaoling and cursed, the surrounding players stopped. At the same time, a sedative mantra sounded from the sky, and everyone's bloodshot eyes began to slowly return to normal. The yin-yang underworld seemed to be under great threat. After a short pause, it disappeared. Helena? Wu Yan looked at the sky. It seemed that the amulet Helena gave him worked. He thought it was still an ordinary amulet, but he didn't expect it to be such a useful amulet. After the yin-yang underworld disappeared, the Onmyoji players began to return to normal one by one. The black gas in each Onmyoji player's body slowly disappeared. Some Onmyoji players found that they could no longer summon such a powerful Shikigami just now, and almost retreated 2 gears. At the same time, a key message popped up from all the players. The encounter of the night parade of 100 demons has ended. Please prepare for the official battle at midnight. The player has successfully forced back the yin-yang underworld. All players who participated in the battle will have their experience points increased by 20,000. The messages brought them back to the display. At the same time, the yin-yang players looked at their system prompts and began to feel embarrassed, because in the game system, it really explained step by step how their minds were controlled and how they obtained the power of the yin-yang underworld. The Purgatory Demon Slayer also ran away secretly. Other players didn't care because the words just now were too heavy in the hearts of the magicians. Just now, the Purgatory Demon Slayer was clearly hurting a magic pioneer player. Even many physical players felt the same way. Not every player likes to play a warrior, but it's just because the magician is obviously targeted by the system. This topic can now be discussed openly. Many players who once liked magicians have retreated, but it does not prevent them from hoping that magicians can truly rise one day. There is not much professional prejudice among players. Wu Yan exhaled a breath. The players on the scene were almost all waiting for his speech. When did he become a guy who could speak calmly in front of so many players? He put the sound amplifier that he had prepared long ago to his mouth. So, is there anyone willing to help tonight? As soon as Wu Yin said this, a player responded, "I don't want to die," causing laughter. The atmosphere gradually became better, but Wu Yan's mind drifted further away. He had a hunch that the mission of the Ash Inheritor would be much more difficult than he imagined. The worries of several NPCs and the emotions of each woman appeared in front of him one by one, and the amulet given to him by Helena seemed to have anticipated such a situation. After all, the other party also knew that he was coming here. Wu Yin said goodbye to other players, including Guisha, who had always wanted to come with him. He also told Guisha not to help. Guisha was hesitant to speak. He actually wanted to come to help, but even Wu Yin himself said that the next plot mission was quite difficult to complete. He could only become stronger silently. Guisha was a free and easy person. He was arrogant when he had strength, and he didn't talk when he didn't have strength. Wu Yin found a reception and prepared to add more supplies. This upgrade really cost him too much materials. The formation stones were completely insufficient. He almost swept away all the formation stones here. "Master Mage, why didn't you bargain just now?" Wu Yin had just paid the money when the vendor NPC next to him said silently. Wu Yan's hands were all trembling. "Did you just die?" "I was dead in the beginning," the NPC vendor said silently. Wu Yin turned around and went back to bargain. He just wanted to vent his anger, but he didn't expect the other party to really return some money. The NPC vendor started to nag next to him. This person selling the formation stone has some vision. As a businessman, he should. Wu Yin was too lazy to care about this NPC vendor. "It seems that you are in a good mood." The NPC vendor immediately shut his mouth. He actually just secretly watched Wu Yin's battle. He watched from a distance, and was quite afraid of the summoned Shikigami. Of course, he was most afraid of the Yin-Yang Hades. He also heard the conversations between those players. From the perspective of a businessman, he felt extremely depressed because he did start to eavesdrop on some rumors about Piao Ling, a new human wizard who was quite famous in the NPC world. This was a very rare case. At least, he knew that the other party must be a very powerful magician, and he had done some respectable things. From some dwarves, you can see the respectful attitude of these dwarves, who should have been arrogant. The merchant NPC decided that once he was rescued, he would definitely promote it well. He still had a lot of assets in his hands. Wu Yin started to sort out the list himself. Just now Lu Yun sent him a message specifically, asking him not to upgrade too quickly, saying that there would be an automatically triggered plot assessment at level 35, which should be the legendary high-level assessment. Only players who passed it once could get better rewards. So, he was not in a hurry to upgrade now, but to make the final preparations for the 100 Ghosts Night Parade at midnight. Just upgrading and adding 1 or 2 attributes would not have much effect, unless the skills could be upgraded. His skills were also upgraded by 1 level in the previous leveling, and the probability of continuing was not great. After Wu Yin calculated all the magic stones, he began to sort out the magic potions. If he wanted to snipe Black Wei and White Wei, it was impossible to just stand there and shoot like he was spawning monsters. He had to think of a formation that could keep these 2 ghosts alone without being discovered by other ghosts. He made several plans, but he still had to get some information. When Wu Yin just went out on the street, he found that the blind woman appeared there again. He looked at the NPC vendor and prepared props in his hands, which were specially used to trap those who could turn into shadows and escape. When Wu Yin took the rope to bind the props, the blind woman gave up resistance directly. "I have to make it clear in advance. I didn't cheat you of your money. Your diamonds are all in your pocket." A clear and pleasant voice, like an oriole, came out of the blind woman, and then, the blind woman's eyes slowly opened, like yellow gemstones, with a green second layer of pupils, which didn't look like eyes that a woman could have. "Don't keep staring at others, I'd be embarrassed too." The blind woman simply took off all her disguises. She turned out to be an ordinary female player. Even Wu Yin was shocked, and she was still doing NPC business. Is this a talent? Or a task? The other NPCs seemed to treat her as an NPC. "Yin Xiaoyu, are you really a player?" After asking many times, Wu Yin still didn't quite believe this player called Yin Xiaoyu. "Just call me Xiaoyu." Yin Xiaoyu looked a little scared of Wu Yin, and was far away from him. "Then how do you know the information?" Wu Yin was more surprised the more he talked with Yin Xiaoyu. Yin Xiaoyu not only knew what conditions triggered the night parade of 100 demons, when it often appeared, and even which ghosts there were. Yin Xiaoyu waved her hand disapprovingly. "That's my job. You have to tell the truth when you cheat people, otherwise how can they believe it?" The NPC vendor was listening to him in fascination. The words of this new human named Yin Xiaoyu overturned his business philosophy for many years. He also said something like only cheating rich people is to make the wealth of this world more evenly distributed. If possible, the NPC vendor couldn't help but want to turn into a human and talk to Yin Xiaoyu immediately. The more Wu Yin talked, the more he felt that Yin Xiaoyu was a magical player. He had almost no combat ability, but his escape ability was at the maximum level. It was not upgraded through combat, but upgraded through some means of cheating money. Is there really such a profession? Wu Yin even had doubts. What is your profession? Yin Xiaoyu blinked cunningly. Swindler. Chapter 249. When Wu Yin heard this profession, he was stunned for a moment. Swindler. He confirmed it again and again, as if Yin Xiaoyu did not deceive him. But with Yin Xiaoyu's identity, he now looked at Yin Xiaoyu with suspicion. Yin Xiaoyu finally couldn't help it. She put her hands on her hips and said angrily, "Although I am a scammer, I am not always cheating people." Do you believe it? Wu Yin patted the idle vendor NPC beside him. The vendor NPC also looked at Yin Xiaoyu suspiciously. He was deceived by Yin Xiaoyu as a soul body. Under Yin Xiaoyu's vicious eyes, he still said, "Believe it. She still looks like a scammer." Wu Yin didn't dwell on this topic. "Take me there quickly, I won't blame you for the past." Yin Xiaoyu suddenly became serious. "Are you really going?" "Of course." Wu Yin said affirmatively, but Yin Xiaoyu now has a scammer. Wu Yin was cautious about talking to her because of her identity as a liar. Yin Xiaoyu felt the disbelief in his eyes, and rolled her eyes at him. Then Yin Xiaoyu pointed at the Naiha bridge in front of her and said, "If you want to reach the area where the night parade of 100 demons takes place, just cross the Naiha bridge." The NPC vendor next to him jumped up and said, "Impossible. The Master Mage and I have crossed the bridge many times, and there is no change around us." Yin Xiaoyu could not find the NPC vendor when she was not using any props. The NPC vendor wanted to sneak up, but felt Yin Xiaoyu's sudden glance and immediately retreated to the side. In his heart, this woman was too scary. He also had some information about Yin Xiaoyu that he didn't mention to Wu Yin. That was that Yin Xiaoyu deceived quite a lot of people by pretending to be a blind grandmother, and even deceived an NPC's arm. However, the NPC was a villain. She used some words to make the other party believe, and finally cut off his own arm. Such a woman had risen to a very dangerous level in the mind of the merchant NPC. Then, let's go and try. Wu Yin brought Yin Xiaoyu back, who wanted to run away secretly. "We haven't gone there yet. Where are you in a hurry to go?" Yin Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue and pretended to smile innocently. Her eyes were quite innocent. "I just want to check the place for you in advance. Let's go now." Yin Xiaoyu changed the direction, and then walked in the front, concentrating on walking forward. Wu Yan's spirit also focused. He hadn't noticed before. His current magic eye is becoming more and more flexible. The Naiha bridge that was originally there has also become unusual. The mist has been emitting from the river surface, and it has been absorbed by the Naiha bridge. This scene is definitely not seen before. It seems that the magic eye has started to upgrade again. Just as Wu Yin was watching attentively, Yin Xiaoyu moved a stone from somewhere, stood on it, and stared at Wu Yan's eyes seriously. "You? Can you see it?" Yin Xiaoyu asked nervously. Wu Yin replied, "Are you referring to the black fog below?" He did not hide it, and teased it. Yin Xiaoyu said excitedly, "If you can really see it, then you may be able to go in. Please take me in too, please." After saying that, Yin Xiaoyu looked at Wu Yin with a pitiful face. This girl, just now she said she didn't want to come, now she wants to go in with him. Yin Xiaoyu was in a very excited state, and turned around and said to the vendor NPC fiercely, "Don't go. If you go, you may never be able to return to your body again." The vendor NPC nodded silently. He didn't refute anything. The two people in front had already entered the stream. The vendor NPC looked at the bottom of the bridge, and felt palpitations for no reason. He could feel a trace of fear rising from the bottom of his heart, which was why he simply agreed not to go. On the other side, Wu Yan's mind was almost entirely focused on the bottom of the Naiha bridge. He was standing right under the bridge. The water under his feet began to flow more and more irregularly. He could feel the impact of the water flow from any direction. Even if a hand suddenly grabbed his calf, he would not feel strange. Wu Yan looked at Yin Xiaoyu, who squatted down and grabbed his calf with both hands, speechlessly. This woman had a lot of messy thoughts. No wonder she could be a swindler. Along the way, she had observed everything around her. It must be said that since Yin Xiaoyu said she was a swindler, Wu Yan looked more like a swindler. At every moment, he did not feel that Yin Xiaoyu was telling the truth. Yin Xiaoyu didn't care. She stood up and clapped her hands, put them on her clothes to dry the water, and continued, "I'm just trying to ease the tense atmosphere. It is said that if we enter the real night parade of 100 demons, the atmosphere will be very depressing." Her serious expression made Wu Yan almost believe it again. He began to reduce his conversations with Yin Xiaoyu and focused on observing the situation under the Naiha Bridge. There was indeed something different under the Naiha Bridge. Originally, the bottom of the Naiha Bridge seemed to be a town pattern. When Wu Yin touched it with his hand, he suddenly heard all kinds of ghosts crying and wolves howling, which came from the bottom of the Naiha Bridge. The sound was quite real and chilling. Could it be an entrance? When Wu Yin wanted to continue his research, he suddenly found that Yin Xiaoyu hugged half of his arm, and then, countless hands stretched out from under the Naiha Bridge and pulled Wu Yin directly in. Yin Xiaoyu closed his eyes tightly and followed Wu Yin in. When they woke up again, they were already in a land under the dark night. It was not as gloomy as imagined. There were still many lights around. At the same time, his map showed, "Congratulations to player Piao Ling for discovering the 10 palaces." Experience points increased by 30,000. Yin Xiaoyu beside him also checked the game panel at the first time. Her behavior made Wu Yin feel relieved, because a normal player would involuntarily check his system panel when arriving at a new map. Yin Xiaoyu at least maintained the habit of a normal player, which made him feel a little comforted. He began to check the surrounding situation, and Yin Xiaoyu did not leave his side and followed him to check. There was no doubt that this should be a world of ghosts, but he could not see any ghosts at all, which was weird. He walked along the muddy road in front of him and walked in front of a sign, which clearly read, 10 Palaces of Hell, there is no return. The words were all crooked, especially the last word, which was almost unclear, and the sign looked like it had been touched by many people. Wu Yin stretched out his hand, and was suddenly grabbed by Yin Xiaoyu's hand. "Don't touch it." Her voice was quite firm, and it woke Wu Yin up directly. Wu Yin only then felt that there was a voice in the dark that was tempting him to touch it. Upon closer inspection, the sign was still filled with a black aura. "Can you see through the disguise?" Wu Yin asked Yin Xiaoyu seriously. Yin Xiaoyu was able to deceive until now and survive so well, which must be more than just on the surface. Yin Xiaoyu fiddled with her fingers, tangled for a long time, and then looked at Wu Yin with her blue eyes. "I won't be deceived," she said with great determination. Wu Yin nodded. If a scammer will not be deceived, it is reasonable if it is a professional characteristic. In other words, some disguises, illusions, etc. may not be effective for her. If you think about it carefully, Yin Xiaoyu's profession is indeed a bit strong. Yin Xiaoyu felt embarrassed when Wu Yin was staring at him, so he turned his head away. Wu Yin came back to his senses. After being stopped by Yin Xiaoyu, he looked at the sign again, and he didn't have the same impulse as before. He looked at the ground underground, and there was a thin white line, as if it separated the 10 kings of hell from his position. Gone, Wu Yin concentrated again. He carefully checked the surroundings. There was indeed no one, but looking at the surrounding villages and facilities, it didn't look like there was no one. "Yin Xiaoyu, can you feel someone around?" Ever since Yin Xiaoyu followed Wu Yin across the white line, she has been quite panicked, and she didn't realize that she had been holding the corner of Wu Yin's clothes. After being asked by Wu Yin, she finally reacted. "People? No, there are ghosts everywhere. They are all looking at us." Her voice was a little distorted. "Can you see?" Wu Yan's voice was hurried. He also had this feeling. He inexplicably felt that there were many pairs of eyes around him looking at him. Yin Xiaoyu pondered. "I can feel it." She didn't even dare to open her eyes. Feel it? Wu Yin felt that a shackle in his mind was suddenly untied. At the same time, his eyes could not see anything, and he only felt that everything was dark. Fortunately, Yin Xiaoyu was still holding the corner of his clothes, so he didn't feel lost in this dark world. In the darkness, it was easy to lose his way. He even felt that he couldn't stand straight, and his consciousness gradually became blurred. His brain felt dizzy, and he even wanted to fall asleep. Suddenly, he felt that Yin Xiaoyu pinched him from the waist. The latter seemed to be praying, "Please don't leave me, I'm going to die, I'm going to die." It was when Yin Xiaoyu pinched him that he woke up from a dream. Then, a prompt popped up from his game panel. "Congratulations, your magic eye has a new function, which can view creatures with low-level stealth skills." The originally dark scene around him gradually became clear. Wu Yin saw Yin Xiaoyu's pitiful look again. He almost fell into a coma just now. Yin Xiaoyu really looked like he was about to cry. It was unknown whether Yin Xiaoyu's expression at this moment was real. "You're fine." "I was scared to death." Yin Xiaoyu patted his chest. "I almost thought you were possessed by a ghost. But they are far away from us now. I don't know what they are afraid of." After Yin Xiaoyu finished speaking, she noticed Wu Yan's eyes. His eyes were no longer the normal eyes she saw. There was a sickle-like hook in the middle of his eyeballs, and the image in Wu Yan's eyeballs was still changing. It was a sickle-like hook for a while, and when he looked at it again, it turned into a lotus. Yin Xiaoyu's heart was turbulent. Theoretically, her talent could not be deceived, but she almost fell into Wu Yan's eyes when she saw him just now. Wu Yan also noticed Yin Xiaoyu's abnormality. He was just studying the two functions of his magic eye. See-through. Can see through low-level hidden creatures. Confuse. There is a chance to confuse creatures. The effect depends on your intelligence. The corresponding function of his seeing through is the sickle-like hook, and the corresponding function of the lotus is the confuse function. From Yin Xiaoyu's appearance just now, it can be seen that his confuse skill almost had an effect on Yin Xiaoyu, which also indirectly confirmed that Yin Xiaoyu did have the characteristic of preventing being confused. After he finished the experiment, he slowly scanned the large group of ghosts around him. These ghosts were thin and small, and the occasional big ghosts looked silly and cute, and did not look threatening at all. Wu Yan looked at Yin Xiaoyu with a smile. If Yin Xiaoyu knew that these ghosts of the other party looked like this, he would probably go over to deceive them. The ghosts looked at them cautiously. Wu Yan walked over and pointed at a Tianxia Guiqing. Come here. The Tianxia Guiqing was only 1 meter tall. Seeing Wu Yan pointing at him, he was startled. His eyes showed that he wanted to escape, but with the help of his accomplices, he pushed him in front of Wu Yan. Do you know the black and white guys? Wu Yan went straight to the point. Yin Xiaoyu on the side was almost crazy. Wu Yan, who was a little abnormal just now, seemed even more abnormal now. He was talking to the air? Wait, can he see? We're here. Yin Xiaoyu suddenly reacted, but felt her feet sink, as if she was stepped on, and jumped up in fright. Wu Yan was a little helpless also. Can you unlock the hidden? At this time, an old man came over tremblingly. Wu Yan checked casually and found that the old man was called Ebisu. He didn't look aggressive, and looked like a human being. Ebisu stammered, Are you the fire inheritor? These few words hit Wu Yan's heart hard. He could hardly imagine hearing this name from a ghost. This name is another name for the Ash Inheritor that he saw in the ancient Nebula continent. It is a relatively old name. As for the identity of the Ash Inheritor, he now tries not to mention it as much as possible. Every conversation with an NPC seemed to make him feel heavy, and in this place, the name of the Ash Inheritor was mentioned again, meaning that there were related tasks here as well. Wu Yan hesitated for a moment, and nodded, I am. Ebisu's body trembled, he sighed, and then announced, Everyone has eliminated the hidden. In Yin Xiaoyu's eyes, the little ghosts gradually appeared in front of her. And as the appearance of these little ghosts gradually showed up, Yin Xiaoyu's expression became more exciting, and a smirk appeared at the corner of her mouth. Chapter 250. After the surrounding ghosts were all hidden, they all showed a bit of timid expressions, and a group of ghosts hid in the corner and trembled. Before Wu Yan spoke, Yin Xiaoyu walked over with a smile on her face. She found a one-eyed monk with a face, and only one big eye. Do you believe that ghosts can be resurrected? Yin Xiaoyu took out a pen holder from her bag. It must be said that Yin Xiaoyu is still quite capable. I don't know how one-eyed monk really started to talk to Yin Xiaoyu. Wu Yan was too lazy to care about Yin Xiaoyu. The situation of the 10 kings of hell made him quite concerned. Judging from the situation of these ghosts around, let alone the night parade of 100 ghosts, it is a problem whether there can be 100 ghosts here, let alone finding 100 ghosts of different types. I am afraid it is not a fantasy. Ebisu then slowly sorted out his emotions. There were many wrinkles on his face. When he spoke, it was like a shutter opening and closing back and forth. Master Huijin, please go back. This time, you can't help me. Ebisu spread his hands, which made Wu Yan stunned. Wu Yan was puzzled. I haven't said it yet. I want to ask if you know where the black and white way are. Ebisu continued to sigh, look at us ghosts. Those who have a little fighting power have gone to the 10 palaces. No one has come back yet. When he spoke, the rhythm was very slow. He was telling about the departure of people he knew one by one, and his expression did not fluctuate much. On the other side, Yin Xiaoyu had tricked a prop out of the little ghost, who was grateful. Are the 10 courts of hell dangerous? Wu Yan continued to ask. Ebisu said, You saw the slogan outside just now, right? Under the 10 courts of hell, our ghost king is there, and there is no way back. Once the ghost king is gone, our ghost clan will be bullied by others. Okay, but Wu Yan felt that Ebisu was not in harmony with this group of little ghosts. What if I want to find the black and white way? Wu Yan asked back. Originally, he wanted to ask directly whether the netherworld treasure bone they guarded was still there, but he really didn't expect that. Even this group of ghosts had been so miserable. Why is it like this? Wu Yan became more and more curious about the background of God's advent. If it's so miserable, there must be a mastermind behind it, right? Ebisu said, If Lord Huijin is really willing to help us find it back, I will be grateful on behalf of our entire ghost clan. Wu Yan waved his hand. Take me. Yin Xiaoyu, who was standing aside, saw that Wu Yan's conversation seemed to have ended, and ran over with a lot of things. I want to go with you. Maybe I can help you, Yin Xiaoyu said. Wu Yan nodded. When he awakened the eye of demonic vision, he was indeed helped by Yin Xiaoyu. And judging from the things in Yin Xiaoyu's hand, she seemed to dare to deceive only sentient creatures, which was quite bold. Ebisu walked in front, and some other little ghosts followed behind them. They followed the village path and extended to a temple. There were several big ghost sculptures in front of the temple, but they were all damaged. The surrounding buildings and trees were quite messy and dilapidated. Ebisu pointed to the gate with demon heads all over the screen. From here, you can go to the 10 palaces. But? Ebisu's eyes became sharp. The 10 palaces are not just one palace, there are 10 palaces in total. Only by passing through a palace each time can you choose to return and continue. Lord Huijin, you still have room to retreat. As soon as he finished speaking, the door was pushed open by Wu Yin. Do you want to challenge the 10 palaces of hell? The rules are as follows. The rules are not much different from what Ebisu said. Yin Xiaoyu followed Wu Yin in. This copy did not limit the number of people. Ebisu stared at the two people who just went in like this, and didn't even listen to his introduction. He had met the previous inheritors of Ashes. Although he was not sure which generation they were, none of them were as arrogant as Wu Yin. Was this the new human? Wu Yin stepped into the palace, and Yin Xiaoyu followed him like a shadow. The whole palace was in blood-red style. Looking at this color for a long time would slowly make people's rational thinking disappear. Fortunately, Yin Xiaoyu kept talking to Wu Yin, and was also fiddling with a bowl made of stone in his hand. Just now, that little ghost said that this bowl can confuse people's minds, but I don't think it's useful. Wu Yin was a little helpless. Who said it was useless? He was almost confused just now. If the eye of demon vision had not been activated, he felt that his brain would go blank and walk towards Yin Xiaoyu. This palace feels like there may be creatures everywhere, but in fact there are no creatures everywhere, which makes Wu Yin a little unbelievable. He walked to the side of a red pool, where rags were floating, and above the pool were crystal-like souls floating, drifting one by one, like a waterfall flowing backwards. This is alive. Wu Yin could not describe his feelings at the moment in words. Life was passing away in front of his eyes. If the soul body was not considered true death, then when there was no soul body, it must be completely non-existent in this world. This pool, Wu Yin felt something was wrong. It seemed that there were other creatures under this pool. Splash. Layers of ripple spread from the pool. The originally calm pool began to produce small whirlpools, and then a huge whirlpool was formed. Purple water beast. When a monster with 3 mouths, like a half-fish man, appeared from the pool, Wu Yin took several steps back and actually saw the monster recorded in the book in this place. He didn't need to use detection skills to find out the information of this monster. This was a monster that specialized in devouring souls. The level of 35 was not too high. As soon as Wu Yin released the fire bomb in his hand, the other party immediately got into the pool, and his body was quite flexible. As soon as his fire bomb touched the pool, it disappeared. According to the high temperature of his fire bomb, there would be some movement. On the other side, Yin Xiaoyu also came over in frustration. Those souls are too stupid. I feel like they have no consciousness of their own, and can't communicate. Her hand kept swinging a pair of glasses. Wu Yin glanced at her. Yin Xiaoyu is indeed a scammer. The glasses in her hand should be a prop that can see the soul. If you are in danger, don't be stingy with the props in your hand. Wu Yin said casually. She was able to follow him in so calmly, and when she encountered danger, she was only panicked on the surface, and in fact, her behavior was not affected too much. Yin Xiaoyu chuckled. In this environment, she didn't seem too nervous. Wu Yin continued to walk forward. It can be seen that there are still many creatures nearby. Most monsters live by devouring souls. Then, the problem comes. Wu Yin stopped and looked at the sturdy statue in front of him wearing armor. This statue is probably as high as 10 floors. Just standing under him can feel the strong deterrence. Wu Yin took a breath. I wait for you here. Yin Xiaoyu, who was originally close to Wu Yin, immediately took a few steps back. In fact, Yin Xiaoyu had already taken the time to investigate the mage player she had been following. Among the known mage players, only Piao Ling dared to be so bold and had such strong spell skills. When facing monsters higher than his level, he was not afraid at all. Although, she was not very scared when facing monsters with higher levels than herself, that was because she was very good at escaping. If possible, she could even escape from Wu Yan's hands last time, but the other party's eyes really frightened her. Wu Yan did not care about Yin Xiaoyu. His intuition told him that the key to the mission was this statue. The 10th Hall, King Shuiqi of the Reincarnation, classified the reincarnation reports. Born on April 17th, Wu Yan finished reading the small words on the wall, and seemed to feel that the statue behind him seemed to be moving. Wu Yan looked around and Yin Xiaoyu stood far away and kept looking. He did not have any other expression. Wu Yan's target was still the black and white powers. If that was the case, the King of Samsara should not be very strong, otherwise how could he not stop the black and white powers? While Wu Yan was observing the wall, a small red dot shot from above onto the words on the wall. Life and death, reincarnation, has long been determined. This is a description in many introductions to the King of Samsara. The entire 10 courts should be a study of life and death, which is a preparation for where to reincarnate in the future. I wonder if the resurrected NPCs will also follow the procedures here. Judging from the performance of the players, they should be separated. Wu Yan then noticed that the words on the wall in front of him were reflected under his feet. There was a switch, which looked very much like the switch of the door in front of him. The door with images of demons was blocked by the King of Samsara. Wu Yan pushed the switch gently, and boom! The ground began to shake. Yin Xiaoyu came running over from a distance. She said anxiously, "I just kept telling you not to open it. Why did you open it? I'm going to die. I'm going to die. I'm going to go to jail. I don't want to go to jail." Yin Xiaoyu kept muttering nervously. "Just now, did you call me?" Wu Yan asked casually, but his attention was always on the statue of the King of Samsara. He felt that the statue of the King of Reincarnation was about to move. Yin Xiaoyu said anxiously, "I waved my hand, but you didn't see it." After that, she saw Wu Yan's eyes. "Open your eyes." She grabbed Wu Yan's arm, which made the latter feel a little pain. The Eye of Demon Vision still consumes a lot of magic power, and it is not easy to keep it open. After Wu Yan opened the Eye of Demon Vision, he suddenly found out the statue of the King of Reincarnation did not just move. The big lock knife in his hand chopped down directly. King of Reincarnation had already been released from the statue. Monster name: King of Reincarnation. Monster level: Level 35. Monster HP: 1,000,000. Monster fighting spirit value: 50,000. Monster class: King class. Monster introduction: a king who is in charge of the classification of life and death in the first hall and is weakened by being sealed. Monster skills: 1 cut of life and death. When causing more than 50% damage, there is a chance to kill the opponent directly. Monster features: ignore any negative buff. After Wu Yan read the introduction of this King of Samsara, he took a breath of cold air. Although it is only a level 35 monster, the strength of King of Samsara is probably stronger than White Whale. The only advantage is that King of Samsara does not need to use pure soul attacks to cause damage. Moreover, King of Samsara was sealed, and had no other skills except the skill of life and death with 1 strike. His attack power was not very strong. Wu Yan had just been hit by a strike, and his counterattack was also effective. This ordinary strike of King of Samsara only hit 30% of his health, but Wu Yan looked at the health of King of Samsara, who had just been rebounded by him with more than 10,000 damage, and within 10 seconds, his health was restored to full. He frowned and left the hatred range. King of Samsara still had many limitations, which might be related to the fact that he was sealed. When he left the hatred range, King of Samsara stopped immediately, and did not pursue further. "Master Piao Ling, can you beat him?" Yin Xiaoyu on the side couldn't help but said. She had just cast a detection spell, and saw that Piao Ling did cause damage to King of Samsara. Although it was only a level 35 monster, it was a king. Even if it was a sealed king, it was still a lean camel that was bigger than a horse. "Fight, of course. I have to pass the mission," Wu Yan said casually. If even the Black and White Way could pass this level smoothly, it showed from the side that King of Samsara was not as strong as imagined. Yin Xiaoyu hid aside in dismay. She was just a scammer. Although she wanted to get involved, most of the monsters here were not interesting, and it was difficult for her to cheat. Wu Yan carefully reviewed his current skills. He continued to try to achieve a balance where he could restore his own health, while also allowing the opponent to restore his health at a rate slower than the damage he received. The key is probably this hatred line. This hatred line is well designed, which limits his long-range spell casting. Because of the terrain, he must climb up the slope to see the King of Reincarnation before he can cause damage. When he can see the King of Reincarnation, the King of Reincarnation can also attack him. What he needs to do is to jump back and forth in this place. Wu Yan started to attack back and forth repeatedly with the combination of Fire Bomb and Thunder again to trigger the chain skills. In the process of repeated experiments, he found that his disordered elements can be moved on the element plate to achieve the purpose of affecting the combination skills. You know, there are two ways to generate combination skills. One is to activate another skill that has never been released when releasing skills continuously, and make this skill stronger. The other way is to borrow a skill, which is a skill of the known magic system. At this time, he found that he was wrong. From beginning to end, there is no so-called borrowing skills at all, but a combination of the remaining skills. The two ways of releasing fire bombs first, and releasing thunder first, the chain skills involved are also different. At the moment when Wu Yin was studying, King of Samsara had recovered his full health, but he had already forgotten the idea of continuing to kill King of Samsara. There is nothing more important than discovering a new way to play a game. When you think the game is originally played like this, suddenly you are told that you only need to make a slight adjustment to achieve a completely different effect. Yin Xiaoyu, who was originally standing far away, was also stunned by Wu Yan's series of actions. Is this killing monsters? Although her way of gaining experience was also strange, she felt that the other party was simply wasting money in vain. A large number of magic potions, and even a magic circle running in the distance, specifically for replenishing magic power, were used to cause some insignificant damage to this king of reincarnation? And watching him recover? This damage could not be called insignificant, because she could see that the health of this king of reincarnation with nearly 1 million HP was a little reduced. But she did not dare to disturb Wu Yin. The other party's state seemed to have no room for anyone. He only looked at the magic on the magic wand. As soon as it was released, it dissipated again. What kind of operation was this? Yin Xiaoyu was almost stunned. Was he studying his skills and looking for loopholes? Her first thought was this. Wu Yan's expression was sometimes serious, sometimes nervous, and sometimes suddenly realized. He was completely trapped in the order of casting and the coordination of disordered elements again. Finally, in the last time, Ice Pillar, Fire Bomb, Thunderbolt, these three skills worked together. Frost Ray, a new skill shocked Wu Yin. He had seen frost and rays, but such a thick ray directly bloomed on the body of King of Samsara. A narrow cross line of light stretched the body of King of Samsara, and scattered various parts of King of Samsara from the sky, minus 110,000. Directly pulled down 110,000 blood points. Yin Xiaoyu, who had been doing nothing, looked at the blood that suddenly flew up to the sky. The howling king of reincarnation was shocked, and 1/10 of his health disappeared just like that. She was not good at fighting, but that didn't mean she didn't know how to read battles. People like her who often had to do dangerous work on the edge of life and death often read battles. The damage of Wu Yan's battle was really beyond her cognition. She relied on her stealth, and often observed the battles of many professional players. Although many players often played wonderful performances, there would not be such an outrageous performance as Wu Yin. This was a king-level monster, which was definitely stronger than a commander-level monster. As Wu Yin repeatedly caused 100,000 plus damage, the king of Samsara was really angry. He roared several times to come out, but was unable to attack due to the hatred line. Although his blood recovery speed was super fast, he could not withstand the attack of Wu Yan's super chain skills. When the blood volume of King of Samsara dropped to 30%, the color of the machete in King of Samsara's hand slowly began to change. The originally silver sword began to turn blood red under the illumination of the surrounding light. The ground was shaking, and the walls in the sky were. With violent shaking and creaking sounds, the demon door behind King of Samsara slowly opened, and players everywhere, one after another, the game panels kept popping up. Player Piao Ling has opened the first hall of the 10 Halls of Hell. A new copy of the 10 Halls of Hell is open, applicable to all players. All monsters experience *3, limited to 1 day. Large side quest. The end of the 10 Halls of Hell. Quest plot. Every time you kill a monster, you will collect a soul crystal, which can be used to exchange for corresponding equipment. Kill the king of the 10 Halls of Hell to get a legendary suit. Chapter 251. No matter where the players were doing the quest, they were all shocked by the news. It has been a long time since we last met, and Piao Ling has done something weird again? Invincible Romantic Knight looked at a level 30 commander-level giant with a stick that he and his team had killed. After so many days, he barely reached the level of Piao Ling at that time, and this made people admire Piao Ling's strength even more. Other players still underestimated Piao Ling. Piao Ling would only be more powerful than imagined. 10 hells? Invincible Romantic Knight packed up the materials. Where there is Piao Ling, there must be adventures. This has long been his consensus. The remaining equipment, you can divide it up. Invincible Romantic Knight said to several teammates around him. He knew that he was different from Piao Ling. In Piao Ling's battle videos, there were few videos of him fighting with other players. Instead, there were a few where he fought side by side with NPCs. When those teammates heard what Invincible Romantic Knight said, they were all happy. They didn't contribute much in this battle, and they were more of a containment. Master, remember to call us next time. The teammates looked at Invincible Romantic Knight, who was about to leave, and said. Invincible Romantic Knight waved his hand. In his heart, he still yearned for one person to kill all around. In the professional guild hall, Lu Yuan and their captain and others were sitting around the conference table with serious expressions to discuss. Lu Yuan looked like he was angry and laughed. Captain, I have reminded you a long time ago that Piao Ling cannot be judged by common sense. When Ning immediately received the call, is it really him who opened the 10 courts of hell? When Ning's expression became even more exciting. After his game panel was popped up, he had repeatedly asked Lu Yuan whether this was a bug, but he knew that there was no so-called bug in God's advent. There had been no problems at all in the long-running game, except for those deliberate adjustments. Their captain looked solemn. He had always been calm before. By the way, Lu Yuan, have other teams taken any action? Lu Yuan began to retrieve her intelligence. In her intelligence column, a steady stream of information was pouring in. 2 or 3 professional teams have ideas, including Hurricane. When they heard the name of Hurricane, everyone's heart tightened. Hurricane's fighting style was extremely arrogant, and he had once snatched their boss away in front of them, and they had no way to deal with it. Their captain stood up. Okay, since you're all here, let's go too. Lu Yuan was anxious. Captain, aren't we supposed to stay away from the public until we complete this mission? Their captain said calmly. Even Hurricane is gone. There must be some secrets in the 10 courts of hell that we haven't discovered yet. Piao Ling really doesn't give us peace of mind. He actually led us by the nose. The captain was still talking and laughing, and didn't feel panic because he might have to face Hurricane next. In the first court, Wu Yan never thought that the boss he had fought so hard for so long actually ran away when his health was less than 30%. Just now, the King of Reincarnation was glowing red all over, and the weapon in his hand seemed to be about to exert its power, but he turned around and ran into the door that had just been opened. The door still had ripples of a barrier similar to a portal. Is he dead? Yin Xiaoyu swallowed her throat and spoke with difficulty. This series of events happened so quickly that she couldn't react. At the same time, she found that exploring with Wu Yan was much more interesting than exploring on her own. It hasn't been long, but many server-wide announcements have been triggered. For a player like her who can only hide in the dark, being able to stand in the center of the players and be watched is something she never dared to imagine before. Just when Yin Xiaoyu was still daydreaming, many players had already come in, and some players' voices could be heard. They were discussing the 3x experience triggered by the plot this time. This was the first so-called in-game activity. In addition to the keyword of 3x experience, the name Piao Ling was also mentioned by the players who had just come in. This was a treatment she envied. Yin Xiaoyu listened to the players' discussion and felt itchy. She wanted to become the most famous scammer. As a result, the current players were much harder to cheat than NPCs. The players who were easy to cheat didn't have much money or equipment. Go on. Wu Yan looked at the demon gates around him and made sure that there was nothing missing. When he was about to step in, a Fang Tian Huaji flew directly from a distance and stabbed in front of Wu Yan at a very fast speed. Then, a figure flew out from the sky and stood in front of Wu Yan. Wu Yan frowned. I don't like this. He looked at the Hurricane in front of him, who had met him once before, and said that when they met last time, Hurricane only looked at him at the end, but this time, Hurricane came to him. With the arrival of Hurricane, the surrounding players also rushed in. The equipment on Hurricane was more exquisite than last time. Judging from the color, there were probably several epic equipment. Hurricane did not expect that the other party would not give him a face at all. The reason why he allowed many players to secretly shoot his battle video was to let other players see some of his strength. It was almost difficult for other players to match him. Hurricane snorted, you can't pass this dungeon, don't waste your chance. Originally, he didn't say much, thinking that he seemed to have taken advantage, and then continued, last time I had reached the 8th hall, 5 days ago, the difficulty of each hall has doubled. Do you think you can still be lucky after beating King of Samsara? Hurricane seemed to find that he had said too much, and then stopped talking. Wu Yan was of course the first to take the lead. Who do you think you are? Ha ha ha, who do you think you are? From a distance, Wu Yan's words were respect. A player wearing combat uniforms and spinning a revolver in his left hand said, Master Jia. Hurricane's face turned bad. It seemed that the reason he rushed over so quickly was to prevent other professional teams from coming to share a piece of the pie. Unexpectedly, the other party also came so quickly. At the same time, Hurricane's teammates gradually rushed over. A sturdy man holding a huge axe stood beside Hurricane and asked, "Captain, let me hold them back. My taunt range should be no problem. You can just rush through." Hurricane just thought about it for a while, and immediately agreed. He is now in the cooling down period of entering the next level, and the only one who can enter the next hall is probably Piaoling. Hurricane has of course noticed that there is a female player who looks like a half-baked player next to Piaoling. In addition to defeating King of Reincarnation to obtain the qualification to enter the next hall once, the other method is to swipe the surrounding monsters to 100 and collect souls to exchange for admission tickets. As for the surrounding monsters, let alone the 3x experience now, even if the 5x experience is turned on, he has to consider whether to swipe them. It is really disgusting, and everyone avoids fighting, making it difficult for him to attack them head-on one by one. Hurricane muttered something, and then started clicking on his game panel. Player Hurricane has opened a mission opportunity for you to snatch the PK, and now your chance to enter the next hall has been frozen. Jia Xiao, who was far away, did not expect that someone like Hurricane would be so unreasonable and actually plan to rob. Jia Xiao signaled Lu Yun beside him to go over and help. Although he had high expectations for Piaoling, this was Hurricane, a ruthless person who could snatch the boss from their hands. That being said, Jia Xiao still cared about Hurricane. Lu Yun nodded, but I'm worried that the two of us may not be able to handle it. That idiot Wen Ning always makes mistakes at critical moments. Just hold on until the time for Hurricane's mission snatching PK is over. 10 minutes, just hold on for 10 minutes. Jia Xiao narrowed his eyes. The 10 Hells of Hell is a dungeon that each professional team takes turns to explore. The epic revolver at his hand was obtained from this dungeon. They just entered the 9th hall of the 10 Hells of Hell a few days ago, and they have gained such a great harvest. Hurricane must have been farther away. Jia Xiao evaluated the strength of both sides. If Wen Ning came, it would be much more convenient. Now he is dealing with 3 players other than Hurricane alone, which is already very strenuous. Lu Yun left from Jia Xiao and came to Wu Yan's side, while the surrounding crowd of spectators gathered closer and closer. In fact, many players are still self-aware. They know that it is difficult to get involved in these key boss battles and mission battles. Of course, there are also players who want to hide on the side and take shortcuts, and more players are still concerned about the battle between Piaoling and Hurricane. If we say that the most circulated battle videos in the forum are the videos of the two of them, Piaoling's battle video is not a way that regular players can use to fight at first glance, but Piaoling's own battle concept has begun to be slowly accepted by players, that is, the so-called maximization of combat benefits, whether it is using the surrounding props, or some potions and scrolls that you originally brought. As long as it can improve your combat effect, you can refer to it. This is why more players want to observe the details of Piaoling's battles up close. The battle videos of Hurricane are more about violent and gorgeous battles. This kind of battle scene was once suspected to be unreal by players, and of course, there are players who want to see whether Hurricane has the fighting ability in the video. Invincible Wind Knight also lamented that he just happened to catch a good show. In his mind, Piaoling is indeed a very good player, but in such a small range, it is a duel between a mage and a warrior, and Hurricane is not an ordinary warrior, but a warrior who combines violent attacks and agility. Piaoling won't lose. Although he knew that the next result would be cruel, Invincible Wind Knight still held a glimmer of hope, because he spent his days and nights studying Piaoling. Lu Yun just glanced at Yin Xiaoyu next to him, and didn't care. It's not surprising that there are a few female players with decent strength among so many players. Let's coordinate our chins. I make a feint, and give you a chance to cast a spell. Then Wu Yan interrupted Lu Yun before she finished her words. Next, follow my instructions. After 3 seconds, I use magic to force him there at 12 o'clock. He'd be stiff for about 0.5 seconds. Use your best skills to delay him for another 0.5 seconds. Can you do it? Wu Yan spoke very fast. Lu Yun was silent. Her attack was indeed a damaging skill. It was very difficult to make the opponent pause for 0.5 seconds. Maybe I can. Yin Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue. Lu Yun's momentum was too strong, and she didn't feel like telling the truth. It was mainly because of her professional characteristics. She always felt that Lu Yun was a righteous player, and she was just a scammer, so she didn't dare to say much just now. Lu Yun looked at Yin Xiaoyu in surprise. That was Hurricane. It was not as easy as imagined to stop the opponent's actions for 0.5 seconds. But she still resisted the urge to continue talking. Then I can continue to add some damage. Wu Yan nodded. As long as he could cause a pause of about 1 second, he had a certain degree of confidence in causing the explosion of the forward-layer chain skill. However, the forward-layer chain skill really consumed a lot of his spirit. He didn't feel it just now, but now after the battle with King of Reincarnation, he already felt a little tired. The hurricane on the opposite side was also quite polite. After the PK could start, he could wait a few more seconds. For him, it didn't make sense to add more players before reaching a certain level. And Piaoling, being able to open the door of the 10th palace, meant that there was a real threat to him. Only the professional players themselves knew how much preferential treatment they had received from the Blue Star Agency. Even so, Piaoling was able to catch up with them by relying on his own strength. To be honest, he did start to be a little interested in Piaoling. The Fang Tian Huaji that was originally inserted into the ground was directly taken back by Hurricane. He was seen holding the Fang Tian Huaji with one hand and gently pointing it towards them. The Fang Tian Huaji instantly magnified 10 times the illusion and pointed directly at them. Wu Yan's shield with more than 10,000 HP was directly pierced, and this was the opportunity. When piercing his shield, he aimed the energy beam directly at Hurricane and shot it. The speed of this energy beam was quite fast, and even Hurricane was a little surprised, but his dodge skill had long been upgraded to a very high level. One of his talents was that he could constantly upgrade his skills when not in combat. The reason why his stab just now had such a strong attack was because his stab skill had been upgraded to the unreachable level 8. This was a huge challenge for Wu Yan, who now had several skills stuck at level 5. And Hurricane's more difficult dodge was also trained to level 7 by him. It can be said that not only Wu Yan, but all the players present, including professional players, were no longer at the same level in terms of skill level. After dodging, Hurricane's expression immediately eased up. This was still within his acceptable range. His arrogant personality made him not care what fighting skills Piaoling used as a mage. Directly on the battlefield, head-on confrontation was the best answer he gave. But in the next second, his expression froze a little. After dodging, he was a little stiff, about 0.3 seconds. He was arrogant, but it didn't mean that he didn't study the mechanism of this game at all. And within 0.3 seconds, not only Li Yun, but also a female player, who he didn't care about just now, appeared in front of him at the same time, which means that the two of them had expected that he would stay here. Lu Yun was even more shocked. The reaction of the focus beam just now has caused her heart to fluctuate a lot. Piaoling should have never fought with Hurricane, but at the moment of the battle, he was ready to reflect the focus beam. And he also guessed that the opponent would not use close-range attacks. After all, Piaoling is now a mage with thick blood and anti-injury, which has been confirmed by many players in the forum from all aspects. The most important thing is that if she guessed correctly, the purpose of the focus beam itself is a feint, and the purpose is to force Hurricane to the 12 o'clock direction. What they did was to believe unconditionally and wait here. Lu Yun's reaction was actually not as fast as Yin Xiaoyu's, mainly because she did not believe in Piaoling as unconditionally as Yin Xiaoyu. Yin Xiaoyu took out a bell in her hand, and Hurricane, who was in a stiff state and unable to move, revealed extreme dissatisfaction in his eyes. He, who had experienced many battles, made a small mistake because of contempt. Sure enough, the next second, his battle prompt box told him that he was bewitched by the opponent. His resistance was very high, but he would be bewitched for at least 0.5 seconds, which was a minimum. At the same time, Wu Yan prepared several skills in succession. Due to the consumption just now, Wu Yan's spirit was almost not focused. For the 4-layer chain skills, he could not be careless at all. Icicles, fire bombs, thunder, and the last frost ray bloomed in the air. The extremely high damage value shows that all players can see the situation. Minus 120,000. What a concept! The spectators were completely stunned by such a high damage value, and the face of Invincible Romantic Knight, who had been watching Piaoling fight quietly, became more and more solemn. Piaoling was very strong when fighting alone, and Piaoling was even stronger when he cooperated with several players. After the frost light spread out, such a high attack value did not kill Hurricane directly, but reduced Hurricane to 1/3 of his health. Hurricane looked at the item that he had used to avoid instant kills, and his eyes gradually became sharp. He was really angry. Chapter 252. Hurricane put away his contempt. In the process of fighting with so many professional players, Piaoling really posed a huge threat to him. If he hadn't brought the props that could prevent instant kills with him this time, the attack just now would have taken him away directly. He vaguely knew that the magician's special skills were greatly limited and could not produce the highest damage that their warriors could explode. However, Wu Yan's melee counterattack made him quite wary. Otherwise, he could directly use his special skills to activate quite explosive damage. Fighting with so many professional players, he didn't bring out his best skills. Hurricane's eyes became more and more fierce. "You are very good." After saying that, the Fang Tian Huaji in Hurricane's hand became lighter and lighter, and danced faster and faster. The surrounding players could no longer see their internal battle. He didn't want to attack in close combat, but it didn't mean that he couldn't use some close combat damage to enhance the richness of the battle, so he chose to use ordinary attacks. Seeing Wu Yan didn't move at all, he was not surprised at all. Anyone who has watched his battle videos knows that when facing magic monsters, his agility is enough to play magic monsters to death. The opponent is still wise, Hurricane silently said in his heart. When he started, neither Yin Xiaoyu nor Lu Yun could keep up with his hand speed. Yin Xiaoyu on the side widened her eyes. She was first class in terms of running speed, but she couldn't catch up with the opponent at all. If she couldn't get close, she wouldn't be able to wait until the bell cooled down to help Wu Yan with the next confusion. Fang Tianhuaji repeatedly attacked Wu Yan, causing all kinds of fragments of Wu Yan's coat to fly everywhere. Each time, the damage was about -400. After several consecutive attacks, it also caused nearly 3,000 damage. Wu Yan had been observing the pace of Hurricane, and had to admit that Hurricane was really the strongest player he had ever met. If the opponent did not underestimate him, it would be difficult to cause the same damage as before. However, this was how it was when masters fought. If one step was wrong, the rest of the battle would be affected. Hurricane distanced himself again after a set of combos, and then released the giant Fang Tianhuaji from a distance. Wu Yan still did not dodge, but waited for Hurricane to hit him, because his cooling time was just right at this time. Hurricane laughed in his heart. Did Piaoling really think that he would be hit twice in the same attack? When he was prepared, he released a continuous two-stage dodge. The two-stage dodge could effectively avoid a little bit of stiffness, but it would consume a lot of fighting spirit, thus slowing down the rhythm of the battle. A feint? After dodging, Hurricane found that the focus beam did not come at all, and at some point, Wu Yan's surroundings were filled with sacred white light. That was the magic circle. Not only Hurricane, but also the players watching on the side were stunned. When everyone was watching intently, they did not notice when Wu Yan set up a magic circle. Moreover, this magic circle was the most useless healing magic circle. The conditions for using the healing magic circle were quite harsh. It must not be damaged within 5 seconds, and it must not be interrupted within 3 seconds of healing. The total time is 8 seconds. In a normal battlefield, there is no way he would have 8 seconds to use it. However, in the scene of fighting with Hurricane, since Hurricane must dodge the focus beam, it will cause such a time difference. If he was too close, he would be easily attacked. Most importantly, his current health was not optimistic. Hurricane's face turned black. After all, there was more than one person on the other side, and Lu Yun was interfering beside him. While fighting with Lu Yun, he was quickly analyzing the battle information in his mind. If he did not make some bigger changes, he might really be outlasted by Piaoling in these 10 minutes. No, there were only 8 minutes left. Hurricane was a little irritated, and Piaoling was quite calm and did not come out to attack head-on. He even revealed a few flaws just now, just to attract Piaoling out. Jie Xiao smiled at this scene. They were also beaten badly by Hurricane before, but they did not expect that Hurricane would have such a time. 10 minutes passed quickly. No matter what method Hurricane used, it was useless, because the opponent did not fight him openly at all, and mainly took a defensive posture, so he was quite frustrated. If he had not lost a lot of health at the beginning, he would have had a chance to withstand the damage and take Piaoling away. Your task snatching PK time limit has expired, entering the cooldown period. The cooldown period is 6 hours. Hurricane's face turned black when he received this message. Wu Yan slowly restored his health, then used a leap to jump to a high platform, and took out a megaphone from his inventory. Is there anyone else who wants to snatch the task? I give you a 1-minute countdown, 60. As soon as the voice fell, Wu Yan rushed in directly when the demon gate was lifted, but at this moment, Hurricane stood in front of Wu Yan again, with his hand across, blocking his way. Wu Yan used his magic wand to touch his hand slowly. At the same time, behind Hurricane, a several-meter-tall ice and snow spirit appeared. Hurricane immediately avoided it with vigilance, when, after fighting with Wu Yan for so long, he didn't find that the other party had a summon. His brows were tightly locked. Naturally, he didn't show all his cards in this PK snatch mission. He thought it was unnecessary. After all, Piao Ling also relied on the cooperation of several people to fight with him. If it was a one-on-one fight, he felt that he had absolute confidence. He originally thought so, and he didn't expect that the other party didn't go all out. Captain, the axe-wielding man saw that Piao Ling had already gone in, and the fight with Jie Xiao also stopped. What should we do? The axe-wielding man said in a muffled voice, and he was also quite surprised. After he followed Hurricane, it was the first time that Hurricane was blocked. Hurricane's eyes were cold. Next time, even if he goes in, the 10 kings of hell can't pass through overnight. The axe-wielding man nodded. Jie Xiao also smiled with satisfaction. No matter what, Piao Ling owed them a favor. Yin Xiaoyu in the distance stared blankly at Wu Yin, who disappeared on the first floor. Her heart was cold. Aren't they comrades in arms, so they were separated like this? Yes, add a friend first, Yin Xiaoyu silently said, her body away from Lu Yun. This woman looked very fierce. Wu Yin immediately agreed to the friend request that Yin Xiaoyu had just sent. Yin Xiaoyu pursed her lips, feeling a strange feeling in her heart, and her mood inexplicably improved. The players around her were still discussing the battle. She leaned over to listen, and found that many players were talking about her confusing Hurricane repeatedly. She was in a very good mood. After so many days, she didn't expect that if she really followed Piao Ling, she would have the opportunity to be discussed by the players. A scammer like her has been living in the shadows, and she is really suffocated. Wait! When she was about to sneak away quietly, Lu Yun's voice came from behind her. Yin Xiaoyu didn't give Lu Yun any chance, and turned into a shadow and ran away quickly. If it was an open land, it would be difficult to slip away, but there were people around, giving her too many opportunities. She was now planning to pack up her things in the Ghost City, and when Piao Ling came out, she would just follow Piao Ling to drink soup. She had already planned her future. At the same time, Invincible Romantic Knight, who was among the melon-eating crowd, was still savoring the battle just now. Hurricane had felt on the brink of life and death several times. How did Piao Ling resist killing Hurricane? Invincible Romantic Knight's already constructed combat concept was shaken again. He thought Piao Ling should be a lone ranger, and he really didn't expect Piao Ling to perform so well in a team battle. Lu Yun looked at Yin Xiaoyu, who couldn't find him, and returned to Jie Xiao angrily. This Piao Ling is so mean. We helped him a lot, but he didn't even say thank you. Jie Xiao smiled slightly. Hurry up and brush the soul body. Let's fight for the next spot to enter the next hall. When he heard about brushing the soul body, Lu Yun's face pulled. Really have to brush the soul body? It's a waste of time, and it's hard to catch them one by one. Don't you want the equipment? Jie Xiao turned to his revolver. Lu Yun gritted his teeth and plunged into the crowd. Congratulations to player Piao Ling for coming to the 9th hall, rewarding 30,000 experience points. The dungeon rewards of the 10 halls of hell are really rich. Every time you discover a map, you can get so much experience. This hall still continues the style of the previous hall, with weak lights, but there are more pools in this hall, which means there are more monsters here. He had seen some wandering monsters around and on the ceiling. Most of the monsters he could see outside were neutral monsters, which made Wu Yin feel relieved. He looked at the surrounding environment more carefully. He walked forward along this path. Hurricane had mentioned that he had passed this level, which meant that there was a high possibility that there was a gatekeeper like King of Samsara in this hall. Sure enough, he saw a demon gate similar to the one in the upper temple from a distance. Unfortunately, Yin Xiaoyu was not there to investigate first. Not to mention, Yin Xiaoyu's mobility, investigation, and life-saving skills all worked well with him. Wu Yin was alert and walked in front of the demon gate. No one was there. Wu Yin stood quietly for about a minute before he was ready to touch the demon gate. When he just touched it, a black and a white figure appeared on his left and right sides, holding a sickle. The two of them directly placed the sickle on Wu Yin's shoulders. Wu Yin felt a chill on his neck, and he didn't even need to look back to find that the two people he was looking for were here. Shatia, what on earth is this kidding? The speed of these two people is like the level that I almost beat them. If it weren't for the fact that Black and White Wei had no intention of killing, he felt that he would have been killed immediately. For a boss of this level, even if his counterattack power is a little stronger, it doesn't make any sense. The King of Samsara just now has 1 million HP. Even if he was counterattacked, so what? Wu Yin gently touched the sickle, and just a slight touch caused bleeding. You touched the sickle and showed symptoms of heavy bleeding, reducing 100 HP per second. Wu Yin immediately said, "Can you put down the knife and talk?" White Wei didn't say anything, but Black Wei's voice was like that of an ordinary young man. Originally, his face was relatively young, but his whole face was black and purple. In Wu Yan's previous words, it was a dead face. But Black and White Wei were already dead. You have the breath of our ghost tribe on you. What did you do? Even though Hei Wei's voice was very low, the threat in his voice was obvious. Wu Yin immediately explained and told him about the ghost tribe asking him to help find someone. When he was talking, he saw that the two Black and White Weiss looked uneasy. Bai Wei should be a woman because both of them looked too feminine. Wu Yan was really unsure at the moment. After listening to Wu Yan's explanation, Hei Wei put down the sickle in his hand. At the same time, he sprinkled some powder from his pocket, and Wu Yan's health, which was originally only half reduced, was directly filled up. Hei Wei's expression was quite lost. He murmured, "I didn't expect that. In a blink of an eye, so many years have passed, so many tribesmen have come, but we haven't seen many of them." Bai Wei's expression was equally bad. They should have stayed in the 10 courts of hell for a while, but they had never seen the later tribesmen. The list of living lives was handed over by Wu Yan. Hei Wei and Bai Wei both put down their sickles and silently flipped through the list. Especially Hei Wei, the word regret was written on his face. Wu Yan interrupted their thinking. "Can I ask you a question?" One Black and one White raised their heads at the same time. To be honest, at this time, Wu Yan no longer wanted to fight with the two of them. One reason was that the two of them were too miserable. According to his own plot, the ghosts who came one by one should have disappeared in these halls. Wu Yan continued to ask, "Which hall have you been to the farthest?" Hei Wei replied, "The second hall," and then his expression became serious. Because Wu Yan brought the list to him and helped them pass the message of the ghost clan, they had a good impression of Wu Yan. So Hei Wei continued to add, "The first hall. No matter how strong you are in the future, don't go there." Wu Yan hurriedly asked, "Then your ghost king?" When the ghost king was mentioned, Hei Wei's eyes immediately darkened, and Bai Wei reminded himself not to discuss this topic. Unexpectedly, the emotions of high-level NPCs could be so rich, and Wu Yan was quite surprised in his heart, but he could probably guess that the ghost king was very likely trapped in the first hall, and it was hard to say whether he was alive or dead. "There is another question," Wu Yan continued. He felt a little embarrassed. After all, they had already talked about this relationship. He couldn't suddenly say that he wanted to fight to snatch the Netherworld bone from them. "Do you have the Netherworld bone?" Hei Wei raised his eyelids and suddenly apologized. "You helped us a lot, and we should have rewarded you. But our Netherworld bone is in the 8th hall. We can't go there now. We need a few hours of end time. However, we have opened the door of this hall. If you want to find it yourself, you can." Bai Wei on the side immediately added, "If you are willing to wait for us, you can. In the next hall, if you meet a strange person, don't talk to him," Bai Wei said very cautiously. She came over and carefully emphasized again, "As for the city king of the 8th hall, don't worry. As long as you don't touch him, he won't care about you. Moreover, the strength of these kings has been sealed to less than 1 level of strength." Bai Wei put his hand on his chin and thought for a while. "If you defeat the king of Samsara with your own strength, you can fight the king of the city." Hearing the strength of less than 1 floor, Wu Yan took a breath. He thought that the kings guarding the 10 courts of hell had some of their strength sealed, but he really didn't expect that these kings had so much of their strength sealed. So what kind of strength should the real king have? The first person that came to his mind was Kshatriya. For now, as his current strength has become stronger, he feels that Kshatriya should not be a character of the current version. Maybe it's because he released him too early. Since it has been confirmed that the Netherworld bone is on the next floor, he didn't delay and walked to the next floor alone. Bai Wei looked at Wu Yan, who entered the next floor, and her face was full of worries. "Is it really okay for us to do this?" Hei Wei smiled coldly. "Isn't that how the authority is used? Since God likes to play, we will keep playing with him." Bai Wei sighed softly. "Sometimes, I really feel a little tired." Hei Wei patted Bai Wei's shoulder. "It's less than 100 days. The next night will come. Will it be true?" Bai Wei tried to make himself more determined. "Whether it is true or not, we have to try hard." At the door, Hurricane, who was rapidly brushing soul bodies and waiting for the next cooldown time, suddenly looked over with the noisy voices. The 3D projection effect of the demon gate of the 10th hall appeared, showing clearly, player Piaoling has reached the 8th hall. Chapter 253. Hurricane's face darkened. Their professional team had a confidentiality agreement with the Blue Star Agency and could not easily release information. They had to obtain authorization to release it. And people like Piaoling, are they so high profile? Just after he finished talking about his entry into the 8th palace, the other party provocatively released the progress of the clearance that could have been kept secret. But what puzzled him most was that the 9th palace was not simple. How long had he entered? And he could beat the king of the 9th palace? Could it be that Piaoling also hid a lot of his own strength? Hurricane looked uncertain and accelerated the pace in his hands. Jia Xiao was also full of surprise, looking at the 3D rotating and showing off screen. This guy was really more hidden than he thought. Captain, that guy must have triggered some plot. Lu Yun suppressed his surprise. I have been observing Piao Ling for a while. His strength is very strong, but it has not reached such a heaven-defying level. Jia Xiao just smiled and said, what do you think is real strength? Lu Yun was stunned and did not continue. At least, they now have so many professional players. In theory, they will not be disturbed by any players, but they are led by Piao Ling like this. Originally, this copy of the 10 Courts of Hell was contracted by several professional teams in turn. Since Piao Ling broke this rule, their previous agreement did not count. In the 8th court, after Wu Yan announced his progress, he looked at the 50 diamonds and several materials that he had just been rewarded with satisfaction. Although publishing his progress would attract their attention, it was really hard to refuse these rewards. According to He Wei, there were not many monsters in the 8th hall, and the occasional monsters were all neutral monsters. He was only a few dozen centimeters away from a big monster holding an account, and the other party had no intention of attacking him. As for the City King, he saw him from a distance, sleeping outside the next demon gate. This floor was not too gloomy, but there was still some breath of life. He saw that there were still many small side houses in this hall, but there were no people in these houses. He walked through the back door of a relatively intact house, and there was a large pond behind it. He was very careful about this pond. After all, the pond just now was full of monsters that attacked the soul. He approached carefully, but felt a soft object under his feet. Are the adventurers nowadays not scared? A voice came from under his feet. He was not scared. It was a fisherman fishing here. The fisherman was not angry, but said lightly, I haven't seen adventurers for many years. The progress of opening this time is fast enough. Sit down and watch me fishing. If I catch something, maybe I will tell you what you want to know. The fisherman slowly stood up. Half of his hair was white, and the other half was brown. His hands were very strong and he didn't look like an old man. Wu Yin said sorry. After all, he stepped on someone else, and then he prepared to leave. Black and White had repeatedly reminded him not to care about strangers in this temple, and this fisherman was too weird. He just took an empty rod, no bait, no line, and fished like this. Could it be that the fish would jump to the shore by itself? This was probably the weird NPC that Black and White mentioned. He was naturally cautious and felt that Black and White would not lie to him. And the approximate location of his task for the Netherworld treasure bone was not there. If it was here, there would be a prompt for his task. The fisherman on the side saw Wu Yan turn around and leave like this, and he didn't hold the fishing rod firmly in his hand, and almost fell into the pond. But he had just finished speaking, and could only speed up his fishing speed. Under the stool where he was sitting, there began to be a faint magic power infiltrating into the water, and Wu Yan continued to explore forward. There were many rooms here. There were some NPCs who didn't speak, and looked a bit like ghosts, and Wu Yan didn't talk to them at all. He probably knew why Hurricane couldn't pass the 8th hall. Looking at the rooms one by one, he could feel that there were basically traps everywhere. And these traps could kill you if you were not careful. Even a player like him who had played so many games could see some unexpected operations. When he visited the 13th room, he finally found that there was no biological smell in this room. It was an empty room, and all kinds of props were placed from the front door: Karen's gauze of suppression, Karnas's scepter of perseverance, Karen's funeral greaves of revival. Unfortunately, Wu Yan tried several times to get the items one by one, but the game reminded him that he did not have the ownership of these props. Wait, he actually found disorder fragments here. God knows how long it will take for his disorder core to be collected. He was just letting things happen, but he didn't expect to encounter disorder fragments in the 10 Courts of Hell. He found disorder fragments everywhere in this room, from the original 12 pieces to 25 pieces at once. After collecting the disorder fragments, Wu Yan sat at a desk, staring at some books in the bookcase, and fell into deep thought. If there are so many disorder fragments here, it means that this place is likely to be a place where Yuer has been. What is Yuer doing here? Is the 10 Courts of Hell also related to the order of this world? There are still some memories of the Ash Inheritor colliding in his mind. He felt a slight pain in his head, and he rubbed his head to let himself rest. Since he changed to the highest level game cabin currently developed by Blue Star, he has been quitting the game less and less. This game cabin can completely complete human metabolism, and the degree of simulation is quite high. If this continues, he feels like he can stay in the game forever without logging off. During the break time in the game, he can also fully reflect on his body. After closing his eyes for a while, he became much more awake. He started to think again. If Yuval had stayed in this place, he must have left something here. He stood up and began to look through the entire bookcase. The most in this bookcase was the Book of Life and Death. The Book of Life and Death was not just one book as he imagined, but there were many books, and then all gathered in the first hall. The first hall should be the most important palace. Looking at the strength recorded in this Book of Life and Death, it was all hundreds of years ago. In this way, the 10 kings of hell have been declining for a long time. When he just came in, he found that whether it was from the gate or the inside, it was a scene of decline. Suddenly, a Book of Life and Death fell on the floor, and there was a hollow sound. Wu Yan's eyes gradually widened. No way, in this era, there are still such simple mechanisms. He knocked on the floor, and sure enough, there was something underneath. Before he could find the mechanism, a square hole appeared on the floor behind him. Is it another basement? Wu Yan stepped over. He thought he would go to a dim basement, but he didn't expect that when he passed through the hole, he came to another world. Ruins? His first reaction was this word. The tone of the entire God's Advent game made people feel the decline of humans, or other races in this game. Pieces of stones piled up to form a ruined wall, countless weapons were scattered everywhere under the feet. There was no flesh, no bones, and even no clothes, but these weapons and these buildings were constantly telling him that there had been a battle here. Wu Yan took a deep breath, because he found that there was a magic circle running among several upside-down magic wands stuck in the ground. How many years have passed, and this magic circle is still working? Wu Yan found it a little unbelievable. He slowly approached and touched the edge of the magic circle with his magic wand. At the same time, his magic deduction disc flew out directly from his inventory and floated above the magic circle. This surprised Wu Yan that it could directly trigger his own props. He could see his magic deduction disc floating in the air of the magic circle and calculating quickly. His magic deduction disc was theoretically a prop left by Yuval, a prop used to calculate disorder factors and how to formulate skills, but he didn't expect it to be useful in the magic circle. Just as Wu Yan was about to start further analysis, his magic eye lit up, forming a triangular magic chain with the magic deduction disc floating in the air and the running magic circle. Tip: you are learning a new magic circle, Magic Burst. Introduction to the Magic Burst Array. With the bonus of this magic circle, the cooling time is reduced by 30%, the magic burst damage is increased by 30%, and the magic critical hit rate is increased by 30%. Please concentrate on understanding, otherwise there is a possibility of failure. Wu Yan was just a little excited, and he was immediately poured with a basin of cold water. From what he saw, there was a circular concentration display, which was his current concentration situation. Originally, when he didn't notice this concentration display disc, his concentration was 80%. When he noticed this concentration disc, it dropped to 60% at once. And 60% is a warning line. Wu Yan immediately refocused his mind on the magic deduction disc. As long as he focused his mind on the connection between his magic power, the magic deduction disc, and the magic circle, he noticed from his peripheral vision that the value of the concentration disc began to rise, which also made him feel a little relieved. This magic circle was really too violent. He guaranteed that he had never seen such a powerful magic to increase damage in the magic book he had read. Generally speaking, increasing magic damage by 10% is already a qualified level, and this magic circle has already improved it a lot in disguise, whether in terms of cooling or burst. If under this magic circle, he felt that his magic damage could be increased by more than double. The most important thing is that the range of this magic circle is not small, about 100 square meters, which can accommodate a magic group. Wu Yan's thoughts drifted away. He has always been alone, and it is indeed a delusion to want to summon other magicians. However, he still has summons, such as his ice and snow spirit, which can release magic skills. If this magic circle is also useful for summons, he can go to the world to find some scrolls or props with summons. The strength of magic creatures is generally linked to the intelligence of magicians, and the characteristics of these magic summons are fragile and medium damage. If the damage is increased, it may help at the critical moment. Wu Yan was still thinking, and a game prompt came. Congratulations to player Piao Ling for successfully understanding the high-level formation and magic burst. His whole body was instantly like a shot of adrenaline, and the whole person became more energetic. The magic circle that was originally running there seemed to have burned the last bit of energy and disappeared on the spot. His magic deduction disc also returned to his inventory. At the same time, a parchment flew from the ruins. The Manual of Disorder. He couldn't control his mood. He was more excited than he had just learned a high-level magic circle. The Manual of Disorder was much harder to obtain than the Disorder Fragment. The last time he got the Manual of Disorder was from the dwarves, and it successfully helped him find the point of magic balance and stability in his magic laboratory. He had always inferred that the Manual of Disorder, the Disorder Core, and the Magic Core were ultimately related. For an ultimate mission like this, it is not easy to complete each new progress. The Disorder Manual floated in his hand. It was indeed similar to the previous Disorder Manual. It was made of parchment, the pages were a little yellowed, and the font was particularly large. It was also completely incomprehensible at first glance, but after staring at it for a while, he felt that he could understand it. The first few words were, break the order and reorganize. He still remembered that the previous article was about not being shackled by the order, and this article seemed to be saying that there is no completely stable sequence. Only by constantly destroying and reorganizing can there be a stable sequence. The stability pursued is not necessarily order. Disorder can also be stable. The seemingly strange order will be a stable sequence. I don't know why. Every time he flipped through the Disorder Manual, he felt shocked. The concept is beyond ordinary people no matter at which time point, especially for such a rigorous magic research, which almost subverted the history of magic. Wu Yin read this Disorder Manual word by word, and then silently put the manual into the inventory. It's a pity that this Disorder Manual is not thick enough, and it only talks about some concepts. After reading the Disorder Manual, Wu Yin looked at the clean pool in front of him, and suddenly had a bold idea. He took out the magic deduction disc for some reason. I don't know if it was the influence just now, but the magic deduction disc actually has an additional magic decomposition function. His breathing was a little rapid. He unfolded the screen of the magic deduction disc. In the decomposition function column, he could choose to decompose several of his skills. Do you want to decompose the skill Fire Bomb? After decomposition, it may not be restored to the original skill. Wu Yin silently took back this skill. This was one of his main skills. He really didn't have much confidence in how the Fire Bomb would be decomposed, but he couldn't refuse to use this skill decomposition tool. This function permission might make his skills more powerful. Wu Yin thought for a while, and put the skill Ice Pillar in the decomposition column, and then made up his mind. Your skill is being decomposed. Your skill is decomposed successfully. In the magic deduction disc, a sphere that can accommodate magic elements appeared. The ice element was completely disrupted, and his disorder factor also began to move irregularly around the sphere. In this way, the composition of a magic skill is clearer. It consists of magic elements, the trajectory of the magic elements, the shape they form, and the disorder factor. Obviously, this is the composition of magic skills under his system. As for the composition of the system in a regular magic guild, it is unknown. It is even a question whether regular magic skills can be decomposed. Wu Yin was a little nervous because his Ice Pillar skill was already unusable. If the reorganization failed, he would lose a skill. The method of reorganization is very simple. Use your magic power to adjust the magic disc. This magic disc has a total of 8 positions, and is in a 3-dimensional shape. When he moves the magic disc, the structure of the magic elements can be changed. When it can be reorganized into another skill, the magic disc will show a green light. In just 1 minute, that is, in the short time when he moved the magic disc, the green light has appeared no less than 10 times. He didn't have time to see what kind of magic structure this magic skill was fixed into, and it flashed by. The most important thing is that after 1 minute, his ice element began to leak out. He was a little anxious now. The magic element of a magic skill is fixed. If the total amount of magic elements is reduced, then the skill Ice Pillar, which was not very strong to begin with, will be even worse. When the ice element once again reached a pointed shape, Wu Yin took advantage of the green light and immediately clicked on the reorganization. I saw that several disorder factors originally surrounding the outer layer flew in and began to merge with the ice element. After the fusion, a flickering projection with glare appeared in front of him. At the same time, his game prompts, your skill has been successfully reorganized into Ice Lance. Please check the detailed introduction of this skill. Wu Yin was relieved when he heard the skill of Ice Lance. Ice Pillar is a very useless skill in ice magic. Theoretically, as long as the ice skill is not too bad, it will be better than Ice Pillar. In fact, it was true. Just as he was about to check the specific introduction of the Ice Cone skill, a familiar voice suddenly came from the side. No wonder you can break in, adventurer, want to try fishing? At some point, next to this pool, the fisherman just sat next to him, still waving the rod without a line. Wu Yan's eyes gradually narrowed. Originally, he really didn't want to talk to the strange NPC, following Hei Wei's words, but since this fisherman could teleport next to him without any magic fluctuations, the most important thing is that there is no teleportation array next to him. Time and space magic, There was only this word in his mind. Chapter 254. Wu Yan did not reply. He followed what Hei Wei said to him, and sat down quietly beside the fisherman. The water in the pond was so clear that you could see the bottom. Not to mention the fish, you couldn't even see a blade of grass. After a while, the fisherman threw the few fish he had just caught from his basket. The fish swam very fast as soon as they entered the water, trying desperately to escape. Since the pond was transparent, Wu Yan could see clearly that no matter how the fish escaped, they would return to their original place. Then the fish began to jump up as if they were possessed, until one of them jumped onto the pole. The fisherman looked at Wu Yan with a smug look on his face, and found that the latter was not very surprised. His smug expression was a little stagnant. He silently put away the pole. "Adventurer, are you looking for the netherworld treasure bone?" After saying that, he kicked his basket over. In addition to the fish, there was a bone in the basket that was emitting purple-black light. Without a doubt, it was the netherworld bone. Since the netherworld bone was in the fisherman's hands, he had no reason to stop talking. "Yes, that's what I'm looking for." When Wu Yan spoke, the fisherman's face showed interest. "Adventurer, do you really know the purpose of this bone?" The netherworld bone flew out of the basket, leaving only the still jumping fish in the basket. Wu Yan shook his head. He was not sure what Leoric was going to make with this bone. Maybe resurrection? Maybe turning into another Leoric? But from the perspective of the game, these were not very important to him. He just wanted to continue this task. The fisherman was not in a hurry. The netherworld bone began to spin in the air. Then the fisherman changed the subject. "This bone is not a good thing. You can have it if you want it. I have a task for you." The fisherman noticed that Wu Yan's expression had changed a little. He quickly added, "It's a very simple task. In the 18th room, there is a soul. I hope you can talk to him." Wu Yan hesitated. "Just talk?" The fisherman continued to nod and said, "Just talk. I leave this netherworld bone with you first. If you complete this task, it will belong to you forever." After he finished speaking, the netherworld bone flew into his hands. I don't know if it's because he is Leoric's student. He didn't feel any discomfort with this netherworld bone full of gloomy atmosphere. "Then, what if he doesn't talk to me?" Wu Yan continued to ask. But there was no response. When he looked over, the fisherman, who was supposed to be packing up the fishing rod, had disappeared. There was no magic fluctuation, so Wu Yan didn't care too much. The difficulty of the 10 hells of hell should be the most difficult at present. In this copy, there should be many people who are more powerful than Shatya. He walked out, returned to the floor, and went out to look at the room number 13. So, he skipped the middle rooms, and went directly to room 18. It was very quiet, without the breath of living things. At the door, he felt so. When he pushed open the door number 18, there was a rustling sound. His magic eyes were activated by him, but even the magic eyes did not see the strange creatures. Is the other party a soul? Wu Yan began to enter the room and search carefully. Under his gaze, the soul had no place to escape. "No, don't kill me." Waves of miserable voices came. Wu Yan smiled. "What era is it? Still using such tricks to scare people?" The voice came from a row of jars underground. Normally, such a small jar must not be able to hide people, but the other party is not a human. He opened another jar, and sure enough, a soul emerged from the jar, a boy about 14 to 15 years old, pinching his nose, and making the threatening voice just now. With messy curly hair, thin body, a clear scar on his face, and heroic eyes, but because he has become a soul, people feel weak. The curly-haired boy's eyes gradually became less confident. He raised his head with difficulty, and saw Wu Yan's eye of demonic vision. Fear was written all over his body. This time, he really said, "Don't kill me, don't kill me." The expression of fear, the trembling of the whole body, and the uncontrollable hands and feet made Wu Yan feel heartbroken. What kind of thing happened to make him become like this? Wu Yan's tone became lighter. "I won't kill you." He tried to weaken his eye of demonic vision a little, but he didn't expect it to work. The two skills disappeared, but he could see the appearance of the soul normally. When he just said this, his task of the netherworld treasure bone had reminded him that it was completed. Just like that, the task was completed. Next, he had no nostalgia. This curly-haired boy was just a soul body, and it had nothing to do with him no matter what. "Can you save me? I want to go out." When he turned to leave, the curly-haired boy actually summoned up the courage to say. Wu Yan looked back and saw that the curly-haired boy was still cowardly, but he tried hard to look back. After the curly-haired boy spoke, there was no prompt for any task. Wu Yan began to ask in a guiding way, "What can you give me to save you?" As he spoke, Wu Yan began to search in this room. The curly-haired boy followed Wu Yin timidly. I have nothing. If you can take me back to the village, I can give you my treasure. The curly-haired boy suddenly thought of something and said excitedly. Wu Yin just smiled. The strange thing was that even with such guidance, there was still no task. Years of game experience told him that there would definitely be a task opportunity. He continued to look for things in this room, and then asked casually, "How long have you been here?" The curly-haired boy said, "Some time." "How many years did you come in the Shinli?" Wu Yin looked at a notebook on the ground and picked it up. There were some interesting anecdotes recorded on it. The curly-haired boy hesitated. 470 years in the divine calendar? By the way, how many years is it in the divine calendar now? The curly-haired boy was happy that he remembered this time. Wu Yin replied casually, "Not long ago. However, it is now 500 years in the divine calendar. A boy's soul has been in the 10 courts of hell for 30 years? Where is his body? Maybe it can't be found. After so many years, his body must have died long ago. Where do you want to go?" Wu Yin paused while flipping through the notebook, because he had seen this name before, in the Book of Life and Death. Mui? Wu Yin spat out this name. The curly-haired boy was ecstatic. "Do you know me?" "Yes, I want to go to Mujia village. That's my hometown." Then Mui stopped talking. "It's just that I don't remember it very clearly, I just remember that I want to go back." Wu Yin responded, "Until now, the task has not been activated. So much relevant information can't activate a task." He was a little unwilling. He simply sat down and collected all the information in this room together. There is no doubt that Mui is dead, and it is possible to resurrect him to activate the task. This jar seems to be the key. He picked up the jar that Mui had just hidden. Prop name: Soul Altar. Prop introduction: keep the soul from being damaged. Put the soul altar next to the body, and there is a certain probability of resurrecting life. Such a good prop. Just a moment ago, he even imagined that if their players died, would they be able to be resurrected on the spot? In this way, this prop should be the key to the next task. Although the mission has not been activated yet, Wu Yin firmly believes that a new mission will be activated soon. Wu Yin found a village on a map, where there are sheep herders, cattle herders, etc. "Is this your village?" Wu Yin put the map over, and Mui came over immediately to see it. He wanted to touch the map, but because he was a soul, he couldn't touch the map. He could only say excitedly, "Yes, yes, yes, it's our village." Mui continued, "I remember where my village is. Take me out, and I will take you there." After saying that, Mui went directly into the jar and shouted inside, "Hurry up and take this jar. When you take me there, I will definitely give you something good." Mui was very excited to see his village, and began to shake the jar. Wu Yin finally flipped through the pictures of the village. From the beginning, there were sheep and cattle herding, and various human production activities. To the last picture, there was no one, and a strange beast could be seen biting something from afar. Wu Yan's heart sank. Until now, the task has not been activated. Should I continue this task? However, the image of the last strange beast in the picture is very similar to the strange beast he saw in the ancient Nebula continent. He sighed. "Do you really remember the location of your village?" "I remember. We went out from the small path. I feel like I remember everything now." As he said that, Mui controlled the jar to move. He was worried that the jar would be broken. The 8th hall was indeed the most mysterious place. Under Mui's guidance, he actually walked to a hidden path. This path was dug by humans. After Wu Yin pushed away a huge stone, there was light in the passage inside. This lamp was a very ancient lamp. The material of the built-in magic crystal was quite special. As long as it was an ancient prop, you could see the former glory of the magician. There were traces of fighting on the floor and walls. As he got closer to the exit, there were more and more corpses along the way. If one of the corpses here was Mui, then Mui was basically dead. In Wu Yan's mind, if Mui was a very important person, should he arrange things for his body? "Brother Mage, I feel it. The exit is not far ahead." Mui's voice became more active, no longer like the timid boy just now. Wu Yan looked at the wall surrounded by dozens of huge stones, hoping that his skills would be useful. He released ice cones and fire bombs, and was able to blow open the wall, which made him feel relieved. Mui in the jar became excited. "I'm out. I'm really out. I feel the outside world, and I can't wait to go home. Unfortunately, I can't see this world in my current state." When he said this, Mui's tone was a little lost. He also knew that outside the 10 courts of hell in Ghost City, he couldn't appear in the state of a soul body at will. Wu Yan was not in a hurry. This showed an unknown area, and it was estimated that he had to walk a distance to reach the next area. "Do you remember which direction your village is in?" Wu Yan asked, And Mu Yi replied, the current direction is just north. However, it's still a little far away now, and I feel a little vague. Mu Yi said uncertainly. Wu Yin looked at the snow-capped mountains in the north. Is this really the way? But at this point, he had no choice but to go ahead. He put on the mechanical envoy. The durability of this special suit was becoming increasingly worrying, and its performance was not the best in the game. Wu Yin started to move, and his figure quickly shuttled along the roadside. After a while, he could feel the cold air coming from the snow-capped mountains, which made him marvel. Even under the sun, the snow on top of it still showed no signs of melting. The cold air constantly stimulated Wu Yan's nerves. He kept breathing, trying to make himself warmer. It really didn't work at all. In a hurry, he took out the props he bought from Chu Sunday. A magic lamp powered by his own magic power could bring a little warmth. He didn't expect that such a useless prop would be useful one day. He had to continue to consume his magic power, which was generally quite a loss. Mu Yi in the jar asked, did you encounter any trouble? Wu Yin said indifferently, I'm tired, take a rest. Mu Yi was about to say something but stopped. Wu Yin continued to move. With this magic lamp, he was indeed much warmer. He just kept moving forward in the snow, holding a jar. Looking at the sky gradually dimming and the lack of many magic potions, Wu Yin couldn't help but sigh. This was probably a task that he had invested more time in the early stage. Yes, it shouldn't be considered a task, because until now, the game panel has not popped up a task prompt. After walking for nearly an hour, Mu Yi, who was in the jar, was still excited. We are almost there, almost there. I feel it is just ahead. We are there. Brother Mage, are we there? Mu Yi was even more excited, and let his soul body collide with the jar. The structure of this jar is magical, but he was also worried that the jar would be broken by the collision. Brother Mage, why are you silent? Wu Yin held the jar, his pupils wide open, and looked all the way. There was almost no intact person in all the villages. They were all disabled, some with broken hands, broken legs, and blindness. Are you sure it is this? Wu Yin asked again and again. Gusts of wind blew over him, and he felt a little cold. Chapter 255. In the ruins, Mu Yi said in a clear voice, it must be this place. I can even see a big tree next to us. We are under this big tree, and it is full of our paper cranes. Wu Yin looked up at the dead tree. There were no paper cranes on it. The branches were cracked and hung with messy rags. There was no fireworks in this village. He even saw people eating vegetables from a distance. I go. Ask if anyone still recognizes you. After that, Wu Yin took out a small prop, which was specially used to isolate the sound magic shield. Mu Yi said him twice. Wu Yin looked at the villagers walking hurriedly. Each of them was hungry and looking for food. Wu Yin took out some meat food from his inventory to replenish his physical strength, and then found a one-armed man. Although the one-armed man lost one arm, his whole body was still relatively strong, which meant that he could catch prey outside with just one arm. He was holding the whetstone with one arm and biting his sword with his mouth, sharpening it. Excuse me? Wu Yin was interrupted rudely as soon as he opened his mouth. We don't welcome outsiders. The one-armed man looked at the rich meat food Wu Yin was holding. His Adam's apple moved, and then turned back to continue sharpening the knife. Wu Yin did not give up. Mu Yi, have you heard of this name? As soon as he said this name, the sound of the one-armed man sharpening the knife stopped. His pupils dilated, full of disbelief. He put down the whetstone and grabbed Wu Yin's clothes. Please repeat it again. Warning, you have been violated. You can freely choose whether to fight back. Fighting back will enter combat mode. Wu Yin pointed at his hand that was tightly grasping his clothes, and then repeated, Mu Yi, have you heard of this name? The tense expression of the one-armed man became excited. Are you sure you are talking about Mu Yi, of perseverance? Wu Yin nodded. The one-armed man was about to speak, and then pulled Wu Yin's clothes. Excuse me, please go into the house first. It can be seen that the one-armed man is quite nervous. Wu Yin followed the one-armed man into the house. This house is the most shabby one he has seen. Everything in the house shows that this village is very poor. Compared with some high-tech products in his main city, it can only be said that human sorrows and joys are not the same. He poured a cup of water from his old kettle. It can be seen that the water resources here are also very precious. Wu Yin put the cup aside and took out his meat food again. You eat something first. Do you know the 10 kings of hell? Wu Yin asked the one-armed man to eat the food first. Seeing that he didn't eat, Wu Yin refused to speak and took a few bites of meat. When he was halfway through biting, he became more and more excited. It's really Mu Yi, his soul is still there. He suddenly had a full appetite, first looked at Wu Yin with a grateful look, and then cleared the food on the table. Master Mage, take me to find Mui quickly, I am his good partner. Wu Yin suddenly thought, has it been 30 years since Mui disappeared? The one-armed man's excitement stopped, he nodded, lowered his head again, and was unwilling to say anything else. The one-armed man held the sword tightly, and the muscles on his hand were protruding. Wu Yin sighed, then you can meet him. After that, he lifted the isolation. Mu Yi's excited voice came from the jar again, are you there? Wu Yin put the jar on the table and said, Mu Yi's soul body is here. Mu Yi, who was originally excited, stopped abruptly. He heard the word soul body from other people's mouths. At this time, he felt a trance, and the one-armed middle-aged man in front of him, he actually felt familiar. Mu Yi, are you there? The one-armed man began to shout, I am Mu Yun. You don't remember me? We were in the back mountain when we were young. Wu Yin looked at Mu Yi, who was completely dazed, because Mu Yi just said a lot of words, and the other party couldn't hear it. He seemed to really realize that he was a soul body. And it is a soul that may be completely dead. Wu Yin interrupted the one-armed man. Mu Yi said he heard it. Mu Yun thought of something, and then replied weakly, Mu Yi, can't he reply to me in person? An expression of reluctance appeared on his face, and then he thought of a key piece of information. Oh, there is still a chance. Mu Yi's body is still stored in our ice cellar. We have invited the most powerful necromancer to bless the formation. As soon as he finished speaking, the depressed Mu Yi immediately became excited. Brother Mage, I have a chance to revive. Wu Yin responded, and then continued to talk to the one-armed man, asking him to take him to the ice cellar. The one-armed man was extremely excited when he thought of this plan. The loss just now swept away. He carefully avoided the people on the street, and then lowered his voice and said, don't let other villagers know that Mu Yi is back, otherwise there will be big trouble. Okay. Wu Yin answered decisively. No one noticed him at first, but because the one-armed man led them, the surrounding villagers began to point fingers at them. Judging from the current number of villagers, the one-armed man is the strongest one, and he also knows martial arts. We be there soon, tell Mu Yi not to worry. The one-armed man said. Wu Yin lowered his voice and asked, Mu Yi, why don't you talk all the time? Mu Yi replied in the jar sullenly, I don't know why, I feel very uncomfortable. Wu Yin comforted the 14-year-old boy, and he always felt that this village was not that simple. Third Master, we want to go into the ice cellar, give me the key. The one-armed man shouted with full energy. Third Master threw a bunch of keys over. Sure enough, there was more life in this village, but the villagers here were too poor, and their fighting power was quite poor, so it was difficult to go out hunting. It was indeed two different worlds from his main city. He followed the one-armed man all the way to the ice cellar. The ice cellar was full of strange creatures. What is this? Wu Yin couldn't hold back his curiosity. He had just walked through an ice cellar that was as high as 10 floors. He felt strange. Who would build an ice cellar so deep underground? The one-armed man said without hiding anything. This is a strange beast, a monster from a long time ago. I think you can understand why you took the risk. Wu Yan's heart was immediately touched. He saw the complete appearance of the strange beast again in the place other than the ancient nebula continent. In this ice cellar, there were quite a few kinds of strange beasts. Wu Yin was a little surprised and asked, have all these strange beasts lost their lives? The one-armed man said calmly, I guess so. Wu Yin hesitated and did not continue to ask. The one-armed man's footsteps were getting faster and faster. The low temperature of the ice cellar could not resist his desire to revive Mu Yi. Mu Yi said softly, I always feel that this place is familiar, and I think I may have seen those strange beasts. Then, I can't remember anything at all. Wu Yin comforted, don't force it, maybe you can remember it completely after finding the body. Mu Yi said him softly. Finally, the few people stopped in an ice coffin. The one-armed man took a breath, prepared to open the coffin. Are you ready? At this time, the long-lost task prompt finally appeared. Task name, find the last hero. Task branch, revive Mu Yi. Task content, Mu Yi will join your team and find the next hero together. Task background, 30 years ago, a series of attacks by strange beasts occurred in Mu Village, and the person who saved you Mu Village in the end was the last hero. Wu Yin immediately thought of the fisherman in the 10 courts of hell. If anyone could be a hero, the fisherman was the most likely hero according to the current information. Is it open? The one-armed man saw that Wu Yin was slow to speak, so he thought that he had agreed. Wu Yin then noticed that he only had 1 minute to choose whether to accept the task, and this task was different from other tasks. If he did not agree to accept the task within 1 minute, he would automatically accept the task. Wu Yin placed the jar in the middle and reminded Mu Yi that when the ice coffin was opened, he did see a young man in the ice coffin, who looked exactly like the soul he had seen. The boy lying in the ice coffin, except for his bloodless face, was full of heroic spirit, and his clothes were also quite gorgeous. He was just like the young master in the past. Quick, let Mui in. The one-armed man's voice became anxious. Over the years, the people in this village have been renewed generation after generation, and the new generation of people don't even know that there is a person like Mui, and only he knows that their village has not communicated with the outside world for so long, relying only on the surrounding mountains, rivers, plants and trees to live, just because they are waiting for an opportunity. And this opportunity is now. A faint voice came from the ice coffin, and the tone did not fluctuate at all. Mu Yun, long time no see. It is hard to imagine that a boy of about 14 years old is having a conversation with such mature words. But Mu Yun was not surprised at all, but very surprised. Mui, is it really you? Mui gradually sat up from the ice coffin, and his face quickly turned from white to ruddy. Then, just as Mui was about to stand up from the ice coffin, he fell straight down. Fortunately, Mu Yun caught him with one hand. Mu Yun breathed a sigh of relief. Fortunately, he should be fine. His current body function is insufficient. It is estimated that he needs to recuperate for a while. Let's go back, Mu Yun said easily. Wu Yen hesitated to act. Are you still hiding something? Mu Yun said. What? Wu Yen stood in front of Mu Yun. His eyes slowly narrowed. He is not the real Mui? The atmosphere gradually became tense, and a drop of water fell between the two. Mu Yun smiled. What else can we do? As long as Mui can come back safely, it will be fine. Mu Yi's 7 emotions and 6 desires are sealed in the 10 courts of hell. It is impossible to get them back. Wu Yen asked, which court? The latter replied, the first court. The two fell into silence. How difficult is the first court? Black and White Way have told him in detail many times. Even the Ghost King lost his place there. He really didn't have much confidence. Wu Yen caught another drop of water dripping from the sky with his fingers. Let's go out first. Mu Yun said solemnly. Thank you, master. Mu Yun carefully wrapped Mu Yi's body with a blanket he had just brought, so that when he took him out, people around him would not be able to see what he brought out. At the same time, a new prompt appeared on his mission name, find the last hero. Mission branch, eliminate a strange beast that caused casualties to Mu Village. Mission content, recently strange beasts have begun to frequently harass Mu Village. Find the location of the strange beast, and eliminate it. The third master still greeted casually. Mu Yun took Mu Yi back home, and placed him in the room that had been prepared long ago. It can be seen that Mu Yun was waiting for Mu Yi to come back all the time. After he got everything done, he thanked Wu Yen solemnly. Wu Yen pointed at the sleeping Mu Yi. Will he sleep like this forever? Mu Yun shook his head. In addition to regaining the 7 emotions and 6 desires, there is also a replacement for the tranquilizing grass. It can calm his mind and let him act normally, but his emotions cannot fluctuate too much. Wu Yanzhong's mind still recalled the appearance of the curly-haired boy who had recovered the earliest. He felt that the curly-haired boy was also a real curly-haired boy. There is another question. Wu Yen pondered for a while. On the other side, Mu Yun replaced the water that was supposed to be given to Wu Yen with a glass of juice he collected. Wu Yen still shook his head and refused. They had been through enough hardships in this place. Recently, have you been attacked by strange beasts? As soon as Wu Yen asked, Mu Yun hushed and said, we can mention the word strange beasts casually, but you should not mention it to the villagers. Then, he lowered his voice. Not only recently, we were also attacked today. His voice was a little miserable, and his expression became terrifying. These strange beasts, as long as our villagers' limbs, as long as they contribute one of their limbs, they will not attack us for the time being. After coming here today, we can at least hold on for another week. His half-smiley face, combined with his eyes that were almost losing their normal human eyesight, made people feel terrified. Wu Yen felt his scalp tingling. Why? Don't you resist? There were many organizational words in his mind, and he even wanted to scold Mu Yun. But looking at Mu Yun's missing arm, and thinking about the numb expressions of the villagers passing by, he felt even more depressed. Resist? Mu Yun was not like the man with full of energy just now. His face became more and more ferocious. Resistance will only lead to faster death. Chapter 256. Wu Yen calmed down. He had experienced too many missions, and there were many hidden stories behind many missions. He waited until Mu Yun calmed down, and then continued to ask, is this beast strong? Mu Yun also realized that his emotions fluctuated too much, and Wu Yen was also their benefactor. He calmed down his heart, and then said seriously, Master Mage, the beasts here are not ordinary beasts. The beasts that attacked our village may be several times stronger than the beasts you have encountered. Wu Yan began to guide the topic. Then why don't you consider moving the village? Mu Yun smiled bitterly. If we move, we will die faster. Besides, you also saw the monster in the ice cellar underground just now. Then every monster below is no weaker than the beast. Wu Yan nodded. Just looking at the size of the frozen monster was incredible. He seemed to be looking at a skyscraper below. Even if these monsters were frozen, the sense of oppression was quite strong. Just not trying again. Obviously, this mission was stuck here and could not be carried out. He didn't even have any information about the alien beast. If it was really as powerful as the white whale, it would be a bit troublesome for him to rely on himself. Mu Yun smiled bitterly, and he raised the half of my arm that was lost. I gave this arm to that monster in person. I dream of trying again. It's useless. That monster is too powerful. We can't resist it at all. Wu Yan felt a little depressed. Such a strong man was so cowardly from beginning to end, and didn't even think about trying. Wu Yan walked out of the house to get some fresh air. It was a little difficult to get information from Mu Yun. He looked at the people around him. Most of those who stayed were old people, women and children, which made people feel sad. And he saw a trembling boy looking at him in fear. He was about 9 years old, with curly hair similar to Mu Yi, and brown eyes full of fear. Most importantly, this boy was a person with all 4 limbs intact. He made a gesture from a distance, signaling Wu Yan to come over. Wu Yan pointed to his nose in surprise, and said softly, "Looking for me?" The little boy nodded heavily. It was not strange to be approached by an NPC, but being approached by a boy in such a village, a dilapidated and deserted village, seemed a bit out of place. Wu Yan walked over, thinking that the boy would tell him some important information, but it was completely different from what he thought. The boy's frightened eyes were full of fear, and he still summoned up the courage to say, Master, can you leave quickly? Don't stay in our village. Don't let anyone help us anymore. Our village doesn't need anyone's help." Wu Yan's heart suddenly sank. It was hard to imagine that these words came from a 9-year-old boy. Wu Yan took out a delicious steak from his inventory, and the boy stared at it. With such a thin body, there was no need to guess how good he could eat. Wu Yan pushed the delicious steak in front of the boy and said, "I have a question." The 9-year-old boy's hand stopped in midair, and his eyes began to be alert again. Wu Yan sighed silently in his heart and asked, "Have you seen a strange beast?" The boy's eyes suddenly became empty, his hands and feet trembled, and it was difficult to control his body. He even forgot about the delicious steak. Wu Yan stopped asking. He used the nerve-calming technique. He thought that the nerve-calming technique could only be useful for himself, but he didn't expect that it could also calm the minds of others. The boy didn't even want to eat the delicious steak and turned around to run away. Wu Yan stopped the boy and wanted to ask questions but held back. He silently handed the delicious steak to him. The boy obviously hadn't eaten meat for too long. He swallowed his saliva, but finally held back and turned around and ran away. "It's useless, adventurer, don't worry about our village." An old man's voice came from behind Wu Yan. "Isn't this the third master who told him before?" The third master waved his hand to signal him to come over, then took the food from Wu Yan's hand and started to eat it voraciously. Wu Yan watched the lame third master finish his meal, and then he replied contentedly, "Thank you for fulfilling my wish." Third master found a dry branch on the ground and picked up his teeth. "What do you want to ask?" "Ask while I'm in a good mood." Wu Yan finally smiled a little. Everyone was afraid of the strange beasts, so he was really a little depressed. "Strange beasts? Have you seen them, third master?" Third master showed his broken teeth. His face was not good, but he still finished speaking. "I have seen them, more than I have seen them." His voice was filled with anger. "My wife was taken away by a strange beast. Everyone is a monster." Third master vented his anger with fear, and Wu Yan continued to ask, "Have you never organized a fight against strange beasts?" The third master smiled disdainfully. "Fight? Do you know what kind of monsters they are? They are rules, they are order. It is impossible to defeat them. Even if you kill one, there will be more monsters coming." Wu Yan took the information seriously. From the beginning, he noticed this third master. The third master always pretended to be careless, but he was always paying attention to them. The other NPCs in the village didn't even look at him, hoping that he would leave as soon as possible. Wu Yan sorted out his emotions. "Can you tell me where the beast is?" "No!" San Yi answered decisively, but hesitated after answering. Wu Yan looked over in confusion. San Ye's eyes were filled with fear, hesitation, and powerlessness, but all the negative emotions were written on his face. San Yi continued, "No matter how powerful the adventurer is, he can't beat them. There was an adventurer who went there before and never came back. Wu Yan paused. Adventurer? Didn't come back? How is it possible? Adventurers will be teleported to the resurrection point as soon as they die. So how could they not come back? Maybe the adventurer didn't continue the mission before? The only people who could come to this place before him could be players from the professional team. Wu Yan took a few steps back thoughtfully. If a professional player had been here, then there might be information from other players. While thinking, he sent a message to Lu Yun. Do you know the mission in Mujiao village? Maybe other professional players have been there. Lu Yun on the other side did not reply to the message, but directly sent a voice message. Don't accept any mission related to this. This mission is impossible to pass. Be sure to remember. Just a few seconds later, Lu Yun sent another message. You won't accept this mission. Wu Yan replied with a Lu Yun said countless crazy expressions, and then found the captain next to her, and told her about this matter. Jie Xiao's eyes widened. Awesome, dare to accept this mission, worthy of being the great god Piao Ling. Captain, stop making sarcastic remarks. What should we do now? Lu Yun was a little anxious. I go find him. I happen to have explored there, and have the coordinates. Jie Xiao nodded. Just right, we owe him another favor. Lu Yun was a little amused by her captain. Normally, to win over others, you have to do favors to others. Their captain, on the other hand, wanted Piao Ling to do them a favor. Captain, I also told Zhongyi about it. Well, I tell Zhongyi later. I'm still asking him to hold on, Jie Xiao said with a smile. Lu Yun was surprised. The captain just inadvertently revealed a huge piece of information. She had always thought that Zhongyi had cancelled his account long ago, changed his talent, and started working hard somewhere again. Unexpectedly, a week later, Zhongyi was still stuck in this quest branch. This is a rather outrageous side quest. Lu Yun teleported to Mujiao village and said to Wu Yan, with a serious face, Piao Ling, please, you can give up if you haven't continued the quest yet. Lu Yun was still a little surprised after listening to his introduction. When Zhongyi was on this side quest, he did not rescue Mu-Yi. He was directly tasked to kill a strange beast. One of their team members, Zhongyi, was trapped by a side quest for nearly a week. This was something that no one outside their team knew about. Originally, their team was not going to reveal this. The difficulty of this side quest became so complicated, and Piao Ling touched it, which surprised Lu Yun. Lu Yun's chest kept rising and falling. She came too quickly, and didn't even have time to change her casual clothes. Wu Yan asked back, so how strong is this strange beast? Lu Yun was taken in by such a calm Wu Yan. She thought about it. Maybe the strength of the strange beast is as strong as the 10th Palace Reincarnation King. Lu Yun glanced at Wu Yan, and found that he did not look down on him, because he described him as being as strong as King of Samsara. In her mind, King of Samsara was really a very difficult boss. Before Wu Yan, she knew that only Hurricane had fought alone. Other professional teams had fought through by cooperation. Although Piao Ling had fought alone, she did not see any contempt in his expression. Inexplicably, there was a hint of admiration in Lu Yun's eyes. At present, Piao Ling still met her ideal player's performance in battle. Wu Yan naturally did not know that he had imagined so much just by ordinary observation. He really did not think that King of Samsara was easy to fight. That was because he was stuck in a special place, and his skills were restrained, so he could outlast King of Samsara alive. If he had changed to a movable beast, it would have been really uncomfortable. But there is still a chance. Wu Yan began to look at Lu Yun seriously. Some of you should have reached a higher level. Is the strength of the higher level improved? The question asked by their captain flashed through Lu Yun's mind. Even with such persuasion, Piao Ling really didn't want to stop at all. Lu Yun bit her lip. Maybe the other party didn't realize that she didn't have enough confidence when persuading Piao Ling about something. After all, she compared the strength of both sides horizontally. At least now, she is definitely not Piao Ling's opponent. What about the future? Even if she doesn't want to admit it, Piao Ling will only improve faster and faster. If it's you, I think there's a great chance of being promoted to a high level. Lu Yun said, being promoted to a high level can increase a lot of strength. At least Hurricane was not as strong as Piao Ling at the same time. If Piao Ling can also successfully upgrade to a high-level magician, it will only be stronger. Wu Yan nodded after listening then. Do your teammates ignore him? After hearing Wu Yan's words, Lu Yun felt relaxed instead, which meant that the other party should have given up continuing this mission. She waved her hand. It's okay, I will talk to the captain and let Zhongyi give up this talent. Although it's a bit of a pity, he has the talent to become an ace, but his progress is so far behind now. Even if he comes out, it will be difficult to deal with. Lu Yun's face showed a little entanglement. Usually she rarely showed entanglement on her face. But it was a pity that Zhong Yi's talent was wasted. During the time that Zhong Yi was trapped, they really thought of many ways, but it was not as simple as just killing one of the strange beasts. Moreover, she always felt that there was a deeper mission hidden in the Mujia village. Lu Yun subconsciously patted Wu Yan's shoulder. So, give up this mission first. You should have asked the NPCs here just now, but no NPC was willing to let us help continue. Some time ago, Zhong Yi failed, which led to another attack in the village. Wu Yan said, you agreed to form a team. Team up? Do you have other tasks? Lu Yan had no doubts. In addition, he had originally intended to repay Wu Yan a favor, and Hurricane being stopped would benefit their entire team. After all, the number of god trial places in all their professions was fixed. If too many places were taken by another team, their number would be reduced. After Lu Yan agreed to join the team, she began to find something wrong. While she was talking to Wu Yan took this opportunity to ask all the NPCs around him, and finally asked the third master about the location of a strange beast, Piao Ling. Are you crazy? Lu Yan was anxious. It seemed that she had been talking for so long about how difficult this task was, but the latter was not listening at all. Lu Yan's voice became stern. If this mission fails, do you know what will happen to the people in this village? Wu Yan's voice was slightly sad. What will happen? Can it be worse than now? In this village, no one has a real smile on their face. Everyone is waiting to be eaten away step by step in panic. Everyone's eyes are filled with fear and terror. Lu Yun just looked at the look in the eyes of the third master. When the third master just revealed the location of the strange beast, there was a hint of relief in his expression. Lu Yun's words were stuck in her throat, and she didn't say them. She wanted to say that it might lead to the death of these villagers, but for these villagers, death is not a terrible thing. Lu Yun took a deep breath. What do you think? No NPC thinks we can complete this mission. Chapter 257. Wu Yan calmly replied, let's try and see if we can solve it. Lu Yun was undecided and continued to ask, what if we can't solve it? According to them, even if we kill a monster, there may be consequences later. After saying so much, Lu Yun suddenly felt that she was a bit like Wen Ning's character. When she and Wen Ning teamed up, Wen Ning often doubted whether they could continue, and her strength was there, which meant that she could see farther than Wen Ning. Now her role seemed to have changed, and she became a player who doubted whether she could continue. Wu Yan was actually thinking at a high speed, and his intuition also told him that this mission would be quite difficult. He still had some trump cards, such as letting Pandora come forward once and asking AIG to help once. Can he even persuade Shatia? He was still a little embarrassed about Aggie coming to help. After all, from the beginning to the end, he had always asked Aggie to help. The only thing he did was to tell Aggie that she could run away from that place. Then, it was his 4-layer chain skill that would be used. If he could successfully use the 4-layer chain skill, it would mean that there would be no other players around who could help to hold the hatred. With such high damage, it would be difficult to hold the hatred even with taunts, and the skill cooldown of force taunts was very long. It was also impossible to have such a big restriction as King of Samsara, which prevented the opponent from going out of the boundary to attack. For a mage like him, he still can't fight monsters and output at the same time, especially now the monster's attacks and health are increasing. Lu Yun felt very complicated. She wanted to come over to persuade them, but why did they stand in a straight line? I can try my best to help pull. I have the skill of force taunt, Lu Yun said. For some reason, she thought she could give it a try. Even her captain thought it was difficult for their team to accomplish this. She didn't know where Wu Yan got the confidence from. Maybe she could give it a try. Wu Yan finished thinking, then let's make some preparations first, and gather here in an hour. Lu Yun nodded. She still liked the feeling of being rigorous in the battle. Compared with Wen Ning and their team, who had a little strength, he did everything without thinking. Wu Yan first returned to the main city to continue to resupply. Now he no longer needs to go to various stores to resupply himself. Lena will arrange everything for him. Seeing Wu Yan coming back, Lena couldn't hide her joy. Master Mage, today's drink. Wu Yan didn't even look at it, took the drink and drank it all. Your health value increases by 30 points. He suddenly had a little doubt. Has the drink not been updated for a long time recently? Lena jumped over. Her cute face was even more confused. Really? Yes. I remember, the boss asked me to tell you that there was a problem with the origin of this drink recently. It seems that it was contaminated by something, so no new varieties of drinks can be produced during this period. Wu Yan nodded. No wonder. He didn't care too much. After all, there are side quests everywhere in God's Realm Advent, and every conversation with NPCs may lead to a new side quest. And as this task appears more and more times, players must also have the ability to judge the cost-effectiveness of the task. Otherwise, it is very likely that after spending a lot of effort on a side quest, the final reward will not be ideal. But in general, the more difficult the quest is, the better the final reward will be. And what he is doing now is such a task. After preparing all the materials, he looked at the time. It was still a little before the gathering time, so he went into the laboratory alone. Every time he entered the laboratory in his room, he could inexplicably feel a sense of peace. The magic elements were still scattered and running in their own directions. He held the disorder manual he had obtained before. The disorder manual last time allowed him to stabilize part of the magic elements in this laboratory. And this disorder manual didn't know what effect it would have. He took the manual and began to wander around the room, trying to find a suitable place like last time. With the experience of last time, it didn't take long for him to stop at a fairly regular movement of magic elements this time. He closed his eyes, and I could see the flow of magic elements around him more clearly. Where he was now, there was a layer of fairly regular cube magic structure, so regular that people were reluctant to destroy it. At this moment, his disordered manual automatically flew out and merged into this pile of magic elements. A magical scene occurred. The movement of the magic elements, which were originally very regular, began to deviate from the direction one by one, like tangled wool, and began to move irregularly in all directions. It worked. Wu Yin was excited. If it was effective according to the last situation, it meant that he must have developed other functions. He carefully checked every function on his panel, turned it over and over, and finally found that a major change had occurred on the disordered panel. The original value in the center of the disorder panel was 2, which means that his average disorder index of skills is 2. This is not a high value, but now, the number in the center of his disorder panel has jumped directly to 5. The disorder index adds a very high bonus to spell damage. He immediately checked the changes in the damage of each of his skills. Almost every skill has a damage increase of 5% to 20%. This alone is powerful enough. The important thing is that there is also a very special function, Order Weak Point Exploration. He looked at the introduction of a skill of the magic eye he had, which said that when he can now drive the magic eye, he can see the order weak points of creatures. Wu Yin kept thinking in his heart. The two concepts of order and disorder have been colliding in his mind. Will the weak points of order make his magic skills related to disorder more damaging? Once he had this idea, he couldn't stop thinking, and he felt more and more that it was really feasible. He couldn't help but find a monster to experiment with. Meanwhile, messages from Lu Yun kept coming in. Is it really appropriate to let a girl wait for so long? Lu Yun's urgent voice was still heard over there. Wu Yin quickly packed up his things and, with the help of Lena, refilled his inventory. When he was leaving, he vaguely heard that Lena didn't seem to have enough gold coins. Wu Yin quickly rushed to Mujia village. Lu Yun had completely changed her equipment, which was even more dashing than the outfit she wore when she fought in the 10 Courts of Hell last time. Judging from the color of her equipment, their team also put in some effort for her. Seeing Wu Yin staring at her so intently, Lu Yun felt a little uneasy. She didn't know why she did this. For this mission with Wu Yin, she even lost face and borrowed all the equipment from the team. But no matter how you analyze it, this mission is difficult to complete. Moreover, when she returned to the team, her captain also said clearly that there was more than one alien beast. Even if the alien beast that attacked the village was killed, there would be follow-up alien beasts. She felt that just one alien beast was already quite difficult. If there were more, she really had no chance of winning from the bottom of her heart. Piaoling, what battle plan do you have? Is it so secretive? Can you tell me in advance? Lu Yun has downloaded so many copies, but when has she ever been treated like this? She is fully equipped, but she is almost unaware of the situation and is ready to start the battle? I'm asking you a question? Why don't you answer me? Lu Yun has been walking with Wu Yin and talking to him. Suddenly, she stopped and saw an unprecedented serious expression on Wu Yin's face. She immediately shut her mouth. She thought her attitude made Wu Yin unhappy. When she was about to lower her head silently, the scene in front of her shocked her. There were about dozens of children, all of whom were healthy children, and they were also considered to be the few healthy people in this village. They lined up, including little boys and girls, all kneeling on the muddy ground with their feet. Their faces were also stained, and their thin hands supported the ground. When they came over, the faces of these children slowly lowered. Lu Yun secretly glanced at Wu Yan's expression again. His expression was very cold, and it was also filled with a sense of determination. She herself couldn't describe the feeling. Wu Yin paused here and continued to move forward. Lu Yun also tried to bypass the group of kneeling children like Wu Yin and kept telling herself that this was just a game, and that everything would be fine as long as they killed the monsters. But Lu Yun didn't take a few steps before her trouser legs were grabbed by a little girl about 8 years old with long hair like weeds. With her muddy hands, "Adventurer sister, can you not kill the big monster? We are afraid." When she said the word big monster, the little girl's whole body trembled uncontrollably. The little girl almost used up all her strength to say this. After she finished speaking, she curled up into a ball. Lu Yun's heart was severely hit. As a professional player, she had experienced too many tasks compared to other players. The task she had always been reluctant to touch was this one, because her captain said that behind this task was a tragedy that you could not accept. You did it once, and you never wanted to continue. She was not the main force of this team. She was transferred here because the previous team member was trapped here, and she performed very well. Wen Ning, who came earlier than her, was immediately impressed by her. When she returned to the team and decided to continue the mission with Wu Yin, her captain hinted to her intentionally or unintentionally that this mission was more complicated than she had imagined, but she really could not bear such a request. She could no longer imagine what the impact would be if their mission was not successful. What would happen to these children if the village was attacked again? She knew that if they did not attack the monsters, they only had to let the old people and adults contribute their limbs. One contribution of limbs could last for a week. After a week, their strength would definitely become stronger. By that time, they would have a greater chance of winning against the monsters. Lu Yun had never had such a complicated psychological struggle before a battle. She gritted her teeth, supported her right arm with her left hand, calmed herself down, and then caught up with Wu Yin. "Are we really going to attack?" "I just assume." "Assume, as long as one of them donates another limb." Wu Yin turned around and interrupted Lu Yun's conversation. "A person can only donate a limb once, and now all the adults in the village have donated their limbs. If you donate again, you die?" Wu Yin said heavily. Lu Yun was stunned, and her thoughts became even more chaotic. Her original rationality should have told her that it was just a part of the game, but she was almost unable to accept such an outrageous plot. The most important thing was that an unstoppable idea popped up in her mind. The dozen or so children who had just kneeled on the ground were still healthy. If they could still donate their limbs, at most in a week, oh no, even if it wasn't possible in a week, in 2 weeks, their strength would be greatly enhanced, and they would definitely be able to kill this strange beast before anyone died. "Lu Yun!" Wu Yin suddenly shouted, "Those are lives, not to be calculated." Lu Yun suddenly woke up. She had just been completely lost in the madness. She was actually calculating how long these children's limbs could hold on, and what would happen to them in the worst-case scenario. When she came to her senses, her eyes just happened to notice the little girl curled up in fear. Her eyes were still full of fear, and she seemed to be saying, "Save us." Lu Yun was at a loss. How could these kids understand calculations? They just resurrected after death. Some NPCs would lose their interpersonal relationships when they died, and some would change their identities when they died. The worst thing was that they disappeared. Death was indeed terrifying for these kids, but even losing a limb was quite terrifying for them. Lu Yun had never wanted to complete this task so much, but what was even more unexpected was that when turning the corner, a group of old people knelt on the muddy ground. Except for San Yi and Mu Yun, who stood far away, almost everyone in the village was here. On the way to the beast, the NPC didn't want them to pass, and they were willing to wait for their limbs to be harvested. From the initial shock, Lu Yun felt an inexplicable anger in his heart. What kind of difficult task is it that no one thinks they can complete? This time, I'm going to try my best. Lu Yun called Wu Yin. "Let me play my role as much as possible." Wu Yin nodded. He had been angry since entering this village. He admitted that he had been completely annoyed by the game designer, but such a design really made him want to fight this beast right now. Roar! The cry happened at this place at the right time, and all the villagers' faces were even more terrified. The little boy who had told Wu Yin not to interfere in the matter slowly emerged from the villagers, and began to walk forward step by step. The direction he was walking in was exactly the direction of the strange beast. When he passed by Wu Yin and Lu Yun, even though the boy's legs were shaking, he still said, "Don't worry about it. You adventurers, just go wherever you want to go." Wu Yin put on his special suit, took out his magic wand, and said solemnly, "You are still young, it is not so easy to be a hero." After that, Wu Yin did not give the little boy a chance to reply, and drove the mechanical messenger forward quickly. Lu Yun followed, and also followed a shadow that had been hiding beside Wu Yin. When the few people arrived near the sound, they were shocked by the scene in front of them. A strange species of large insect, spitting green foam, the whole body is more than 20 meters long, with more than a dozen joints on the body, a total of more than a dozen legs, and the front legs are still with claws. What people care most is the pair of green eyes, which seem to be composed of thousands of black dots. Just looking at them will make people dizzy and want to vomit. Wu Yin cast a detection spell, monster name, man-eating creeper. Monster level, 40. Monster grade, alien beast/sea level. Monster HP, 1 million. Monster magic, 100,000. Monster introduction, a surviving alien beast from ancient times. Although it is only sea level, it is also a powerful alien beast that is difficult to resist at this stage. Monster characteristics, regeneration toxicity. Monster order weakness, eyes. When he saw the last introduction, Wu Yan's eyes lit up. The effect of his order weakness is actually here. Chapter 258. Yin Xiaoyu, come out to work. Wu Yin shouted casually, and Yin Xiaoyu, who was hiding in the shadow nearby, came out embarrassedly. She wanted to see if Wu Yin could really find her easily, or if he was just scaring her last time. Unexpectedly, she said, I'm just here to see if you need any help. On the other side, Lu Yun felt inexplicably uneasy, and her eyebrows were almost squeezed together. When did Yin Xiaoyu follow her all the time? She knew the characteristics of Yin Xiaoyu's shadow hiding, but she didn't pay more attention to it. Yin Xiaoyu walked over and continued, What do I need to do? Wu Yin pointed to the strange beast that was still waiting for the plot to be triggered and said, Attract its attention, just like our cooperation last time. The two women looked at each other. Even if they were unwilling to admit it, their cooperation last time was indeed good. Then let's start. Wu Yin distanced himself from the two women. He couldn't attack first. In order to maximize his output and effectively use the timing of Lu Yun's taunting skill, he needed to stretch the battle line long enough. Lu Yun was responsible for attracting man-eating creepers. The moment she attracted them, she began to run desperately in the opposite direction of the village. Yin Xiaoyu began to transform into Lu Yun's shadow, and used confusing tricks to treat man-eating creepers. Confusing is useless. Yin Xiaoyu's reply made Lu Yun feel disappointed. It was not surprising that monsters had such resistance. Since they could no longer easily confuse man-eating creepers, they had to create enough output space for Wu Yin. Yin Xiaoyu sighed, I can't see Piaoling anymore. Do we really have to keep going? Will his skills not reach that far? Lu Yun admitted decisively, even if it's farther, even if we take the monster out of the hatred circle, he can pull it back. Wu Yan's prepared skills are ready to go. For this battle, he has almost spent a lot of money, preparing magic stones, scrolls, potions, etc., and he has set up several magic circles around him for the first time. The maintenance of the magic circle requires two important parts. One is the array eye, and the other is the maker of the magic circle. The more magic circles the maker sets up at the same time, the more it consumes. He is not a person who likes to go all out at the beginning. He likes to leave himself some room for maneuver. But he really didn't expect that this task would be so much more difficult than he imagined, and the pain of these NPCs was like a sharp sword piercing his heart. Looking at Yin Xiaoyu and Lu Yun going away, the scene of the two walking and fighting began to emerge in his mind, and vividly interpreted. The 20 times casting distance was enough for him to hit the target at such a distance. Lu Yun's footsteps slowly slowed down, and he was about to reach the hatred range of this alien beast. If it was out of the hatred range, the monster might get a certain strengthening. The strength of this alien beast had already exceeded their imagination. When she cast the detection spell, she was a little discouraged. Such a strong monster is comparable to Reincarnation King in all aspects, but it looks easier to fight than Reincarnation King. The monsters in God's Advent also have a certain contempt chain. Monsters of the same level, the closer to human form, are more likely to be stronger. At the moment when man-eating crawler was about to step out of the hatred line, a black figure rushed up quickly, so fast. Lu Yun was surprised. Her skills were already fast enough, but Yin Xiaoyu still pulled the monster's hatred before her. The damage caused by Yin Xiaoyu was not high, but she successfully maintained the monster's hatred for a moment, which also gave Lu Yun instant adjustment time. She adjusted her skills to a more powerful one, Rising Dragon Fist. Lu Yun silently chanted, her whole body was filled with yellow fighting spirit, and she rushed towards the eyes of man-eating crawler with legendary boxing gloves. When it was about to attack, man-eating crawler magically blocked its eyes with its two front claws. Now, Lu Yun's heart was even more disturbed. Piaoling's fighting sense was so strong, a mage could actually find the monster's weakness so sensitively. Players would indeed be more likely to guess that the monster's eyes were its weakness, but as a melee player, she knew better that in many battles, there would be some strange monster weaknesses. For example, the monster's wrist, the monster's back, not just the imagined eyes or neck. Unless Lu Yun was not a pushover, and it was very likely that Piao Ling had other adventures. If there was really any adventure that could find the monster's weakness, it would be a great blessing for them, the melee professionals. After using the strongest set of combo skills, her skills were almost all on cooldown, and she could only continue to attack through a flat attack. Piao Ling told herself that no matter what happened, she had to be responsible for continuous output, and then at the moment of hatred transfer, she would continue to buy him 3 seconds. It's not that Lu Yun doesn't have confidence in Piao Ling, but if she uses all her strength, her explosive output is stronger than Wen Ning. Although not as good as Piao Ling, it is much higher than ordinary players. In addition, Yin Xiaoyu next to her doesn't care about anything and closes her eyes to output crazily. I don't know why Yin Xiaoyu has such great confidence in Piao Ling. Lu Yun kept an eye out and prepared for emergency avoidance. However, not long after, a large area of land depression appeared under the body of man-eating creeper. Coupled with the constant intersection of fire and thunder, the 4th level chain skill came as expected, and it was this skill. Lu Yun had goosebumps all over her body. Wu Yan used this skill to defeat Hurricane before. This time, she witnessed it with her own eyes, and really felt the horror of this skill. She stood close, and almost saw man-eating creeper lose 10% of its health in an instant. This is a sea-level monster. Monsters are classified differently from ordinary monsters. Sea-level monsters are much stronger than commander-level monsters, and this monster is already level 40. Last time, Hurricane didn't die immediately because of the damage immunity. Now that this monster has enough HP, she can more clearly distinguish the damage of Piao Ling's skill. Horrible, really terrible. Lu Yun felt her scalp tingling. She was still planning for Piao Ling to pull the hatred over. All of this was just her overthinking. She also saw Yin Xiaoyu, who was constantly attacking. From the beginning to the end, Yin Xiaoyu had been following the rules to implement the tactics that had been arranged at the beginning, without any doubt at all. Lu Yun bit her lip, looked at the cooldown time of her skills, and maxed out her skills. Wu Yan looked at the changes in the monster's posture and movements. Only when the other 2 teammates had dealt their full damage could he better analyze the output of the 3 people on man-eating creeper. He saw that Lu Yun had entered the state, and he began to adjust his plan intentionally or unintentionally. Because they were far apart, the time for man-eating creeper to run, plus the time he took to attract hatred, was just enough to control this monster in a clever balance. As long as he could continuously trigger chain skills, there was a chance to defeat this monster. It was just that Lu Yun and Yin Xiaoyu were in more danger. After the blood volume of man-eating creeper dropped to 50%, an accident almost occurred. Fortunately, Yin Xiaoyu gave him a surprise again. She took Lu Yun to avoid several thrilling attacks. Wu Yan's heart was in his throat. It seemed that the battle was going quite smoothly, but no mistakes could be made in any link. If the time of any step could not keep up, the battle might fail. The battle with this strange beast lasted for a full 10 minutes. When the man-eating creeper fell to the ground, a message appeared on their panels. Congratulations on your successful killing of the man-eating creeper, and you gained 100,000 experience points. Various body residues were exposed from the body of the man-eating creeper. If you didn't look carefully, you couldn't see them. Lu Yun stared at the body of the residues. The fatigue from the battle was once again hit by anger. If she could have seen this scene just now, she would not have had a chance to make a mistake. Wu Yan picked up one of the special equipment because he hadn't gotten a suitable special equipment for a long time. Special item name, Power Shoes. Special item description. It can improve the player's ability to move in a non-combat state, increasing speed by 100% and jumping by 50%. Wu Yan immediately became interested in the Power Shoes. With these shoes, even if the mechanical messenger suit is disassembled and worn, the effect will be greatly improved. It will be much more convenient to run around in all aspects. The 2 women didn't mean to share the equipment, so Wu Yan could only accept this favor silently. At this time, Lu Yun walked over. She was a little entangled and asked, "Can we continue with the next task?" Wu Yan did not rush to answer Lu Yun's question, but opened his own task panel. At this time, the task panel has been updated. Task name, find the last hero. Task branch, protect Mujia village. Task introduction. You have successfully killed the alien beast that attacked Mujia village and has attracted the attention of other alien beasts. Do you accept the current branch task? Wu Yan silently shared this task with Lu Yun, and Lu Yun decisively answered, accept. Even if the task is successful, I will not ask for more rewards. Yin Xiaoyu stood by and was at a loss. Her sixth sense told her that this time she might have played too big. In her mind, Piao Ling should have been a super master, but Piao Ling frowned when he saw this task. In addition, the alien beast she just beat was quite difficult. She almost used all the combat skills she could use. If she had more, she would have no other way. However, before Yin Xiaoyu expressed her opinion, the task was already taken over by Wu Yin. After all, this task had been done for so long, and no task reward had been given yet, so it was reasonable to continue this task. They returned to Mujia village with the magic core of the killed cannibal creeper. The entrance of Mujia village was full of villagers, all of whom were looking nervously. Seeing this scene, several people felt a little sad in their hearts. After all, they had worked hard to prepare for the battle for so long, even though the battle only took 10 minutes to end. During these 10 minutes, Wu Yan's own supplies were also used up continuously, and the other two women were almost out of cards. The children in Mujia village were much simpler. When they saw these people coming back safely, their frightened faces gradually showed joy. The little boy who was the first to muster up the courage to send himself away had his eyes full of incredible joy. Except for a few villagers, who were still worried, most of the villagers were in joy. The time for the next branch task was shown to be 2 hours later. Wu Yin had just walked over and was about to tell them about the next task, but suddenly stopped. Mu Yun stood in the crowd, holding the giant sword in one hand, shook his head, and then motioned a few people to follow him. Back at Mu Yun's home, Mu Yi still didn't wake up, lying there quietly. I don't know if it was because they defeated the strange beast. On Mu Yun's table, all the nectar was exchanged for the collected nectar. It is hard to imagine that in this impoverished village, there is such a precious thing as nectar. If this cup is taken outside to exchange, it can also be exchanged for a lot of gold coins. Mu Yun said calmly, everyone please drink. Wu Yin was about to refuse, but was interrupted by Mu Yun. If we don't defend against the attacks of the alien beasts next, these nectars will be useless to us. Lu Yun silently took the nectar and began to drink it sullenly. When they came in, there were only 2 people left. Yin Xiaoyu seemed to have turned into a shadow, and went outside to check the situation. Mu Yun paused. Can you tell me how many alien beasts will attack our village next? Lu Yun also stopped raising the cup. There was a little uneasiness in her eyes. 2 or 3 alien beasts were the limit she could accept. At worst, she would use all the props and skills she had in her bottom box. Even if it violated the team rules, she wanted to try. Wu Yin picked up the cup on the table and began to drink slowly. He thought that this task might be difficult. But I really didn't expect it. This mission would be designed so outrageously. He slowly raised his fists and broke them one by one, from 1 to 10. Mu Yun's expression changed from a little hope at the beginning to disappointment later, and then to a helpless smile at the end, a smile of complete giving up. He stood up and took out a small cup of wine from his collection from the stove and drank it all. His eyes were worried, afraid, determined, and all kinds of complex emotions surged up. At this moment, he, as the strongest fighting force in the village, could no longer retreat. Mu Yun took a greedy breath, and the giant sword beside him made a buzzing sound. Lu Yun, who had only drunk half a cup of nectar at the table, fell into confusion. If there were 10 strange beasts at this level, even if their entire team came, they would not be able to handle it at all. Her face was a little pale, and her originally bright eyes lost their luster. She said weakly, "Do we have any other way?" Chapter 259. Wu Yin did not answer her, but asked her to make the final preparations. He looked at Lu Yun who was going away, and shouted to the empty space, "Yin Xiaoyu, come out." A few seconds later, Yin Xiaoyu came out from the shadow on the side of the house, with an awkward smile. Do we really have to continue? Even a player as strong as Piao Ling has no way out. She already feels that there is no need to continue. She is different from Lu Yun. Lu Yun is a woman who looks heroic on the surface, but is quite weak in her heart. But Yin Xiaoyu, whether in the game or in her original life, lives in a life without light. Her previous life was not as miserable as Mujia village, but it was not much different, and she had almost no dignity of personality. This is why Yin Xiaoyu wanted to rely on Piao Ling when she saw him. She got an unparalleled sense of security from Piao Ling. During the last battle with Wu Yin against Hurricane, she felt that Piao Ling should be the strongest player in this game. But even so, she didn't want to continue watching a mission that was bound to fail. Such a failure would damage the impression of Piao Ling in her mind, so she would rather choose not to watch it. Wu Yin guessed some of Yin Xiaoyu's possible situations. Anyway, knowing that she probably didn't want to participate, Wu Yin said, "Can you do me a favor? You don't need to participate in the next village defense battle." After hearing that she didn't need to defend, Yin Xiaoyu breathed a sigh of relief. She touched her hairpin and her expression changed from unnatural just now to normal. "I make it clear in advance that I, Yin Xiaoyu, have always been clear about public and private matters. Other tasks will definitely be charged. Wu Yin threw a diamond over, and Yin Xiaoyu caught it nimbly. She muttered, "Is that all?" Seeing Wu Yin start to walk forward, she immediately followed him. "Are we going to leave the village now?" Wu Yin nodded. "Do you see that river? I need you to help me trick someone later." "Where did the person come from beside that river?" Yin Xiaoyu pointed to the front in confusion. Wu Yin said slowly, "There is no one now, but there will be one later." Wu Yin and the others walked to the river. This river is where Mujia village relies on for survival. Due to long-term fishing, the number of fish has become quite scarce. After walking for several hundred meters, no living fish were seen. Wu Yin continued to walk forward, and after a few hundred meters, he suddenly found that Yin Xiaoyu beside him had disappeared without a trace. His expression became grim. "Mujia, it's unreasonable to use this ability to deal with us instead of the monsters." Wu Yan's face turned black. No matter what plot he saw or what game he played, such bastards, who had strength but didn't know how to use it and watched their hometown being destroyed, were the kind of people he hated the most. The air was slightly turbulent, and in front of Wu Yin, a figure slowly appeared in front of him. Wu Yin was cautious again. This time he activated his magic eye. No! There was really no magic fluctuation. Why? Wasn't the space cut? The man Wu Yin called Mu Jia was indeed the fisherman he met in the 10 courts of hell. After Wu Yin learned the name Mu Jia from Mu Yuan, he kept an eye on it. It was indeed this fisherman. Mu Yi was imprisoned for 30 years. Mu Jia was almost indifferent, watching his offspring being imprisoned like this. If the news that Mu Yin told him was true, the fisherman in front of him might be an old man who was several hundred years old. Maybe he had practiced for too long and lost his emotions. Mu Jia slowly took off his hat, and slowly revealed his true face. His face was not as handsome as imagined, but full of vicissitudes of life. He put away his fishing rod and said, "You did a good job. You are worthy of being the new generation of the Ashes inheritor." He began to walk in the opposite direction of the village with his hands behind his back. Wu Yin was a little anxious. "Will you not care about the village's affairs next?" "Care?" The fisherman smiled with disdain. "How long can they care like that?" Yin Xiaoyu, who was hiding on the side, finally couldn't help it. "Then what are you?" "Watching the people in the village get hurt one by one, and even die." Wu Yin looked at Yin Xiaoyu, who spoke for justice, with some surprise. In his cognition, Yin Xiaoyu was not such a girl. This is something that Lu Yin would do. After being scolded by Yin Xiaoyu, Mu Jia was stunned for a long time. "You are right, I am nothing. No matter how many times, I can't protect this village completely. It's useless. Even if I help this time, what about the next time and the next time?" Wu Yin said with some amusement. "Then why did you ask me to come? You want to try again. You still want to try again." Wu Yin looked at the countdown time. It was not much longer before the decisive battle. "No matter what, you can't fail at this time." After Wu Yin said this, Mu Jia seemed to have triggered a keyword. Mu Jia changed his words and said, "Okay, I can help you this time, but you have to bear the consequences." Wu Yin was delighted, and he would tell him about the consequences later. Mu Jia, the last hero of Mujia village, has joined the team. Wu Yin looked at the detailed information of the team. Apart from Mu Jia's name and a brief introduction, he could not see any news about Mu Jia. At the same time, Lu Yun's message also came over. The alien beasts attacked in advance. As soon as Lu Yun finished speaking, Mu Jia disappeared directly from their sight, and the two of them were teleported back to Mujia village at the same time. The power of tearing space was somewhat different from the portal. Wu Yin was still feeling the feeling of Mu Jia teleporting them back just now. 10 alien beasts just stood around the entire village. As long as you were in the village, you could see the appearance of these 10 alien beasts. They were like small toys, and there were a group of demons outside waiting to ravage them. Lu Yun's face was also quite bad. "Piao Ling, I feel it's difficult." Wu Yin murmured. This type of task is already difficult for him as a player to decide. He has completed tasks far beyond his level before. Now it depends on Mu Jia's performance. If he was around, everyone in the village, including the children, would take out their own props, even chopsticks, which were the props they could find. These beasts are of different types, and the only similarity is probably the weakness of the eyes. Wu Yin took advantage of them before they attacked and explored each beast. Similar to the previous beast, Rumble, the trampling began, and the buildings outside the village were turned into ruins by a few armed beasts. The villagers were obviously panicked and frightened. Mu Yi held the giant sword in one hand and looked at Wu Yin without any intention of attacking. At that moment, he thought a lot. Maybe from the beginning, This group of adventurers did not think that they could definitely defeat these beasts. Did they want to give them a relief? He had been lingering for 30 years, and finally found Mui. If he was given a little more time, Mui would wake up again. If Mui had returned to normal, he would have had a chance. Muyun shook his head. Even if Mui woke up, he would have to sacrifice Mui. What's the point? His speed was getting faster and faster. He rushed to a mutant centaur. He held a giant sword in one hand and began to prepare his fighting skills. Spiritual light slash. He shouted loudly and hit the mutant centaur's head hard, but it was gently bounced away as if it was splashed with a layer of water. Lu Yun was a little anxious. Wu Yin had no intention of taking action. At least the cooperation of several of them could still hold back a strange beast. Yin Xiaoyu also stood gracefully beside them. It can be noticed that she confused the children around her. Those children stood there blankly without moving. Some villagers also noticed this. They were not angry, but grateful. Those with impaired bodies are no longer within the scope of this future. If possible, if these intact children can survive, their Mu family may have a new future. Muyun felt that he was being teased by the strange beast, but at the same time, hope rose in his heart. He was mentally prepared for the strange beast to be very strong, but Wu Yin had actually killed a strange beast, so this group of adventurers might have hope. Blood began to flow around Mu Yun's body. He had nothing to linger on. Even if he died, he would give this mutant centaur a sword. At this moment, the surrounding space began to shatter, and the expressions of the alien beasts began to become painful. The 10 alien beasts stopped their attacks, and began to roar loudly and frantically. A fisherman appeared out of thin air. After he appeared, his clothes shattered into pieces of cloth, and then he shot towards the surrounding alien beasts. When he shot to the side of the alien beast, the part of the body of the alien beast hid by the rags, and the space was distorted next to that part. Part of the body of the alien beast was taken away directly, just like those villagers who offered their limbs. Mujie did not kill them immediately, but slowly pulled out their limbs one by one. The villagers present were stunned, and Muyun could not hide his calmness in his heart. The Mu-Yi he had been looking for was indeed a guy with the potential to turn the tide. But the man in front of him was very likely the hero of their Mujia village. He was not the only one who thought of this. Other villagers also began to show expressions of surprise, as if they had been reborn. What kind of person could face the strange beast, and complete it with overwhelming force? Only the hero that was once recorded in the books of their Mujia village. For a long time, no one believed that there was a hero in their village. The group of children were puzzled by Yin Xiaoyu, and they jumped up crazily. The people in the whole village had been suppressed for too long. They did not dare to imagine, and did not dare to imagine that they might be able to get out of trouble in the future. They have been suppressed by the monsters for many years. Over the years, there have been adventurers or other characters who have helped them overcome difficulties, but they have failed again and again. Most of them were stuck at the first monster and could not get through. Some of them got through the first monster, but it caused a catastrophe to their village. Now, it is really different. The person floating in the air, who looks very similar to them, must be the hero among them. In the taskbar of Wu Yin and the two women, there are constant reminders that their task targets have been killed. When the 10th task target is killed, the task is successfully completed, and the main task of finding the last hero is also completed. Although the front is quite bumpy, the situation becomes much simpler after discovering that the fisherman is the key to the task. He looks at the reward given by this task. Item name: fishing rod. Item class: special legend. Item description: in special rivers, using this fishing rod can catch some treasures. Equipment name: fisherman's hat. Equipment level: above level 30. Equipment class: epic. Equipment description: pastoral. Village: the equipment left by the last hero. Magic recovery plus 100%, magic value plus 20%, magic damage plus 10%, nature resistance plus 30%, paralysis resistance plus 30%. In addition to these epic equipment, there are also some legendary equipment, all of which are the equipment of the fisherman. This set of equipment is a set of high-burst magic equipment. In this comparison, his originally leading disordered magic wand is actually a little behind. In fact, his disordered magic wand has long grown to the point where it can be upgraded, and the key to upgrading is to find tasks related to Yuval. The triggering of tasks like Yuval is hard to come by, and the current equipment system has forced him to continue. While Wu Yin was calculating the rewards, the two women seemed to have received good rewards from the side quests. Yin Xiaoyu was concentrating on checking the equipment over and over again, occasionally laughing foolishly. The villagers were already hugging each other to celebrate, and Mu Yun, who was rescued by Mu Jia, quickly went after Mu Jie. After the battle, the village that was about to revive slowly appeared in front of him. Wu Yin asked the women to go back first, and Lu Yun took a deep look at Wu Yin. The behavior he used the game mechanism was just like his captain. After thinking about it carefully, he felt that his mind was quite meticulous. Yin Xiaoyu didn't want to separate from Wu Yin very much, but was persuaded by Wu Yin to leave, saying that they would be together again on the next mission. Wu Yin put on a fisherman's hat and walked in the opposite direction of the way back. He walked for about 10 minutes before reaching the depths of a cave. This cave was ridiculously large, and some of the remaining insects in it were much larger than ordinary ones. Wu Yin prepared his emotions and took out the token left by AIG. "Do you want to use this disposable item?" Wu Yin nodded silently, and a slender figure appeared in front of him. AIG's face was still otherworldly. She first looked at Wu Yin deeply, then scanned the surrounding cave. "Are you crazy?" AIG's chest rose and fell, and dissatisfaction hung on the corner of her mouth. Wu Yin recalled in his mind the time-limited task that suddenly popped up at the end of the last task. Limited time mission name: cut the grass and root it out. Mission description: there is a stronghold of alien beasts on the road to the north of Mu Jie village. After destroying the stronghold within 1 day, no new alien beasts will be produced. Mission reward: after completing the mission, you will be awarded the title of Alien Beast Hunter. This title increases your damage to alien beasts by 50%. You will be affected. Near the alien beast stronghold, you will be actively attacked by alien beasts, and ordinary taunts cannot divert the hatred of alien beasts. Wu Yin looked at AIG's slightly worried and quite angry expression, and couldn't help but sigh again that he was increasingly influenced by NPCs. Can all these eggs be destroyed? Wu Yin looked at the magic defense and health value of these eggs. These eggs should be used to cultivate alien beasts. This task may not be completed in a day and a night by himself. AG did not answer directly, but said coldly, "Not everyone can become a hero. No one will know the useless work you have done. If you let me out just now, I could have killed all those idiots." Wu Yin was stunned. Just now. Could it be that AG had been following him? Chapter 260. Wu Yin was stunned. If it was teleportation, it wouldn't be so fast. Not long after he took out the prop, AIG appeared in front of him. Wu Yin pondered, "Can you smash all these beast eggs with one blow?" AIG glanced at him coldly. "Do you know who you are questioning?" She seemed quite dissatisfied with Wu Yin's decision. The bow and arrow in her hand appeared, and the strong spiral-like fighting spirit swirled around her, becoming stronger again. Wu Yin thought silently in his heart that as long as he was getting stronger, he would find that AIG's strength had become stronger. AIG stopped with the bow on the string. "Are you ready? I can't turn back after I shoot it. Besides, I don't owe you a favor after I shoot this arrow." AIG asked again and again. She hoped that she could change Wu Yin's mind. Wu Yin did not regret it. "Shoot." AIG stopped persuading him. She shot an arrow. The light of the fighting skill illuminated the whole cave. Except for the place where Wu Yin was standing, the whole cave was destroyed, along with nearly dozens of alien beast eggs in the cave. After AIG destroyed all of them, her hair was blown up by the aftermath of the battle. She exhaled lightly. "Next time, if you want to find me, come to the elf tribe." After that, AIG jumped a few times and walked away. That is to say, AIG was really in this prop before, which made him marvel. With the end of AIG, this task finally came to a close. Wu Yin felt a little tired, and resisted the urge to sleep, and returned to the main city. He didn't even have time to read a message before he fell drowsily on his bed at home. When he came back, Lena looked at Wu Yan's actions in confusion. When Wu Yan really lay down, Lena began to take care of him in a hurry. She looked at Wu Yan's expression with great pity. This was the first time she saw the master mage so tired. What did he have to go through to become like this? The last time she went on a long trip, and was cheated of some gold coins, she was not as tired as the master mage. A few hours later, Wu Yan felt his face moist. He slowly woke up, and felt that his whole body was much more energetic. Since changing the game cabin, he often forgets that he needs to take the initiative to sleep to relieve fatigue. After this rest, Wu Yan immediately opened his game panel, and checked the notification of task completion. He immediately checked the follow-up after the task was completed. Congratulations to the player for successfully destroying the alien beast base, and obtaining 10,000 alien beast points, which can be exchanged for props in the Wild Mysterious store. Message prompt. Because the player first destroyed the alien beast base, it aroused the anger of the alien beast, and the range of the alien beast's activities began to expand. Message reminder. All members of your human tribe will have their attributes increased by 5%, and their damage to alien beasts will be increased by 10%, but they will be attacked by 2 alien beasts every day. Message reminder: you have obtained the title of Alien Beast Hunter, and your damage to alien beasts will be increased by an additional 20%. After reading the messages one by one, Wu Yin suddenly felt something was wrong. He began to think that at most he would be attacked by alien beasts. He really did not expect that it would affect the entire human tribe. Was he declaring war on alien beasts on behalf of the human tribe? Sure enough, his friend list was already full of messages, all talking about this matter. The one who talked the most was Lu Yun, who had just returned not long ago. She knew the whole thing best, so her own statement was also very contradictory. She hoped that she was the one who made this decision on behalf of Wu Yin, because Wu Yan's decision made the name Piao Ling return to the hottest word on the forum. Wu Yin opened the public channel and saw that even after a nap, all the players were still pointing at him and scolding him. I don't think I understood why Piao Ling took this quest all night. Me too. I can't get to the quest location I often go to. The monster is too powerful. I would be killed in seconds if I went there. I heard that this incident was entirely decided by Piao Ling himself. The professional team didn't even think about touching this quest. Although I am an adventurer, Piao Ling really went too far this time. Our progress was messed up. Invincible romantic knight, you are all really funny. You can't beat it yourself, but you have to find the reason from others. In so many chats, few people spoke for themselves. Most of them complained. The more ruthless players directly greeted his family. Wu Yin silently turned off the public channel. He did not escape. If it was really as bad as the public channel said, then he would quietly upgrade to a high-level magician, and then kill the monsters one by one. It seemed that the most lively discussion was the intersection leading to the Ghost City, where several monsters blocked the road. The second was the cemetery at the beginning. There was only one monster in the cemetery. A team of new professional players had set out to defeat the monster in the name of doing good for other players. Wu Yin walked out of his bedroom. A ray of sunlight shone on the table. Lena was preparing drinks very carefully. After she saw Wu Yin wake up, she cheered and rushed over and grabbed Wu Yin. Master Mage, you finally woke up. I was really scared to death. You slept for more than 10 hours. Here, drink. Wu Yin took the drink, which was the one that increased his health. After drinking it for so many days, he felt that the cost performance was not high. After all, this drink can only be used once a day. It seems that he has to find a chance to see what is wrong with the origin of the drink. Wu Yin looked at his level, and was about to reach level 31. The most urgent thing was to quickly upgrade to level 35, and do the task of the high-level magician. Wu Yin was about to go out when he was pulled aside by Yin Xiaoyu, who was squatting at the door. He looked at Yin Xiaoyu helplessly. You have been guarding me for a whole day? Yin Xiaoyu smiled embarrassedly. Not completely. I went to level up when I had time. I haven't leveled up in your main city yet. Wu Yin felt helpless listening to Yin Xiaoyu's leveling. Is this method of leveling up by deceiving people really appropriate? What if one day, there is no one left to deceive? However, with so many main cities, there is no need to worry about not having enough people to deceive. I have some bad news to tell you. Yin Xiaoyu's expression became serious. Have you noticed anything wrong around you? Yin Xiaoyu kept it a secret, and Wu Yin realized that many NPCs around him seemed to be looking at him. Someone is following him. This was his first reaction. Yin Xiaoyu continued, you are being targeted by the Wuya army. Wuya army, you know it, right? Wu Yin thought deeply about it. He had heard from the head of the Ghost Swordsman Corps that this army was more mysterious than the Ghost Swordsman. Originally, the Ghost Swordsman army should be the strongest army of mankind, because its team was very elite. On the contrary, the Wuya army is quite powerful, and every main city is full of Wuya army figures. But the core of the Wuya army is difficult to approach. They are an army responsible for the combat power of the entire human tribe. Wu Yin only thought a little and understood why he was targeted. After all, he caused such a big thing. Then wait for me to go over. Wu Yin looked at Yin Xiaoyu, who was waiting for him, and even had dark circles under his eyes. Yin Xiaoyu smiled and didn't mind at all. He also said, do you want me to help? They don't look very smart. I think I can handle it. Wu Yin said helplessly, you don't have to cheat everyone you see. Yin Xiaoyu stuck out her tongue embarrassedly. I also have principles when I cheat people. I only cheat those who are rich, and I also cheat those who do bad things. I, Yin Xiaoyu, cheat in a way. Yin Xiaoyu spoke more and more noble, and felt that he was almost a messenger of justice. Wu Yin asked Yin Xiaoyu to wait for him here. He walked forward for a distance. Without him actively triggering the task, an NPC came over and said, we are from the Wuya army. Please follow us to the Wuya camp. Wu Yan followed the Wuya army NPCs in front of him to their camp. He had never seen a camp in the serial number main city. Maybe he needed to teleport. While walking, he found that many players recognized him. Fortunately, several Wuya army NPCs blocked him. The players in front were filled with righteous indignation and felt that they were about to fight on the road. It was just a few more strange beasts. Was it necessary to be like this? Wu Yan complained silently, but he didn't dare to show it too much. Maybe he would have to ask other players for help in the future. Anyway, he felt that he didn't do much wrong. He just wanted to make the village live in peace. Let's go! The Wuya soldiers walked in front of him, and then put their spears together, and a portal appeared in front of him. Wu Yan stepped into the portal, and the NPCs of the Wuya army did not follow him. He came to the Wuya army camp. As soon as he entered, he was in a solemn atmosphere. He could hear the army training from afar. They were not in the ancient martial arts field, but with technological training. You can see that these NPCs are equipped with wearable devices. They use these technologies to accurately measure their current status, as well as the strength of their weapons and props. Some props that have not been seen in the main city all appeared in the training of these nearby armies. These Wuya soldiers in the camp are much stronger than those in the serial main city. This is Wu Yan's first impression after seeing them. How is it? Our army. Wu Yan turned around and ran into a big man with a beard. The big man with a beard had a huge body. Looking closely, one could feel the huge energy contained in his body. Wu Yan exclaimed, "A very strong army." The big man with a beard laughed. "No matter how strong our army is, it is not as strong as you. You dare to fight against the monsters. You have to thank me, otherwise you will go to jail again." The big man with a beard was full of excitement when he spoke. He seemed to have no objection to Wu Yan starting the battle with the monsters. Instead, he was enjoying it. Wu Yan almost felt cold in his heart when he heard about the prison. He didn't have a good impression of the prison, except that the food was really good. The prison without lights gave people a feeling of being too depressing. Wu Yan continued to talk with the bearded man and learned that this bearded man was at the level of a mid-level general on the human side. A mid-level general not only needs to be at level 45, but also cannot be an ordinary level 45. He must have made contributions in actual combat to be promoted. He was a little surprised that he could have such strong strength just by managing these hundreds of soldiers. After all, the strength of the soldiers is generally far worse than that of the Ghost Swordsman Corps, but the mid-level generals are not far behind Lansher. Wu Yan was thinking, and the bearded general saw Wu Yan's thoughts. Don't compare, Lansher is at the level of a ghost general, and he was given a title separately. I didn't arrest you last time just because his strength was limited. Wu Yan was a little embarrassed. If that was the case, then it made sense. You called me here, what's the matter? Wu Yan tried to trigger the task. The bearded general paused. In our tribe, some different voices began to appear. We initially suspected that it was most likely the Red Moon cult. Red Moon cult? Wu Yan almost said something. He had a deep impression of this sect. It appeared in his record of the Ashes heritage. The Red Moon cult is a very mysterious organization. Although the organization is mysterious, it does a lot of things. For example, the Red Moon manufacturing, even now, every few days and night, there will always be a dozen minutes, and the Red Moon will appear in the sky. Now the players have learned to be smart. Except for the necessary tasks, they will avoid spawning monsters in these 10 minutes. The initial period was fine. As the Red Moon kept appearing over and over again, the Red Moon strengthened the monsters more and more. If the Red Moon also strengthened the alien beasts. Wu Yan suddenly thought of something. The Red Moon mode has been turned on for a while. He had never heard of attacking the Red Moon cult before. It was only after he started the war with the alien beasts that this task was started. Before Wu Yan asked, the bearded general nodded. Yes, it is because of the appearance of the alien beasts that we have to advance this plan. Although the bearded general said it was very troublesome, his expression was always full of excitement. It can be seen that he has been waiting for this day for a long time. Wu Yan said, "How strong is the Red Moon cult?" As soon as he asked, the bearded man directly shared the task with him. Task name: Find the Red Moon cult, eradicate or notify the Wuya army. Task difficulty: Very difficult. Task content: Kill 100 people from the Red Moon cult, or destroy a Red Moon cult base. Task time limit: Unlimited. Task reward: Red Moon Nemesis. After the Red Moon appears, your damage will be increased by 50%. Wu Yan's eyes turned red when he saw this task reward. If he got this reward, it would mean that when the Red Moon mode appears, he would be the one with the biggest bonus.